My name's Aaron. I'm 29, a software developer in Denver, and I guess you could say I've always been the invisible one in the family. Not the rebel, not the golden child, just the background character. Family gatherings? I was the guy setting up chairs. Birthdays? I got gift cards with no name. My younger sister, Emma, though, she was the star. Daddy's princess, mom's pride, and the one my grandparents called our little angel. Even when she crashed a car at 17, and somehow I got blamed for not raising her better. Yeah, that kind of family. But there was one person who saw me. Really saw me. My grandfather, mom's dad. His name was Walter, but everyone called him Gramps. Retired Navy man, old school to the bone. Walked with a cane carved out of some exotic wood he got in Vietnam. He was the only one who remembered my birthday, without Facebook. The only one who showed up to my college graduation even though everyone else claimed the weather was bad. We had a tradition. Every Sunday morning, we'd meet at this old diner with cracked booths and watery coffee, and he'd ask me the same thing. You building something with those clever hands of yours? And when I said yes, he'd smile, lean in like it was a secret, and say, good. Don't let them turn you into the mule. I didn't understand what he meant until much later. Gramps passed last September. Quietly, in his sleep, in that creaky old house where he'd lived for 50 years. I got the call from his neighbor before my own family even told me. When I arrived, my mom was already there, rummaging through drawers, muttering under her breath. My sister sat on the couch with a dramatic tissue in hand, like she was auditioning for a soap opera. I asked if I could have a moment alone with him. Mom rolled her eyes. We don't have time for sentiment, Aaron. There's paperwork. I still remember walking into that bedroom. His cane was propped neatly by the nightstand. His glasses folded beside it. The room smelled like cedar and old paper. I sat down on the edge of the bed and let out one long breath. I didn't cry. Not yet. Instead, I noticed a small envelope under his lamp. My name on the front in his crooked handwriting. I opened it, and inside was a short note. If you're reading this, I'm gone. Don't trust anyone with my memory but you. The will is in the safe. Combination is your birthday backwards. Be smart. Be careful. Love, Gramps. My heart was racing. I walked to the small safe behind his bookshelf. Same one he'd shown me years ago when he used to hide moonshine in it during family dinners. I turned the dial, September 17th, 93, backward. It clicked. Inside was a thick folder, sealed with red string. Another note sat on top. The estate is yours, Aaron. All of it. The house, the land, the savings. $3 million in assets. You earned it. You saw me, and I saw you. Don't let them erase that. I stared at it for what felt like hours. The weight of those words, the quiet trust of a man who was more father to me than anyone else, it hit like a freight train. But even then, I knew. My mom wouldn't take this well. Neither would Emma. To them, the inheritance wasn't about love, it was about status, possession. And now that status had been given to me, the invisible one, oh, they would burn down the world to flip the script. At the official reading of the will a week later, the air was tense. We sat in the lawyer's office, mahogany walls, leather chairs, the kind of place that smells like old cigars and power. My mom wore all black, like she was performing grief. Emma wore pearls. I wore my usual, jeans and a button-down. The lawyer, Mr. Caldwell, cleared his throat, adjusted his glasses, and began reading. At first, it was all formalities. Then came the line. I, Walter James P., being of sound mind and body, hereby leave the entirety of my estate, property, assets, and holdings to my grandson, Aaron Michael P., in gratitude for his loyalty, integrity, and care. The room went still. My mom's face turned to stone. Emma's mouth fell open. Mr. Caldwell kept reading, unfazed, but I couldn't hear anything beyond that one sentence echoing in my head. Then Mom slammed her hand on the table. That's not right, she snapped. That, he meant Emma. He always said it was for her. This must be a mistake. Mr. Caldwell blinked. I assure you, this is the signed, witnessed, and notarized will. Your father was very clear. My mom turned to me with a slow, venomous smile. Aaron, sweetheart, you're not actually going to take this from your sister, are you? You don't need this. Emma has plans. She has dreams. Don't be selfish. Emma chimed in. It's not fair, Aaron. You know he was probably confused at the end. You should do the right thing. I didn't say a word. Just stood up, folded the will, and walked out. That night, I stayed at Gramps' house. My house now, I guess. I was still reeling. Not just from the inheritance, but from how fast the mask came off my family's faces. No mourning, no kindness, just entitlement and fury. Around midnight, I heard the back door creak open. I froze. Footsteps. Whispers. I peeked from the hallway. My mother and sister were inside, rummaging through drawers. Mom was holding something, a lighter. "What are you doing?" I asked, stepping into the room. They jumped. "You shouldn't be here," Mom hissed. "I live here now," I replied, voice steady. That's when Emma shoved me backward into the couch. Mom grabbed the folder I'd tucked into the drawer. "This is what matters," she sneered. "And you don't deserve it." I tried to stand, but Emma held my arms down. Mom opened the folder and yanked out the will. "This never happened," she whispered, and SHHHHHHKK tore it straight down the middle. Again and again, into ribbons. Then they left. No apologies. No shame. I just sat there. But I wasn't angry. I smiled. Because what they destroyed wasn't the original. It wasn't even legal. And what they didn't know was that Gramps had written 2 versions. And the real one? Well, let's just say it wasn't even in the house anymore. The morning after they tore up the fake will, I brewed a cup of coffee, stepped out onto the back porch, and just stared at the garden Gramps had once tended. Rows of overgrown tomatoes, wild mint choking the edges, and a busted lawn gnome with half its hat missing. The sun was barely up, but I was wide awake. Wired, not from caffeine, but from the sheer clarity of everything. For the first time, I saw them, my family, for exactly what they were. Not people who'd lost a father or grandfather. Just scavengers who'd been circling the estate like buzzards, waiting for the meat to go cold. And they thought they'd won. Here's what they didn't know. Gramps had called me over 2 weeks before he passed. Said he needed my help setting up some tech stuff. I brought my laptop, thinking he wanted to learn how to stream war documentaries. Instead, he walked me through a very specific set of tasks: scanning and uploading documents to his lawyer's cloud drive, recording a video message, and even reading through a backup while stored digitally. The physical copy, the one they tore up, was a decoy, something to test their integrity. They failed. Spectacularly. Later that day, I met with Mr. Caldwell again. I handed him a flash drive, then opened my encrypted cloud folder on his office computer. His eyebrows rose when he saw the backup Gramps had recorded, a time-stamped, clear-as-day video of him sitting in the very living room where Mom and Emma had ambushed me. "Hello, whoever's watching this," Gramps began, voice gravelly but strong. "If you're seeing this, it means something went sideways. Probably involving you, Deborah." He chuckled to himself, then looked right into the camera. "This will is real. The one you tore up? It's bait. Aaron's the only one I trust. He's the only one who ever showed up. Not for handouts, not for favors, just to sit and talk. He's earned this. You want to contest it? Be my guest. But know this, I knew you'd try." Mr. Caldwell leaned back, lips pursed in something between amusement and awe. "He really did plan for everything, didn't he?" I nodded. He always played chess while the rest of them were fighting over checkers. The next week, I started quietly transferring assets. The house title was already in my name. The accounts, investments, land, it all followed. I didn't rub it in their faces. I didn't even block their numbers. I just stopped replying. Cold silence. That's all I gave them. At first, they were quiet. But by week 2, the texts started rolling in. Mom texted, "Aaron, we need to talk. Things got out of hand." Emma texted, "Can we at least split the house? I mean, I was supposed to live there after college." Mom texted again, "Grandpa was sick. He didn't know what he was doing. I'm sure you realize that." And then, the cherry on top, Emma texted, "You wouldn't even have a family if it weren't for me. Stop being selfish. We're blood." Blood. That word clanged around in my head like a bad bell. As if DNA entitles people to loyalty, respect, and access. As if sharing a gene pool gives them the right to rip apart your piece and still expect a piece of the pie. But things escalated fast from there. One afternoon, I came back from a short grocery run to find the side gate broken. The lock was snapped clean in half, like someone had hit it with a hammer. I walked inside and froze in the hallway. Cabinets open, drawers pulled out, and in the middle of the floor, shredded paper. They'd come back. They thought I still had another will hidden somewhere. Or bank statements. Or God knows what. They even rifled through Gramps' old footlocker and left my childhood photos scattered across the floor. There was a smear of lipstick on the light switch. Emma's, no doubt. A familiar floral scent lingered in the air. But they hadn't counted on two things. First, I'd already moved everything valuable, paperwork, jewelry, anything of worth, into a safe deposit box at the bank, under a trust account Gramps had set up with my name as sole beneficiary. Second, I had cameras installed. High-res, night vision, audio. I watched the footage that night. My mother, pacing in the kitchen like she owned it. Emma, opening every drawer with manic energy, muttering things like, "Where is it? Where is it? He has to have another one somewhere." And then, my mother turned to the camera, looked directly into it, and smiled. "I brought you into this world, Aaron," she whispered, "and I'll take everything back. Just watch me." That was the moment I felt something inside me harden. Not just anger, resolve. A quiet click of finality, like a steel door slamming shut. They didn't see me as family. They saw me as an obstacle to their wealth. And now, they'd escalated things from manipulation to outright breaking and entering. I filed the footage and sent copies to my lawyer. He reviewed the footage, took statements, and drafted a notice. The police would be next. But before I made any official moves, I decided on one last step. A gesture. I mailed each of them a copy of Gramps' video will. Not the whole estate file. Just the part where he looked into the camera and said, "If you betray Aaron, know this. He's smarter than you think, and you're not nearly as untouchable as you pretend." Inside each envelope, I also included a note of my own. "This is your legacy. You chose it. I didn't." 3 days passed. Then came the knock at my door. Not police. Not lawyers. Them. Mom. Emma. And, of all people, Uncle Craig, another leech I hadn't seen in a decade, suddenly very interested in mediating things. I didn't open the door. Just watched them through the glass. They rang the bell. Knocked again. Mom shouted, "Aaron, we just want to talk." Emma added, "You're tearing this family apart." I turned off the porch light, walked into the kitchen, and turned up the stereo. Let them stand in the cold. But what I did next, that's when things really started to unravel. I let them knock for 5 more minutes before they finally gave up. Watching them storm off my porch was satisfying. Not joyful, not triumphant, just clarifying. It was the first time I truly saw them outside the roles I'd assigned them growing up. My mom wasn't a misguided parent. Emma wasn't a spoiled brat. Uncle Craig wasn't just some out-of-touch relative. They were all adults who had made a series of calculated, self-serving decisions. And now that those decisions had real consequences, they wanted to talk. No apology, no remorse, just control dressed up as concern. That night, I reviewed the footage again and backed it up in 3 locations. I wasn't paranoid, I was prepared. Gramps had always told me, be polite, be kind, but never be unarmed. And right now, information was my weapon. Proof. Evidence. The only kind of thing they couldn't twist or fake. The next morning, I walked into Caldwell's office with a folder labeled, "Criminal Trespassing, 3 Parties." He skimmed through it quietly, pausing at a still shot of my mom smiling directly into the camera mid-break-in. "Well," he said, tapping the folder with one finger, "we can press charges today if you want." I hesitated. It wasn't that I felt conflicted. I didn't know them mercy. But part of me wondered, what if this escalates things? What if they don't just slink away? What if they double down? I looked at Mr. Caldwell and said, "Let's hold off on the police, just for now. But I want a cease and desist letter sent to each of them. Full legal language. Make it sharp." He nodded. "And the restraining order prep?" "Have it ready," I said. "They come near me or the house again, I file it immediately." He raised an eyebrow. "Your grandfather would be proud." That hit me harder than I expected. By Friday, the letters were sent. Certified mail, signed receipt. The kind of envelope that makes your stomach twist just looking at it. And just like clockwork, the texts rolled in again. Emma texted, "Really, Aaron? Legal threats now? We're family. You're making this ugly." Mom texted, "Do you know what you're doing? Do you have any idea how this will look to people?" That one made me laugh. Because for the first time in my life, I didn't care what things looked like. I wasn't the background character anymore. I wasn't going to be the quiet, reasonable one who smoothed things over while everyone else set fires. I was done playing peacemaker in a war I never started. But they weren't done. That weekend, I got a call from my boss, Elliot. Chill guy, runs a small software firm. We've worked together for 4 years. "Hey Aaron," he said casually, "quick question. Did something weird happen in your family? I got a strange email this morning. My stomach dropped. What kind of email? He paused. Anonymous tip. Said you forged a will to steal money from your dying grandfather. Even attached a photo of you walking out of a lawyer's office. Claimed you had a history of mental illness. I went cold. They're trying to tank my job, I said quietly. Yeah, he replied. But don't worry. I didn't believe a word of it. The writing was unhinged. And it came from an address like, Justice for Emma. I closed my eyes and let out a slow breath. Thanks, Elliot. Take care of yourself, man. And if you need time off to handle this circus, just say the word. After I hung up, I sat at the kitchen table in silence for a long time. They weren't just angry. They were desperate. And desperation makes people reckless. They were trying to drag my name through the mud, to smear me into backing down. They weren't just trying to steal the inheritance. They wanted to destroy my credibility so no one would believe me when I fought back. So I pivoted. I spent the next 2 days gathering more than just legal documents. I compiled every letter Gramps had written me over the years. Emails, texts, the video. I reached out to his old friends, guys from the VFW, his mechanic, even his barber. Anyone who had heard Gramps talk about me in a positive light. I asked for statements. Some were handwritten. Some were voice memos. One guy mailed me an actual cassette tape. Then I sat down and wrote a long, detailed post. No accusations. No profanity. Just facts. Dates. Screenshots. Video stills. I titled it, My Family Tried to Steal My Grandfather's Inheritance. When that failed, they tried to ruin my life. I posted it on a forum we all followed, an old online community Gramps had been active in, full of his friends and fellow vets. I didn't use real names, but I didn't need to. The people who knew us, they knew. The fallout was instant. Emma's carefully curated sweet girl image shattered. Her social media comments were flooded with people quoting her own words from the break-in footage. My mom's bridge club, yes, that's real, kicked her out within 48 hours. Apparently, financially abusing your son doesn't pair well with cucumber sandwiches. But it wasn't enough. Because that Sunday, I got another visitor. Uncle Craig, standing on my porch with a briefcase and the smuggest smile I've ever seen. Let's talk, man to man, he said. I folded my arms. We're not men. We're not even related, legally. He laughed. Come on, Aaron. You don't want this to get ugly, do you? I leaned against the doorframe. Craig, it's already ugly. You just haven't bled yet. He looked startled, but I wasn't bluffing. Because what I did next, well, that was the move that made all their threats implode at once. And it started with one phone call. I didn't make the call right away. I waited until Uncle Craig was halfway down the driveway, muttering to himself and checking his phone like someone who almost had a plan, but not quite. He thought this was a negotiation, a business dispute, something you fix with favors and leverage and passive threats. He was about to learn the difference between bluffing and being outmatched. I stepped back into the house, locked the door, and picked up my phone. I called Mr. Caldwell first. It's time, I told him. File the police report. Press charges. Include the footage, the break-in, everything. Let them explain it to a judge now. His voice was calm and steady, like he'd been waiting for this moment. Understood. I'll file it by morning. I'll also begin the process for a restraining order, and I'll flag the inheritance for court protection. I hung up and made one more call. This one wasn't to a lawyer. It was to Mrs. Hadley, my grandfather's former neighbor. Sweet woman, used to bake him ginger cookies every Christmas. She was also the only person who witnessed my mom sneaking into the house the night they tore up the fake will. Hi, Mrs. Hadley. I hope I'm not disturbing you. But do you remember that night my mother and sister came over? You mentioned seeing something strange. Oh, honey, she said immediately. I already wrote everything down. I knew they were up to something. I saw them creeping through the gate at midnight like burglars. I even called it into the non-emergency line, but no one came. My heart surged. Would you be willing to submit that statement? I'm filing charges. Oh, absolutely. Walter was a dear friend. What they did was vile. Within 48 hours, things began to snowball. Police officers arrived at my mother's house with a warrant. They seized her phone and Emma's too. The footage from my cameras, Mrs. Hadley's statement, and a match on the lipstick print to Emma's favorite brand of lip gloss were all more than enough to justify the charges. Breaking and entering, destruction of property, and attempted fraud. When they were arrested, it hit the local news. Not front page, but enough. The headline read, Mother-daughter duo accused of breaking into family home after dispute over inheritance. I saw the mugshots online that night. Emma looked shell-shocked. My mother looked like she'd just bitten into something sour. I stared at their faces for a long time. And for a moment, just a flicker of one, I almost felt sorry for them. But then I remembered the hands holding me down while they shredded the will. The smugness. The entitlement. The way Mom looked me in the eye and said, "You don't deserve this." That sympathy vanished like smoke. The court process took time. They pleaded not guilty, of course, claimed they were retrieving family belongings, and that I overreacted. But the digital records didn't lie. The judge wasn't amused. My lawyer played the video of my mom smiling into the camera while saying, "I'll take everything back. Just watch me." Silence followed in the courtroom. Even their public defender looked embarrassed. The judge granted me a permanent restraining order. They were barred from coming within 200 feet of me, the house, or any of the estate properties. Emma was ordered into mandatory counseling after an emotional outburst during a hearing, where she screamed that he stole my future. The judge just stared and said, "Your future was never yours to steal." But the true, final twist came when Gramps' secondary trust came to light. It turned out he'd left something else, a contingency fund of $250,000. And in the video will, he clearly stated, "This is for Aaron to do with as he sees fit. If the family honors his space, he may choose to share it. If they betray him, he keeps every cent." My hands shook when Caldwell told me. "What do you want to do with it?" he asked. I didn't even need to think. Keep it. They earned their exile. Emma ended up dropping out of grad school. With legal fees piling up and a reputation now trailing her like toilet paper on a shoe, she couldn't afford tuition or the Instagram influencer lifestyle she'd been carefully cultivating. Her boyfriend dumped her when the inheritance scam hit the news. He posted a story the next day with the caption, "Dodged a bullet." My mother filed for bankruptcy 6 months later. Uncle Craig ghosted them entirely. Turns out his briefcase. Empty. His help? Hollow. When she reached out to me through a third party, asking for just enough to get back on her feet, I responded with a quote from Gramps. "Be polite. Be kind. But never be unarmed." Then I blocked the number. The house stayed mine. I remodeled Gramps' old study into a library, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, plush leather chairs, and his cane mounted above the fireplace. Every Sunday morning, I still go to that diner we loved. I sit in the same booth. I order 2 cups of coffee. One for me, one for him. I keep the second untouched. Just there. Just a reminder. It's been a year now. I'm 30, and I'm no longer invisible. When people talk about legacy, they usually mean money, land, assets. But what my grandfather left me was more than any of that. He left me clarity. He left me the courage to cut ties that were slowly strangling me. And he left me the tools to defend myself when the people who claimed to love me turned into wolves. So if you're reading this and you're the quiet one, the overlooked one, the mule pulling the weight for everyone else, let me tell you something. You are not obligated to stay loyal to people who see you as a wallet, a tool, or a stepping stone. You're allowed to protect your peace. You're allowed to walk away. And sometimes, the best revenge is living the life they said you didn't deserve. I'm living it now, and I'm not looking back. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. My name's Ryan, I'm 31, and I've always been the quiet one in the family, the fixer, the peacekeeper, the one who made sure things didn't fall apart even when no one noticed. I never minded being in the background. Growing up, my younger brother Mason was the golden child, athletic, popular, naturally charming in that effortless way that draws people to him without even trying. I was the one with the decent grades, the part-time job, and the emergency fund. He was the one with the Instagram highlights and the constant stream of validation. And honestly, I was fine with that. Until the day he made me feel invisible in front of everyone, after everything I'd done for him. Mason had just finished his business degree, barely, if I'm being honest. He coasted through college on a combination of charm, group projects, and parental excuses. Still, my parents treated it like he'd just cured cancer. They wanted to throw a graduation barbecue for him, and since they were a little tight on funds, I stepped in without hesitation. I offered to cover the food, hire a photographer, even manage the grill so everyone could enjoy themselves. I didn't do it for recognition. I did it because I thought that's what family does. I spent nearly $600 on brisket, ribs, drinks, and sides. Another $150 on a photographer that I booked last minute after Mason complained none of his friends could take good enough pictures. And I didn't mind any of it. Not at first. The morning of the barbecue, I got there early to set up. My parents were running late, as usual, and Mason hadn't even shown up yet. I dragged folding tables from the garage, wiped down the patio chairs, and unpacked the coolers by myself. By the time the guests started trickling in, I was already sweating through my shirt, flipping burgers, and trying not to burn the chicken wings. Mason strolled in almost an hour later, wearing designer sunglasses and a fake humble grin. He made a dramatic entrance like it was a movie scene, hugging people, clapping backs, handing out inside jokes like candy. When he passed by me, all he said was, "Yo, save me some of those ribs." I didn't think much of it. I figured he was just caught up in the moment. But as the afternoon wore on, the pattern became harder to ignore. Every time someone asked who planned the event, my mom would gush about how she and Mason really pulled it together. My dad told someone I was just helping out a bit. I smiled through it. I kept grilling. I handed out plates and refilled drinks and picked up empty cans while everyone else laughed in the shade. But the moment that really stuck with me, burned into my memory like a brand, came later, when the photographer was lining everyone up for a group shot. I had just brought out a second tray of chicken and wiped my hands on a towel when I asked Mason, "Hey, where should I stand?" He didn't even hesitate. He turned to me, grinned like he was being clever, and said, "Somewhere out of frame. This day isn't about you." I didn't say anything. I didn't even blink. But the second he turned away, I felt something shift in me. My stomach dropped, not from surprise, but from clarity. That line wasn't just a joke. It wasn't just an offhand comment. It was a reveal. That's how they all saw me. A background character. A utility. Someone useful, but not worth acknowledging once the job was done. And when I looked over at my parents, who were laughing along like it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard, I felt something harden in my chest. I finished grilling in silence. I didn't eat a bite. I made sure the trash was bagged, the coolers were closed, and the leftovers were packed neatly into the fridge. When people started leaving, I stood off to the side. No one really said goodbye to me. Not even Mason. He was too busy posing with friends, making sure his new haircut caught the light just right. My parents waved me off like a caterer they didn't plan to tip. And I drove home that night in a kind of quiet fury I hadn't felt in years. Here's the thing nobody knew. Mason's been living in an apartment I leased under my name. 6 months ago, when he claimed he needed a fresh start, but didn't have the credit or the funds to get approved, I co-signed for him. More than that, I've been covering half the rent every month without telling anyone. I figured it was temporary. I figured once he got a job after graduation, he'd start taking over. But the truth? He never even tried. I checked the rental portal a week before the barbecue. He hadn't logged in once. Not even to see what the balance was. And I never told him, because I thought he'd feel ashamed. I thought he'd want to prove himself. That night, when I got home, I logged in and unlinked my account. Then I messaged the leasing office and informed them that I'd be removing myself from the lease at the end of the month. I gave them Mason's contact info and told them to reach out directly going forward. I didn't tell Mason. I didn't tell anyone. I just waited. For days later, I saw him post a selfie at a rooftop bar with the caption, "Finally done with school, time to enjoy life, #blessed." 2 days after that, the first text came in. He texted, "Yo bro, rent's acting weird. Site won't load. Can you check?" I didn't reply. He texted again, "Bro? Hello? Did I got a notice from the complex about missing rent and lease stuff? What's going on?" Still, I said nothing. Then this morning, I woke up to the message that made me sit up in bed and read it twice. Mason texted, "Bro, please. I've got nowhere to go." And that's where things get interesting. I stared at that message for a long time. Nowhere to go. The words felt surreal coming from him. Mason, the one who always landed on his feet, who always had someone cleaning up behind him, covering for him, forgiving him. He wasn't used to consequences. He was used to getting away with things because someone like me would sweep in and patch it all up before anything truly fell apart. I didn't reply. I got up, made coffee, and sat on my small balcony, watching the city wake up while my phone buzzed beside me like a broken alarm clock. I watched as message after message came through. First Mason again, then Mom, then Dad. Mason texted, "Can we talk? Please." Mom texted, "Ryan, I heard Mason's having a bit of trouble. Could you be a dear and help him out just until he gets back on his feet?" Dad texted, "You know your brother's not great with finances. Why would you just drop this on him out of nowhere? That one made me laugh. Drop this on him? Like I hadn't been carrying it for 6 months. Like I hadn't silently paid his way, protected his pride, and stood by while they ignored it all. Like the money just floated in from nowhere and landed in his rent account. I didn't reply to any of them. Not yet. Instead, I thought back to a very specific moment about 2 years ago, just before Mason moved into his college apartment. We were sitting on the curb outside my place, splitting a cheap pizza, and he had just failed another internship interview because he forgot to show up. I'd asked him what his plan was, and he just laughed and said, "Come on, man. You know I always land on my feet. Worst case, I'll just crash with you." That moment had stuck with me, not because of what he said, but because of how easily he said it. He didn't ask. He knew. He counted on me always being there, no matter how little effort he put in. And at the time, I'd accepted it. I thought that was my role in the family, the net under the tightrope. The guy who doesn't get invited into the frame, but still props up the show from behind the scenes. But now, something had shifted. That cookout had peeled back the final layer. I didn't want revenge, not really. I didn't want to hurt him. I just didn't want to play that role anymore. Not when it cost me peace, self-respect, and thousands of dollars no one even noticed leaving my account. By Thursday, the messages had turned from confusion to desperation. Mason texted, "They're saying I've got till the 1st. Bro, I don't have it. I really need your help. Can we just talk? Please. I messed up." Mom texted, "Ryan, this isn't like you. You've always been the one we could count on." Dad texted, "Let's not make this a big deal. Just get things sorted so your brother doesn't end up on the street." That last part made me pause. Not because I cared about Dad's usual dismissiveness, but because of how casually he wrote it. Just get things sorted. Like that's all I was, some behind-the-scenes fixer sent to keep Mason's life smooth. That night, I finally responded, but not to them. I logged into the shared Google Drive folder where Mason had kept his graduation photos, the ones taken by the photographer I'd hired. The ones where he stood surrounded by friends, smiling in front of the backyard balloons I'd inflated, the food I'd grilled, the decorations I'd set up. I went through the folder carefully, picked out a dozen of the best shots, and edited them lightly to add a simple caption at the bottom of each, photographed and funded by the guy told to stand out of frame. Then I made a new folder, uploaded them, and set the sharing permissions to public. I copied the link and sent it in a group text to Mason, my parents, and, why not, a few extended family members who'd been at the party. I said, just wanted to make sure everyone remembered who made that day possible. Since I was told to stay out of frame, I didn't say anything else. It didn't take long for my phone to ring. First it was Mason, then Mom, then Dad. I let every call go to voicemail. I wasn't interested in hearing their justifications or guilt trips. I wasn't looking for an apology either, not anymore. I just wanted them to sit with it, to feel that little pang of discomfort, that small spark of maybe we were wrong. That weekend, I took a long drive out of the city, rented a small Airbnb cabin up in the hills, and unplugged. No signal, no messages, just quiet. I left my phone face down and let the world figure itself out. When I got back on Monday, there were 15 missed calls from Mason, 4 from Mom, 2 from Dad, and 1 new message from an unknown number. "Is this Ryan? Mason listed you as an emergency contact. I'm the leasing manager for his building. We're trying to work out a payment plan before next week. Would you be willing to discuss options?" I read that one 3 times before finally turning off the screen. They'd all made it so clear that I wasn't supposed to be part of the picture. So I finally listened. The next day, I got a call at work from a number I didn't recognize. Normally, I don't answer unknown calls, but something in my gut told me to pick this one up. Sure enough, it was Mason. Not from his usual number. He must have borrowed someone's phone, but his voice was unmistakable. Panicked, brittle, and laced with just enough charm to try and slip past the consequences clawing at his heels. "Bro," he said without preamble. "Please. I know you're mad. I get it. What I said was out of line. It was just a joke, okay?" Everyone was laughing, and I didn't mean to. I didn't say anything. He continued, rushing now, trying to fill the silence. "Look, I got the notice. I've got until the 1st. They're saying if I don't pay, they're gonna start the eviction. I'm trying to figure it out, I really am, but man, I'm underwater here. I just need a little more time. Just help me with this one last month, and then I swear." "You smirked at me," I said quietly, cutting him off. "Like I was in your way." There was a pause on the other end. A long one. "Mason," I said, letting his name settle like a weight. "Do you even remember who paid the deposit for that place?" Another pause. You did. Do you remember who's been covering the rent every other month while you partied and posted photos about living your best life? Yeah. No, you don't. Because if you really remembered, you wouldn't have opened your mouth at that barbecue. You wouldn't have let mom and dad laugh along like I was the help. You wouldn't have deleted me from the story while standing in the middle of everything I built for you. His voice cracked slightly. I said I was sorry. No, you said you didn't mean it. That's not the same. I could hear him breathing, trying to find the right combination of words that would unlock the old dynamic. The one where I'd cave, make it all better, and pretend nothing ever happened. But I wasn't that version of myself anymore. This isn't about rent, Mason. It's about respect. And you didn't just forget to show it. You went out of your way to humiliate me in front of everyone. And now that the consequences are finally catching up, you're calling me from someone else's phone hoping I'll swoop in and save you. His voice dropped. So what? You're just gonna let them kick me out? I didn't answer right away. I wanted him to sit with the question. Really sit with it. You were given every opportunity to stand on your own, I said finally. I covered for you. Silently. I didn't shame you. I didn't throw it in your face. I let you build a life on support you didn't even realize you were getting. And the first time I asked for something as small as a seat at your celebration, you told me to stay out of frame. Silence. Then, bro, where am I supposed to go? It wasn't mocking anymore. It wasn't arrogant. It was raw. And part of me, the part that had always wanted to be needed, almost softened. Almost. I don't know, I said calmly. Maybe somewhere you don't smirk at the person holding the camera. And then I hung up. That same night, the group chat with my parents and Mason lit up. First came the blame. Mom texted, Ryan, that was cruel. He's your brother. Dad texted, you've made your point, okay? Now stop playing games and help him. This is what family does. Mom texted, how can you be so cold? He looked up to you. That last message made me pause. He looked up to you. No, he didn't. He looked past me. I didn't reply. Instead, I opened a private album on my phone I'd been building quietly over the last 6 months. Screenshots of the rent payments, invoices from the barbecue, the photographer's contract, grocery receipts. I wasn't planning to use them, but I'd kept them as a way of reminding myself I wasn't imagining things, that I had done more than they ever noticed. Then I sent a single message to the group. Respect isn't something you ask for only when you need help. If you can't give it in public, don't ask for support in private. Then I left the group chat. The fallout came in waves. My aunt texted me 2 days later, saying she heard Mason was couch hopping and asked what happened. I told her the truth. Not with bitterness, just facts. She went quiet after that. My sister, who had always been the quiet observer in the family, sent me a single message later that week. I saw what they did at the barbecue. You didn't deserve that. It was the first time anyone had acknowledged it. As for Mason, I heard through the grapevine that he'd moved back in with a college friend temporarily, sleeping on a futon in a cramped living room. His social media went quiet. No more rooftop bars. No more humble brag captions. Just silence. But the silence didn't bother me. For the first time in years, it felt peaceful. What they didn't realize, what Mason didn't realize, was that I never needed praise. I never needed a standing ovation. I just wanted to be treated like a person. Like a brother. Like someone who mattered. Instead, they made sure I stayed out of frame. And now? They're finally learning what it feels like when the person out of frame quietly steps away from the camera, along with the hands that were holding everything together. But that wasn't even the final blow. And what I did next? Well, let's just say, they won't forget it anytime soon. I waited a full 2 weeks before making my next move. It wasn't out of spite, it was out of intention. I wanted Mason to sit with the discomfort. I wanted my parents to feel the weight of what they'd dismissed so casually. Sometimes, silence delivers a sharper blow than shouting ever could. I hadn't blocked any of them. I didn't need to. They knew I was there. They knew I was watching. But I wanted them to truly grasp that I was no longer the man in the background holding the strings together. I wasn't their fixer anymore. And when they realized that, really realized it, they'd either learn or they'd unravel. That's when the email came. It was from Mason's landlord, the same leasing manager who had reached out earlier. This time it was official. Mason's rent had not been paid, and the 3-day notice had expired. They were proceeding with formal eviction filings unless payment was received in full within 72 hours. Normally, this would have triggered me into motion. I would have called the leasing office, negotiated some deal, paid a chunk of the balance, and told Mason he owed me later. That had always been our unspoken pattern. But not this time. Instead, I replied with a short message. I am no longer financially involved in this lease. Please direct all further communication to the listed tenant. That same day, I got a call from my dad. I let it ring out. Then another from my mom. Voicemail. Her voice sounded tired. Not angry, tired. Ryan, this has gone far enough. He's your brother. This isn't who you are. You've always been the good one, the generous one. We don't understand why you're doing this. Please call us. There it was again, that same backhanded flattery. The good one. Code for the one who keeps swallowing the pain quietly and shows up anyway. I stared at my phone for a moment, then opened my contacts and did something I should have done years ago. I renamed both Mom and Dad and my phone to their actual names. Not as an act of cruelty, but as a quiet boundary. A reminder to myself that respect had to be mutual to mean anything. 3 days later, the eviction went through. Mason was officially removed from the apartment. He didn't reach out right away. I think his pride had to bleed out a little first. But then, on a Sunday afternoon, I heard a knock at my door. I opened it slowly, and there he was, hood up, bag slung over his shoulder, duffel dragging at his feet. He looked different. Not physically, emotionally. Like someone who'd finally had to face the fact that the world didn't owe him a safety net. Can I come in? He asked, not making eye contact. I stepped aside and let him in. He stood in my hallway, not moving any further, like he didn't know if he was welcome past that point. I'm not here to make excuses, he said, his voice softer than I'd ever heard it. I didn't realize how much I took for granted. I thought you liked being the guy behind the scenes. I thought it didn't bother you. That you were just, solid. The one we could lean on. You never asked what it cost me, I said. He nodded slowly. I know that now. There was a long pause between us. He looked older in that moment, not by years, but by something deeper. A kind of weathering that only comes from finally being told no, after a lifetime of getting fine. I'll take care of it. I'll figure something out, he said. I just needed to say that to your face. I messed up. I was selfish. And I'm sorry. I didn't rush to fill the silence. I let it breathe. You've got a place to stay for 2 nights, I said finally. After that, I expect you to have a plan. You're not staying here for free, and you're not using me as a crutch. His shoulders slumped in relief, even though I hadn't given him much. That alone told me how low he'd fallen. He spent those 2 nights on my couch. We didn't talk much. I made dinner, he helped wash dishes. There were no deep heart-to-hearts. Just a quiet, awkward peace between 2 brothers finally seeing each other clearly for the first time. On the second night, he came to me with a piece of paper. It was a printed job application for a logistics coordinator role at a shipping company I used to contract with. Not glamorous, but steady. I don't have a car, he said, but I can take the bus. They're hiring immediately. If I can get this and stick with it, I can save up. Get back on my feet. I nodded. That's a start. He left the next morning, backpack slung over his shoulder again. I gave him $20 for the bus, not out of pity, but out of hope. Hope that maybe, just maybe, this time he'd walk his own path instead of riding on mine. A few weeks passed. Then one evening, I got a text. Mason, got the job. First paycheck comes Friday. I'm not gonna mess this up. I didn't reply right away, but I smiled. Just a little. It wasn't forgiveness. Not yet. But it was a beginning. As for my parents, we didn't speak for nearly 2 months. They kept trying texting, calling, even sending a card for my birthday. But I didn't respond. I needed the space. I needed them to sit with the silence I had endured for years. Eventually, I agreed to meet them for dinner. I set the location. I picked the time. And when I arrived, I didn't rush to greet them. I let them see what it looked like when the one they always counted on finally made himself the priority. We had a long talk. There were apologies. There were justifications too, but I didn't let them stand. I made it clear that things would be different now, that I wouldn't tolerate being the invisible backbone of the family anymore. If they wanted me in their lives, they'd have to treat me like more than just the quiet one who always shows up. They agreed. Whether they meant it, only time will tell. But I left that dinner feeling lighter. Because for once, I wasn't standing in the background. I wasn't holding the camera. I wasn't paying the bill quietly while everyone else smiled for the photo. I was finally in the frame. And this time, I made sure everyone saw. My name is Emily, and I'm 32 years old. For the past 4 years, I've been married to a man I thought was my partner, someone who would always have my back. But as time went on, I realized I wasn't just married to him. I was married to his entire family. And they had made it very clear that I was nothing more than an outsider. It wasn't always this bad. When we first got together, his mom, Linda, was sweet, almost too sweet. She'd fawn over me, call me such a catch, and tell everyone how lucky her son was. At first, I thought she was just being welcoming, but looking back, I think she was trying to size me up, trying to figure out what she could get out of me. You see, I come from money. Not the flashy, brag about it kind, but the kind where I've never had to worry about making rent, and vacations were always in places with white sand and five-star resorts. I never led with that. I worked hard, made my own career, and never relied on my family's wealth. But the moment Linda found out, everything changed. Suddenly, I wasn't just Emily. I was rich Emily. She started making little comments. At first, they were small, like, "Oh, you probably don't know how to cook since you grew up with chefs," or, "I bet you don't even have to budget." Huh? But over time, the resentment in her voice became less subtle. "I can't imagine what my son sees in someone so spoiled," she said once. I laughed it off, thinking she was just messing around, but I should have known better. Her attitude rubbed off on my husband, Daniel. He wasn't like that when we first met. He was kind, independent, ambitious. But the longer we were together, the more I noticed how easily he let his mother's opinions seep into his own thoughts. He'd roll his eyes when I ordered something expensive at a restaurant, even though I was the one paying. He'd scoff when I talked about my job, acting like my success was just handed to me. And then, the worst part, he started making me feel guilty for not sharing more of my wealth with his family. At first, it was small. His parents were struggling with their mortgage, and he asked if I could help them out. I didn't even think twice. I covered it. Then, it became a regular thing. They needed new appliances, then a new car, then money for emergencies that never really felt like emergencies. And every time, Linda acted like I owed them. I started feeling less like a wife and more like an ATM. Things reached a breaking point a few months ago. I was exhausted from carrying so much of the financial weight in our marriage. I tried to talk to Daniel about it, but he just brushed me off. "You have so much, Em," he said one night. "Why does it even matter?" That's when I realized something. It didn't matter to him because he didn't see me as an equal partner. He saw me as a resource. I started pulling back, quietly preparing my exit. I stopped paying for things, let the bills pile up in his name. I wanted to see how long it would take before he realized that I wasn't just some endless supply of money. He didn't even notice, at least, not right away. But Linda did. Which brings me to Christmas. Every year, we go to his parents' house. It's never a pleasant experience for me, but I go because I don't want to deal with the fallout of skipping it. This year, though, things felt different. There was a smugness to Linda, a little too much glee in her voice when she greeted me at the door. The house was decorated beautifully, the smell of cinnamon and pine in the air, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Dinner was the usual passive-aggressive nightmare. Linda made a point to mention how hard times had hit their family, throwing a pointed glance at me, as if my decision to stop funding their lifestyle was some personal attack. Daniel barely spoke to me the whole night, too busy talking with his dad and brother, as if I wasn't even there. Then, after dinner, it was time for gifts. I sat on the couch, watching as presents were passed around. Linda handed a beautifully wrapped box to Daniel, another to his brother, one to her husband, one to her daughter-in-law. Even the grandkids got a stack of gifts. The room was filled with the sound of tearing paper and excited laughter. I waited, and then I noticed something. There was nothing for me. Linda must have seen the realization on my face, because she smiled. A slow, satisfied smile, the kind a cat gives before it pounces on a wounded bird. "Oh dear," she said, voice dripping with false concern. "Did we forget someone?" Daniel chuckled beside me. He wasn't even trying to hide it. I felt a slow burn in my chest. I wasn't angry about the gifts. I didn't need anything from these people. But the sheer audacity of it, the deliberate, calculated cruelty, was something else. They wanted to humiliate me. They wanted me to feel small. I looked at Linda, matching her smile. "That's okay," I said, my voice light. "I didn't forget about you." Her smile faltered just a little. I reached into my bag and pulled out a small envelope. It wasn't much, just a single slip of paper inside. But as I handed it to her, I saw the first flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. She hesitated before taking it. And when she opened it, when she realized exactly what I'd given her, her face drained of color. I leaned back in my seat, enjoying the silence that fell over the room. Linda opened her mouth, but no words came out. Daniel peered over her shoulder, his eyes scanning the paper. The moment he understood, His expression shifted, his smugness vanishing in an instant. The rest of the family, still caught up in their gifts, hadn't noticed the shift yet. But they would, because this wasn't just some last-minute Christmas present. This was something I had been preparing for weeks. Something that was about to change everything. And I was going to enjoy every second of it. Linda's fingers tightened around the paper, her knuckles going white. Her mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. I could practically see the gears turning in her head, scrambling for a way to twist this, to regain control. Daniel, sitting beside her, was quicker. His head snapped toward me, his voice coming out in a harsh whisper. "Emily, what is this?" I just smiled, taking a slow sip from my glass. "Oh, you haven't figured it out yet?" I tilted my head, feigning concern. "It's a notice, Daniel. A rather important one." Linda's hands were shaking now as she reread the paper, her eyes darting across the words like she could somehow will them to change. But they wouldn't, because what she held in her hands was a formal notice from the bank. Effective immediately, the mortgage payments on their home, the ones I had been covering for the past 3 years, were no longer being paid. Linda sucked in a breath, her gaze snapping up to me. "You can't do this," she hissed. I raised an eyebrow. "I can." And I did. The color in her face went from ghostly pale to a deep, blotchy red. She looked ready to explode, but I wasn't finished. "You see, Linda," I continued, my voice light and almost amused, "for years, I've been paying for this house. Your house. Out of my own pocket. And you never even had the decency to thank me for it. No, instead, you spent that time mocking me, belittling me, and treating me like I was nothing more than a walking wallet." I took another sip of my drink, savoring the tension in the air. "So I decided to give you a real gift this year. Responsibility." The room had gone eerily silent. Daniel looked between me and his mother, his hands curling into fists. "You're overreacting," he said through gritted teeth. "This is petty, Emily." "Petty?" I let out a small laugh. "You mean like deliberately excluding me from Christmas? Like making sure I was the only one sitting here without a gift while you all laughed about it?" I set my glass down and met his gaze head on. "No, Daniel. This isn't petty. This is fair." Linda let out a sharp, bitter laugh. "You think this makes you look good? You think this makes you the bigger person?" She shook the paper in her hand like that would somehow undo it. "You're just proving what we always knew. You're selfish." I sighed dramatically. "Ah, yes, the rich girl is selfish for not endlessly funding her in-laws. How tragic." I leaned forward slightly. "Here's the thing, Linda. I don't owe you anything. I never did. But I gave, and I gave, and I gave anyway. And instead of gratitude, I got sneers. So forgive me if I'm fresh out of generosity. You can't just stop paying," she snapped, her voice rising in desperation. I smiled again. "Oh, but I can. The mortgage was in my name, remember?" I shrugged. "You'll have to figure things out on your own now. I suggest you start looking at job listings." Her mouth fell open. The reality of it was finally sinking in. For years, they had lived comfortably under the illusion that my money would always be there to catch them, that I would always be there to fix their problems. Not anymore. Daniel stood up abruptly, towering over me, his face twisted in frustration. "You're being ridiculous, Emily. This affects me too." I tilted my head. "Yes, it does." My voice was calm, but my heart was racing. "But you made your choice. You let them treat me like garbage, and you laughed right along with them. So now you can all deal with the consequences together." His jaw clenched. "We're married. For now." That shut him up. Linda, still clutching the paper like a lifeline, finally seemed to realize that screaming at me wouldn't fix this. She turned to Daniel, her voice trembling. "You have to fix this," she whispered. "Talk to her. Make her change her mind." Daniel hesitated, looking at me with something that almost resembled pleading. "Emily, let's just talk about this later, okay?" I let out a breathy laugh. "Oh, Daniel, there is no later." I stood up, grabbing my purse. "Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you enjoy your gifts." And with that, I walked out the door, leaving them to sit in their perfect little holiday scene, except now, the reality of what I had just done was settling over them like a storm cloud. For the first time, they were going to have to face the world without my money. And that, I thought as I stepped out into the cold night air, was the best Christmas present I could have ever given myself. As I stepped outside, the crisp winter air hit me like a refreshing slap. It was freeing, liberating, almost poetic. Behind me, I could still hear the muffled chaos unfolding in the house, Linda's shrill voice, Daniel's panicked attempts to calm her down, the general hum of a Christmas celebration gone horribly wrong. I smiled. Merry Christmas to me. Sliding into my car, I took a deep breath. The weight I hadn't even realized I was carrying suddenly felt lighter. But I knew this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Linda wasn't the type to let go of her golden goose without a fight, and Daniel, well, he had been under her thumb for so long, I wasn't sure he even knew how to think for himself anymore. Sure enough, before I even had a chance to pull out of the driveway, my phone started buzzing. Daniel. I ignored it. Then came the texts. Danny texted all. Emily, come back inside. We need to talk. This isn't funny. You're ruining Christmas. We can fix this. Just stop being dramatic. Are you seriously leaving over a few presents? I let out a short, humorless laugh. A few presents. That was rich. Before I could even put my car in drive, a shadow moved across my windshield. My stomach twisted as I realized who it was. Linda. She was standing directly in front of my car, arms crossed, a look of pure, unfiltered rage twisting her face. The cold wind whipped at her perfectly styled hair, but she didn't seem to care. She was on a mission. I rolled down my window just slightly. Move, Linda. She took a step closer. We need to talk. I sighed, already regretting this. I think we've talked enough for one night. Her lips curled into something that was supposed to be a smile but looked more like a baring of teeth. I don't think you understand what you're doing here, sweetie. Ah, there it was. Sweetie. That condescending little nickname she had used for me since the day I married her son. It had never been affectionate, only ever a thinly veiled way of reminding me that, in her eyes, I was beneath her. I stared at her, unmoved. Oh, I understand perfectly. Her fake smile wavered. Do you really? Because this house, this family, this is Daniel's life. Which means it's your life too. You're not just punishing me, you're punishing him. I tilted my head. And her nostrils flared. And she repeated, like she couldn't believe I wasn't immediately crumbling under her words. You're going to ruin everything over a little holiday drama? I let out a small laugh. Linda, this isn't about Christmas presents. It never was. This is about respect. Something you've never given me. She scoffed. Respect? You're leaving your husband and his family out in the cold over money. That's not respect, that's selfishness. I shook my head, my patience running dangerously low. No, what's selfish is expecting me to bankroll your life while you mock me behind my back. What's selfish is laughing while I sit there humiliated on Christmas morning. I leaned slightly out of the window, my voice sharp as ice. So tell me, Linda, where was your respect? For the first time, she hesitated. I could see the wheels turning in her head, scrambling for another angle, another way to manipulate me. But I was done playing her games. I put my hand on the gear shift. Now, if you don't mind, I'd really like to go home. Her face hardened. This isn't over. I smiled. Oh, I'm counting on that. With that, I rolled up my window and revved my engine just enough to make my point. She finally stepped aside, her lips pressed into a thin line. I didn't look back as I pulled out of the driveway. But even as I drove away, I knew Linda wasn't going to take this loss lightly. No, she was going to fight. And I was ready for her. I arrived home just before midnight, the house feeling eerily quiet. The holiday lights I'd left up looked strange now, almost mocking. It had been the kind of Christmas where you couldn't wait to be over, but here I was, alone. For the first time in years, the thought of being alone didn't feel so bad. I tossed my coat on the chair and kicked off my boots. Pouring myself a drink, I sank into the couch, finally allowing myself to feel something other than the frustration that had been building up for months. The front door slammed just as I was about to take a sip, and my stomach dropped. I knew who it was. Daniel. He stormed into the living room, his face red with anger. Emily, what is your problem? His voice was shaking with a mixture of rage and frustration. I looked up from my glass, taking a slow, deliberate sip before setting it down. I think the problem is pretty clear, Daniel. He ran a hand through his hair, pacing back and forth in front of me. You really think this was the right move? You embarrassed me, embarrassed us, in front of my family. His voice was rising with each word. You're seriously just going to walk out like that? I raised an eyebrow. You're mad because I walked out? Or are you mad because I wasn't the one being humiliated? That hit harder than I expected. Daniel's jaw clenched, his eyes flashing with a mix of hurt and anger. This isn't about you, Emily. This is about us. About me. I need you to understand that. You think I want to be stuck in the middle of all this? You think I want to choose between you and my mother? I stood up, my calmness betraying the storm inside me. You chose her a long time ago, Daniel. Every time you laughed with her, Every time you looked the other way, you chose her. He shook his head, his eyes desperate. That's not fair. She's my mother. Exactly. And you've let her run your life. For years, I've been nothing more than the person who pays the bills while you're caught up in her drama. Do you know how humiliating that is? He took a step toward me, his face softening for just a second. I didn't mean for things to get like this, Emily. But this is my family. I can't just cut them out. I laughed bitterly. You can't just cut them out? You can't? I've been paying your mother's mortgage for the last 3 years, Daniel. But the second I ask for a little respect, you tell me I'm being unreasonable. Who's the one being selfish now? He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and ran his hand through his hair again. You know I never wanted this. I never asked you to pay for everything. But you just kept doing it, and now you're acting like I'm the one who asked for it. The words hit harder than I wanted them to. You didn't ask for it, Daniel. But you sure didn't stop it. You didn't step in when she insulted me, or when she made me feel like I was nothing more than a charity case. I let out a shaky breath, my heart pounding in my chest. And now you want me to feel sorry for you? Daniel stood there, silent, his shoulders slumped as if the weight of everything we'd been avoiding for so long had suddenly hit him. But then he shook his head again, almost like he was trying to shake off the reality of it all. I don't know what you want from me, Emily. I don't know how to fix this. I looked at him, really looked at him for the first time in a long time. His face, the face I'd once loved, was now clouded with confusion and exhaustion. But I was done making excuses for him. What I want, I said slowly, is for you to choose me. For once. But you can't, can you? You're too busy trying to please your mother, trying to play the victim in all of this. I don't want to be the victim, he muttered, his voice low. But I don't know what else to do. Everything's falling apart, Emily. I shook my head. No, you are falling apart. This was never about me and you, Daniel. This was about you not being able to stand up for yourself. You let her take control of everything, and now you're blaming me for it. He took a deep breath, like he was trying to calm himself down. But I could see the frustration bubbling just beneath the surface. Maybe we should just take a break, he said, almost under his breath. My heart twisted in a way I didn't expect. It stung, but I held my ground. A break. I repeated. You think that's what we need? A break? I've been living in a constant state of break for years, Daniel. And now you're telling me we need more time apart to figure it out? Maybe we do, he shot back. Maybe I need space to breathe, to think. I let out a harsh laugh, stepping back. You know what? Maybe that's for the best. Because if you need time to figure out if you want to stand by me or stay under your mother's thumb, then we're already done. His face softened, but it was too late. The damage had been done. Emily, please don't. But I wasn't listening anymore. I turned away, my eyes burning with unshed tears. Merry Christmas, Daniel, I said coldly, before walking up the stairs and into the bedroom. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it, taking in shaky breaths. I knew this wasn't the end, not by a long shot, but it felt like a turning point, like I had finally taken control of my life. Finally. And no matter what happened next, I wouldn't be the one to back down. Not this time. It's been a few months since that night. A lot has changed since Daniel and I had that fight. I honestly thought it would be the end of everything of him, of his family, of the life we'd built. But as time passed, I realized I was more relieved than I expected. At first, it was hard. I'll admit, I had doubts. I kept replaying everything in my head, wondering if I had made the wrong decision. The truth is, leaving him felt like giving up, but staying felt like giving in. It wasn't just about him anymore. It was about his mother and the years of toxic behavior I'd been blindly accepting. I thought I could ignore it, push it down, make excuses. But now, I see how unhealthy it all was. Daniel tried reaching out a few times in those early weeks, sending texts and even calling. At first, I ignored him. Then, one day, I thought I'd at least hear him out. We met at a cafe. He looked tired, worn out, and the usual spark in his eyes was gone. He was like a shadow of the man I once knew. But the thing that struck me the most was how much he looked like he wanted me to fix everything. I could see it in his face, the helplessness, the desperation. But I didn't feel the need to fix him anymore. Emily, I'm sorry, he started, his voice shaky. I should have stood up for you. I should have put you first. But my mom, she's always been so overwhelming. I didn't know how to deal with it. I took a slow breath. Daniel, I'm not mad at you anymore. I'm just tired. I'm tired of pretending everything was fine when I was the one doing all the heavy lifting. I was paying for your family's house, covering the bills, while you let her treat me like dirt. He looked like he wanted to interrupt, but I kept talking. And you kept laughing at me with her. It wasn't a joke anymore. You were complicit, and you let me feel small in my own home. Do you know what that feels like? To be the one who's always giving, always sacrificing, while no one even sees it. He swallowed hard, his eyes glistening with something close to regret. I never meant for it to be that way, Em. I thought I was doing the right thing, trying to keep the peace. But I see now that I was just letting you down. I nodded slowly, watching his face crumble under the weight of my words. You were, Daniel. You were. We sat in silence for a moment, and I could see him struggling to find the right words. But the truth was, I didn't need to hear them anymore. I wasn't looking for an apology. I was looking for something that wasn't there. Change. I'm not coming back, I finally said, my voice firm. I'm done with all of it. Done with you, done with your family. I don't need their approval to be happy. He opened his mouth like he was going to say something, but then stopped himself. Instead, he just nodded, the reality of it sinking in. Since then, I've had the space to finally breathe, really breathe. The weight on my chest that I'd carried for so long was finally lifted. I had time to focus on myself, on what I really wanted. I started spending more time with friends who supported me, people who made me feel good about myself. And as for Daniel, I haven't heard from him much. A couple of text messages here and there, but no real attempt to rekindle anything. I don't think he knows how to fix things, or maybe he's just too wrapped up in his own mess to see it clearly. But I've realized something important during all of this. I don't need to fix him. I don't need to carry the burden of his family's toxicity anymore. And if he's not willing to change, then I can't force it. I don't care how much he regrets it. I don't care how sorry he is. I don't owe him anything. It's funny, really. All these years, I thought I was the problem. But now I see that the problem wasn't me, it was them. Daniel, his mom, that whole family. They took, and I gave. I thought it was love. But love doesn't make you feel small. It doesn't make you feel invisible. And it sure doesn't make you feel like an afterthought. As for the mortgage, I'm no longer paying it. The bank came knocking on their door a few months ago, and Daniel called me, asking if I could step in again. I said no. I didn't even give him a reason. It wasn't about the money, it was about the principle. They had to figure it out on their own. And it wasn't easy, but it's not my problem anymore. What's left now is mine to rebuild. And I'll do it on my own terms. I'm Dean, I'm 34, and for the past 5 years, I've basically been my parents' unpaid accountant, handyman, and emotional support system all rolled into one. Rent, electricity, internet, even that fancy coffee machine my mom swore she needed for her blood pressure. Yeah, I paid for it all. I didn't mind at first. They were my parents, after all. They'd raised me, sacrificed for me. And when they hit a rough patch after my dad got laid off, it felt natural to step up. I just didn't realize stepping up meant I'd end up carrying everyone, especially my sister, Emily, on my back. Emily is 29 and allergic to effort. She's one of those people who somehow turns every situation into someone else's problem. No job ever treats her right. No apartment is in the right energy zone. And no boyfriend ever understands her artistic soul. My parents call her their sensitive one. I call her what she is, comfortable. She's lived at home since college and has never once paid a bill. But to hear my mom tell it, Emily just needs time to figure herself out. It's been nearly a decade. At this point, she could have figured herself out, written a book about it, and had it adapted into a movie. Meanwhile, I got married, had a daughter named Lily, and bought a small house across town. I work as an HVAC technician, good, steady job, but it's not exactly glamorous. Still, every month, I'd wire money to my parents to cover their utilities, groceries, and whatever emergencies popped up. The thing is, the emergencies were constant. The water heater broke, the roof leaked, Mom's car needed new tires, Dad's prescription wasn't covered. It never stopped. And they always had this way of asking that made it sound like I was the only one who could help. Dean, honey, we wouldn't ask if it wasn't serious, my mom would say, voice trembling just enough to make me feel guilty for hesitating. Or my dad, who'd sigh into the phone. You know how hard it's been since the plant closed. You're the only one doing well right now. Doing well. That phrase became their favorite justification. It didn't matter that I had a mortgage, a toddler, and student loans of my own. I was doing well, so I could handle it. And every time I told myself I'd say no next time, I'd cave anyway. It wasn't until about a year ago that my wife, Claire, started getting frustrated. Dean, she said one night after I sent another payment, This isn't sustainable. You've got to stop being their safety net. It's not your job to fund their lifestyle. I wanted to defend them, but deep down, I knew she was right. Still, how do you just stop? I told her I'd slow it down, help them only when necessary. Except necessary was a moving target. The dynamic became routine. Emily lounging at home, Mom bragging to her friends about her wonderful son who takes care of everything, and me juggling bills like some kind of financial contortionist. Then, a few months ago, my parents called me over for dinner. That alone was rare. They usually asked for help, not offered hospitality. So I went, thinking maybe they had good news. When I walked in, the house looked the same as always, cluttered, cozy in that we never throw anything away kind of way. Emily was on the couch watching a show on her tablet, and Mom was stirring something on the stove. "Hey, stranger," she said brightly. "We haven't seen you in forever." Forever was an exaggeration. I'd fixed their washing machine 2 weeks earlier, but I smiled anyway. "Work's been crazy. How's everyone doing?" Dad came in from the garage, wiping his hands on a rag. "Better now that you're here. We were actually hoping to talk to you about something." And there it was. The tone. That "we were hoping" preamble that always led to a request. I felt my shoulders tense, but sat down anyway. Dad cleared his throat. "You know your sister's been having a hard time lately." I glanced at Emily. She didn't even look up from her screen. "Uh-huh. Well, she's been thinking about taking some time to focus on her art full-time. Paint, maybe start a YouTube channel. But to do that, she'd need a little cushion." I stared at him. "A cushion?" Mom jumped in. "Just a small loan, honey. You know she'll pay it back when her channel takes off." I almost laughed. Emily couldn't hold a job for more than 3 weeks, but sure, her imaginary art channel would be the exception. "Mom, Dad, I can't keep sending money like this. I've got my own family to take care of." Mom's smile faltered. "Oh, of course, we understand. It's just, you've always been so generous." "Generous doesn't mean bottomless," I said quietly. Emily finally chimed in without looking away from her tablet. "Wow, Dean, nobody's asking you to save the world. It's just a few $100. That was the first time I ever heard her use that tone with me, dripping with entitlement, like I was being unreasonable for setting a boundary. I didn't respond. I just stood up, thanked them for dinner, and went home. For the next couple of months, I kept my distance. I stopped sending money unless it was for something genuinely urgent, and even then, I asked questions. I thought maybe they'd get the hint. They didn't. Instead, they started guilt-tripping me in more subtle ways. My mom would post on Facebook about how families should always take care of each other, or Dad would make comments like, "Not everyone remembers where they came from." It was exhausting. Then came the night everything cracked. Lily's 5th birthday was coming up, and Claire had planned a little sleepover for her and 2 of her friends. I'd promised to help, but worked through a wrench in the plan when my coworker called out sick. I was scheduled for an overnight emergency repair across town, something I couldn't skip without risking my job. Claire looked panicked. "Dean, I can handle most of it, but what about Lily? She's going to be up early, and I'll be dead tired. Maybe your parents could take her just for the night." It seemed reasonable. My parents adored Lily, or at least, they always said they did. So I called. Mom picked up, her usual cheerful tone in place. "Hey, sweetheart. What's up?" "Hey, Mom. I was wondering if you and Dad could watch Lily tomorrow night. Just overnight. I've got a work thing, and Claire's hosting a sleepover for her friends' kids." There was a pause, then a laugh. "Oh, Dean, we'd love to. But, well, we were actually planning a little weekend to ourselves. You know, just some peace and quiet." "Okay, that's fine," I said, trying to stay polite. "What about Emily? Is she around?" Mom hesitated. "She's resting. She's been under a lot of stress lately. You know how sensitive she is." I could feel my patience thinning. "Mom, I'm just asking for one night. I've been helping out for years. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little help in return." That's when she said it. Calm, almost rehearsed. "Dean, we're not your servants." The words hit like a slap. For a second, I thought I misheard her. "What? You always expect us to drop everything," she continued. "You have your own family now. We've done our part." I stood there, phone in hand, staring at the wall. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. After everything, 5 years of bills, repairs, sacrifices, they couldn't babysit their granddaughter for a single night. When I hung up, I felt something shift inside me. It wasn't just anger. It was clarity. I'd spent years being their safety net while they treated me like a convenience. And now, when I needed the tiniest bit of help, they showed me exactly where I stood. That was the night I decided things were going to change. But the thing about change is, it doesn't happen cleanly. It unravels. Slowly, painfully. And when it finally snaps, it takes everything with it. And I had no idea just how far that unraveling was about to go. After that phone call, something in me went quiet. Not in the peaceful way, more like the kind of quiet that comes right before a storm. I didn't yell, didn't rant. I just sat at the kitchen table that night, staring at my phone, replaying those words in my head. We're not your servants. It was almost funny. If anyone had been acting like a servant for the past 5 years, it was me. Claire could tell something was off. She put her hand on my shoulder. They said no, didn't they? Yeah, I said flatly. They're not my servants. Her eyebrows furrowed. They said that. I nodded. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then Claire exhaled through her nose. You know what? Good. Let them handle their own bills from now on. I wanted to agree. I really did. But old habits are hard to kill. Some part of me still hoped they'd realize how unfair they'd been and apologize. Instead, what came next made me realize they didn't just take me for granted, they expected it. The following week, I got a text from my mom. Dean, honey, the power company made a mistake again. Could you call them? You're so much better with that stuff than your father. No mention of Lily. No apology. Just another task. I ignored it for a day, then 2. On the 3rd day, she called. Dean, did you see my message? The power's about to get shut off. Mom, I said slowly. I'm not calling the power company for you. You can do that yourself. There was a pause, then a sharp inhale. Dean, we've always done everything we could for you. I cut her off. No, Mom. You've done a lot for me when I was a kid, and I'm grateful. But I've been paying your bills for years. I'm tired. Her voice hardened. You've changed, Dean. Ever since you got married. It's like you think you're better than us. That line hit me right where she wanted it to. It's what she always did, turn guilt into a weapon. And maybe once upon a time it would have worked. But not this time. No, I said. I just think I deserve some respect. She hung up on me. 2 days later, I got a call from my dad. I half expected him to yell, but instead, his voice was low, almost disappointed. Son, your mother's been crying. She feels like you've abandoned us. Dad, come on, I said. You two pushed me away. You said you're not my servants, remember? He sighed. She didn't mean it like that. She's just emotional. You know how she gets. Then maybe she should think before she says stuff like that. He muttered something under his breath, then said, Emily told us you've been cold to everyone lately. She's worried about you. I almost laughed. Emily's worried about me? The same Emily who hasn't paid rent since Obama was president. Watch your tone, he snapped. She's been helping your mother around the house. She's trying. Helping? You mean sitting around doing nothing? That earned me silence. Long, loaded silence. Then he said, You know, Dean, not everyone has your advantages. Emily's had a tougher time adjusting. That word again, advantages. Like I hadn't earned every cent I made. After that, I stopped answering their calls altogether. Weeks passed. I focused on work, spent time with Lily, tried to rebuild a sense of normalcy that didn't revolve around being the family ATM. For a little while, it worked. But just when I thought I was free, they pulled me right back in. It started with a knock at the door one Saturday morning. When I opened it, Emily stood there, arms crossed, looking annoyed rather than apologetic. Mom said you haven't been answering your phone. That's because I don't want to, I said. She rolled her eyes. You're being dramatic. Dramatic? You guys refused to watch your niece for one night after I paid every bill you've had for 5 years. Oh my God, are you still on about that? She said. You act like you're some kind of martyr. Nobody asked you to pay all that stuff. That sentence made my jaw clench. Nobody asked. Emily, you benefited from it. You lived in that house rent-free while I paid their mortgage. So what? You're the older brother. You're supposed to help out. I laughed, not because it was funny, but because it was unbelievable. You're almost 30. You're supposed to help out too. She frowned. You always think you're better than everyone. Just because you've got a job and a family doesn't mean you're some hero. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. I'm not a hero. I'm just done being taken advantage of. She huffed. Whatever. Mom's been stressed because of you. The least you could do is stop ignoring her. Emily, I said quietly. Tell Mom I'll talk to her when she's ready to treat me like a son, not a wallet. Then I shut the door. I thought that would be the end of it. But the next day, my phone blew up, texts, calls, voicemails. My mom had apparently told half the family that I'd turned my back on them. My aunt even messaged me saying, "Family isn't about keeping score, Dean. You should call your mother." That's when I realized Mom wasn't just guilt-tripping me privately anymore. She was turning the whole family against me. Over the next few weeks, things got worse. Every time there was a family gathering, someone would make a comment. "Dean, it must be nice to forget where you came from." Or, "Not everyone has it as easy as you." Easy. That word stung every time. I'd worked 50-hour weeks for years to give my daughter a decent life. Nothing about it was easy. Then, one Sunday, I finally decided to stop by my parents' house. Part of me wanted closure. Another part just wanted to see if they'd softened. When I walked in, the air was thick, like I'd interrupted a conversation I wasn't supposed to hear. Mom was at the kitchen table, sorting through a pile of envelopes. "Oh," she said, pretending to be surprised. "Didn't expect to see you." "Yeah," I said. "I wanted to talk." Dad didn't look up from his paper. "We've been fine, Dean. Emily's been helping out a lot lately." I glanced at Emily, who was scrolling on her phone. "Helping how?" "She's been contributing," Mom said quickly. I noticed a shiny new laptop on the counter, something I knew neither of my parents could afford. "Did you buy her that?" Mom hesitated just a second too long. "It was on sale." I almost laughed. "On sale with what money?" Dad slammed the newspaper down. "Enough, Dean. You don't need to interrogate us." "I'm not interrogating anyone," I said. "I'm just trying to understand how you can afford new stuff when 2 months ago you were crying about overdue bills." Mom crossed her arms. "We managed. We always do." That's when I realized what was really going on. Emily wasn't helping them. They were helping her with my money. The money I'd been sending every month for groceries and repairs. I took a step back, heart pounding. "You've been giving her the money, haven't you?" Mom's lips pressed together. "She needed it more than we did." That sentence broke something in me. More than you did? More than your granddaughter who needed school supplies? More than the family that's been scraping by while I've been paying your bills? Mom's voice rose. "You don't understand. Emily's fragile. She doesn't handle life the way you do." "Then maybe she should start," I said coldly. Dad stood up, his face red. "Don't talk to your mother that way." I met his eyes. "Then stop letting her manipulate me." That's when Emily stood up too, eyes flashing. "You know what, Dean? You're just jealous that Mom and Dad love me more. You always have been." I felt my stomach drop. She said it so casually, like she was stating a fact everyone already knew. Mom didn't deny it. She didn't even flinch. That was the moment I realized it had never been about helping family. It had always been about keeping her comfortable, no matter the cost. I turned toward the door. "You're right, Emily," I said quietly. "They do love you more. But you're about to find out what happens when that love stops paying the bills." And I walked out. But I wasn't done, not even close. That night, I went home and opened every financial document I had. Bank transfers, bills, invoices. For 5 years, I'd been the one keeping them afloat. And suddenly, I realized I had proof of everything. They thought I was their servant. They were about to learn what happens when the servant quits. I didn't sleep that night. I sat at the dining table with my laptop open, a mug of cold coffee beside me, and a stack of bank statements spread across the wood like a paper graveyard. Every single transaction was there: electric bills, insurance payments, cash transfers. The sheer number made my stomach churn. I had known it was bad, but seeing the total laid out in front of me, 5 years' worth of help, it hit differently. Over $60,000. $60,000. That was a down payment on a second house, a college fund, half a decade of my daughter's future, evaporated in the name of family. I scrolled through the transfers one by one, reading my own notes in the memos. For Mom's car, for roof repairs, for Emily's laptop. The last one hurt most because I remembered that day vividly. Emily's old laptop had supposedly died, and she'd told me she couldn't do her freelance work without it. I'd bought her a new one, same day. I could still hear her fake surprise. "Oh my God, Dean, you didn't have to do that." "Yeah, no kidding." Claire came into the kitchen around 2 a.m., her hair tied up in a messy bun, wearing one of my old shirts. "You're still up?" "Couldn't sleep," I said without looking up. "You want to see something crazy?" She sat beside me, rubbing her eyes. I turned the laptop toward her and pointed at the total. Her jaw dropped. "Dean, is that every penny I've sent them since 2019. She leaned closer, scrolling slowly. "This can't be right." You were sending them this much every month. Yeah. And get this, half of it probably went straight to Emily. Claire rubbed her temple. You need to stop. Like, completely. No explanations, no second chances. Just stop. I nodded. I know, but I want to do it right this time. I'm cutting it clean. Except life had other plans. A week later, I got a call from my mom. I stared at the screen for a long time before answering. Dean. Her voice was syrupy sweet. We haven't talked in so long. It's been 9 days, I said. Well, that's a long time for a family. I said nothing. She sighed. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know we're having a little get-together for Emily. She's finally launching her art business. Isn't that exciting? Her what? Her art business, Mom repeated, as if I were hard of hearing. She's selling her paintings now, and she's hosting a launch party this weekend. It would mean so much to her if you came. I could feel my blood pressure rising. You're telling me Emily, who's never had a job longer than a month, suddenly has a business? Don't be negative, Dean, she said. She's finally found her passion. She's even renting a little studio space downtown. Your father and I helped her with the deposit. I froze. You what? The deposit, she said again, breezy as ever. It wasn't much. Just enough to get her started. I took a slow breath. With what money, Mom? You guys can barely cover your bills. She hesitated. We used some savings. Your savings? You mean my money? The money I sent you for bills. Dean, don't twist things, she said sharply. You gave that money freely. I gave it to help you survive, not to bankroll Emily's hobby. Dean, I don't appreciate your tone, she said, her voice rising. You're acting like we stole from you. That word, stole, hung in the air. She didn't deny it. Just got defensive. I ended the call without saying goodbye. 2 days later, curiosity, or maybe masochism, got the better of me. Against every logical instinct, I decided to go to that launch party. Claire told me not to. You're just going to get angry, she said. I need to see it for myself, I told her. The studio was a small, rented space on Main Street. One of those old brick buildings converted into something trendy for the artsy crowd. When I walked in, the first thing that hit me wasn't the smell of paint. It was the sound of my mother's voice echoing proudly through the room. Oh, isn't it wonderful? She was saying to a group of people. She's finally found her calling. We've been supporting her every step of the way. Of course they had. I scanned the room. Emily was at the center, wearing a flowing white dress and smiling like she'd just solved world peace. Her paintings hung on the walls, abstract stuff, splashes of color that looked more like therapy sessions than art. And next to her, on a small table, sat a fancy new MacBook, a tablet, and a digital camera. All brand new. Dean, my mom said when she spotted me. You came. Wouldn't miss it, I said, forcing a smile. Emily turned. Wow, didn't think you'd actually show up. Guess you're not as bitter as I thought. I clenched my jaw. Just curious to see what $60,000 looks like on canvas. Her smile faltered. Excuse me. You heard me. My mom quickly stepped in. Dean, don't make a scene. I laughed under my breath. Don't worry. I wouldn't want to embarrass the family. But I couldn't stop staring at the setup, the rented space, the equipment, the refreshments. All of it screamed expensive. There was no way she'd done this without my money. I stayed long enough to make sure everyone saw me, then quietly slipped out. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't even look back. That night, I went home and started digging deeper. I logged into the utility accounts I used to manage for my parents. The first thing I noticed was that the billing address had been changed to my parents' email. Fair enough. But then I saw the payment history. They hadn't paid a single bill themselves since I stopped sending money. Not one. The accounts were overdue again. Then I opened my credit report. That's when my stomach dropped. A new credit card. Joint account. My name and my father's. Limit, $15,000. Opened 6 months ago. I felt my hands go numb. I knew I hadn't opened that card. Claire, I called, voice shaking. Come look at this. She rushed over. What's wrong? I turned the screen toward her. They opened a credit card. In my name. Her eyes widened. You're kidding. I wish I was. I clicked through the details. The address, the phone number, everything matched theirs. There were transactions too. Thousands of dollars worth of charges at furniture stores, a spa, a boutique. Oh my God, Claire whispered. They stole your identity. I sat back in my chair, staring blankly at the screen. They didn't just take my money. They took my name. The next morning, I called the bank. The representative confirmed it. The account had been opened jointly with my father. He'd used my social security number to qualify. That was it. That was the moment something inside me snapped completely. I called my parents. No answer. I texted them. Nothing. Then I drove over there. When I arrived, Emily's car was in the driveway. I didn't bother knocking. I walked straight in. My dad was on the couch, watching TV. "Dean, what's this about?" "You tell me," I said, holding up my phone with the credit report on the screen. "Why is there a credit card with my name on it?" He blinked. "Oh, that. It's just temporary. We needed it for some purchases, and you've got better credit." "Temporary," I said, incredulous. "Dad, that's fraud." He waved a hand dismissively. "Don't be dramatic. You'll pay it off easily." I felt heat rise to my face. "You used my name without asking. You've spent thousands." Mom came in from the kitchen, drying her hands. "Dean, lower your voice. You're scaring your father." "I'm scaring him," I said, laughing bitterly. "You stole my identity. You spent my money. And now you're asking me to calm down." She frowned. "We didn't steal. We borrowed. Your family. It's all the same in the end." "No," I said, stepping closer. "It's not all the same. You crossed a line." That's when Emily chimed in from the doorway, arms folded, smirking. "You act like you're some saint, Dean. You've been helping for years. Why stop now?" I turned to her slowly. "Because it's never enough for you people. You take and take until there's nothing left." She rolled her eyes. "You're so dramatic. Mom and Dad needed help. You had it to give. End of story." "Not anymore," I said. My mom's face hardened. "So you're just going to abandon us? After everything we did for you?" I stared at her. "What exactly did you do for me, Mom? Besides make me believe love had to be earned through paying bills?" She didn't answer. I turned toward the door, heart pounding. "You know what? You can keep your credit card. Enjoy the debt. Because I'm done being your safety net." My dad's voice rose behind me. "If you walk out that door, don't bother coming back." I didn't even hesitate. Good. But as I was leaving, Emily said something that made me stop cold. "Oh, by the way," she said with a grin, "Mom told me you're planning to pull support for their mortgage. You might want to think twice about that. You're still listed as a co-signer." I froze. "What?" She smirked. "Yeah, guess you didn't read the fine print when you helped them buy the house." My throat went dry. "You're lying." Mom's silence told me everything I needed to know. That's when it all clicked. The endless guilt trips, the requests for help, the loans that were never paid back. It wasn't just manipulation. It was strategy. They'd tied me to them legally, financially, emotionally. I walked out that door shaking, furious, and completely hollow. I had thought I'd hit my limit before, but I was wrong. This was the real betrayal. And if they thought I was going to let it slide, well, they were about to learn just how much of my father's stubbornness I'd inherited. When I left their house that day, I didn't drive home right away. I parked in a grocery store lot a few blocks away and just sat there, gripping the steering wheel until my hands hurt. I wasn't angry anymore. Anger would have been easier. What I felt was heavier, emptier. The kind of hollow that makes you question everything you've ever done for someone. For 34 years, I believed family meant loyalty. I believed love meant sacrifice. But that day, I realized my definition of family had been one-sided. My parents didn't love me the way I loved them. To them, I was a resource, reliable, consistent, replaceable the second I stopped being useful. It was a strange thing, realizing that. It didn't make me cry. It didn't even make me yell. It just broke something cleanly inside me. When I finally got home, Claire met me at the door, took one look at my face, and said quietly, "They did something, didn't they?" I handed her the stack of paperwork I'd printed, the credit card statement, the co-signer agreement, all of it. She read it silently, her expression darkening by the second. When she finished, she looked up at me and said the simplest, hardest thing. "You need to protect yourself." That night, I barely slept. My mind wouldn't stop racing. Every memory felt tainted now. I remembered my mom calling me her miracle boy when I got my first job out of college. My dad patting my back and saying, "You're going to take care of us one day." Back then, I'd thought it was a compliment. Now I saw it for what it was, foreshadowing. The next morning, I made 3 calls, one to my bank, one to a lawyer, and one to a credit protection agency. The first confirmed what I already knew. The joint credit card was real. The second told me exactly how much trouble I was in. The lawyer, a calm middle-aged woman named Harriet, listened patiently as I explained everything. How I'd co-signed their mortgage years ago, how I'd been sending money monthly, and how they'd opened a credit account using my information. When I was done, she sighed softly. Dean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is bad, but it's not irreversible. Can I press charges? She hesitated. Technically, yes, but it's complicated because they're family. The bank will need you to file a fraud affidavit, and that means your parents will be investigated. They could face criminal charges. I leaned back in my chair, running my hand over my face. I don't want them in jail. I just want my life back. Then we start small, she said. Freeze your credit. Close all joint accounts. And from this point forward, you document everything. That became my routine. Every lunch break, every evening after work, I'd dig through old emails, bank statements, and paperwork. I built a timeline of every dollar I'd ever sent them. Claire helped too. She was meticulous, cross-checking amounts and receipts like it was a crime investigation. And in a way, it was. But the emotional fallout hit hard. A week later, my mom called from a different number. I didn't answer. Then she left a voicemail, her voice thick with fake sadness. Dean, we don't know what's gotten into you. Your father hasn't been sleeping. You're tearing this family apart. Emily's been crying nonstop. You're breaking your mother's heart. It was impressive, really. No apology, no accountability, just the same emotional manipulation, weaponized with precision. Claire listened to it with me. She's not sad because she hurt you, she said softly. She's sad because she lost control of you. That line stuck with me for days. Eventually, the financial chaos settled. I filed disputes, froze my credit, got my name off the utilities. It was exhausting, but each step felt like reclaiming a small piece of myself. Still, even as I made progress, the guilt lingered. Some nights, I'd catch myself wondering if I'd gone too far. Maybe I had overreacted. Maybe they were just desperate. But then I'd look at Lily, asleep in her bed, clutching her stuffed rabbit. And I'd remember what was really at stake, her future. The pattern had to end with me. Over the next few months, I focused on my own family for the first time in years. I started spending weekends actually living instead of fixing things. Claire and I took Lily to the zoo, went hiking, cooked together. We laughed more. It felt like waking up from a long, toxic dream. And work? That started going better too. I'd always been the reliable guy who did his job and went home. But without the constant stress of my parents draining me dry, I had energy again. My boss noticed. One afternoon, he called me into his office. Dean, you've been killing it lately. We've got a supervisor position opening next month. I want you to apply. I just stared at him. Seriously? Seriously. You've earned it. When I told Claire that night, she hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. See, she said, smiling. The universe pays you back when you stop letting people take advantage of you. For the first time in years, I believed that. But of course, peace never lasts long when you're dealing with family like mine. In early spring, I got a call from my aunt, my mother's sister. We weren't close, but she'd always been the reasonable one, the type to stay neutral during family drama. Dean, she said carefully, I thought you should know. Your parents are planning to sell their house. I froze. Sell it? Yes. They said they can't afford the mortgage anymore. But they also mentioned you're a co-signer, so technically, you'll have to sign off on the sale. My heart sank. Do you know why they're selling? She hesitated. They said they need the money for Emily's art business. Of course. Thanks, Aunt Carol, I said quietly. I'll handle it. After I hung up, I sat there in silence for a long time. Selling the house meant I'd be dragged right back into their financial mess. If they defaulted, it could wreck my credit again. I needed to be smart, methodical. So I called Harriet, my lawyer, and explained the situation. Here's what you do, she said. Before they can sell, request a full account summary from the lender. That'll show the outstanding balance, late payments, and whose names are attached. If they've been delinquent, you might have grounds to remove yourself from the loan entirely. That became my new mission. Every day after work, I handled paperwork, phone calls, and documents. I treated it like a second job. And while all this was happening, something unexpected began to shift inside me. I stopped needing their approval. I stopped waiting for them to realize what they'd done. I started feeling free. I didn't tell them about my promotion. I didn't invite them to Lily's kindergarten recital. And I didn't respond when they tried reaching out through other relatives. For once, the silence didn't feel like punishment. It felt like peace. Claire and I started talking about the future again. We wanted to move, get a bigger place, maybe closer to her parents. They were the complete opposite of mine. Kind, respectful, always offering help without strings attached. They treated Lily like a blessing, not a burden. We found a beautiful house on the edge of town, a fixer-upper with good bones. The kind of place that needed someone patient and steady. Fitting, really. While I was filling out the mortgage paperwork, the bank ran my updated credit report. And when the broker told me my score had rebounded, almost perfect again, I actually laughed out loud. It felt like a full-circle moment. For months, I'd been rebuilding quietly, piece by piece. But I wasn't just repairing numbers. I was repairing me. Still, part of me knew the story wasn't over. People like my parents don't disappear quietly. They circle back when they realize their supply has dried up. And sure enough, one Saturday afternoon, I got the call. It was my father this time. His voice was tired, shaky. "Dean, we need to talk." I almost hung up, but something in his tone stopped me. "What is it?" He took a breath. "We're losing the house." I said nothing. "They're foreclosing," he continued. "We tried everything, but we fell behind. The bank said you'll get notified since you're on the loan." I kept my voice steady. "What do you want me to do?" "We need help. Just this once. If you could cover the missed payments." "No," I said quietly. "Dean, please," he said. "If they foreclose, we'll lose everything. Your mother's sick over this." I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. But then I remembered every manipulation, every dollar, every lie. "I told you this would happen," I said. "You made your choices. Now you deal with them." He was silent for a long time. Then he said, softly, "You've changed." "I had to," I replied, and hung up. That night, as I tucked Lily into bed, she asked me, "Daddy, are Grandma and Grandpa coming to my birthday this year?" I hesitated. "No, sweetheart. Not this year." She thought about it for a second, then nodded. "That's okay. Mommy says some people are nicer when you love them from far away." Out of the mouths of babes. I kissed her forehead and turned off the light. Standing in the hallway, I realized something simple but profound. I wasn't just walking away from my parents. I was breaking a cycle. I was showing my daughter what boundaries look like, what self-respect looks like. And deep down, I knew this wasn't the end. My parents had lost their safety net, and desperate people do desperate things. I just didn't know yet how far they were willing to go. It was 2 months after the foreclosure call when everything started to line up, slowly, quietly, like dominoes tipping in the background while no one was watching. My parents had gone silent, which was unusual. Normally, even after a fight, they'd find some way to reach out, either through guilt, gossip, or one of my cousins acting as their messenger. But this time, nothing. No calls. No letters. Just silence. It should have felt peaceful. And it did at first. I focused on work, on my new house, on Lily's 6th birthday party. Life was stable, almost boring. But a small part of me didn't trust the calm. My parents' silence wasn't peace, it was plotting. And I was right. One Tuesday afternoon, I got an envelope in the mail from the bank that had handled my parents' mortgage. I opened it expecting another notice about foreclosure. Instead, it was a statement showing the house had already been sold. Not foreclosed. Sold. I frowned. That wasn't possible. I hadn't signed off on anything, and my name was still listed on the loan. Then I noticed the signature line. There it was, my name, scrawled in fake penmanship under the sale authorization. I stared at it for a long time, heartbeat pounding. They'd forged my signature. Again. I called my lawyer immediately. Harriet sounded less surprised than I expected. "I was wondering when they'd pull something like that," she said. "Do you still have the documents showing their previous fraud? The credit card, the mortgage co-signing, everything?" "Yeah," I said. "All of it." "Good," she replied. "Then you have leverage." Her tone was calm, but her words lit a slow, quiet spark inside me. Leverage. That was the key. For years, they'd used my guilt and love as leverage. But now, I had proof. Real, legal, undeniable proof. Over the next week, I started preparing my response, not with rage, but with precision. Harriet drafted a letter addressed to both my parents and their real estate agent. It was formal, cold, and devastatingly effective. It stated that the sale had been conducted illegally, that I had never authorized the signature, and that if they didn't return the funds to an escrow account immediately, I would file both a civil suit and a criminal complaint for identity theft and fraud. But that was just the surface. The real revenge wasn't going to come from the legal side. It was going to come from how I handled the fallout. See, in the months since I'd pulled away, I'd learned a lot about how financial systems worked. I'd also learned that when people commit fraud while using your name, it's not just a moral betrayal. It's a paper trail waiting to be exposed. With Harriet's help, I started quietly contacting every institution my parents had ever used, banks, utilities, insurance companies, and requested statements, authorizations, and documentation under my name. Every single forged signature, every unauthorized account, every temporary favor, they turned permanent. I collected them all. By the time I was done, I had a 60-page file that told a story better than any confrontation ever could. Then, I did something bold. I emailed it, not to my parents, but to the extended family. Every aunt, uncle, cousin, and family friend who'd ever sent me guilt texts about forgiving your parents. Every person who judged me for forgetting where you came from. I attached the file with a simple, polite message. I wanted to clear up some misunderstandings about why I no longer support my parents financially. These documents explain everything. I didn't embellish. I didn't rant. I just let the truth speak for itself. The effect was instant. Within hours, my phone blew up, not with hate, but with shock. My Aunt Carol called first. "Dean," she said, "I had no idea. They told everyone you abandoned them, that you were selfish." "I know," I said quietly. "Well, they're about to have a lot of explaining to do." By the next day, the gossip wheel had turned completely. My parents' social circle, people who'd spent years praising them, started whispering about fraud and fake signatures. Emily's art business page, which had once been filled with comments like "so proud of you," now had people asking if her studio was funded by stolen money. I didn't need to lift a finger. Their reputation crumbled on its own. But that wasn't the end. The bank, after reviewing my lawyer's letter and the forged signature, launched an internal fraud investigation. When they reached out to my parents for verification, they tried to play dumb, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. But handwriting analysis doesn't lie. Within a month, the bank froze the sale funds and filed a police report. I didn't even have to file charges myself. The system did it for me. When the investigator called to confirm my statement, he asked, "Do you want to pursue restitution?" I thought about it. About all the money, all the years. Then I said, "No, I just want my name cleared." He paused. "That's rare. Most people want payback." "Oh," I said, smiling faintly. "I already have that." Because while my parents were dealing with fraud investigators and frozen assets, my own life was taking off. My promotion had gone through, my salary had doubled, and the company was even paying for my HVAC certification upgrades. Claire and I finished renovating our new home. Lily had a backyard now, a real one, with grass and a little wooden swing set I built myself. And for the first time in my adult life, my bank account actually grew instead of shrinking. A few weeks later, out of nowhere, I got a letter from my mom. Handwritten. No apology, no explanation, just self-pity. "We never meant for things to get this bad. You've turned everyone against us. We've lost everything, Dean. How could you do this to your own family?" I read it once, then folded it neatly and set it aside. Then I took a photo of the letter and texted it to Harriet with one line. Proof that they still don't get it. She replied, "Keep it for the record." I didn't respond. Instead, I went outside, sat on the porch, and watched Lily chase bubbles in the yard. The air smelled like summer grass and new beginnings. For years, I thought revenge meant destroying the people who hurt you. But sitting there, I realized the real revenge wasn't in lawsuits or payback. It was in peace. It was in living the kind of life they could never manipulate again. Still, I'd be lying if I said I didn't get a small flicker of satisfaction when, months later, Emily reached out too. Her message popped up on Facebook. "I can't believe you did this. Everyone thinks we're scammers now. You ruined our lives." I typed back, "I didn't ruin them, Emily. You did." And then, for the first time in my life, I hit block. It was clean. Final. Quiet. As the months rolled by, word spread that my parents had moved out of town. Their house sale had been reversed, their accounts audited, their debts piling up. And me? I'd never been freer. But there's one last twist in this story, one I didn't see coming. A few weeks ago, I got a call from my aunt again. "Dean," she said, "your parents are trying to contact you through a lawyer. Something about settling things." "Settling what?" I asked. They didn't say, but it sounded serious. I hung up slowly, feeling that same calm I'd felt the night everything began unraveling. Because now, for the first time ever, I wasn't the one scrambling to fix their mess. They were coming to me. And this time, I'd be the one deciding how the story ends. The call from my aunt stayed in the back of my mind for a week. I didn't answer right away. I'd learned over time that when people like my parents say settle things, what they really mean is get out of trouble. Still, part of me wanted closure, not for them, but for myself. I wanted to hear them admit what they'd done, even if only once. So when the letter from their lawyer arrived a few days later, I didn't hesitate to open it. It was short and strangely formal. My parents were offering to resolve all outstanding financial matters by signing over the remainder of the sale proceeds from the house, around $30,000, to me, in exchange for a written statement that I would not pursue further legal action. I sat there reading it over and over, my heart heavy but steady. It wasn't an apology. It wasn't even repentance. It was desperation dressed as generosity. Claire leaned over my shoulder, scanning the letter. "You're not actually going to sign that, are you?" I shook my head slowly. "No, I'm not going to sign anything. I'm done playing their game." Instead, I called Harriet. She reviewed the letter, then chuckled softly. "They're trying to make themselves look noble before the hammer drops. The investigation's nearly done, Dean. You'll get your official clearance letter soon." And she was right. 2 weeks later, I got a thick envelope from the bank's fraud department confirming that all accounts tied to my name had been closed, the fraudulent debts erased, and my credit restored. The report concluded with one sentence that felt like a full exhale after years of holding my breath. The investigation confirms that Mr. Dean Harper was the victim of identity and financial fraud perpetrated by immediate family members. Victim. It felt strange reading that word, because for so long, I'd been the provider, the fixer, the rescuer. But now, seeing it in black and white, I realized that's exactly what I'd been, a victim of my own loyalty. After that, I didn't think about them much. Life moved on. Claire and I focused on building something real, something that didn't depend on guilt or obligation. My promotion turned into a full managerial role, and we finally took our first real family vacation. Lily started first grade, fearless and bright, and I found myself quietly grateful that she'd never have to grow up the way I did, confused, guilt into love, trapped in someone else's expectations. But sometimes life brings things full circle in ways you don't expect. It was late autumn when I saw them again. I hadn't planned to. I was running errands when I spotted two familiar figures sitting outside a small diner near the edge of town, my parents. They looked smaller somehow. My dad's hair was grayer, his shoulders hunched. My mom wore that same floral coat she'd had for years, but it hung loose on her frame. For a second, I almost didn't recognize them. I don't know what compelled me, but I walked in. They looked up as the bell above the door rang. My mom's face went pale. My dad froze mid-sip of his coffee. "Dean," she whispered. "Mom." "Dad." We stood there in silence for a moment. Then my dad cleared his throat. "You look good, son." "So do you." I lied. My mom looked down. "We heard about your promotion. Word gets around," I said evenly. There was another long pause before she finally said, "We lost everything, you know. The house, the savings, even Emily's art studio. She moved to another state." "I heard," I said softly. "We didn't mean for things to get this bad," she continued. We thought we could handle it." I stared at her. "You thought stealing from your son was handling it?" She winced, tears filling her eyes. "We were scared. We didn't know how to stop." For a long time, I said nothing. Then I sat down across from them. "You had a choice. You had hundreds of chances to stop. You just didn't want to." My dad's jaw tightened. "You don't understand." "No," I interrupted, calm but firm. "I understand perfectly. You wanted me to clean up your mess until there was nothing left of me. But I finally learned something. Sometimes walking away is the only way to survive people who keep burning you." Mom's voice trembled. "You hate us." I shook my head. "No, I don't hate you. But I don't owe you anything anymore." We sat in silence again. The diner's clock ticked loudly above the hum of conversation. My mother dabbed at her eyes with a napkin. My father stared at the table, his pride deflating in slow motion. Finally, I stood up. "I hope you find peace, Mom. I really do." Then I turned and walked out. Outside, the air was crisp and clean. I stood there for a second, breathing it in, realizing that for the first time in my life, I wasn't walking away in anger. I was walking away free. When I got home that night, Lily ran to me, waving a drawing she'd made. "Look, Daddy, it's us." She held it up proudly, Three stick figures holding hands under a bright sun. No grandparents, no drama. Just us. I smiled and knelt down beside her. It's perfect, sweetheart. Claire came into the room, smiling softly as she watched us. You okay? I looked around, at the house we'd built, the family we'd protected, the life we'd fought for. Yeah, I said quietly. For the first time in a long time, I really am. And that's when it hit me, the truth I'd been chasing for years. Sometimes revenge isn't about making them pay. It's about taking your life back, brick by brick, until there's nothing left they can destroy. I framed Lily's drawing that night and hung it by the front door. Every morning when I leave for work, I see it, a reminder of where I came from, and more importantly, how far I've come. Because in the end, I didn't just stop being their servant. I became my own man. I was 29 when it happened, but it still replays in my head like a scene I can't fast forward through. My name's Josh, and if you asked most people who knew me growing up, they'd probably say I was a quiet kid. Not shy exactly, just careful. I listened more than I talked, observed more than I participated. That's probably why I noticed all the cracks before the house started falling apart. My parents, Carla and Dennis, were the kind of people who liked things to look perfect. They lived for appearances. If something went wrong, they didn't fix it, they covered it up. Painted over the damage, rearranged the furniture, smiled for the neighbors, and hoped no one asked too many questions. I spent most of my life pretending I didn't see the peeling paint. We were never a Hallmark card family, but I used to think we were at least normal. My dad worked in corporate real estate, always immaculately dressed, always with his phone pressed to his ear like it was stitched there. My mom stayed home, but treated her social calendar like a full-time job. Fundraisers, brunches, anniversary parties, charity events where everyone wore the exact same shade of navy. They were very into the idea of legacy, of building a life that other people admired. The problem was, their definition of admirable didn't leave much room for people who didn't fit the mold. I was a late bloomer, I guess. Struggled in school, didn't go to college right away, spent a couple years floating around, doing part-time work and trying to figure out what I was even good at. Eventually, I found my thing, custom woodwork, actually. Cabinets, furniture, decorative pieces. There was something grounding about it, something honest. You couldn't fake a dovetail joint. Either it held or it didn't. I liked that. By the time I turned 28, I was running my own shop with a small but steady list of clients. I wasn't rich, but I was proud of what I'd built. My parents weren't. They never outright said it, but I could see it in the way my mom would describe my work to her friends like it was a quirky hobby. Josh is doing his little woodworking thing. It keeps him busy, she'd say, waving it off like I was building birdhouses in a shed behind the house. My dad barely asked questions anymore, just offered half-hearted, "That's nice" comments whenever I told him about a big project or a client I landed. I stopped trying to impress them after a while. I figured it was just one of those things. You get older, and your parents stop understanding you. Happens to everyone, right? But then came the anniversary party. It was their 35th, and they were going all out. Rented out a private event hall, black tie, catered dinner, live music, the works. My mom sent me an invitation in the mail, even though we spoke on the phone a couple times a month. It was formal, engraved, the kind of thing you'd expect from a wedding. I actually laughed when I opened it. There was even an RSVP card with a return envelope, like I was just another guest. Still, I filled it out, checked the attending box, and mailed it back the next day. I didn't think much of it. I figured it was just another fancy event, and I was ready to play along. Put on a suit, show up, smile, shake hands, pose for photos. That was the role, right? The dutiful son. I could manage that for one night. I even offered to build them a custom gift, a carved wood portrait of the two of them, based on one of their wedding photos. It took me over 20 hours to get the detailing just right. I planned to hand it to them that night, thinking maybe it would be a nice surprise. A rare moment of connection. The party was set for Saturday. The Thursday before, I got a call from my mom. It wasn't unusual. She always liked to check in before big events. She said she wanted to go over a few minor details before the party. I assumed she meant schedule or seating or something trivial, so I agreed to stop by the house after work. That's when things started to unravel. I got there around 6. My dad was in his office, and my mom led me into the kitchen like we were about to have a normal conversation. But then she glanced toward the hallway, lowered her voice, and said, "We just wanted to talk to you about something delicate." She said, We. But it was just her speaking for a while. My dad eventually joined us, leaning against the fridge like he was trying not to get involved, but knew he'd have to back her up eventually. My mom smoothed her dress like she was on stage, then looked me dead in the eye and said, "Josh, we were thinking it might be best if, at the party, you didn't tell anyone that you're our son." I actually blinked like I misheard her. "What?" She gave a tight smile. "Just for the evening. It's complicated, and we really don't want to have to explain your situation right now." My situation. That was the word that hit me hardest. Like I was a problem they needed to work around. A scheduling conflict. Something unsightly to be edited out of the picture. I looked at my dad, waiting for him to jump in and say she was exaggerating, but he didn't. He just sighed and said, "It's just easier, Josh. A lot of our friends from the city are coming. They have certain expectations." Expectations. I repeated, my voice thinner than I meant it to be. What does that even mean? My mom touched my arm like she was offering comfort, but it felt more like a bribe. "It's just one night. Just say you're a family friend. Or one of the vendors. No one will question it." I actually laughed. Not because it was funny, but because I didn't know what else to do. "You want me to lie about being your son so your friends don't have to know what? That I didn't go to Yale? That I build furniture for a living?" They didn't answer. My dad just looked away, and my mom's mouth twitched like she was about to cry. Like she was the victim. And in that moment, something in me just shut off. I didn't yell. I didn't throw the carving or storm out. I just stood up, walked to the door, and said, "You don't have to worry about me being at your party." My mom called after me, her voice wobbling. "Josh, don't be dramatic." But I was already gone. I got in my truck, drove home, and put the carving in the back of my closet where it's been ever since. They tried to call a couple times after that. Left voicemails that were equal parts pleading and guilt-tripping. I didn't answer. Didn't go to Christmas that year. Or Easter. Or my dad's birthday. Eventually the calls stopped. But the messages didn't. They just moved through other people. My aunt. My cousin. Even my childhood neighbor who ran into my mom at the grocery store and asked why she never saw me around anymore. "She says you're being cruel," my aunt told me over coffee one day. "That you've cut them off for no reason." For no reason. I didn't correct her. I just smiled, nodded, and said I had a lot of work to do at the shop. But lately, they've started reaching out again. It's been 3 years. 3 full years of silence. And now suddenly they want to talk. To clear the air. They don't understand why I'm still harboring resentment. What they don't realize is, I'm not angry anymore. Not in the way they think. I'm planning something. And it's going to be quiet. Precise. Just like everything else I build. I didn't block their numbers right away. For a while after the party incident, I just let the calls go to voicemail. I'd stare at the screen, watching mom's cell or dad's cell light up like ghosts I hadn't buried properly, my thumb hovering over the screen, frozen. Sometimes I'd listen to the messages. Most were short. "Josh, call us back." Or, "Josh, this has gone on long enough." The worst ones were the ones where my mom cried. She always cried strategically, never at funerals, never during real family fights. But voicemail? That was her stage. The first time I heard her say, "I just don't understand why you're being so cold," I nearly threw my phone across the room. Not because of what she said, but because of how convincingly hurt she sounded. It was almost impressive, the performance. If I hadn't been there in the kitchen that night, I might have believed her myself. But I was there. I remember the temperature in the room, the light from the pendant lamp reflecting off the granite counter. I remember how they couldn't even say the words "my son" without choking on them. Like it was dirty. Like it wasn't convenient. And I remember what came after. At first, I thought they'd leave me alone. That maybe, deep down, they understood they'd crossed a line. But that was naive. My parents didn't apologize. They reframed. They rewrote the script and then handed it out to the rest of the cast like nothing had happened. The rewriting started small. I'd get texts from my aunt that said things like, "Heard you couldn't make it to the party. Your mom was so sad you had to cancel last minute." I didn't reply. Then came the guilt-laced updates. "Your dad was really hoping to see you at Easter brunch. He kept checking the door like you'd walk in." As if I was the one ghosting them without explanation. It escalated from there. About 6 weeks after the party, I stopped by my favorite cafe on a Sunday morning. Just wanted a quiet cup of coffee and maybe a muffin, nothing dramatic. But the barista, Jamie, someone I'd chatted with a dozen times before, friendly, casual, gave me this wide-eyed look and said, "Hey, I met your mom the other day." I paused mid-reach for my wallet. Really? She came in with some of her friends from the club. I mentioned you made our custom shelves, and she Jamie hesitated. Well, she laughed. Said something like, oh, Josh always was good with tools. He just never quite figured out how to turn it into a real job. I froze. I felt the flush rise up my neck, slow and hot. Jamie looked uncomfortable. I just thought it was weird. I assumed she'd be, I don't know, proud. I managed to laugh. Yeah, I said. You'd think. I walked out of there and didn't taste my coffee for hours. That night, I sat in my shop long after closing, just sanding the same piece of mahogany until my knuckles ached. I wasn't even working on a project. I just needed something to do with my hands so I didn't punch a wall. They were embarrassed by me. Fine. That I could live with. But to mock me? To diminish what I'd built in front of strangers, in my own community? That was something else entirely. I told myself I'd cut them off completely after that. No more calls. No more messages. I blocked their numbers, unfollowed them on social media, deleted our last family photo from my camera roll. I even boxed up the old family albums I'd kept, tossed them into a storage bin in the attic, out of sight, out of mind. But, of course, they didn't stop. They just changed tactics. It started with my sister, Emily. Emily and I had never been particularly close. She was the golden child, straight A's, Ivy League, married at 25 to some investment banker with a jawline you could cut glass on. She lived in a penthouse apartment in the city, posted professional family portraits like it was a competitive sport, and hosted gender reveal parties with full catering. The last time we talked one-on-one, she asked if I ever considered upskilling into something a little more scalable. She called me out of the blue one morning. I didn't recognize the number. Josh, she said, as if we were mid-conversation. Can we talk? I almost hung up. What do you want? I said. Mom's been crying, she said immediately. She doesn't understand why you're freezing her out. She asked me to pretend I wasn't her son, Emily. I snapped. At their anniversary party. Do you get how insane that is? There was a pause. She didn't mean it like that. I laughed, bitter. How did she mean it? She didn't want to answer questions. You know how their friends can be. They don't understand people who take unconventional paths. That's not my problem. She says you've always been sensitive. My jaw clenched. Right? I'm the problem. Josh, she sighed, as if she were talking to a stubborn child. You're punishing them. For what? Not bragging about your side hustle. It's not a side hustle, I said tightly. It's a business. A successful one. I employ people. I pay taxes. I have repeat clients. You build things, Josh, she interrupted. That's great. Really. But they come from a different generation. You can't expect them to understand everything. And there it was. The dismissal. The condescension. Like my life was a cute little detour from the real world. Like I was the eccentric uncle who shows up to Thanksgiving with weird gifts and stories no one listens to. I ended the call without saying goodbye. After that, I avoided every family gathering. If someone in the family had a baby, I sent a card. If someone graduated, I mailed a gift. But I didn't show up. Not because I was bitter, but because I couldn't stomach the idea of sitting across from people who saw me as a punchline in their polished lives. But somehow, my silence only made them louder. They started telling people I was depressed, that I was going through a phase, that I was struggling to find direction. My mom even told a mutual friend I'd been laid off and was working on getting back on my feet. It was like they couldn't conceive of a version of me that was okay without their approval. If I wasn't showing up for their events, if I wasn't playing the dutiful son, then I must be floundering, failing, lost. But I wasn't. I was doing better than ever. My business was thriving. I'd hired a second full-time employee, started taking commissions from out-of-state clients. A design blog featured one of my pieces in a top 10 craftsman to watch article. I wasn't just surviving, I was building. But none of that mattered to them, because it wasn't their version of success. Then came the final straw. I got a letter in the mail. Not a call, not an email. An actual letter, on thick cardstock, hand-addressed in my mom's cursive. I almost didn't open it. I wish I hadn't. Inside was an invitation to my sister's vow renewal. She and Mr. Glassjaw were having a massive, expensive redo of their wedding for their 10-year anniversary. Destination. Full weekend itinerary. Black tie optional. And at the bottom, in delicate gold script, was a line that made my stomach drop. Please respect the couple's wishes for a child-free, vendor-only event. Family members attending in a working capacity Should check in with staff on arrival. Working capacity. I read it 3 times before I even blinked. There was no mistake. It was deliberate. I wasn't being invited as a brother. I was being invited as staff. I flipped the card over. Tucked into the envelope was a small note. Josh, Emily would love it if you'd contribute a few decorative pieces for the reception. Something rustic, elegant, your style. She says it would mean a lot. Let us know what you'd need in terms of materials or delivery. There was no apology, no acknowledgement, just an assumption that I'd be so flattered to be included, even in a lesser role, that I'd jump at the opportunity. That was when something in me changed. Before I was hurt, disappointed, maybe even embarrassed. But now I was done. And for the first time in years, I felt calm. I had no intention of building anything for that wedding, but I was going to give them something they couldn't ignore, something they'd never see coming. But to pull it off, I'd have to play the long game and wait for the perfect moment to begin. The note about the vow renewal sat on my workbench for days. I didn't even move it, just let it sit there under a layer of sawdust, warped slightly from a coffee ring I didn't bother to wipe up. Every time I looked at it, I felt this strange mix of disbelief and clarity, like I was finally seeing something that had always been there. It was like someone turned the lights on in a room I'd been sleeping in my whole life. It's funny what happens when the last thread snaps. For so long, I'd been walking this tightrope, trying to be the bigger person, trying to prove myself without being too loud about it, trying to find a version of myself that my parents could accept. Not love, just accept. But the moment I read that invitation, I realized something brutal. I could win a design award, open 10 stores, make $1 million from a single piece of art, and they would still introduce me as the one who works with his hands. Because they needed me to be less. They needed a contrast to make themselves look shinier by comparison. So I let the thread go. I canceled everything for a week. Not publicly, not dramatically. I just told my clients I needed a short break to handle a personal project, then locked the shop door and shut off my phone. I went off the grid in my own tiny world. And I broke down. The kind of breakdown that doesn't look dramatic to anyone outside, but feels like an earthquake inside. I stopped sleeping, ate garbage, got stuck in these loops of memories. Me as a kid showing my mom a wonky birdhouse I built in 4th grade, and her saying, well, maybe you'll be better at numbers. Me trying to hug my dad after winning a local art competition at 16, and him giving me a stiff pat on the shoulder like I was a stranger who'd spilled something on his shirt. There were so many little cuts. I just ignored them for years, convinced myself they didn't add up to anything serious. But now I was bleeding all at once. One night, I found myself sitting in my truck in the dark outside the shop, just sitting. I didn't want to go home, didn't want to go anywhere. I remember gripping the steering wheel and thinking, maybe I'll just drive until the tank runs out. But I didn't. I got out, walked back inside, locked the door behind me, and sat on the shop floor for what felt like hours. No music, no phone, just me, the smell of wood shavings, and the sound of my own breathing. I wish I could say there was some lightning bolt moment, that I suddenly stood up and knew what I had to do. But it wasn't like that. It was slower, softer, more like a tide rising around your ankles before you even notice it. It started with one piece of wood, a large slab of black walnut I'd been saving for something special. I ran my hand over the grain and felt this little flicker in my chest, like a spark under ash. I didn't know what I was going to make, but I knew I needed to make something. Not for a client, not for Instagram, not for anyone else, just for me. I worked through the night. No plan, no sketches, just movement. I carved, sanded, shaved, burned, polished. I let the piece become what it wanted to be, something abstract, something raw. By sunrise, I had a sculpture that looked like nothing I'd ever made before. It wasn't symmetrical. It wasn't practical, but it meant something. It felt like me. I stared at it for a long time, and I realized something. I wasn't broken. I'd just been trying to fit into the wrong frame. That was the beginning. The next few weeks were quiet, but something inside me had shifted. I started waking up earlier, drinking real breakfast instead of convenience store coffee. I reopened the shop and told my employees I'd be taking a back seat on client work for a bit. I needed space to make something different. They understood. I went back to basics. Spent hours studying joints, techniques, things I hadn't revisited since my early days. I took out books, watched old videos, messed around with tools I hadn't touched in years. It wasn't about perfection. It was about rediscovery. And I made a rule. Every day, I had to make one thing that would never be sold. A spoon, a box, a carved panel, a sculpture, something that existed just to exist. It was like therapy. I didn't tell anyone about this phase. Not my friends. Not even the other artisans I occasionally collaborated with. It was too personal, too sacred. But every time I finished something, I felt like I was putting a broken piece of myself back into place. And slowly, the noise from my family began to fade. Sure, I still heard about them. My cousin tagged me in a family group photo at my niece's birthday party, one I hadn't been invited to. My mom posted a long, dramatic message about estrangement and praying for healing that was clearly about me, even though she didn't use my name. My aunt left a voicemail saying, "Just so you know, your father had to explain to everyone why you weren't at the renewal, and it was humiliating." I didn't respond, because for the first time in my life, I wasn't craving their approval. I was mourning it. There's a difference. And once I let go of the hope that they'd ever see me for who I really was, something amazing happened. I started seeing myself more clearly. I started getting bolder with my designs. Riskier. One day I posted a picture of a jagged live-edge coffee table that looked more like a sculpture than furniture, and it went viral. A week later, I got a call from a gallery in Seattle asking if I'd be open to exhibiting some of my more experimental pieces. I said yes. Then came the interview. A podcast for young artists asked me to talk about my journey, how I built a business without formal training, what it was like working solo, what my biggest obstacles were. I thought about saying no, but then I realized I wanted to say it out loud. I told my story, not the cleaned-up version I used to tell at dinner parties. The real one. I talked about growing up in a house where creative meant directionless, where love was conditional on success, and success was defined by someone else's blueprint. I talked about how hard it was to undo those voices in your head, to stop measuring yourself against people who never really saw you in the first place. The episode got thousands of downloads. I started getting messages from other artists, other black sheep, people who felt invisible in their own families. They told me my story made them feel seen. That meant more to me than any award ever could. I started feeling something I hadn't felt in years. Peace. I wasn't healed. Not completely. There were still moments. Walking past a father and son at the hardware store, hearing a familiar song from a family vacation. That made something twist in my chest. But I wasn't drowning anymore. I'd found land. And that's when the email came. It was from my sister's event planner. A bright, cheery message with bullet points and exclamation marks. She wanted to follow up about delivery expectations for the custom pieces I'd agreed to provide for the vow renewal reception. I stared at the screen, stunned. They'd gone ahead and told people I was contributing. Probably to look generous. Probably to make themselves feel less like the villains. The email included photos of the space, notes about the color scheme, and even a suggested timeline for installation. "We've set aside a lovely little table for you near the service entrance," the message read. "You'll have a clear view of the decorative arch you helped create." I didn't reply right away. I closed the laptop, took a walk, and that night, I sat in my apartment, sipping tea and looking around at my walls, at the shelves I'd built, the lamp I designed, the pieces that told my story better than words ever could. And I smiled, because now I knew exactly what to do, and I had just the right piece to do it with. But first, I needed to pay someone a visit, and I needed to bring a box with me. Not the kind you'd expect, but the kind you don't forget. I didn't rush it. That was the first part of the plan, don't rush. For once, I wasn't reacting to them. I was creating something. And I knew better than anyone that anything worth building takes time. Revenge, like craftsmanship, is all in the precision. After I got that email from the event planner, chirpy, fake-friendly, utterly oblivious, I knew they had no clue what was coming. They genuinely thought I'd either show up and smile like a trained dog, or quietly sulk and stay away, letting them control the narrative again. They didn't know the version of me that had come out of those long, silent weeks in the workshop. They didn't know what I'd learned. And they had no idea what I was capable of. I started by calling an old client, Naomi, who ran a boutique event space downtown. She'd once hired me to design a series of minimalist but eye-catching wood installations for her venue, and we'd stayed friendly since. She was sharp, detail-oriented, and had her ear to the ground for everything that happened in the city's upscale event circuit. I figured if anyone knew more about my sister's vow renewal than me, it'd be her. She answered on the second ring. Josh? Wow, I haven't heard from you in forever. You okay? Better than ever, I said, and meant it. Actually, I was hoping to pick your brain. You got a minute? Sure. What's up? Emily Carter's event. Her 10-year vow renewal. You know anything about it? Naomi let out a groan. Oh, that circus? Yeah, unfortunately. She booked the Anders estate and demanded custom everything. Took my assistant 3 hours just to walk her through the flooring options she didn't even end up using. What? Just curious, I said, pacing the shop slowly. You wouldn't happen to have a layout of the venue, would you? Josh, she said, her tone shifting, you're not thinking about taking on that nightmare, are you? Not officially, I said with a grin. But let's just say I'm preparing something. I'd love to see how the place is set up, especially the back entrance, service quarters, storage areas. Naomi laughed, the kind of laugh that says I don't know what you're planning, but I want to see it happen. Give me 10 minutes. I'll email over the blueprints and the vendor list. Naomi, I said before she hung up, thank you. Don't thank me yet, she said. Just make sure whatever you're planning leaves a mark. I had my map. Next, I needed a team. I didn't want to involve anyone close to my family. Too risky. Too many chances for word to leak. Instead, I reached out to people who knew me. People who'd been in the trenches with me during the early days of the shop. I called Mason, my first hire, an ex-con turned artisan with the best eye for detail I'd ever seen. Then I called Liv, a freelance photographer and prop designer I'd collaborated with on a few gallery installations. She was chaotic in the best way, creative, resourceful, and excellent at staging things just the right way to provoke reaction. I didn't tell them everything. Not at first. I invited them over to the shop one Friday evening and laid out a large cloth over the main bench. Beneath it were 3 sketches and a series of labeled mock-ups. A sculpture, a pedestal, and a hidden compartment with a sliding mechanism, all built from scratch. This, I said, lifting the cloth, is going to the vow renewal. Liv raised an eyebrow. Your sister's event? Mason crossed his arms. I thought you weren't going. I'm not, I said. But this is. I watched their eyes scan the designs. Confusion slowly morphed into realization. Is that what I think it is? Liv asked, pointing to the carved center. I nodded. You want to display that at the event? Mason said, half impressed, half horrified. No, I said. I want them to ask for it. That was the key. This couldn't look like sabotage. Couldn't be sabotage, technically. It had to be something they welcomed. Something they bragged about. Something they posed with for photos, completely unaware of the trap beneath their feet. It had to be a gift. And not just any gift, a masterpiece. I got to work. The sculpture took nearly 3 weeks. I worked in secret, after hours, under a tarp even inside the shop. It was made of walnut and white ash, curved into a modern, asymmetrical shape that looked abstract from afar. But up close, you could see the truth. Carved into the inner edge were names, dates, phrases, all from our family's history. Some innocent, Josh's first desk, 1998. Others more, pointed. He's not really our son's son. He builds things, he doesn't do things. You're being overly emotional. I didn't quote anyone directly, but I didn't need to. Every word was etched with surgical precision. You had to look for them. You had to get close. The deeper you stared, the more uncomfortable it got. But on the surface, it looked stunning, elegant, refined, museum quality, even. I built a minimalist pedestal to go with it, black oak with a simple plaque reading, Legacy, commissioned for the Carter family, 2025. I even sealed it in a crate with a branded tag, listing my shop as the creator, along with a fake backstory about how Emily had personally requested the piece months in advance and how it represented heritage, growth, and the transformation of natural material into art. I knew exactly who to send it to, the event planner. I composed a short, confident email, said I was following up on the family's request and delivering a featured centerpiece. No charge, of course. A gesture of celebration. I attached polished photos, buzzwords, descriptions that made it sound expensive. Sent it off with a note that it would arrive the night before the event and required minimal setup. She replied in 20 minutes. It's exquisite. I'll reserve a prime spot near the welcome table. Just like that, it was in. I spent the next 2 weeks finalizing the mechanism. See, the real trick wasn't the sculpture. It was what was inside the pedestal. A small drawer, perfectly hidden, locked in place with a magnetic switch. Inside, a hardbound photo album, custom-made, leather cover, elegant, and on every page, a different snapshot of what my family didn't want seen. Pictures of my dad shaking hands with people he later smeared. Screenshots of social media comments my mom left on parenting forums under fake names, complaining about her underachiever son. Photos of me at public art installations they never attended but told people they supported. Even the invoice where they quietly refunded a donation I made in their name, because it didn't align with their professional image. I included a printed copy of that party invitation, the one where I was asked to act like I wasn't their son. I framed it like art, and on the final page, a handwritten note. This is who I am. This is who you are. You taught me to value image over truth. But I've chosen something different. I've chosen honesty. Let's see how it feels for you. I sealed the drawer, reset the magnet, and sent the sculpture on its way. The event was in 5 days. I didn't go. I had no intention of showing my face. That would have made it messy. Personal. No, I wanted this to unfold slowly, like watching a stain spread on silk. But I did send someone. Liv. She went in with a camera rig hidden in a brooch. Said she was helping one of the floral vendors, got a pass, and strolled in like she belonged there. She even wore one of the family colors, silver blue. She called me 30 minutes into the reception. They love it, she whispered. The sculpture's front and center. Your mom gave a speech about how it symbolizes strength and family legacy. I nearly choked. She's telling people you made it for them months ago. Said it's a representation of how far we've come as a family. Mason, sitting next to me in the shop, burst out laughing. I shook my head, stunned. The irony was so thick you could spread it with a chisel. And the drawer? I asked. Still sealed, she said. But there's a little kid crawling around near the base. He's been knocking on it like it's hollow. I give it 20 minutes. I hung up and waited. And somewhere, deep inside me, I felt it click. Not revenge. Not yet. But alignment. The pieces were in place. And the real show? It hadn't even started yet. The first text I got was from my aunt. It came about 3 hours after the reception was scheduled to start. Just one line. What did you do? No context. No follow-up. Just those 4 words. I didn't answer. A few minutes later came a call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. 30 seconds later, another one. Then another. And then silence. For about an hour. I knew that silence. It wasn't confusion. It was coordination. They were regrouping. Liv uploaded the footage that night. Nothing public, of course. Just a private Dropbox folder labeled Inheritance. It had everything I needed. The moment the sculpture was wheeled in. The moment the photographer asked them to pose with it. My mother's fake smile. My father's carefully measured nod. Emily doing a breathy explanation to her guests about how it represents the core values of our family: strength, elegance, tradition. And then, the moment. A kid, maybe 6 or 7, bored and fidgety, noticed the side panel and started knocking on it. Lightly at first, then harder. Liv got the whole thing. You see the child tap one particular spot again and again. Then crouch down, fiddling with something. A guest crouches with him, an older man, maybe a family friend. He runs his hand along the seam. Looks up curious. Calls someone over. A few moments later, one of the staff opens it. The magnetic switch slides loose. And the drawer opens. That's when the video gets quiet. You can feel the air change. A woman leans over, picks up the album, and opens it to the first page. Her smile slowly drains. Then she flips. And flips again. Her face tells the story. By the 5th page, she glances around, then hurries over to my sister. Emily, radiant in a pale blue gown, takes the book with a polite, confused smile. Still posing for photos. Still floating on her little cloud of self-importance. She reads the first page. And everything stops. Her expression collapses. Not dramatically. Not instantly. Just wilts. Slowly. Like a dying flower. She flips another page. Then another. By page 6, she's walking briskly off camera, book clutched to her chest like a bomb. You don't see where she goes. But the whispers begin. That's the thing about events like this. They're performances. And performances depend on control. Lighting. Timing. Mood. Control the stage, you control the story. But the moment the audience senses something real, something raw, everything unravels. Within minutes, you can see guests begin to murmur. Turn to each other. Point toward the sculpture. One woman takes a closer look and visibly flinches. A man leans down and starts tracing one of the carved phrases with his finger, his eyebrows raised. Then someone snaps a photo. A few more follow. Phones come out. People start reading aloud. The phrase, "He's not really our son's son," echoes faintly through the video. And then, like a wave, you see them realize. This wasn't a tribute. This was a confession. And they displayed it, framed it, bragged about it. I didn't need to be there. I could feel the room folding in on itself through the screen. Liv did one final pan across the reception hall before heading out. My mother is off to the side, near the catering station, talking rapidly to two elderly women with horrified expressions. My father stands stiffly near the sculpture, glaring at it like it betrayed him. Someone tries to cover the pedestal with a tablecloth, but it's too late. The photos are out. The story is already leaving the room. And Emily? She's gone. I watched the footage twice. Then I deleted it. It had served its purpose. The fallout was fast and deliciously silent. That's what I'd hoped for. No screaming matches. No tear-stained apologies. Just consequences. The next day, my parents called me. I didn't answer. They tried from their landline. From burner numbers. From Emily's number. Nothing. Then came the email. Subject line, "We need to talk." The body of the message was short. "Josh, what you did last night was cruel and humiliating. You embarrassed this family in front of hundreds of people. Whatever point you were trying to make, you went too far. Please call us so we can discuss next steps. Your mother hasn't stopped crying. Dad." I stared at the screen for a while. Then I typed 2 words. "Message received," and hit send. That was all. No explanations. No arguments. No emotional monologues. They didn't deserve my voice anymore. 2 days later, my mother posted a carefully crafted statement on her social media. Sometimes, even those we love can act out in hurtful ways. Families are complicated. We ask for privacy and understanding during this time. She turned off comments, but screenshots made their way around. Some of her friends sent me messages. One said, "I never knew you went through all that. I'm so sorry." Another said, "The piece was hauntingly beautiful. I don't think I'll ever forget it." And that meant more than any forced apology ever could. Emily never reached out. But I heard through the grapevine that she canceled her honeymoon, that she spent the next week ghosting every friend who was at the event, that her husband, Mr. Glassjaw, was furious she hadn't vetted the piece more closely. Apparently, his firm took some hits too. A few clients weren't thrilled to be associated with a family that publicly disowned their son and got caught lying about it. Couldn't have happened to nicer people. Meanwhile, my business exploded. I got 5 new commission requests within a week. Most from people who saw photos of the sculpture online and wanted something with similar emotional depth. A design magazine ran a feature titled, "The Artist Who Exposed His Family with One Sculpture." I didn't ask for the title, but I didn't argue with it either. I was invited to do a TEDx talk. Declined. Got a grant offer. Accepted. My waiting list grew by 6 months. But none of that was the real win. The real win came on a Tuesday afternoon, about 3 weeks after the event. I was in my shop, working on a new piece, something smooth and warm, shaped like a slow breath, when there was a knock at the door. Not the main entrance. The side one. The private one. I wiped my hands, opened the door, and there was my neighbor's kid. The one who always biked past my shop on the way to school. He was holding a school project, a lopsided jewelry box, barely held together with glue. He looked nervous. "Hey," he said. "My mom said you make stuff." "Like, good stuff." "I do my best," I said, crouching down. He hesitated. "This fell apart. Do you think you could help me fix it? I want to give it to my grandma." I looked at the box. One hinge was crooked. The lid didn't sit flat. But the effort was there. The intention. I smiled. "Yeah," I said. "I think we can fix it." And as I held that small, broken box in my hands, I realized something. Sometimes the best thing you can build is the version of yourself that no one ever thought you could be, even if it means breaking everything that came before. They asked me not to tell anyone I was their son. Now the world knows exactly who they are. I was the last one in the family to figure out that respect is earned, not given, and that sometimes the people closest to you are the ones who see you as nothing more than a tool. My name's Noah. I'm 29. I grew up in a pretty average middle-class household. My parents divorced when I was 12, and after that, I split my time between my mom's tiny 2-bedroom apartment and my dad's new condo with his just-a-friend girlfriend who magically became his fiancée 6 months later. I stayed out of the drama. I was good at staying out of things. I focused on school, avoided conflict, and learned early that the less I asked for, the more people left me alone. When I graduated college with a computer science degree and landed a stable remote job straight out the gate, my family started treating me differently, but I didn't notice right away. It was subtle at first. Jokes about my nerd money, requests for tech help at all hours, Venmo requests labeled as just temporary that were never paid back. I told myself it was fine. I could handle it. It's family, right? My mom, Angela, was the one who leaned on me the most. After the divorce, she worked retail jobs and cleaned houses to keep things going. I respected that. She never played the victim card or blamed my dad for leaving. She just powered through. But as I started making decent money, like actually decent, not influencer level but solid, she began making these little comments. Must be nice to work in your pajamas. Some of us don't get to sit behind a screen all day. When are you going to get a real job? I laughed it off. She was probably just teasing. She had a weird sense of humor, and I'd gotten used to it. But those comments never really stopped. And the older I got, the more they started to sting. Then came my Aunt Rhonda. If my mom was passive-aggressive, Rhonda was just plain aggressive. She had 2 kids, my cousins, Lily and Josh, both younger than me by a few years. Lily was in grad school for something vague and expensive sounding. Josh floated from one entrepreneurial venture to another, which is a polite way of saying he sold weed and NFTs. Rhonda liked to brag about how gifted her kids were, how they were destined for greatness, how the world just hadn't caught up to their brilliance yet. She never asked me how work was going. She just asked what I could contribute this year to help Lily with tuition or help Josh get on his feet. I didn't say no. Not at first. I started sending $300 here, $500 there. Covering Josh's car repair just this once. Paying for Lily's textbooks because it's just ridiculous what schools charge now. I even helped Rhonda with her rent one month when she called me crying, saying the landlord was threatening to kick them out. I wired the money immediately, and I didn't tell anyone. I figured they're family. If I were ever in trouble, they'd help me too, right? The thing is, I didn't talk much about my finances. Not because I was hiding anything, but because I knew how it sounded. I lived modestly. No sports car, no luxury apartment. I owned my condo outright thanks to a lucky investment early on and a little inheritance from my grandfather. I kept my job remote and steady. I had savings. I was okay, but I never bragged. I never wanted to seem like I was rubbing it in. Looking back now, I see exactly what I was to them, a walking ATM. A wallet with feelings, as I'd later hear in a video I was never meant to see. But I'm getting ahead of myself. It all started to shift one Thanksgiving, about 6 months ago. I flew in for dinner at my mom's house. She lives in the same neighborhood as Rhonda now, and the two of them have become one of those inseparable sister duos that share every opinion and every bottle of wine. I brought a pie from the bakery near my place, $1.40, but it looked fancy, and a bottle of wine that I'd been saving for a special occasion. When I walked in, the vibe was off. I was greeted, sure, but it felt like I'd interrupted something. Like I'd arrived late to a joke where I was the punchline. Dinner was fine, in that fake smile, tense small talk kind of way. Lily kept scrolling on her phone. Josh asked if I'd heard about a new crypto opportunity he was looking into. My mom asked if I was seeing anyone, and when I said no, she made a show of sighing dramatically and muttering something about too picky for his own good. I just smiled and passed the mashed potatoes. Later that night, I offered to help clean up, but my mom waved me off. Go rest, sweetie. You've done enough. Something about the way she said it made my skin crawl. I left early. I blamed work. And as I drove back to my Airbnb, I remember thinking, for the first time ever, maybe next year I'll skip it. A week later, I got a video from my Aunt Rhonda. At first, I thought it was a mistake. No message, just a short clip. I tapped play. It was them. My mom, Rhonda, Lily, and Josh, around the same dinner table after I'd left. The camera must have been propped up on a wine bottle or something. Rhonda was laughing so hard she had to wipe her eyes. Lily said something I couldn't quite catch. And then my mom, holding a half-empty glass of wine, said it. He's just a wallet with feelings. Everyone burst into laughter. Josh leaned back in his chair, smirking. Man, if I had Noah's money, I wouldn't even show up. I'd just send a check and call it a day. Oh, He will, my mom said, still laughing. That's Noah's love language. Direct deposit. I didn't reply. I watched the whole thing, then watched it again, just to make sure I hadn't imagined it. The casual cruelty of it. The way they all laughed. Like it was normal. Like it was fine. Like I wasn't a person to them, just a convenience. I didn't reply. I didn't call. I didn't text. I just opened my laptop and started planning. And that was the last time they'd ever see me as their personal wallet. But they didn't know that yet. They say you shouldn't make big decisions when you're angry. I wasn't angry, though, not at first. I was hollow, empty, like someone had knocked the wind out of me, but the air never came back. I sat there, laptop open, fingers hovering above the keys, and just stared at the paused frame of my mom mid-laugh. Eyes crinkled, wine glass in hand, like she hadn't just gutted her own son with a 10-second sentence. He's just a wallet with feelings. That line played in my head over and over, like a song on repeat you can't turn off. That night, I didn't sleep. I barely moved. I was supposed to have a Zoom call the next morning with a potential new client, a big one. I canceled it. Said I was sick, which wasn't a lie, just not the kind of sickness anyone could diagnose. I didn't tell anyone about the video. Not my friends. Not my therapist. Not even my ex, Natalie, who I still talk to sometimes when I needed to vent. This was different. This wasn't something I wanted to talk about. This was something I needed to understand. Had it always been this way? It was like a switch flipped, and I started remembering things differently. Little comments, little moments. Last Christmas, when I offered to buy everyone dinner at that fancy steakhouse, my mom said, "Let's enjoy it before Noah changes his mind." I laughed at the time, thinking it was just a joke. But now, I wondered what they really said about me when I wasn't around. I started playing back every holiday, every family party, every phone call where someone said, "Hey, Noah, quick question." And I realized none of those conversations were ever about me. They were about what I could do, what I could give, what I could solve. And the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. A week passed, then two. I didn't respond to any of my mom's texts. She noticed. I could tell from the way she shifted from casual to passive-aggressive. November 22nd, Mom. Hey honey, haven't heard from you. Hope you're not mad about something silly. November 24th, Mom. If you're ghosting me because I asked Lily about her tuition, that's not fair. She's family. November 26th, Mom. You know what? Do what you want. Just don't act surprised when people stop including you. Including me? Like I should be grateful to be tolerated. Then came Rhonda. November 27th, Rhonda. Noah, I know things have been weird, but can you please help Josh out just one more time? His car got repossessed, and he's trying to DoorDash to save up. We're desperate. Desperate. That was her favorite word. She used it every time she needed money. Funny how it always came right after I helped her the last time. November 28th, me. I'm not in a position to help anymore. Sorry. I sat there and stared at my own message for 10 minutes before hitting send. My hand was shaking. It was the first time I'd ever told them no. She didn't respond. Not right away, anyway. The next day, my mom called. I didn't pick up. She left a voicemail. Noah, what's going on with you? You're being really selfish right now. Rhonda and I are worried. You can't just shut people out when they need you. That's not who you are. That's not how I raised you. I almost laughed. Raised me? She outsourced me to public school and PBS while she worked doubles and let Rhonda babysit, which basically meant letting me sit in the corner while her kids played on the GameCube. I didn't reply. That was the week of my birthday. I don't usually make a big deal of it. I'd planned a quiet dinner with 2 close friends. Nothing major. But on the morning of, I woke up to a Facebook notification. Angela Miller and 6 others posted on your timeline. I opened it, expecting a generic happy birthday post. What I found instead was a group picture. My mom, Rhonda, Lily, Josh, at some restaurant I'd never heard of, eating cake. Caption, celebrating our favorite boy, even if he's too busy to join us. My name wasn't even tagged. I just stared at the screen. They hadn't called. They hadn't invited me. They'd thrown a birthday dinner for me without me, and then made it a public performance, like I'd bailed on them. As if they were the victims of my absence. My chest tightened. I turned my phone off and didn't turn it back on for the rest of the day. That was the first birthday I spent completely alone. Not even my dad called, though that wasn't surprising. He'd been largely out of the picture since he remarried and started a second family. I hadn't seen him in person in almost 3 years. I used to think I just slipped through the cracks. Now I wasn't so sure. It all boiled over 3 weeks later. It was a Friday afternoon. I just wrapped up a big project and finally felt like I could breathe. I was even thinking of taking a vacation, something I hadn't done in years. I opened my email to look at flight deals and saw a new message from Lily. Subject line, need a huge favor. I clicked it. Hey Noah, I know we haven't talked much, but I've got a massive opportunity and you're the only one who can help. I've been accepted to this psychology seminar in Costa Rica over winter break. It's super competitive and could really help me get a leg up in my grad program. The thing is, I can't afford the flights. They're like $1,100 round trip. If you could just spot me the cost, I promise I'll pay you back once I get my campus job next semester. This would mean so much to me. Also, it'd be like a late birthday present to your favorite cousin. Let me know soon because spots are filling up and I need to book ASAP. I stared at the screen. No apology. No acknowledgement. Not even a question about how I'd been. Just another ask. I didn't respond. I forwarded the email to myself, then saved it in a new folder titled Receipts. 2 days later, Rhonda texted me. December 17th. Rhonda, why are you ignoring Lily? She's stressed and crying now. You could have just said yes. And then, not even an hour after that, I got a call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. When I listened to it later, my jaw dropped. Noah, it's Josh. Look, man, I don't know what your problem is, but you're really messing over your family. We've always had your back, and now you're acting like some stuck-up jerk just because you got lucky in tech or whatever. Not cool, bro, real talk. You're losing the people who actually care about you. Think about that. I played it twice. They always had my back. When? When I paid for his tires. When I covered his overdraft fees. When I bailed him out. Literally, after he got caught shoplifting 3 years ago, and Rhonda begged me to pay the fine quietly so it didn't go on his record. That was the moment something broke in me. Not snapped, just broke. Quietly. Permanently. Like a foundation finally giving way after years of small cracks. I was done. Done hoping they'd change. Done pretending they saw me as anything other than a resource. Done believing that just because someone shares your blood, they deserve access to your life. That night, I poured a drink, sat down at my desk, and opened a spreadsheet. I titled it Final Tally. Every gift, every loan, every forgotten favor. $300 for Josh's toe. $1,200 for Lily's textbooks. $700 for Rhonda's overdue rent. $2,000 here. $600 there. Over the years, I had sent my family, just on record, over $26,000. And that wasn't counting meals, plane tickets, or holidays I'd paid for. I looked at the total. I looked at the names. And then I looked at the unopened video still saved on my desktop. The one where they laughed. Where my mom called me a wallet with feelings. That's when I made a choice. No big declaration. No dramatic phone call. Just a silent vow between me and the glowing blue screen. This ends now. And the next time they came to collect, they wouldn't just leave empty-handed. They'd leave exposed. But I had to wait. Had to be patient. And it turns out, I wouldn't have to wait long at all. Because less than a week later, they gave me the perfect opportunity to begin. And I took it. I didn't launch into revenge right away. I didn't send angry texts, didn't call anyone out on social media, didn't expose the video or cut anyone off in a dramatic, burning bridges kind of way. That's not how I operate. I've always believed in patterns. Quiet adjustments. 1 degree at a time until the whole direction of your life has changed. But before I could rise, I had to fall. And I didn't even realize I was falling until I hit the floor. It started with silence. I cut communication cold. No texts. No calls. No birthdays, holidays, check-ins. I turned off read receipts and notifications. I unfollowed every family member on social media. Not blocked, not unfriended, just ghosted. Vanished. I figured they wouldn't care. That they'd move on without me. Maybe grumble a bit about me being dramatic or sensitive. Then pivot back to whoever could fund their next crisis. But the silence must have scared them, because for the first time in years, they started trying to reach me. My mom left 2 voicemails a week apart. Noah, it's your mother. I don't know what's going on with you, but I hope you're okay. Please call me. Noah, this is getting ridiculous. I'm your mother. We don't ignore each other like this. Rhonda sent a long email titled Family Means Forgiveness, where she talked about how everyone says things they don't mean sometimes, and how I was holding on to resentment like it's some sort of currency. Which was ironic, considering all the actual currency I'd given her over the years. Josh DM'd me on Instagram with just the words, "Really, bro? After everything?" And Lily. Well, Lily posted a TikTok that didn't mention me by name, but the caption read, "When your rich cousin forgets where he came from." It got 18 likes. I watched it twice, and then I logged out of every platform. I thought cutting them out would feel empowering, like taking back control. But the truth? At first, it felt like grief. Like mourning a version of my life I'd always believed in, but never really had. I kept expecting to feel relief, but instead I felt empty. Like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, staring down at the sea, waiting for a wave that never came. The real crash came on Christmas. I didn't decorate, didn't bake, didn't put on music. I ordered Chinese food and watched Die Hard in my apartment alone, trying to convince myself it was just another day. It wasn't. The quiet hurt. More than I thought it would. My friends were all with their families, texting me blurry photos of ugly sweaters and pets in Santa hats. Natalie sent me a voice memo from her mom's house. She said, "Thinking of you. Hope you're okay." I didn't reply. I didn't know how to explain that I'd never felt less okay. I didn't sleep much that night. I just laid there, staring at the ceiling, wondering if maybe I was the problem. If maybe I had changed. If maybe success had made me cold, selfish, arrogant. It's what they all seemed to believe. Could they all be wrong? That was my lowest point. Not the betrayal. Not the video. But that night, alone with my own doubt. But sometimes, rock bottom is where you stop digging and start building. And I started small. I went back to therapy, something I hadn't done consistently since college. My therapist, Dr. Katz, didn't say anything profound at first. She just listened. She let me talk about the video, the money, the silence, the doubt. And then one day, after I told her about the TikTok post, she asked me something simple. "Noah, if someone treated your future child the way your family treats you, what would you tell them to do?" I didn't even hesitate. Run. And that was when I realized I already had my answer. I wasn't broken. I was just healing. And so, slowly, I started to rebuild. I focused on work. Not just to stay busy, but to create. I pitched 2 new app ideas I'd been sitting on for a year. One got greenlit by the startup incubator I'd once only dreamed of being part of. The other, an AI-powered budgeting tool, got picked up by a fintech company in its early stages, and I was offered a hefty equity share. For the first time in a long time, I was working on things I actually cared about. Not just fixing bugs or optimizing user flow, but building something real. I also started being honest with my friends. I told them what had happened. Not all the details, but enough. Enough to explain the distance, the silence. And to my surprise, they didn't lecture me. They didn't guilt me. They just showed up. My friend Ezra started inviting me to game nights. Chloe started looping me into her hiking group. Amir introduced me to his sister, Maya, who was an artist and had this laugh that made you forget what time it was. We went on 2 dates, then 4, then more. It wasn't love, at least not yet, but it was something healthy, something that didn't feel like a transaction. And most importantly, I started reconnecting with myself. I began journaling, working out, taking walks without my phone. I made playlists that weren't for parties or work sessions, just for me. I started cooking again, badly, at first, but eventually well enough that I stopped ordering in. I bought myself a new mattress, new sheets, threw out the ones that reminded me of my old apartment, my old self. I started setting boundaries, not just with people but with habits. I stopped checking my inbox after 8 p.m., stopped answering calls from unknown numbers, stopped agreeing to things just to avoid guilt. I realized that saying no wasn't cruel, it was self-respect. 3 months after Christmas, I got an email from my mother. It was longer than usual, carefully worded. No jokes, no guilt trips. Just this. "Noah, I want to talk. I know we've hurt you. I know I've hurt you. I didn't realize how bad it had gotten until you stopped answering. But I miss you. I miss my son. Can we talk? Please." I read it 5 times, and I didn't know what to feel. Part of me wanted to believe it, wanted to think the silence had forced some kind of reflection, that maybe she'd finally seen me, not just my bank account. But another part of me remembered. The laughter, the wine, the words, "He's just a wallet with feelings." I didn't respond right away. I forwarded it to my therapist. We talked about it at our next session. Dr. Katz asked, "What would you need to feel safe seeing her again?" I didn't have an answer, but I knew this. I wasn't going to rush back into the same role I'd just clawed my way out of. I wasn't going to be the emotional support ATM again. I wasn't going to fix this on their timeline. The rise, for me, wasn't about revenge. It was about clarity. It was realizing that my worth wasn't tied to my usefulness. That being quiet wasn't the same as being weak. That I had every right to expect respect before generosity. That love without respect is just manipulation in costume. And slowly, the fog cleared. I had power. Not the kind you flex. The kind you carry. And when I finally stood up, really stood up, it wasn't with a speech or a slammed door. It was with a plan. Because when I did respond, it wasn't with forgiveness. It was with a test. And that's where everything really began to shift. Because they thought they'd seen what it looked like when I walked away. They hadn't seen anything yet. And what came next? Let's just say, they taught me everything I needed to know about taking. Now it was time for them to learn what it felt like to lose. I didn't respond to my mom's email right away. I let it sit in my inbox for 3 days, unread after the 5th reread. It hovered there like a ghost, whispering promises of closure and danger at the same time. I wasn't afraid of her, not in the physical sense. But I knew what would happen if I replied too soon. If I picked up the phone or let them back into my world before I was ready, I'd get sucked into the same old patterns. The guilt, the emotional manipulation, the "I'm your mother" card she always played when she wanted something. But this time I was ready. I wasn't just going to walk back in and pretend things could go back to normal. I was going to test them. I crafted my reply with the precision of a surgeon, trimming every word until it was surgically polite and emotionally neutral. No edge. No hint of anger. Just curiosity and control. Hi, Mom. I appreciate your message. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately about boundaries, fairness, and how I want to move forward with the people in my life. I'm open to talking, but only if we can be honest about the past without defensiveness. If that's something you're willing to do, we can schedule a call. Let me know. Noah. She replied 2 hours later. Too fast to have thought it through, which told me everything I needed to know. Yes, of course. Whatever you want. I just want my son back. I scheduled the call for the following Sunday. I didn't tell her I'd be recording it. Not because I planned to post it anywhere, but because I needed receipts now. Documentation. Something to keep me grounded when the gaslighting inevitably began. I was right. The call started out soft, even sweet. She asked about work. I told her things were going well. She asked if I was seeing anyone. I told her I was going on dates, taking my time. Then the shift came, so small you might miss it. You know, Lily was really hurt when you didn't answer her. She didn't mean to offend you. She's just young and stressed. I didn't flinch. I'd rehearsed this. Mom, she sent me an email asking for money. No apology, no small talk, just a request. That's not stress. That's expectation. She paused. I could hear her breathing. Well, I mean, you have the means, Noah. It's not like having money doesn't obligate me to fund other people's bad planning. That shut her up. And then she said the line that would kick off everything that came next. So, is that what this is about? Money. I almost laughed. As if the video didn't exist. As if they hadn't laughed at me behind my back like I was some kind of golden goose with Wi-Fi. But I didn't laugh. I took a breath and said, no, it's about respect. And I've realized you only give it when you need something. She didn't like that. She tried to pivot. Blamed the wine. Said the dinner clip was taken out of context. That they were joking. That I misunderstood. That's when I hit her with the last line of the call. You didn't misunderstand my generosity. You just took advantage of it. That won't happen again. I ended the call. Politely. Calmly. And then I opened my laptop and started building something they couldn't see. The plan. You see, I've always been the techie in the family. They used to call me the IT guy when I was younger, even though I didn't just fix routers, I built systems. I automated workflows. I understood how data flows like blood through everything people touch online. And I knew a lot more than they realized. Like how Lily's grad school application had used a professional editor that I helped pay for, except I'd kept a copy of her original essay. And the final version, which I still had, with timestamps. Or how Josh had registered one of his sketchy crypto domains under my AWS account years ago when he didn't want to use his own credit card and never deleted it. It was still there, still live, and technically still mine. Or how Rhonda had begged me once to tidy up her digital life for a job application and gave me full access to her Gmail for a day. I never abused it. I'm not that guy. But I did archive the inbox backup to a local file, just in case. And now? Now was the case. But I didn't want to burn the whole house down. I wanted to invite them into it, let them get comfortable, and then flip the lights on. So I started small. I created a Google Drive folder titled Family Stuff. Inside, I uploaded a collection of old photos, edited gently to bring out warmth and nostalgia. Childhood birthdays. Christmas mornings. That beach trip when I was 14 and got sunburned like a lobster. Then I shared it with them. No message, just the link. Within hours, I got the first ping. Rhonda opened it. Then Lily. Then my mom. Josh took the longest. Then I waited. A few days later, I got the bait I'd been hoping for. Rhonda, email subject. Nice to hear from you. Hi Noah. Thanks for the pictures. That was such a sweet surprise. I'm glad you're reconnecting. We've all missed you. I hope you're open to maybe getting together sometime. I know Josh would love to talk to you about a project he's working on. Let us know. We'll make it work around your schedule. There it was. The return to normal. I replied 2 days later. Friendly. Measured. Hi Rhonda. Thanks for the message. I'm definitely open to catching up. It'd be nice to see everyone again. Maybe after the new year? In the meantime, I'm cleaning out some old files. Let me know if you want me to send you anything you might have forgotten I had. Noah. No response. Not right away. But I wasn't done. I contacted an old friend of mine from college, Olivia. She's a lawyer now, contract law mostly, but she owed me a favor from a semester where I basically tutored her through every Python assignment. I asked her how hard it would be to set up a trust. A real one. Not for them, for me. To move a large portion of my assets into a legal structure that could ensure, should I ever become incapacitated or pass away, not a single cent would go to my biological family unless they passed certain moral and behavioral clauses. She said it was more common than I'd think. So I did it. I rewrote my will, set up the trust, appointed my godmother, who I'm actually close with, as my power of attorney, moved my primary accounts to a new bank, changed all my passwords, removed every family member from my emergency contact list. All of this happened quietly, invisibly, and once it was done, I began phase 2. I started setting up meetings. Legal ones. Professional ones. I restructured the equity in my startup app so that my shares were held in the trust. I consulted with a reputation management firm just to see how bad things could get if someone decided to drag me online. The answer? Not bad at all. I had receipts. They had speculation. And the moment I saw the first sign of their next ask, I'd be ready. But I didn't want to just defend. I wanted to make them squirm. Not out of cruelty, but so they'd finally see what it felt like to need someone who wasn't willing to be used. The opportunity came, as I predicted, in the form of a text from Josh. January 21st, Josh. Yo man, got a new pitch for a crypto plus fitness app. Big investor meeting soon, but we need a lead dev. You down to collab? Can pay you equity for now. I stared at it for 10 minutes. Then I smiled and replied, let's talk. Not because I wanted the job, but because I wanted to walk them right into the fire. And this time, I wouldn't be the one getting burned. Because the setup? It was almost done. And what they didn't know was that every word they said from now on would be witnessed. Because I had allies now. Not just lawyers. Not just therapists. People. People who'd seen the video. Who knew the story. Who were waiting to help. And when the time came, we'd all be ready. But I'd let them keep talking for now. I met Josh at a coffee shop downtown. One of those sterile techie places where every wall's a whiteboard and the baristas wear startup hoodies. He looked the same, still dressing like a wannabe Silicon Valley dropout, still walking like the world owed him applause. He hugged me like we were long-lost brothers, and I let him. Let him sit across from me. Let him boot up his crusty Dell and walk me through a half-baked crypto fitness app that he clearly threw together in Google Slides the night before. Noah, bro, this is the future. You scan your body metrics in real time, right? Then it rewards you with coin. It's basically like getting paid to get shredded. He was grinning, waiting for praise. I nodded slowly. Interesting, I said. How many users do you have? Oh, it's still pre-beta, he said, waving it off like users were optional. But with your help, we could build an MVP in, 3 weeks? And funding? I asked. Josh leaned in like he was about to sell me the cure for aging. Rhonda's lined up a guy she met at her Pilates class. He does venture capital or something. We just need a prototype and a tech lead. That's you. I pretended to consider it. Stirred my coffee. All right. Send me the documents. Let me take a look under the hood. He grinned like he'd just won the lottery. Phase 2. Engaged. Over the next week, Josh sent me everything. Source code, pitch decks, financial projections he obviously copied from a Google template. I didn't sign a single thing. No NDA, no equity agreement. Just helping out, as he put it. Meanwhile, I copied everything to a private drive, time-stamped and organized. Then I dug a little deeper. Turns out, this wasn't Josh's first venture. He'd tried launching a crypto sneaker drop last year that failed after someone doxed him for running off with the pre-sale money. Then there was the fitness app before this one. Same concept, different colors. Buried under a different LLC, which I traced back to Rhonda's address. This wasn't a project. It was a pattern. A month in, they invited me to a formal family dinner. The first I'd been asked to attend since the infamous Thanksgiving video. Rhonda's idea. To celebrate the future of the family, she wrote in the group text. I RSVP'd yes. I knew exactly what they wanted. They thought they had me. I arrived early, in a button-down and blazer, holding a bottle of wine I didn't plan to open. Rhonda's place was cleaned up to look respectable. Candles lit, real plates on the table, even a vase of tulips in the middle like some Hallmark fantasy. My mom was already there. So was Lily, scrolling on her phone in the corner. She looked up and gave me a soft smile. Glad you could make it. Wouldn't miss it, I said. The dinner was fake polite. Overdone roast chicken, store-bought salad, strained laughter. Josh made a toast midway through, to family, loyalty, and building something big, and I raised my glass like I believed him. After dessert, we moved to the living room, where Josh opened his laptop. I figured we'd just sign you on officially tonight, he said, already pulling up a pre-filled contract. I tweaked the equity a little, 20%, not 30%, but we'll make up for it after the first round. I smiled. Actually, I brought something too. I opened my backpack, pulled out my own laptop, and connected to the TV. One click later, the screen lit up with their pitch deck, but this version had annotations. Red highlights, notes in the margins, slides titled Borrowed from WebMD, and Revenue Model, copied from template. Then came the old pitch Josh used last year. The failed sneaker launch. The Reddit thread linking his account to the scam. The receipts. Josh froze. I turned to Rhonda. This is your address, right? The one used to register JLR Holdings LLC. Her face went pale. Noah, what is this? It's everything you handed me, plus everything I found, plus backups, plus timestamps, plus, oh yeah, here's a short clip I think you'll remember. I clicked again. The video. The one Rhonda accidentally sent me. My mother, wine in hand. He's just a wallet with feelings. It played in silence. The room was dead quiet. Then I turned to my mom. You said you wanted honesty. That starts now. Lily stood up. Wait, what is all of this? Exactly what it looks like, I said calmly. You've all treated me like a walking bank account for years. You've used my generosity, my guilt, and my silence as leverage. And now, you've tried to drag me into a fraudulent business scheme to squeeze out whatever was left. Josh finally found his voice. This is insane, dude. You were in on this. No, I said, meeting his eyes. I watched. And now every lie, every receipt, every instance of manipulation is documented and timestamped. You should really read the contract you tried to get me to sign. You accidentally included one from your last scam. Same format. Same wording. My mom stepped forward. Noah, you don't have to do this. I looked at her, really looked at her. You did this to yourself. All of you. Then I pulled out the final card. I've already sent copies of everything to 2 lawyers, one civil, one criminal. If you try to retaliate, sue me, or lie about anything that happened here, the files go public. If you don't try anything, I walk away. Quietly. Permanently. You never hear from me again. Your reputation stays intact. Your mess stays in this room. Josh opened his mouth, but Rhonda grabbed his arm. No, don't. He's bluffing. I smiled. Am I? Rhonda faltered. What do you want? Nothing, I said. That's the point. No more money. No more help. No more contact. I'm done. And with that, I unplugged my laptop, dropped the wine bottle on the counter, and walked out the front door without another word. I never looked back. In the days that followed, I removed them from every remaining account, scrubbed them from my emergency contacts, and blocked every number. No retaliation ever came. Whether out of fear or shame, I don't know. I don't care. What I do know is that Lily quietly deleted that TikTok. Rhonda shut down the fake business LLC 3 days after the dinner. And Josh, his new app disappeared from GitHub. Ghosted. I moved to a new apartment a few weeks later. Bigger windows. More sunlight. New city. Clean slate. I still have the video, but I haven't watched it since. I don't need to. Because that moment in their living room, watching their faces crumble, not from rage, but from realization, that was the closure I never thought I'd get. People like them don't say sorry. They just get quiet when the person they've underestimated stops playing along. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't angry. I wasn't sad. I was free. Because I finally understood. They never saw me coming. But they'll never forget the day I left. My name's Gabriel, I'm 36, and up until last month, I was the family fixer. The guy who always picked up the slack, paid the forgotten bills, bought the Christmas gifts from all of us, and bailed out every relative who made a poor life decision, which, in my family, was most of them. I never signed up for that job. I just ended up with it after Dad passed when I was 21 and Mom spiraled into one long string of bad boyfriends and worse judgment. Somehow, without asking, the responsibility shifted to me. My sister Carla, 2 years younger, loud, sharp-tongued, and endlessly entitled, made sure of it. Carla had a kid when she was just 19. Lucas. I was in college when he was born, juggling classes and 3 part-time jobs, and still, I remember buying diapers when she couldn't. I remember staying up with him when she needed a break for a weekend that turned into a week. And I remember, more than anything, the moment I realized Carla saw my generosity not as love, but as her right. Over the years, that idea spread through the rest of the family like rot. My mother, ever the enabler, began to repeat Carla's lines word for word. You've got money, Gabe. You're single. No kids. You owe it to family. As if success were a sin I had to pay penance for. It wasn't like I was some tech billionaire. I worked hard, invested smart, and made a good life for myself. I ran a mid-sized software company with a team of 12, worked remote, and lived modestly, aside from the family gifts that bled me dry. I kept telling myself it was love, that it was worth it to keep the peace, that they didn't know any better, that I was strong enough to carry it. And for years, I did. Until last month. Until my birthday. Carla had insisted on organizing the dinner, her gift to me, which meant, of course, that I paid for the restaurant, the decorations, and the transportation for half the family to get there. Still, I tried to keep a good attitude. I hadn't celebrated my birthday in years, not really, and part of me hoped this one would be different. Maybe they'd write a card, say something nice, maybe, just maybe, show they cared about me, not just what I could give. We went to this upscale steakhouse downtown, the kind with dim lighting and white tablecloths that make everything feel a little too quiet. The hostess sat us at a long, polished table near the back. Carla arrived late, of course, flanked by Lucas, now a lanky, headphone-wearing teen, and my mom, who looked annoyed before even sitting down. The first red flag was the gift pile. It was enormous, but only one gift had my name on it, and I had bought it. For Lucas, a brand new, top-of-the-line gaming console he'd been hinting at for months. It cost nearly $900 with all the accessories. I had debated it for weeks, but I told myself it would mean something. That maybe if I gave him this, he'd see I cared. He'd remember. He'd thank me. When the food came out, it was as if no one noticed it was my birthday at all. Carla launched into some rant about her boss and how unfair her life was. My uncle Gary, a man who'd borrowed $6,000 from me and never mentioned it again, kept loudly asking if I still did that computer thing. My mom sipped wine and complained about how hard it was to find a decent man in this cursed town. And Lucas, well, he sat across from me, absorbed in his phone until Carla nudged him and said, "Come on, baby, open Uncle Gabe's gift." I watched his fingers tear into the wrapping paper with all the excitement of someone unboxing socks. No smile. No thank you. He pulled the console from the box, glanced at it like it was just another item on his checklist, and then, as if on cue, smirked. "Aunt Carla says you're just a wallet with a pulse," he said. "But hey, this is cool, I guess." The table erupted in laughter. Real, loud, unfiltered laughter. Carla clutched her wine glass and tilted her head like it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. My mom covered her mouth with her hand, but couldn't hide the grin. Uncle Gary laughed so hard he slapped the table and said, "Kids say the darndest things, huh?" I didn't laugh. I didn't speak. I just sat there, staring at Lucas, his bored expression, the way his fingers already reached for his phone again, the console pushed aside like it was nothing. Something inside me just went quiet. Not angry, not sad, just quiet. I smiled. Not out of happiness. It was that small, tight kind of smile that doesn't reach your eyes. The kind you make when everything finally clicks. I reached into my jacket pocket, pulled out my phone, and opened the app I'd prepared weeks ago. With 3 taps, I froze every card connected to my account. Mine, Carla's, Mom's, even Gary's old emergency visa that I'd forgotten to cancel. Every subscription, every shared account, every transfer line, locked. Nobody noticed. They were too busy laughing at the joke they thought they were in on. I didn't say a word. I stayed through dessert, paid the bill, of course, and listened to Carla drone on about how I should invest in Lucas's future by getting him into some elite gamer camp next summer. That night, when I got home, I didn't sleep. I moved slowly, deliberately. Packed a single bag. My laptop, a few clothes, my passport. I had planned this, quietly, for months, just in case. And now it was time. Before I left, I did one last thing. I wrote a letter. Just a single page. Folded it neatly, sealed it in an envelope, and taped it to the fridge in my mother's house, where I knew they'd all gather the next day to celebrate again. I didn't address it. They'd know it was from me. Then I left. No calls. No goodbyes. No forwarding address. I drove through the night, my phone buzzing every few minutes. Calls, texts, notifications. I turned it off. Somewhere around dawn, at a roadside diner miles from anywhere they'd think to look, I ordered a coffee, opened my laptop, and logged in. The accounts were still frozen. The silence was beautiful. And back home, on the fridge, they found the envelope. Inside the envelope was a single letter, handwritten, in blue ink, on the kind of heavy paper you only buy when something matters. No anger, no insults. Just facts. If you're reading this, I'm already gone. You laughed at me. Not because what was said was funny, but because deep down, you agreed with it. That I'm just a wallet with a pulse. For years, I convinced myself I was helping. That by paying the bills, buying the gifts, covering the mistakes, I was keeping this family afloat. But I wasn't helping. I was enabling. I paid for your silence, your approval, your company, and not once did you offer any of it freely. Lucas, enjoy the console. It's the last gift I'll ever buy you. Carla, maybe teach your son that words have weight, that gratitude matters. And Mom, I'm not Dad. I stopped trying to be a long time ago. You won't find me. I've erased my footprints. No forwarding address, no bank access, no more emotional subsidies. I've left you exactly what you left me over the years. Nothing but an empty chair and an echo. Gabe. That was it. I don't know who read it first or how they reacted. But the text that came in after I powered my phone back on 3 days later painted a picture. Carla, are you serious? This is how you treat your family? After all we've done for you? Mom, Gabriel, you're being dramatic. Let's talk about this. Please call me. Gary, bro, whatever this is about, can we just fix it? I've got bills coming up. This isn't cool. Lucas, not a message. Just an Instagram story of him holding the gaming console with the caption, "Last thing this loser ever bought me." Laughing emoji. I blocked them all. I was staying at a quiet lakeside Airbnb in a small town that barely had Wi-Fi. The quiet, at first, was overwhelming. After years of noise, of constant problems, expectations, family fires that needed putting out, the stillness felt almost fake. But it didn't take long before it became peaceful. I started sleeping through the night again. I read books without checking my email every few minutes. I hiked. I swam. I watched the sun rise without having to think about who needed what from me next. But as peaceful as it was, I couldn't shake the feelings. The grief, mostly. Not for them, but for the years I lost. I realized that for so long, I had believed love looked like sacrifice. That to earn a seat at the table, I had to buy it. That family meant obligation, not choice. And walking away didn't feel like freedom at first. It felt like mourning. I remembered birthdays where I paid for the cake, took the photos, and left with nothing more than a quick, half-hearted thank you. Christmases where I bought half the gifts under the tree, and no one remembered which ones came from me. Family meetings where they voted on how I should help, never asking if I was okay, never offering support in return. One night, about a week into my self-imposed exile, I got a call from an unknown number. Normally, I would have ignored it, but I was curious. I answered. It was Carla. Her voice wasn't angry. It wasn't loud. It was panicked. "You froze the accounts," she said quietly. "The rent bounced. Lucas's school needs payment by Friday. Mom's car won't start. We didn't realize you'd go this far." I didn't say anything. "Gabe," she asked, "can we just talk? Please." I finally spoke. "You never asked how I'm doing." Silence. She hung up. That night, I lit a fire by the lake, sat in front of it, and thought about the next chapter. What I'd do, where I'd go, who I might become, now that I wasn't someone's fixer, someone's safety net, someone's wallet with a pulse. But the story wasn't over yet, because 3 days later, someone knocked on the cabin door. I looked through the curtain, and standing outside wasn't Carla. It was Lucas, alone. No suitcase, just a backpack slung over one shoulder, and a face that looked a lot less smug than I remembered. "Uncle Gabe," he said, "can I talk to you?" And right there, with the fire crackling behind me and years of pain sitting heavy on my shoulders, I opened the door. I stood there for a moment, holding the door slightly ajar, unsure what I was looking at. Lucas looked different. Not older, not necessarily wiser, but stripped of that bratty confidence he usually wore like armor. He didn't have the usual scowl of teenage boredom either. Instead, he looked uncomfortable, nervous, like someone who had been sent but didn't know exactly why or what to say when he got there. "You came alone?" I asked, my voice flat. He nodded. "Took the bus." I stepped aside, just enough to let him in. He hesitated for a beat before crossing the threshold, like he expected to be yelled at or turned away. Part of me wanted to. Part of me still burned with that moment. His words, the laughter, the cold indifference after everything I'd done. But there was also a quieter part of me, buried somewhere deep, that just wanted to understand why. The cabin was simple. One main room, a fireplace, a couch, small kitchen, and a view of the lake through wide windows. Lucas dropped his backpack by the door and hovered near the armchair like he didn't know if he was allowed to sit. I gestured silently, and he eased into it, elbows on his knees, fingers fiddling with the string on his hoodie. "I didn't know what Aunt Carla said about you," he blurted, eyes fixed on the floor. "Not really. I mean, she says stuff all the time. I didn't think it mattered. You repeated it like it was funny." "I know," he whispered. "It wasn't." I didn't speak. I let the silence do the talking. Lucas sat there, chewing his lip, glancing around the room like he was waiting for the walls to close in. Eventually, he said, "Mom's freaking out. Grandma too. They thought you'd calm down after a few days, but now everything's crashing. Like, actually crashing. Bills, rent, cards. Grandma even got her lights shut off." I raised an eyebrow. "So you came here to convince me to fix it?" He shook his head quickly. "No. I mean, maybe they hoped I would. But I didn't come for them." I leaned back, folding my arms. "Then why did you come?" Lucas stared at the fire for a long time. The dancing light made him look smaller. Like a kid again. "Because I didn't get it until you left," he finally said. "How much you were doing?" I thought. "I don't know. That stuff just showed up. That life kind of worked out if you were lucky. That you had it easy, so you just handed things out." His hands tightened into fists on his knees. But when everything stopped, I saw how fast everything fell apart. Mom doesn't know how to do anything without asking for help. Grandma doesn't even remember her own Netflix password. It's like they've been living on autopilot, waiting for you to solve everything. And now that you're gone, they're just scared. "And you?" I asked. Lucas looked me in the eyes for the first time since arriving. "I was stupid. I didn't get it. And I don't expect you to forgive me or whatever. But I needed to see you. To say sorry. For what I said. For how I acted. I didn't mean it. I just thought it would make them laugh." I exhaled, slow and measured. "You did make them laugh." He winced, looking back down. "Yeah, I know." I stared at him for a long time. This wasn't a rehearsed apology. It wasn't smooth or polished or even fully thought out. But it was real, or at least the closest I'd ever seen from him. And still, the damage was deep. Not just the birthday, not just the console, but years. Years of being used, dismissed, expected to give more than I had. Years of covering for Carla while she played the victim and dumped her responsibilities on anyone nearby. Years of being talked about, but never to. "Did they tell you to say anything else?" I asked. "No," he said quickly. They don't even know I came. I just needed. I needed to look you in the face and say I was wrong. I nodded. Slowly. We sat in silence again, the fire crackling between us. It wasn't forgiveness. Not yet. But it was the start of something else, something I hadn't felt from my family in a long time. Honesty. Lucas rubbed his hands together. So what now? I stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the lake. The sky was shifting from gray to indigo as night settled in. The trees rustled gently. Everything was still. You'll sleep here tonight, I said. Tomorrow, I'll drive you back. He started to say something, but I held up a hand. We're not talking about fixing anything tonight. We're not talking about money, or your mom, or grandma's lights. We're going to eat, then sleep. That's it. He nodded, looking relieved and unsure at the same time. As I pulled a couple frozen meals from the tiny freezer, I felt something heavy start to shift inside me. Not closure. Not yet. But momentum. I hadn't expected him to come. But now that he had, I knew this wasn't the end. Because when I brought Lucas back home, everything would change. And they had no idea what was coming next. The next morning, the lake was glassy and still, with a low mist hovering above the water. Lucas had fallen asleep on the couch, curled under the blanket I tossed him the night before. He snored softly, the kind of sleep that only comes after a long, emotional exhale. I stood by the window for a while with my coffee, watching the sunrise ripple through the fog and thinking. There was no clean way to go back. No tidy conversation that would make any of this normal again. But I'd spent too many years avoiding confrontation for the sake of keeping the peace, and all it had done was turn me into a walking transaction. If I was ever going to close this chapter of my life, I had to face them. All of them. By 9 a.m., we were in the car, heading back toward the city. Lucas was quiet, earbuds in, eyes glued to the blur of trees outside the passenger window. I didn't interrupt his silence. I knew he was dreading the moment we pulled into that driveway, almost as much as I was. When we finally arrived, the house looked unchanged on the outside. White siding, faded mailbox, Mom's overwatered ferns still drooping on the porch. But inside, I could already feel the tension. Carla's car was in the driveway. So was Gary's, which I hadn't expected. I parked, turned off the engine, and sat still for a moment. You don't have to say anything, Lucas said suddenly. To them. If you don't want to. I want to, I said. But thanks. He nodded slowly, then opened the door. The moment we stepped inside, Carla's voice exploded from the kitchen. Where have you been? Lucas, you can't just disappear for 2 days. Do you know what kind of panic you caused? Lucas flinched, but I stepped between them. Carla stopped short when she saw me. Oh, look who decided to show up, she said, folding her arms across her chest. Are you here to finally unfreeze the accounts? Because. No, I said simply. She blinked. No. And I'm not here to apologize either. Mom walked in behind her, looking frazzled, holding a coffee mug like it was keeping her upright. Gabriel, honey, can we please just talk about this calmly? I've done nothing but talk calmly for 10 years, I said. I listened when you said I needed to help. I listened when you said I was blessed to be able to give. I even listened when Lucas parroted that I was a wallet with a pulse, and watched you all laugh. Carla rolled her eyes. Oh, come on. He's a kid. He didn't mean it. But you did, I said. You said it. You've said worse behind my back, I'm sure. That's not fair, Mom cut in. We've always appreciated what you've done. No, you expected it, I snapped. There's a difference. Carla laughed, sharp and cold. So what? You're just going to cut everyone off. Over one joke? Grow up, Gabe. This isn't about one joke, I said. It's about years of being used. Of being guilt-tripped into bailing everyone out. Of watching you all call me family when you needed something, and a ghost when you didn't. Gary stepped into the living room then, looking like he hadn't showered in days. All right. Let's not get dramatic. Just tell us what you want, Gabe. You want an apology? Fine. I'm sorry. Carla's sorry. Mom's sorry. Can we move on now? I shook my head. You still don't get it. I'm not angry anymore. I'm done. Done. Mom echoed, her voice cracking. I sold the company, I said. 2 weeks ago. I've been planning it for a while. Quietly. I liquidated everything. Put the money into a private trust, one you can't touch. The cards, the accounts, the shared assets? Canceled, removed, closed. Legally, financially, and emotionally. I've separated from this family. Carla looked like she'd been slapped. You're being ridiculous. No, I said. I've been silent. There's a difference. Lucas stood behind me now, silent but still present. I'm not doing this out of spite, I continued. I'm doing this because I have to. For my own sanity. For whatever future I have left. You've all made it clear who I am to you. The helper, the backup plan, the piggy bank. But I'm not playing that part anymore. Mom stepped forward, tears welling up. Gabe, please. We're your family. I turned to her slowly. You left me alone at 15 to raise Carla's kid. You told me to quit college so I could work full-time when rent was overdue. You let Carla yell at me in your kitchen and said nothing. What part of that is family? Her mouth opened, but no words came. Carla scoffed. So what? You're just going to vanish again? Go back to your little lake and pretend we don't exist? No, I said. I'll remember you. I'll carry the scars. But I'm not responsible for your lives anymore. You made your choices. Now live with them. With that, I turned and walked to the door. Lucas hesitated, then followed. Wait, Carla said suddenly, voice rising. Lucas, where do you think you're going? Lucas looked at her, really looked. And for once, he didn't flinch. I'm not staying here, he said quietly. I want to go with Uncle Gabe. If he'll let me. Carla laughed, loud and hollow. Are you kidding me? You're 15, Lucas. You don't get to just choose where you live. I talked to a counselor, Lucas said. At school. Last week. I told them what things are like here. About the yelling. About how you treat people. They're opening a case. I'm staying with Uncle Gabe until it's sorted. Carla's face drained of color. You little. Don't. I warned, stepping between them. She backed off, but her eyes were venom. I won't fight him, I added. If he wants to stay, he stays. If not, I'll take him back myself. There was a long, awful pause. Then Mom finally sat down, slowly, like all the fight had drained out of her. So this is it, she whispered. You're really walking away. I nodded. Yes. And with that, I walked out the door. Lucas followed, his backpack slung over his shoulder again. We didn't speak until we were in the car, halfway down the road, the house shrinking behind us in the mirror. You sure about this? I asked. He nodded. I don't want to end up like them. I glanced at him, then back to the road. You won't. We drove for hours. Back to the lake. Back to peace. In the weeks that followed, I enrolled Lucas in a new school near the cabin. I got him a counselor. Set up boundaries, structure, expectations, things he'd never had. He pushed back, sure. But slowly, he started to change. To grow. I started to change, too. For the first time in years, I wasn't exhausted. I wasn't resentful. I wasn't invisible. I wasn't a wallet with a pulse. I was just Gabe. And that was finally enough. My name's Kyle. I'm 46, and I never thought I'd be the guy sitting alone at the back of a graduation ceremony, clapping quietly for a son who looked straight past me. But life has a funny way of humbling you, especially when family is involved. I want to tell you about that day. The day my son walked across the stage, hugged another man first, called him the reason I made it, and never once acknowledged me. I didn't throw a fit. I didn't make a scene. I just sat there, clapping along with everyone else. Silent. Invisible. That silence, though, carried a weight that only grew heavier as the night went on. Let me rewind a little. I was never the absent dad. Not perfect, sure. I made my share of mistakes, but I was present. I drove my son, Brandon, to baseball practices, cheered in the rain during his soccer games, stayed up late helping him cram for exams. His mom and I split when he was 10, and the divorce wasn't exactly friendly. She moved on fast, marrying a guy named Greg within a year. Greg had money, the kind of money I never had. Shiny new cars, vacations every summer, dinners at places where the menus didn't have prices listed. Compared to him, I was the budget dad. My weekends with Brandon were bowling alleys, pizza nights, and secondhand video games. I worried sometimes that I couldn't give him enough, but I told myself that love and presence mattered more. And for a while, I believe Brandon felt that too. The cracks started showing in high school. Brandon got a car for his 16th birthday. Not from me, of course, but from Greg. A brand new Mustang, red, polished, gleaming. I couldn't compete with that. I got him a decent watch, something I saved up for, thinking it would mean something. He thanked me, but I saw the look in his eyes, the way his hands lingered on those new car keys. After that, things shifted. Suddenly, it was Greg in the stands at games, Greg helping him shop for suits, Greg being introduced to his friends as the guy who taught me everything about cars. Every time I tried to step in, I felt like the backup option. By the time senior year rolled around, it was clear where his loyalties leaned. He lived with his mom and Greg, only dropping by my place when it was convenient or when he needed something. "Hey Dad, can you help me with gas money this week?" "Dad, I forgot my calculator at your place. Can you drive it over?" I told myself it was just teenage stuff, that kids grow distant, but deep down it cut every time. I still paid half of everything: school trips, sports fees, even chipped in for prom. I told myself I was doing my part as a father. I thought maybe one day he'd see it. Maybe one day he'd look back and realize I was there all along. Graduation day should have been my moment of pride. My son walking across that stage, diploma in hand, a future opening wide in front of him. I put on my best suit, even bought a new tie. I showed up early, found a seat toward the back. His mom had the front rows reserved with her family, and I didn't want to fight. I sat there, clapping for every kid who walked up, waiting for Brandon's name. When it was finally called, I stood and clapped so hard my hands stung. He looked sharp in that cap and gown, smiling wider than I'd seen in years. And then, as the applause filled the room, he came down the stairs and made a beeline. Not toward me, not even scanning the crowd, but straight into Greg's arms. He hugged him like Greg had raised him, whispered something in his ear, and when he pulled back, I swear I heard him say, "You're the reason I made it." The crowd clapped louder. His mom beamed. And me? I just kept clapping, even as my throat tightened. My own son didn't look at me once. Afterward, I lingered outside, half hoping he'd come over, half dreading he wouldn't. He did, eventually, but only after photos were taken with his mom, with Greg, with her side of the family. When he finally walked up, it wasn't with a hug or even a thank you. He handed me an envelope. I opened it, thinking it was maybe a note or something personal. It was a receipt for the catering at the celebration they were hosting that night. He said, flat as stone, "Can you cover this? It's kind of your contribution." I looked at the numbers, thousands of dollars, and then looked at my son, standing there with his hand out like I was just a wallet he could tap into. I didn't say a word, didn't yell, didn't argue. I just let the paper slip from my fingers, watched it float to the ground between us, and walked away. No explanations, no excuses, just silence. The same silence I'd been sitting in all afternoon, but heavier this time. Final, almost. That was the moment something inside me cracked. Because it wasn't just about the receipt, or the hug, or the words he said to Greg. It was everything. Every overlooked moment, every dismissal, every time I'd been sidelined and treated like I didn't matter. I walked away that night with my chest tight and my mind racing. I knew this wasn't the end of it. Something in me shifted. Anger, yes, but also resolve. I wasn't going to let this slide, not anymore. And as the laughter of their celebration rang out behind me, I realized the silence I carried wasn't just mine anymore. It was going to be theirs too, soon enough. After walking out that night, I thought maybe my silence would make a statement. That if I didn't fight, didn't argue, didn't beg to be noticed, maybe, just maybe, someone would realize the weight of what they'd done. That Brandon would text, call, something. But silence has a funny way of answering itself. The only message I got that evening wasn't from my son. It was from his mom. She texted, "Kyle, I heard you walked out. Brandon's disappointed." It was supposed to be his night, not yours. I stared at the words for a long time, my hand tightening around the phone until it hurt. His night, not mine. Like I had even tried to make it about me. Like sitting in the back row, clapping quietly, wasn't already me swallowing every ounce of pride I had left. I didn't respond. I couldn't. Because deep down, I knew it wasn't about me. It was about them, always about them. The days that followed were like living in a fog. Brandon didn't call, didn't come by. I saw pictures plastered all over social media. Him grinning next to Greg, arms slung around his mom's shoulders, the whole family beaming like they'd done this together. There wasn't a single picture of me. Not even one. It was like I hadn't even been there. And then the phone call started. Not from Brandon. He stayed silent. But from my ex. "Kyle, the photographer's bill came in. You should cover half. Brandon's planning a graduation trip with his friends, and we've already spent so much. Can you send some money his way? We need to get him set up for college. Books, housing deposits, all of it adds up. You know it's your responsibility too." Each time, her voice carried that tone, that sharpness like I was already failing just by existing. And each time, I reminded her that I was already paying child support, already sending extra when I could. But she never saw it as enough. It was never enough. I asked about Brandon directly once, just once. How's he doing? Has he said anything about that day? She sighed, like I was a child pestering her. Kyle, don't make this about your feelings. Brandon's moving on with his life. If you really cared, you'd step up more instead of sulking. Sulking. That word hit me like a brick. Was that what they thought this was? That I was sulking, pouting like a child, instead of drowning in the ache of being cut out of my own son's milestones? A week later, Brandon finally texted. Short. Blunt. Hey, did you ever pay for that catering? Mom says you walked out. No, hi Dad. No. Thanks for coming. Not even a question about how I was. Just money. Always money. I typed out a dozen replies. The first was angry. Do you realize what you did? The second was hurt. I was there, Brandon. I clapped for you, even when you ignored me. The third was desperate. I love you, son. Don't push me away. But in the end, I erased them all and sent nothing. If my only worth to him was a bank account, then I had nothing left to give. But the silence didn't last long. My brother, Dan, called me out of the blue one evening. He lives 2 states away, but somehow even he had heard the story twisted around. Kyle, he said, why are you trying to ruin Brandon's graduation? Mom told me you stormed out after making a scene about money. I nearly dropped the phone. A scene? A storm? I'd said nothing, done nothing, just walked out. But already, the story had been flipped, warped, spun into a version where I was the villain. The selfish father who couldn't handle his son having another role model. Dan, I said carefully, that's not what happened. I sat in the back row. I clapped. He hugged Greg and called him the reason he made it. Then he handed me a receipt for thousands of dollars and told me to cover it. I didn't say a word. I dropped it and walked away. That's it. Dan was quiet for a moment. Then he said, that doesn't sound like Brandon. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? That cut deeper than I expected. My own brother doubted me, believed their side before mine. I ended the call quickly before my voice could crack. After that, things only got worse. Brandon started coming by less and less. Not that he came often before. When he did, it was usually to pick something up. A box of his old stuff, a tool he borrowed, once even a spare suitcase because Greg was lending him one, but it wasn't big enough. Each time, he came in like my place was just storage, not a home. Barely said 2 words to me. No hugs. No thanks. Just in and out. One Saturday, he stopped by unannounced. I was in the garage, fixing up an old lawnmower. He walked in, holding a list. Mom said you should handle these before I leave for college. He dropped the paper on my workbench and started to walk away. I picked it up, my eyes scanning the items. Dorm supplies, electronics, even a request for a new laptop. Thousands of dollars worth. Brandon, I said slowly, why are you giving this to me? He shrugged. Because you're my dad. Isn't that what dads do? Something in his tone wasn't just dismissive, it was entitled. Like I owed him, not because of love, but because it was my function, my role. I tried to keep my voice steady. Brandon, I've been paying child support all these years. I helped with prom, with sports, with trips. I can't just write checks for everything. He turned, finally looking at me, and what I saw in his eyes wasn't anger, it was disappointment. Greg would have done it without complaining. That sentence hung in the air like smoke. Greg would have done it. Greg would have handled it. Greg was the dad he wanted. I don't even remember what I said after that. Something about doing what I could, about how money doesn't grow on trees. He left without another word, slamming the door behind him. I sat there in the garage long after he was gone, the list still in my hand, my heart pounding like I'd just been punched. The thing is, it wasn't just Brandon. It was the whole family. My mom called a few days later, saying she understood why Brandon leaned on Greg more. He provides stability, Kyle. Maybe you should accept that he's the better father figure. Better father figure. The words echoed in my head like a drumbeat. It was like no one saw me anymore. No one remembered the years I spent holding everything together when my ex was out partying, when Greg wasn't even in the picture. And then came the final straw. I found out, through Facebook, of all places, that they'd thrown Brandon a going away to college party. Huge event. Balloons, banners, a catered spread that made the graduation look small. Dozens of photos of Brandon smiling with his mom, with Greg, with all the relatives. Not a single invite had come my way. Not even a courtesy call. I sat there scrolling through those pictures, my stomach churning, my chest tight. And then I saw it. A picture of Brandon holding up a new laptop, grinning wide. The caption, "Thanks to Greg for always making sure I have everything I need." That was it. That was the knife twisting in the wound. Because it wasn't just that I'd been excluded. It was that they wanted me erased. Rewritten out of my own son's life. Replaced by someone else who had the money, the shine, the spotlight. I closed the laptop and sat there in the dark, listening to the hum of the refrigerator and the pounding of my own heart. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just hurt, I was done. Something in me shifted from pain to cold resolve. Because if they thought I was just a silent spectator, if they thought I'd keep clapping from the back row while they pushed me further and further out, they had no idea what was coming. And that was the night I decided I wasn't going to be invisible anymore. The turning point didn't come all at once. It crept in like a slow leak, drip by drip, until the floor beneath me gave way. By the time I realized how deep it ran, it was already too late. It started with a phone call, of all things. I was at work, sitting at my desk, staring at spreadsheets that didn't matter half as much as the silence that had been growing between me and Brandon. The phone buzzed. His name lit up the screen. For the first time in weeks, my heart lifted. I thought, maybe this was it. Maybe he was reaching out to talk, to bridge the distance, to finally say something that sounded like the boy I used to know. I answered, trying to sound calm. "Hey, Brandon. How's it going?" His voice was clipped, businesslike. "Dad, I need you to co-sign something." My chest sank, but I forced myself to stay even. "What is it?" "A loan. For school. It's not that much, but Greg said his credit's tied up right now. Mom said you'd do it." I froze. Co-sign. My mind immediately went to the risks. My credit wasn't perfect, but I kept it steady. I couldn't just throw it on the line. "Brandon, do you know what that means? If you don't pay it back, it's on me. It affects my credit. My finances." He huffed, that teenage exasperation I'd grown used to, but sharper now, older. "It's just college stuff, Dad. Stop making it a big deal. Greg said if you cared about me, you'd do it." There it was again, Greg's name. Always Greg. Always the measuring stick. I swallowed hard. "Brandon, it's not that I don't care. I've been supporting you for years. But co-signing is serious. It's not just money, it's risk. I need to think about it." His silence on the other end was deafening. Then, flat as ice, "Forget it. I'll ask Greg." Click. I sat there staring at my phone, my hand trembling slightly. It wasn't just the words, it was the tone. Like I'd failed a test I didn't even know I was taking. I tried to push it aside, tried to focus on work, but it gnawed at me all day. That night, I called him back. No answer. I texted, "Brandon, I just want to talk. Can we meet up?" Nothing. Just silence. 2 days later, I got my answer, not from him, but from the world. I was scrolling through Facebook during lunch when I saw the pictures. Brandon and Greg, shaking hands, both smiling wide. The caption, "Proud to help my son take his first big step into adulthood. Co-signed his first loan today. Sky's the limit." My fork clattered onto the plate. My stomach churned. He had gone to Greg. Not just gone to him, but celebrated it publicly. Called him Dad in the comments when someone congratulated him. And me? I was erased. Again. I told myself that was the betrayal. That was the moment. But it wasn't. The real blow came a week later. I'd been out running errands when I got a call from my bank. "Mr. Harrison, we're calling to verify a transaction on your account." My blood ran cold. "What transaction?" "A transfer, $2,500. It looks like it was initiated online, authorized under your linked devices." I nearly dropped the phone. I hadn't made any transfer. "That's not me," I said quickly. "Cancel it." But the woman's voice was calm, steady. "It's already cleared. I'm afraid it's gone. Do you recognize the recipient?" "Brandon Harrison." The world tilted. My son's name. My own bank account. He had accessed it. Somehow, he had gotten in. I raced home, pulled up my laptop, and sure enough, there it was. A transfer to his account. $2,500, gone. My hands shook as I dialed his number. He answered on the second ring, his tone annoyingly casual. "Hey, Dad." "Brandon," I said, my voice low and tight. "Did you take money from my account?" Silence. Then, not even guilty, just defensive. "I needed it. Mom said you'd help. You always say you can't, but you can. I just made it easier." I couldn't breathe. "You stole from me. Do you understand that? That's stealing." He scoffed. Stop being dramatic. It's for school stuff. You're supposed to support me. Greg said if you won't step up, then maybe you don't deserve the title of dad. That broke me in a way I can't even explain. My own son, parroting Greg's words, stripping me of the one role I'd clung to when everything else was taken. I didn't yell. I didn't curse. I just whispered, Brandon, you crossed a line you can't come back from. He hung up on me. That night, I sat at the kitchen table with the lights off, the house too quiet. My hands pressed against my temples, my chest aching. Memories flooded in, of holding him as a newborn, of teaching him to ride a bike, of late nights with hot cocoa when he was sick. All of it washed against the image of him smiling next to Greg, calling him dad, stealing from me without a shred of remorse. And then, the final twist of the knife. A text from my ex. Kyle, don't go making a big deal about the money. Brandon just borrowed it. If you try to shame him, don't bother coming around anymore. He doesn't need your negativity. He has a real father figure now. A real father figure. I dropped the phone on the table and just sat there in the dark, numb. Because it wasn't just Brandon anymore. It was the whole system. His mom, Greg, even Brandon himself, they'd all decided my place. Not at the table. Not in the front row. Not even in the picture. Just gone. And that was the betrayal. Not just the money. Not just the loan. Not just the words. It was the final erasure of who I was. The father I had been. The years I had given. That was the night something inside me went cold. The love was still there. It always would be, but it was buried under a new resolve. If they wanted to write me out of the story, fine. But I wasn't going quietly. And for the first time in my life, I started thinking, not about how to hold on, but how to let go. On my terms. Not theirs. Rock bottom doesn't announce itself with a crash. It doesn't even arrive all at once. For me, it came in waves. Quiet, suffocating waves that pulled me under until I didn't even realize how far I'd sunk. After the money was stolen, things between me and Brandon went silent. Not the silence of peace, but the silence of a door slammed shut. Weeks passed without a single word. No calls, no texts, no visits. I knew he was busy getting ready for college, but I also knew the real reason. He didn't want to see me. Didn't need to. He had Greg, his real father figure, the man with the money and the open wallet. Me? I was the empty seat in the back row, the guy you called when you needed a bank transfer and forgot to say thank you afterward. I tried to push through, to keep living my life. But it wasn't much of a life anymore. Work felt hollow. I'd sit at my desk staring at spreadsheets, but my mind would be replaying that conversation. Greg said if you won't step up, then maybe you don't deserve the title of dad. Those words burned like acid. Nights were worse. I'd come home, heat up something from the freezer, and sit in the dark living room, the glow of the TV bouncing across empty walls. My house felt less like a home and more like a holding cell, where I was left to stew in my own thoughts. And then the whispers started. Not literal whispers, but the sideways comments from family, friends, coworkers. My brother called again, saying, Kyle, I don't know what you did, but Brandon told everyone you tried to guilt him over money. He said you made him feel like a burden. A burden. My son, the boy I had carried on my shoulders at carnivals, taught how to drive in my beat-up sedan, sat with during his first heartbreak, was now telling people I made him feel like a burden. It wasn't just family either. At work, my manager, who'd known me for years, pulled me aside. Everything okay at home, Kyle? You seemed distracted. People are talking. I wanted to laugh, but it came out as a choke. People were talking, all right. My name, my role, my identity, it was all being rewritten without me. And the worst part was, I couldn't even fight it. If I tried to defend myself, I'd sound bitter, vindictive. If I stayed quiet, I looked guilty. Either way, I was the villain in someone else's story. Financially, the hit from Brandon's theft hurt more than I let on. I wasn't swimming in savings. I lived carefully, paycheck to paycheck with a little cushion. Losing $2,500 wasn't just an inconvenience. It was rent, bills, food. I filed a dispute with the bank, but they said since the transfer was authorized through a linked device, it was considered legitimate. My own son had known enough of my passwords, my information, to get in. And now I couldn't even prove it wasn't me. So I tightened the belt. No dinners out, no extras, just bare bones. At night, I'd sit with unpaid bills spread across the kitchen table, the hum of the refrigerator filling the silence, and wonder how it had come to this. Not just the money, but everything. How had I gone from being a father, a man with purpose, to this hollow shell, alone with receipts and regrets? But the hardest blow came the day Brandon left for college. I hadn't heard from him in weeks. I didn't even know his move-in date. I found out the way I seem to find out everything now, through pictures online. My son, smiling in front of his dorm, his arms wrapped around his mom and Greg. The caption, "Couldn't have done it without you guys." You guys, not me, never me. I sat there staring at the screen, my chest aching like someone had pressed a weight against it. I had dreamed of that day for years. Helping him move into his dorm, carrying boxes, setting up his desk, maybe grabbing lunch together before I drove home. Instead, I was a ghost, watching from a distance as someone else lived the life I had imagined. That night, I didn't eat. I just sat on the couch, the house dark, my phone buzzing with notifications I couldn't bear to read. For the first time, I felt something dangerous creep in, an emptiness so deep I wasn't sure I wanted to climb out. I thought about what it would mean if I just stopped. Stopped showing up, stopped paying, stopped existing in his story. Would anyone notice? Would anyone care? But then, in the middle of that spiral, a thought cut through. A small, quiet voice. Not a scream, not a plea, just a whisper of clarity. They already act like you don't exist. So why not give them exactly what they want? The idea rattled me. At first, it felt like defeat, like giving up. But the more I sat with it, the more it felt like something else. Power. Control. For years, I had been clinging, begging for scraps of acknowledgement, paying for the privilege of being ignored. What if I stopped? What if I took myself out of the equation? Not as punishment, not as a tantrum, but as a choice. I started small. I went through my finances, line by line, cutting off anything that tied back to them. The automatic transfers, the extra support, the little help requests that drained me. I closed the joint savings account I'd once set up for Brandon's future. I changed my passwords, locked down my bank, my credit, everything. I told myself it was just practical, just smart, but deep down I knew it was more. It was me building walls where the doors had been kicked in. I also started writing things down. Not just bills or numbers, but moments. Times I'd been erased, manipulated, stolen from. Dates, receipts, texts. A record of all the ways I'd been pushed aside. At first, it was just for me, a way to process. But slowly, I realized it was more than that. It was evidence. Proof that I wasn't crazy, that this had happened, that I hadn't imagined being replaced in my own son's life. The pain didn't go away. Every night, I still sat in the silence, staring at the empty chair across from me. I still scrolled through pictures of Brandon, smiling with Greg, my stomach twisting. I still woke up with a knot in my chest that didn't loosen until late afternoon. But now, there was something else woven into the pain. A thread of resolve. Because I knew this couldn't go on forever. Either I would drown in it, or I would find a way to turn it. To take back control of the story that had been ripped out of my hands. I wasn't ready yet. Not then. I was still too raw, too hollow. But I could feel it, deep down. The beginnings of something. A plan forming, quiet and steady, like a storm gathering on the horizon. And as I sat there one night, staring at the pile of receipts and bills on the table, I whispered to myself, soft but certain, this isn't the end. Not yet. When people talk about moving on, they make it sound like flipping a switch. You're down, then you're up. Heartbroken, then healed. But in reality, it's not like that. It's messier slower. Some days you wake up and feel like you can breathe again. Others, you're back on the couch at 2 in the morning with cold coffee and regret. For me, the climb out of that pit didn't come from some lightning bolt of inspiration. It came from smaller choices. Quiet ones. The kind nobody else noticed at first, but I did. It started with my mornings. For months, I'd been dragging myself out of bed at the last possible minute, rushing to work half awake, mind already fogged with bitterness before I even clocked in. One morning, for no real reason, I set my alarm an hour earlier. I sat in the kitchen with a cup of coffee, just listening to the hum of the world waking up outside. It felt different, calmer. Like, for once, I was in control of my time. That one choice snowballed. I started walking after work. Just half an hour around the neighborhood at first, hands shoved in my pockets, but eventually longer, further. The fresh air cleared my head. My body, stiff from months of sitting hunched in the dark, loosened up. I didn't realize how much I'd let myself go until I started moving again. I joined a gym. Not one of those fancy places with smoothie bars and trainers yelling motivational quotes. Just a small, local spot where the equipment was old but sturdy. At first, I was awkward, fumbling through machines I barely understood. But over time, I got stronger. I'd catch my reflection in the mirror, sweat dripping down my face, and think, there you are. You've still got fight left. It wasn't just physical. At work, something shifted too. For years, I'd been coasting, reliable, yes, but never pushing. After everything with Brandon, I realized how much of myself I'd been giving away outside of work, leaving nothing for my own future. So I started volunteering for projects, taking on extra responsibilities, not to prove anything to anyone else, but to prove it to myself. My boss noticed. "You've really stepped up lately, Kyle," she said one afternoon. "I was thinking of putting you in charge of the new account. It's a big one." That project changed everything. It was demanding, stressful, but I threw myself into it. And when it succeeded, when the client signed a long-term contract, my name was the one they thanked. Within months, I was promoted. Not a massive jump, but enough. Enough to feel the ground under my feet again. Financially, the raise gave me breathing room. I paid off debts I'd been carrying for years. I rebuilt the savings Brandon had drained. I even started investing, carefully, in things I'd always been too scared to try before. It wasn't about wealth, not really. It was about stability. About knowing I wasn't one misstep away from drowning again. Socially, I'd kept to myself for so long that I'd forgotten what connection felt like. But little by little, I let people back in. A coworker invited me to grab dinner after a long day, and instead of declining like I normally would, I said yes. Then another yes, and another. Soon I had a small circle again. People who saw me as Kyle, not as Brandon's dad, not as the bitter divorcee, but as a man rebuilding himself. And the strangest part? I laughed again. Real laughter, the kind that shakes your chest. I hadn't realized how long it had been since I'd heard that sound come from me. Of course, the ache for Brandon never went away. It was still there, like a scar you can't ignore. I'd scroll past pictures of him at college, parties, football games, smiling with Greg and his mom, and my chest would tighten. But instead of spiraling, I'd close the app, lace up my shoes, and go for a walk. I was learning that the pain didn't have to own me. I also started therapy. At first, I thought it was weakness, sitting in a room spilling my guts to a stranger. But that stranger helped me untangle knots I'd been carrying for years. Helped me see that my worth wasn't tied to Brandon's approval, or my ex's manipulation, or Greg's shadow. For the first time, I started to believe it. Then came the opportunity one hadn't expected, a chance to move. A promotion came with the option of relocating to a bigger city, managing a larger branch. At first, I hesitated. This had been my home for decades. It was where Brandon had grown up, where every memory, good and bad, lived. But then I thought about those memories, how they weighed me down like anchors. And for the first time, I realized I wanted out. So I took it. The move was exhausting, but freeing. New apartment, new office, new routines. Nobody here knew me as the father who'd been replaced or the ex-husband left behind. I was just Kyle, hardworking, dependable, funny in a dry way that people appreciated. The air felt lighter. And with distance came perspective. I realized that for years, I had been feeding a machine that only chewed me up. I had been handing over my money, my time, my energy, and getting nothing in return but contempt. Out here, away from all of it, I could finally see it clearly. I stopped checking Brandon's social media as much. Not out of anger, but because I didn't need to anymore. His life was his, mine was mine. And mine was starting to look pretty good. Financially, I was stronger than ever. I'd saved enough for a down payment on a small condo, and I bought it. My name on the deed, no one else's. For the first time, I had something that was entirely mine. Physically, I felt better too. The gym wasn't just a routine anymore, it was a release. I ran farther, lifted heavier, pushed harder. My body changed, sure, but more importantly, so did my mind. The man in the mirror didn't look broken anymore. He looked determined. And socially, well, let's just say I wasn't as lonely as before. I wasn't rushing into anything serious, but I went on dates. I laughed with people over drinks, went hiking on weekends, even tried salsa dancing once. I was terrible, but it didn't matter. For the first time in years, I felt alive. Through it all, Though, I never forgot. I never forgot the graduation, the receipt dropped on the floor, the stolen money, the erasure of my name from my son's life. Those memories didn't fade, they sharpened. But instead of breaking me, they fueled me. Because while my life was improving, theirs wasn't perfect. Word traveled, even across distance. My ex had a way of overextending herself, and Greg's finances weren't as bottomless as they pretended. The cracks were showing. Arguments, debts, obligations piling up. And I knew, deep in my bones, that one day, they'd come knocking again. Not out of love, not out of guilt, but out of need. And when that day came, I wouldn't be the same Kyle sitting silently in the back row. No, this time, I'd be ready. Life has a way of circling back. You think you've moved on, left the past behind, but then the past finds a crack in your walls and seeps back in. By the time mine did, I wasn't the same broken man I'd been. I was stronger, calmer, sharper. And for once, I was in a position to choose how I wanted to respond. It started with an email. Simple subject line, "Hey Dad." I stared at it for a long time, the cursor hovering above it. It had been months since I'd heard from Brandon, maybe close to a year. The last time we spoke, he had stolen from me, called me less than a father, and slammed the phone down. I thought I'd never hear from him again. But there it was. I clicked. "Hey Dad, I know it's been a while. I'm in college now, things are good. Classes are expensive, though, and I was wondering if you could help out with some tuition and maybe books. Mom and Greg are already doing a lot, and I figured you might want to contribute too. It would mean a lot. Let me know. Brandon." No apology. No acknowledgement of what had happened. Just money, straight to the point. For a moment, the old ache flared up. The father in me wanted to respond, wanted to say yes, to remind him that I was still here. But the man I had become, the man who had clawed his way back from the bottom, knew better. I didn't reply. Not right away. Instead, I sat back and thought. That email wasn't just a request. It was an opportunity. Because here's what had changed. I wasn't desperate anymore. I didn't need his approval, his recognition. I wasn't clapping from the back row, begging for a glance. I had my own life, my own stability. And that meant, for the first time, I had leverage. I let the email sit. A week later, another came. This one less casual. "Dad, I really need your help. The financial aid office says I'm short for next semester. If I don't cover it, I might have to take a break from school. Mom said you'd probably step up. Please." I could almost hear the strain in his words, the shift from entitlement to desperation. I didn't smile, not exactly, but something inside me steadied. I had been waiting for this. Not consciously, but deep down. The moment they realized I wasn't disposable after all. Around that same time, I stumbled onto something unexpected. At work, part of my new role involved overseeing contracts and accounts for local businesses. One of the clients we worked with happened to be a mid-sized construction company. And wouldn't you know it, their biggest subcontractor was none other than Greg's firm. At first, I thought it was coincidence. But the more I looked into it, the more I realized just how tangled the threads were. Greg's firm wasn't as bulletproof as they liked to present. In fact, they were overextended, juggling multiple contracts, running on razor-thin margins, relying heavily on credit. One late payment, one failed bid, and the whole house of cards could start to wobble. That's when the idea started to form. I wasn't out to ruin them, not yet. But I realized I now had insight, knowledge, and a position that gave me access to information Greg probably assumed I'd never see. I knew his timelines, his payment structures, his dependencies. I knew where the cracks were, the stress points. And that knowledge? That was power. Meanwhile, Brandon's emails kept coming, each one more insistent than the last. "Dad, why aren't you answering? This is serious. Do you even care if I drop out? Greg said you probably don't, but I want to believe you do." That one stung. Even when he was asking me for help, he still dragged Greg's name into it. But instead of anger, I felt something else. Patience. Because I knew now that his need for me would only grow. College was expensive. Life was expensive. And the well he thought was bottomless, Greg's wallet, wasn't as full as he believed. I finally replied, short and careful. "Brandon, I've always cared. But you need to understand that support is more than money. Let's meet and talk." I sent it and waited. A day later, he agreed. We met at a cafe near his campus. He looked older, more tired, but still my son. When he saw me, he gave a quick hug, the first in years. For a second, the father in me nearly melted. But then he launched into his pitch. Dad, I really need help. Tuition went up, books are insane, and I can't work enough hours to cover it. Greg and Mom are trying, but they're maxed out. I just need a loan, or a cosign, or something. I sipped my coffee steady. Brandon, do you remember what happened the last time I cosigned? Or the money that disappeared from my account? He shifted, uncomfortable. That was a mistake. I was young. I shouldn't have done it. But I'm serious now. I need this. There it was. Not an apology, not really, but a crack. A tiny sliver of acknowledgement. I didn't push it. Not yet. Instead, I nodded. I'll think about it. But understand, this isn't just about money. It's about trust. He nodded quickly, eager, desperate. And in that moment, I saw it clearly. The dynamic had shifted. He needed me, and I wasn't going to give blindly anymore. After that meeting, I went home and started planning in earnest. I reviewed my finances, my assets, my position at work. I didn't want to destroy Brandon. He was still my son, after all, but I wanted to shift the balance. To show him, and the rest of them, that I wasn't the invisible man they could erase whenever it suited them. Piece by piece, I began putting things in place. Strengthening my position at work, quietly building relationships with people who had ties to Greg's business, securing my own financial independence so I couldn't be drained again. I even updated my will, something I'd put off for years. Not to cut Brandon out entirely, but to make sure that what I left behind went on my terms, not through the greedy hands of people who saw me as a bank. And through it all, I kept my silence. Because silence, I'd learned, was powerful. It wasn't absence anymore. It was control. By the time the next email came from Brandon, this one practically begging, I knew the storm was close. And this time, I wasn't the one about to be washed away. Revenge, when it finally came, wasn't fire and thunder. It wasn't shouting across a table or throwing punches in the driveway. It was colder, quieter, like setting a trap and simply watching them walk into it. By the time Brandon's desperation turned into pleading, I was ready. He called me late one night, his voice low, almost broken. Dad, I don't know what to do. The bursar's office is saying I can't register for classes next semester until the balance is paid. Mom and Greg are tapped out. Please, if I can't cover this, I'll have to drop out. The old me would have panicked, dug into my savings, done whatever it took to keep him afloat. But the man I had become? He just listened. Calm, steady, quiet. I hear you, Brandon, I said. But this isn't something we solve with a quick transfer. We need to talk in person. He agreed immediately, too desperate to argue. When we met again, I chose the place carefully, not a cafe this time, but a conference room at my office. Neutral ground, professional. I wanted him to feel the difference, to sense that this wasn't father and son over coffee anymore. This was business. He walked in looking tired, thinner than before. The bravado was gone. He dropped into the chair across from me, rubbing his temples. Dad, I need help. Please. I slid a folder across the table. Inside was a packet of papers, copies of every transfer, every request, every receipt I had ever covered. My record of years of support. He flipped through them, his face pale. What is this? This, I said evenly, is everything I've done for you. Every dollar, every sacrifice. You might not remember it, but I do. And I kept proof. Because one day, I knew you'd try to tell me I hadn't been there, that I hadn't stepped up. And that day has come. He swallowed hard, eyes darting over the pages. Brandon, I'm not saying no. I'm saying if I help you now, it comes with conditions. Real ones. This isn't about money anymore. It's about respect. It's about acknowledgement. He blinked at me. What do you mean? I said, leaning back, that if I step in, you stop treating me like a wallet you pull from when Greg's credit card runs dry. You acknowledge me as your father. Publicly, not just in private. You stop erasing me. His jaw tightened. You want me to what? Post about you. I want you to tell the truth, I said. To stop pretending I wasn't there. You don't have to sing my praises. Just stop cutting me out of the picture you paint for the world. He sat in silence, the weight of it hanging between us. I could see the battle on his face, pride against desperation. Finally, he nodded. Fine. Whatever. Just help me. But here's where the real revenge unfolded. Because helping him wasn't the endgame. It was the doorway. Through my position at work, I had gained access to information about Greg's firm, enough to know they were hanging by threads. Late payments, over-leveraged contracts, debts piling higher than they admitted. They'd been putting on a good show, but I could see the cracks. And now, with Brandon depending on them less, with him reaching out to me instead, the timing was perfect. I didn't move against them directly. That would have been too obvious, too crude. Instead, I did something subtler. I tightened the terms on one of the contracts that Greg's firm relied on. Nothing illegal, nothing unethical, just enforcing clauses they had been skating past. Deadlines became deadlines. Penalties became penalties. I wasn't cruel about it. I was professional. But professional can feel merciless when you've been sloppy for too long. Within months, their cash flow tightened. Not catastrophic, not yet, but enough that I heard through whispers, and eventually from Brandon himself, that things at home were tense. Greg's been stressed, Brandon admitted during one of our calls. He says business isn't what it used to be. Mom's worried. I said nothing, just listened. Meanwhile, I kept building my leverage with Brandon. I helped him, yes, but on my terms. Small amounts, carefully documented, always tied to conditions. I made him sit with me while we went over budgets, loan agreements, credit responsibilities. He hated it at first, but over time, I saw something shift. He started listening, asking questions, seeing me not as a wallet, but as someone who knew what he was doing. The real turning point came at Thanksgiving. I hadn't been invited, of course, but after dinner, my phone rang. It was Brandon. "Dad?" he whispered, his voice shaking. "I don't know what to do. Mom and Greg were fighting." He said something about losing the house. She screamed at him for wasting money. It was bad. I let the silence stretch, then said quietly, "You'll be okay. Just remember, stability doesn't come from people who throw money around to look good. It comes from responsibility, from consistency, things I've been trying to show you." For once, he didn't argue. He just said, "I know," before hanging up. From that point, the shift accelerated. Brandon started reaching out to me more often, less about money, more about advice. He began to see me not as the desperate father chasing his approval, but as the steady hand his life had been missing. And Greg? His grip on Brandon weakened. The sweetest moment came months later when Brandon tagged me in a photo online. Just a simple picture of us at a diner, smiling over pancakes. The caption read, "Catching up with Dad. Grateful for the guy who always shows up." Always shows up. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't loud. But it was the public acknowledgement I'd been denied for years. And Greg saw it. I know he did, because my ex called me the next day, furious. "How dare you manipulate him like this? He's finally in a good place, and you're trying to turn him against us?" I stayed calm, almost amused. I didn't manipulate anything. I just showed up. That's all I've ever done. Her silence was sharp, brittle. She hung up without another word. That was the revenge. Not burning it all down, not screaming or demanding apologies. It was patience. It was letting their own cracks widen while I stood steady. It was reclaiming my place, not by begging for it, but by proving I'd been there all along. And as I watched their house of cards tremble, I realized, sometimes the most satisfying revenge isn't destroying someone else. It's building yourself so strong that their attempts to erase you collapse under their own weight. But the fallout? That was still to come. Because Greg's world wasn't just wobbling, it was about to crash. Fallout doesn't look like fireworks. It looks like cracks finally giving way, like foundations collapsing under their own weight. And when it happened for them, it was slower than a crash, but louder than thunder. It began with Greg's business. I'd been watching it for months. The contracts he was juggling, the loans he'd been stacking, the deadlines I knew he couldn't keep meeting forever. The man had built a house of cards, and all it took was one stiff breeze to send it tumbling. I didn't create the storm, but I made sure he couldn't hide from it. One morning, I sat in my office flipping through the financial updates on one of the accounts connected to his firm. The numbers didn't lie. They were late on payments, scrambling to cover shortfalls. A call came later that afternoon from a colleague. "Looks like Greg's company is about to lose that big contract. They couldn't deliver on time. Penalties kicked in." I said nothing, but inside, something settled. This was it. Within weeks, it unraveled further. Lawsuits. Debts called in. Subcontractors pulling out. Greg's image of wealth and control cracked wide open. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like the invisible man. I felt like the man who had simply stood still long enough for their own lies to collapse. Then came the call, not from Greg, but from my ex. "Kyle," she said, her voice tight, brittle, "you need to talk to Brandon. Things are bad." I didn't respond right away. Let the silence stretch. Finally, I said, "Bad how?" She exhaled, shaky. "Greg's business is collapsing. We're drowning. The house, the cars, it's all tied up. Brandon's scared. He doesn't know what to do." I thought of all the nights I'd sat alone in my own house, watching pictures of them celebrating without me. All the times they'd said I wasn't enough, that Greg was the better father, the real father. And now, here she was, calling me not because she cared, but because the man she'd chosen had failed. "I'll talk to him," I said, my voice calm. That weekend, Brandon showed up at my place. He looked older, worn down, but for the first time in years, he looked at me not with entitlement, not with disdain, but with something else. Vulnerability. "Dad," he said quietly, "I don't know what to do. Everything's falling apart. Greg's different. Angry all the time. Mom's panicking. I feel like my whole life is built on sand." I didn't gloat. Didn't say I told you so. I just listened. When he finished, I leaned forward. "Brandon, this is what I've been trying to teach you. Stability doesn't come from flash. It comes from responsibility, consistency, and honesty. Greg built an image. I built a foundation. That's the difference." He nodded, eyes wet. "I know. I see it now. I'm sorry, Dad. For everything." Those words, "I'm sorry," were ones I never thought I'd hear. And for a moment, the father in me wanted to sweep him into a hug, to erase the years of hurt. But the man I had become knew better. Forgiveness wasn't erasure. It was acknowledgement. "I'm glad you see it," I said softly. "But understand, sorry doesn't fix everything. It's a start. If you want to rebuild with me, it has to be brick by brick. Not just words." He nodded again, more firmly this time. "I'll do it." And he did. Slowly, steadily, he showed up. He called more often, not to ask for money, but to share his life. He asked for advice, real advice, and listened when I gave it. He stopped posting Greg as a savior online, and instead, when he did share, it was simple things: lunch with Dad, a hike we took, even just a photo of us watching a game. It wasn't flashy, but it was real. Meanwhile, Greg's world burned. The business folded within the year, lawsuits dragging him through the mud. The house was sold, the cars repossessed, the vacations gone. My ex, who had once sneered at my budget weekends and bragged about their luxury, suddenly found herself without the shine. She called me once more, this time her voice broken, asking if I could help her out. "Kyle, I don't know what to do. I've got nothing. We've got nothing. Can you?" I didn't let her finish. "No," I said firmly. "I gave for years. I gave until it nearly broke me. You chose Greg. You erased me. You live with the choice you made." Her silence on the other end was heavy. I ended the call. And that was the true revenge. Not screaming, not destroying them, but standing firm while they crumbled under the weight of their own arrogance. For years, they had written me out, painted me as nothing, treated me as a shadow. Now, when the lights went out in their world, I was the only steady flame left. Brandon saw it. He began to see me not as the invisible man in the back row, but as the anchor he could trust. Our relationship wasn't perfect, it never would be. But it was real, and it was mine. The final moment came one evening, months later. Brandon and I were sitting on my porch, watching the sunset. He was quiet, thoughtful. Finally, he said, "You know, Dad, when I graduated, I told Greg he was the reason I made it. But the truth is, it was you. You were always there, even when I didn't see it. I'm sorry it took me this long to realize." I didn't cry. I didn't shout. I just placed a hand on his shoulder, steady. "It's enough that you see it now." And as the sun dipped below the horizon, I thought back to that graduation day, me clapping silently in the back row, erased, invisible. Now, I wasn't invisible anymore. I wasn't the forgotten man, the backup option. I was the father who had stood quietly, patiently, until the truth revealed itself. And that silence, the silence they once used to erase me, had become my strongest weapon. The last line came unbidden, but it stayed with me. Sometimes, the most powerful sound you can make is no sound at all. My name's Rowan, I'm 31, and until recently, I was the quiet one in the family. You know the type, the reliable sibling who sends thank you cards, shows up on time, doesn't cause drama. I worked in finance, not the flashy Wall Street kind, just steady, spreadsheet-heavy work for a mid-sized firm. I lived alone, paid off my student loans, didn't post much on social media, and stayed out of family arguments. But that all changed the Sunday after Grandpa's funeral, the brunch that turned everything upside down. We were at my aunt's house, one of those polished homes where you're scared to put your coffee cup on the wrong coaster. My family's big on appearances. Perfect floral arrangements, matching place cards, linen napkins no one dares wipe their mouth with. My older brother, Nolan, sat near the head of the table with his arm around his fiancée, Hannah, both of them glowing like they were the guests of honor. My parents were beaming too. Everyone else seemed strangely chipper for a gathering that was meant to be, at least in part, about honoring Grandpa's memory. I knew something was off the moment my aunt brought out the champagne. "To new beginnings," she said, lifting her glass, smiling too wide. "And to Nolan, who's finally free." There was a pause before everyone raised their glasses, not out of confusion, I realized, but because they were waiting to see my reaction. I just blinked. Nolan laughed and said, "Guess it's time we told him." "Told me what?" My dad stood up, cleared his throat, and delivered the announcement like a corporate memo. "Your grandfather wanted to leave a legacy that kept the family together. So we've all agreed, after a lot of discussion, that the inheritance should go toward paying off Nolan's debts. It's only fair, given everything he's been through." I felt the breath leave my lungs. Nolan's everything referred to the $120,000 in debt he'd racked up between a failed crypto startup and several high-interest personal loans. He was the golden boy who couldn't hold a job for more than 6 months, but somehow always landed on his feet. I'd heard whispers, of course. Late payments, collection calls, a quiet bankruptcy filing. But I never thought they'd actually use Grandpa's estate to clean up his mess. My aunt, always the one to twist the knife with a smile, tilted her head and said, "You never really needed your share, Rowan. You're doing fine on your own." I didn't say a word, just sipped my coffee and smiled politely, like I hadn't seen this coming. But I had. 11 weeks earlier, during one of Grandpa's hospital stays, he pulled me aside. Said he didn't trust the circus, as he called them. He might have been old, but he wasn't blind. He knew the family would swarm like vultures the moment he was gone. So he gave me the keys to a safe deposit box and told me, "Don't trust what they say when I'm gone. Trust what I wrote down." After he passed, the will they presented felt edited. Too clean. Too generic. No mention of the letters he always said he was writing. No list of assets. Just a vague declaration that the estate shall be divided as the family deems fair. But I didn't fight it. Didn't even raise a brow. Because by then, I'd already gone to the bank, opened the box, and found the original trust paperwork, signed, notarized, airtight. Grandpa had left me 40% of his estate directly, in a separate trust. Not for being the favorite, but for being the only one he trusted not to blow it all on Instagram-worthy vacations or failed ventures. It wasn't just money. It was a vote of confidence from the one person in the family who saw past my silence. Over the next few weeks, I played dumb while the others divvied up what they thought was left. They assumed everything was liquid. They didn't know Grandpa had sold part of his land in quiet pieces and moved assets into safe investments under the trust's name. I met with the attorney discreetly, got the trust finalized, and transferred the assets. Everything was done by the book, and no one suspected a thing. So when they made the big brunch announcement, toasting to Nolan's freedom, chuckling like I'd be grateful for the family decision, I didn't flinch. I just checked my phone, refreshed the trust dashboard, and saw the confirmation. The money was gone. Not stolen. Not hidden. Just no longer accessible to them. The best part? They wouldn't even realize it until the checks they were planning to write started bouncing. Until the renovation plans Nolan had boasted about to Hannah got mysteriously delayed. Until the accountant they'd hired to wrap up the estate started asking where the missing funds had gone. And when that moment came, I would already be 10 steps ahead. But I didn't gloat. Not yet. I just smiled, nodded along, and said, "Well, if it's for Nolan, I guess that's what Grandpa would have wanted." Because the real revenge wasn't the money. It was letting them think they'd won. Letting them relax, celebrate, feel smug. And then watching it all unravel, one shocked expression at a time. But I'll get to that. It started with a phone call from Nolan. Monday morning, just before 9 a.m. I was in my apartment, halfway through my second cup of coffee, scrolling through emails. His name flashing across the screen didn't surprise me. What did was the tone of his voice. Low, tight, trying to sound casual, but vibrating with tension. "Hey man," he said, drawing out the syllables like he was stalling for time. "Quick question. You didn't happen to, I don't know, move any of Grandpa's accounts or something, did you?" I leaned back in my chair. Move them, I repeated, playing dumb. What do you mean? Well, we tried to pull the first 50 from the estate account for the debt consolidation thing. You know, the whole plan we talked about, and the funds bounced. The bank says the account was liquidated 2 weeks ago. Completely empty. I made a sympathetic noise. Weird. There was a pause. I could hear the muffled sound of papers rustling, someone whispering near him. Probably Hannah or Dad. Yeah, the accountant's looking into it. But the thing is, he continued, voice tightening, Grandpa's lawyer said something about a separate trust. Something he never had access to. Huh, I said. Sounds complicated. Silence. He was trying to read me, trying to figure out if I was playing dumb or if I was really that out of the loop. Finally, he sighed. Look, man, we just want to know what's going on. We're not accusing anyone. Just, if you know something, say it. I thought about it. About the way he laughed at brunch when they announced they'd wiped away his six-figure mess. About the smug glint in Aunt Lauren's eyes when she said I didn't need my share. About the times they'd treated Grandpa like an inconvenience toward the end, avoiding hospital visits, missing phone calls, whispering about how long he could realistically hold on. So I smiled and said, let me know what the accountant finds. Then I hung up. 2 hours later, my parents called together. That never happened. My mother spoke first, using her overly sweet voice, the one she reserved for her coworkers and fake apologies. Hi, honey. Listen, we're all a little confused here. There seems to be some kind of mix-up with the estate. Nolan's debt payment is time-sensitive, and we were just wondering if you had any idea why Grandpa's funds were inaccessible. I could hear my father breathing heavily in the background. He wasn't the patient type. He probably wanted to rip the phone from her hand and demand answers. I kept my tone light. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by mix-up. Grandpa had plenty of time to sort out his affairs. You said at brunch that the family decided how to divide things, right? Yes, she said carefully. But it appears Grandpa had a separate trust. And we were informed this morning that you were listed as the sole beneficiary of it. I let that hang in the air for a moment. Then, I didn't realize anyone else knew about that yet. Now came the change. The sweet voice cracked, and my dad took over, his voice hard and sharp. Rowan, if you knew about this, if you deliberately let us make decisions based on incomplete information, I didn't let you do anything, I said calmly. I just watched you do exactly what Grandpa predicted. You made backroom deals, decided what was fair without even asking, toasted each other like you'd already spent the money. So no, I didn't interfere. I honored his actual wishes. You hid it, he snapped. No, I said, I protected it. There was silence. Long, uncomfortable silence. Then, finally, my mother said, well, we hope you understand the position this puts your brother in. He was counting on that money. We all were. That last part made me laugh. That's funny, I said, because no one asked what I was counting on. I ended the call before they could respond. What followed was a slow unraveling. Exactly how I'd hoped it would go. First came the calls from the estate lawyer, trying to clarify a few misunderstandings. Then the text from Aunt Lauren, we need to talk. Family comes first. My cousin Riley messaged me on Instagram with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. Is it true you got the trust? Grandpa would have wanted everyone taken care of. They weren't angry yet. Not really. Not openly. No, this was the bargaining phase. The stage where they tried to guilt me, sweet-talk me, manipulate me back into the role I'd always played, the quiet one, the peacemaker, the doormat in a sweater. But that Rowan was gone. By Thursday, Nolan had missed his first debt payment. His tone had changed completely. No more casual, no more confused. Just a single voicemail that started with, "You really messed us over," and ended with, "Don't think we'll forget this." I didn't return the call. Then came the surprise visit. Saturday morning. I was in sweats, folding laundry, when I heard the knock. I opened the door, and there they were, Nolan, my dad, and Aunt Lauren. All dressed like they were going to church, or a funeral. Maybe both. Nolan was pacing. My dad's jaw was locked. And Aunt Lauren, well, she smiled like always. That patronizing, fake warmth she used whenever she thought she still had the upper hand. "Can we come in?" she asked. "We'd like to have a little family meeting." I leaned on the doorframe and didn't move. My dad stepped forward. "Rowan, this has gone far enough." "No," I said. "It really hasn't." They exchanged glances. "Then maybe we should talk somewhere more private," Nolan muttered. before this gets uglier than it already is. And that's when I stepped aside, not to let them in, but to show them who was already sitting on my couch. Because I wasn't home alone, and he wasn't who they expected to see. Seated casually on my couch, legs crossed and sipping from a travel mug, was Mr. Hardwick, Grandpa's original estate attorney. Not the generic executor my family had hired to wrap things up quickly, not the guy who handed out glossy binders with clip-art trees labeled Family Assets Overview. No, this was the man Grandpa had trusted for 20 years, the one with the gravel voice, the faded leather briefcase, and the memory of an elephant when it came to legally binding documents. The moment they saw him, everything changed. My dad stopped mid-step. Nolan stiffened like he'd walked into a courtroom by accident. Aunt Lauren's smile faltered, dipped, and disappeared altogether. "Morning," Hardwick said, without standing. He gave a short nod, like this was all perfectly ordinary. "Didn't realize we were expecting company. What are you doing here?" Lauren asked, her voice just a touch too high-pitched. "Rowan invited me," he said, setting down the mug. "We've been reviewing some final paperwork, making sure everything's in order." He turned his eyes on my father, which, as it turns out, it wasn't. "But that's being handled." Nolan stepped forward. "You mean the trust? That's why you're here." Hardwick nodded. "The real trust, yes. Not the one you all conveniently redrafted with some junior notary a week after the funeral." "I knew it," my dad muttered under his breath. "You had this planned." That made me laugh. "You really think I could pull this off without Grandpa's help? You're giving me too much credit." Hardwick opened his briefcase, slow and deliberate. Papers slid out in neatly labeled folders, each one marked with a date, some from years ago. One of them, I recognized, was the signed and witnessed document from Grandpa's hospital bed, the one they all claimed didn't exist. Lauren's eyes narrowed. "So what's the point of this little charade, Rowan? To humiliate us? To make us grovel?" "No," I said, keeping my voice even. "This isn't about revenge. It's about truth. The truth you tried to rewrite. The truth Grandpa went out of his way to protect." Hardwick cleared his throat. "If I may, I think it's important to clarify for everyone present that Rowan is not only the sole beneficiary of the primary trust. He's also the legal custodian of all remaining liquid assets tied to Grandpa's estate, including the proceeds from the property sales in 2019 and the investment accounts moved offshore in 2022. He tapped one folder. "There's a paper trail," he said, "with signatures. Yours included, Mr. Baines." He looked directly at my father. "You signed the 2019 asset transfer as a witness." My dad's face paled. I could see him mentally replaying a dozen family cookouts, brunches, hospital visits. Moments when Grandpa must have been laying the groundwork while they were too busy planning how to divvy the spoils. Nolan's fists clenched. "So what now? You just keep it all? Like some dragon sitting on a pile of gold?" I shook my head. "No. I invest it. I honor the charities Grandpa outlined. I support the programs he believed in. And yes, I take care of myself. But you? You made your choice when you raised your glass and decided I didn't really need my share." Aunt Lauren scoffed. "You're just bitter. You let us make those decisions. You sat there and smiled while we planned. That's deception." "No," I said softly. "That's restraint." Hardwick snapped the briefcase shut and stood up. "Unless you have legal objections, which I doubt will hold up in court, I suggest you stop harassing my client. Everything is recorded, including this visit." He gestured subtly to the corner table, where a blinking light on a small device was now very obvious. "You're recording us?" my dad asked, voice rising. "This is your own family, Rowan." I met his eyes. "No, this is my family's reckoning." The room went still. For the first time in my life, I watched my father blink in silence. No rebuttal, no barked orders, just a slow realization settling on his face like a weight. They were losing control, and they knew it. But it didn't end there, because just as they turned to leave, furious and stunned, Aunt Lauren stopped and looked back at me, eyes narrowed. "You think this is over?" she said. "You think they'll accept this? The rest of the family?" I raised an eyebrow. "Who do you think told me what you were planning?" Her mouth opened, closed, because the biggest shock was still coming, and it was standing just outside the hallway, waiting to be let in. A voice called softly from the hallway. "Is it safe to come in?" All eyes turned as the front door opened a little more, revealing a figure none of them expected to see here. Not today, not like this. It was my cousin Grace. She stepped inside with a gracefulness she probably didn't intend, clutching a small folder to her chest like a shield. Grace, the quiet, observant niece. The one who rarely raised her voice, who kept to herself, who never seemed to fit into the twisted hierarchy of family favoritism. She wasn't flashy like Nolan, nor domineering like Aunt Lauren. She was just present, and apparently watching. Nolan blinked in confusion. What? Grace? My father frowned. Why are you here? I invited her, I said, as Grace moved beside me and gave me a slight nod. They looked between us, confused, the pieces not clicking into place yet. Grace raised the folder, opened it with trembling fingers, and spoke. These are emails. Copies. Dates, attachments. Conversations between Aunt Lauren and the secondary lawyer she hired. The one who drew up that altered version of Grandpa's will. Aunt Lauren's expression froze. And these, Grace continued, voice growing stronger, are phone logs. Recordings. Of meetings held without Rowan, behind his back. Of attempts to reassign asset control, months before Grandpa even passed. Before he was cold in the ground. She handed the folder to Hardwick, who gave her a look of deep approval, then turned a page with quiet authority. Quite thorough, he said. My father stepped forward, now visibly shaken. Grace, why would you? Because I watched what you all did to Rowan. What you tried to do to Grandpa, she said. You think just because some of us don't speak up, we're not paying attention. But we are. I was there when Grandpa said he didn't trust any of you. When he cried because he thought his final wishes would be ignored. I was the one who picked him up from his appointment with Mr. Hardwick. I saw the envelope with the trust label. Aunt Lauren let out a scoff, but there was no strength behind it. You little spy. I'm not a spy, Grace said. I'm just not a coward. The room hung in a thick, electric silence. Then Hardwick cleared his throat again. Given this additional evidence, any potential civil dispute brought against Rowan would likely be viewed as harassment. And now, with these emails and recordings, possibly fraudulent collusion. My dad tried to speak, but only opened and closed his mouth like he'd forgotten how. Nolan's face was slowly reddening with a mix of shame and rage. This isn't how family treats each other. You're right, I said. But it is how family defends the one you all tried to bury. He looked at me then, not with rage anymore, but something closer to panic. What am I supposed to do? He asked quietly. They're calling me every day. I can't keep dodging them. I shrugged. I don't know, Nolan. Maybe get a job. His eyes widened. For a moment, it looked like he was going to lunge at me, but my dad's hand on his shoulder stopped him. Don't, my father said through gritted teeth. It's over. I met his eyes. Yes, it is. They left without another word. My father, for the first time in my life, didn't have a parting lecture. Aunt Lauren didn't slam the door, though her glare promised she'd try something else later. And Nolan, whose entire life had been one long string of second chances, left with his fists clenched and jaw tight, suddenly stripped of the lifeline he assumed would always be there. Once they were gone, I sat back on the couch and exhaled. Grace sat beside me, hands folded in her lap. Was that enough? She asked softly. It was more than enough, I said. You didn't have to do that, you know. Yes, I did, she replied. Grandpa was the only one who ever listened to me. He didn't deserve what they tried to do to him. I nodded, feeling a lump form in my throat. All this time, I thought I was the only one who cared that his final wishes were respected. But Grace, shy, gentle Grace, had been fighting for him in the shadows. Hardwick stood, brushing off his jacket. Well, he said, I think it's safe to say this is done. I'll file a final protective order in the trust's name, just in case anyone gets ideas. But from here on, Rowan, it's yours to manage, exactly how he wanted. He paused at the door. And for what it's worth, he added, he was proud of you. You know that, right? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. After he left, Grace and I sat in silence for a while. The apartment felt oddly peaceful now, like the weight of all those years of being dismissed, manipulated, and overlooked had finally lifted. Not completely, not magically, but enough. Later that week, I met with the director of the local youth literacy program Grandpa used to donate to quietly. We discussed expanding the library space he once funded. I showed them the letter he left me, handwritten, carefully folded, where he asked that part of the trust support kids who just need a place to think. Then I went home, made a cup of coffee, and sat at my desk. I opened my laptop and checked the dashboard. The trust funds were stable. Investments were in place. And there was even a message from one of the organizations I'd started a conversation with, a foundation for elder care, in Grandpa's name. I could still hear Nolan's voice from brunch, echoing in my head. You never really needed your share. Maybe not. But Grandpa wanted me to have it. Not because I needed money, but because I'd never tried to take what wasn't mine. And because when the time came to speak up, I did. They raised their glasses to new beginnings, like they were celebrating a clean slate. But the real beginning? It started when I didn't say a word, and ended with them finally realizing I was never the one to underestimate. My name is Noah. I'm 23 years old, and I've learned the hard way that sometimes the people who are supposed to protect you can be the very ones who stand by and watch when you're being torn apart. I grew up in what looked like a normal suburban family. 2 parents, a younger brother, and me, the oldest. From the outside, we probably looked ordinary. My dad worked long hours, my mom was always around the house, and my brother, Ethan, was the golden child everyone in the family seemed to adore. I was the quiet one, the one who didn't cause trouble, the one who spent more time with books and music than with sports or hanging out with neighbors. At least, that's how people liked to label me. Inside the house, the dynamic was very different. Ethan could do no wrong. Every accomplishment of his, no matter how small, was celebrated like he had just cured a disease. When he scored a goal in soccer, my parents posted about it online for days. If I aced an exam, it barely got a nod. If Ethan forgot to do chores, there were excuses, he's tired, or he has a lot going on. If I forgot, I was lazy, ungrateful, irresponsible. At first, I thought that was just the usual sibling rivalry, the natural difference in how kids are treated, but over time it became clear, it wasn't rivalry. It was favoritism. And the older I got, the more obvious it became. By high school, Ethan had mastered the art of being cruel when no one else was watching. He'd shove me into walls, mock me in front of his friends, and call me things like the spare or the accident. If I told my parents, they'd shake their heads and laugh. Boys will be boys, my dad would say, or worse. You probably provoked him. My mom would simply sigh and tell me not to make waves. I learned quickly that if something happened between me and Ethan, there was no point in looking for backup. I was on my own. That night, the night everything shifted, started like any other. I'd gone to bed late, after finishing some freelance work on my laptop. It was around 2 in the morning when I felt hands grab me roughly. Before I could even fully wake up, I was yanked out of bed, my arm twisted as Ethan's voice hissed. Get up, loser. I stumbled, half asleep, trying to figure out what was happening. My heart pounded as he dragged me toward the back door, his grip bruising. What are you doing? I croaked, my voice heavy with sleep. You don't belong here, he spat, shoving me forward. You're not real family. Mom and Dad don't even want you here. You're just taking up space. The words cut deeper than his grip ever could. He opened the door and shoved me outside into the cold yard. I tripped over the steps and hit the damp grass, the shock of it jolting me fully awake. I looked up in disbelief as Ethan loomed in the doorway, his silhouette framed by the kitchen light behind him. And then I saw them, my parents, standing at the window, just watching. Not moving, not saying a word. Just watching as their younger son threw me outside like trash. Ethan, stop. I called, my voice cracking, hoping maybe they'd step in, maybe they'd finally defend me. But my father just folded his arms, and my mother turned her face away. Ethan sneered, his voice dripping with triumph. See? They don't care. They never did. You're nothing here, Noah? Nothing. He slammed the door shut, the lock clicking into place. I sat there in the wet grass, shivering, staring up at the darkened window. The anger started in my chest like a flicker, then grew hotter with each breath. My whole life, I had been patient. I had swallowed their words, their favoritism, their silence. But in that moment, as I crawled back toward the door, my hands shaking and knees damp with dirt, I realized something inside me had broken, and something new had begun to take its place. I managed to push the door open, Ethan having left it unlocked after all. I stumbled back inside, dripping with cold and humiliation. The house was silent now, but the silence felt like it was humming, like it was waiting for something. My parents' door was shut, the light under it dimmed. Ethan's laughter echoed faintly from upstairs. My heart pounded, my mind racing. And then, before I even fully understood it, something happened, something that would change everything. something loud enough to wake the entire neighborhood and send people dialing 911. But I'll get to that. First, you need to understand just how deep the cracks in this family ran, and why what came next wasn't just an accident. It was the result of years of silence, cruelty, and betrayal, all boiling over in one single night. When I got back inside that night, the house felt colder than the yard I had just been thrown into. My clothes clung damply to my skin, and every step I took across the creaking wooden floor felt louder than it should have, like the house itself was trying to remind me I didn't belong. Upstairs, I could hear Ethan's muffled laughter bleeding through the walls. He was probably bragging to himself about what he had just done. My parents' door was still shut, not a single sound from behind it, as if their silence was deliberate, heavy, and chosen. I went back to my room, shut the door, and sat on the edge of my bed. That was the first time I realized just how calculated it all was. See, this wasn't an isolated event. That moment in the yard was just the boiling point. The truth is, everything leading up to it had been building for years. I had been conditioned to think my role in the family was to be the shadow, someone who wasn't celebrated, wasn't defended, wasn't seen. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how many little things had chipped away at me long before that night. For instance, holidays. Every Christmas morning, Ethan would be handed piles of presents, brand new clothes, the latest gaming consoles, expensive sneakers. My pile was always smaller, and whenever I asked about it, Mom would say, "Well, Ethan's still growing. He needs things." Or Dad would shrug and mutter, "You're older. You don't need toys." But it wasn't about toys. It was about what those gifts represented. Every smile on Ethan's face was mirrored by my parents' approval, while my own excitement was muted, brushed off like it was embarrassing. Even birthdays weren't mine. One year, I turned 16, a milestone I'd been dreaming about. I didn't get a party or even a dinner out. But when Ethan turned 13, my parents rented out a hall and invited the whole neighborhood. "It's his bar mitzvah of becoming a teenager," my dad joked, even though we weren't religious. They made it sound like Ethan was royalty ascending a throne, and I was, well, just there to help set up balloons. Then there was school. I worked hard, studying late, trying to carve out a future that might get me out of that house. When I brought home straight A's, my mom glanced at my report card and said, "Good. That's what we expect from you." When Ethan barely scraped by with C's, he got a celebratory pizza night. He tried his best, Dad would beam. I tried not to let it get to me, but the truth is, every moment like that left me feeling smaller, invisible, like my effort was only valuable if it made Ethan look good in comparison. And Ethan knew it. He wielded that favoritism like a weapon. If I didn't lend him my things, he'd run to Mom and say I was being selfish. She'd scold me, telling me I needed to learn to share. If I tried to defend myself, Ethan would twist the story, claim I'd hit him, or raised my voice. He was good at making himself look like the victim, and I was tired of always being painted the villain. My parents never questioned his word. To them, his version of events was gospel truth. One of the worst moments came when I got my first job at a local coffee shop. I was so proud of myself, earning my own money, finally having something that was mine. I saved up for weeks to buy a used laptop, something I needed for school and freelance projects. But within days, Ethan was using it, downloading games, leaving crumbs between the keys. When I tried to stop him, he smirked and said, "Mom said you should let me. We're family, we share." And when I complained to her, she sided with him. "He's younger, Noah. Be the bigger person." Being the bigger person became the mantra of my life. No matter what Ethan did, I was always supposed to absorb it. If he lied, I had to swallow it. If he pushed, I had to stand still. If he stole, I had to let go. And all the while, my parents praised him for his confidence and charm. The real breaking point before that night, though, came at dinner about a month earlier. We were all sitting at the table when Dad casually mentioned he was thinking of updating the will. Ethan smirked across the table at me and said, "Well, obviously I'm getting the house. You'll probably get, like, Dad's old golf clubs or something." I laughed bitterly and asked, "Why would you say that?" And before Ethan could even answer, Mom chimed in with a smile. "Well, it makes sense. You're independent. You'll figure things out. Ethan, he'll need more support." That sentence haunted me. It wasn't just about money or inheritance. It was the confirmation of what I had always felt. They saw me as expendable, a placeholder, Someone who didn't need their care, didn't deserve their protection, and wasn't entitled to anything, not even belonging. So when Ethan dragged me into the yard that night, when my parents stared out the window and did nothing, it wasn't shocking. It was consistent. It was exactly who they had always been. And yet, something about seeing it so clearly, so raw and undeniable, set off a storm inside me. I sat there on my bed that night, soaked and trembling, my mind racing through every memory, every dismissal, every moment they had chosen him over me. My fists clenched, my jaw ached from grinding my teeth. For the first time, I didn't just feel hurt. I felt angry. Angry enough that I couldn't sleep. Angry enough that I started to think, really think, about what I was going to do next. And that's when the night turned. That's when things shifted from silence to chaos. Because what happened in the hours after would shake the foundation of that house, wake the neighbors, and bring the police storming in. But before I get to that moment, you have to understand, this wasn't just about one cruel night. This was years of favoritism, manipulation, and silence finally snapping. And when it snapped loud enough for the entire block to hear. That night should have ended when I crawled back into bed, but of course it didn't. Sleep was impossible. My chest felt like a drum someone was beating from the inside, and every time I closed my eyes I saw Ethan's face twisted in that smug grin, the doors slamming in my face, my parents staring like strangers. I kept replaying it, as if maybe if I thought about it enough times I could find some sign of hesitation in them, some flicker that meant they cared but were too frozen to act. But there was nothing. Their silence had been deliberate. That truth gnawed at me until my insides felt hollow. I got up around dawn, still in the same damp shirt, and headed to the kitchen for water. The house was quiet except for the sound of clinking dishes. My mom was at the sink, humming softly as if nothing had happened. She glanced over her shoulder when I walked in. "Morning," she said casually, like I hadn't just been thrown into the yard 6 hours earlier. I froze in the doorway. "That's it. Morning." My voice cracked, sharp, louder than I intended. She frowned like I was being unreasonable. "Don't start, Noah. You know your brother gets hot-headed sometimes. You should have just stayed quiet instead of provoking him." The words hit like ice water. Provoking him? He dragged me out of bed. He threw me outside in the middle of the night. And you two just watched. She turned back to the sink, her shoulders stiff. "You're exaggerating. You're always so dramatic. If it were that bad, your father would have stepped in." I wanted to scream. I wanted to shake her until she saw me. But instead, I just stood there, gripping the counter, breathing hard through my nose. That's when Ethan strolled in, hair messy from sleep, yawning like he'd had the best night of rest in his life. He opened the fridge, grabbed the orange juice, and smirked when he saw me. "Oh look, the stray cat crawled back in," he said. I snapped. "You can't keep doing this, Ethan. One day what?" He poured himself a glass of juice and leaned against the counter, sipping leisurely. "You'll finally tell on me? Go ahead. They won't believe you. They never do." And he was right. My mom shot me a warning look. "Don't start a fight first thing in the morning, Noah." That was the moment I realized Ethan wasn't just cruel. He was protected. He knew it. He wore their favoritism like armor, knowing no matter what he did, I would be blamed. It was the unspoken family rule, carved into every interaction. Ethan was the chosen one, and I was the scapegoat. But the betrayal, the true fracture, came later that week. I had been saving money from my coffee shop job and freelance work for months. Every spare dollar went into a small savings account I'd opened quietly without telling anyone. It wasn't much, just over $1,500, but it was mine. It was proof that I wasn't completely powerless. That maybe, just maybe, I could build a way out. One afternoon, I checked my account and froze. The balance was nearly empty, $37. My stomach dropped, my fingers trembling as I scrolled through the transaction history. And there it was, multiple transfers, all to my parents' joint account. I couldn't breathe. I stormed into the living room where Dad was watching TV. "Where's my money?" I demanded, holding up my phone. He barely looked away from the screen. "Relax. We moved it. We." My voice cracked. "That was my savings. Months of work. You can't just take it." Dad sighed, as if I were some annoying child. "Don't be dramatic. We needed it for Ethan. He's joining a travel soccer team, and the fees aren't cheap. You don't need the money right now." "He does." I stared at him, my chest tight. "You stole from me. You just took it." It's not stealing, Mom chimed in from the doorway. It's family money. You're part of this household. You don't get to act like you're separate. I felt the ground tilt beneath me. All those late nights working, every shift I dragged myself through just to squirrel away a little independence, it was gone. Not only gone, but handed directly to the very brother who had thrown me outside while they watched. And Ethan knew. That night at dinner, he leaned over, smirking, and whispered, "Thanks for sponsoring my season, loser." Something inside me fractured. Not the usual quiet hurt I'd carried for years, not the slow ache of being overlooked. This was different. This was betrayal so sharp it felt like a knife to the spine. My parents hadn't just ignored me. They had actively chosen him, drained me, left me with nothing. And Ethan had laughed in my face for it. That night, as I lay awake staring at the ceiling, I felt something shift. The grief, the humiliation, it hardened. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel powerless. I felt clarity. They had shown me exactly where I stood, not as a son, not as a brother, not even as a person with rights. Just a resource to be used. And once I saw that truth, I knew I couldn't go back to swallowing it. Something had to change. The problem was, I didn't know yet that the change was already on its way, and it was coming fast. Because a storm was brewing in that house, one louder and more destructive than anyone could have expected. And when it hit, it wouldn't just rattle us. It would shake the entire neighborhood awake. Rock bottom didn't come with one loud crash. It came slowly, like a tide creeping higher each day, until I realized I was already drowning. After the money was gone, something inside me stopped fighting openly. For the first time in my life, I didn't argue back when Ethan mocked me or when my parents dismissed me. I felt hollow, like I had been carved out from the inside. Every morning, I'd get up, go to work at the coffee shop, come home, and exist in silence. Ethan noticed, of course. He thrived on my reactions, and when I stopped giving them to him, he only pushed harder. He'd knock on my bedroom door at night just to wake me, laughing when I opened it. He'd leave my clothes in the yard after pulling them from the hamper. Once, he even accidentally spilled a soda all over the laptop I'd saved for, the one I'd bought before they raided my account. My mom just sighed and said, "Accidents happen, Noah. Don't make it a big deal." But the worst part wasn't Ethan's cruelty. It was the emptiness at the dinner table. The way my parents leaned in when he spoke, nodding along, asking questions, smiling. When I tried to join the conversation, they cut me off. If I mentioned work, Dad would grunt. If I brought up school, Mom would glance at Ethan and change the subject. It was as if I were a ghost in my own home, visible only when they needed something. One night stands out more than the rest. It was late, maybe 11 p.m., and I was sitting at the kitchen table with my homework spread out in front of me. I had finals coming up, and I was desperate to hold on to some kind of achievement, something that was still mine. Ethan walked in, grabbed my notebook, and started flipping through the pages. "Wow," he said mockingly. "You really think this matters? You're wasting your time. You'll never be anything. Dad says you're just book smart. No real life skills. You'll be working at that coffee shop forever." I snatched the notebook back, my hands shaking. At least I'm doing something. At least I'm trying. He leaned close, smirking. Trying doesn't mean anything if nobody cares. And that's when I saw it, my parents standing in the doorway. They had heard every word. For a second, I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd finally say something, finally stand up for me. But Dad just chuckled and said, "Ethan's got a point. Don't waste your life, Noah." Mom smiled faintly and nodded. I can't explain how that felt. It was like the floor gave out beneath me, and I kept falling long after I hit the ground. It wasn't just favoritism anymore. It was confirmation that they believed him, that they saw me as nothing more than a placeholder, someone who would never measure up to their golden child. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the window in my room, staring out at the streetlights and listening to the faint sounds of the neighborhood. Somewhere out there, kids were sneaking back home after hanging out with friends. Somewhere out there, families were laughing over late-night snacks. Somewhere out there, people actually cared for each other. And I realized I was never going to have that in this house. Not as long as I kept trying to earn something they had already decided I didn't deserve. So I started planning. Not revenge, not yet, but escape. Quietly, carefully. I picked up more shifts at work without telling them, using cash tips to start a new stash of savings. I volunteered to cover closing shifts so I could stay out later, breathe longer before coming back into that house. I started researching cheap apartments, looking at rental boards online when no one was watching. Of course, it wasn't easy. Ethan snooped constantly, and my parents had a habit of borrowing my things. So I got creative. I hid cash inside old notebooks he'd never touch. I told my parents I was staying late at the library, when really I was meeting with a friend who'd agreed to help me find housing once I was ready. But every time I made progress, something dragged me back down. One evening, I came home to find Ethan sitting on my bed, scrolling through my phone. He'd guessed my passcode, my birthday, and was grinning as he waved it at me. Looking for apartments, huh? Where you gonna go, loser? You can't afford anything. You'll come crawling back. My stomach twisted, panic setting in. Give it back, I said, my voice low. He laughed, tossing it onto the bed. Relax. I'm not telling them. Yet. But maybe I will, if you annoy me. That threat hung over me like a guillotine. From then on, I was more careful, but also more paranoid. It felt like every step I took toward freedom was one Ethan could snatch away with a smirk. And yet, the more they pushed me down, the more determined I became. I worked harder, saved more, kept my head down. On the outside, I was quiet, compliant, beaten down. But on the inside, something was building. A slow fire, fed by every insult, every theft, every betrayal. What I didn't know then was that all of this, the stolen money, the broken trust, the years of silence, was pushing me toward a breaking point. And soon, that point would come. Not in silence this time, but in a way that shook the walls, startled the neighbors, and drew flashing red and blue lights down our quiet suburban street. It's strange how sometimes the lowest point can quietly become the turning point. After weeks of feeling like a ghost in my own home, something shifted. Not with my family. They were as cruel and dismissive as ever, but with me. I stopped looking at their approval like a prize I could win. Instead, I started to treat my situation like a test. If no one in that house would value me, then I'd find value somewhere else. The first real step upward came through work. I had been clinging to that coffee shop job as my lifeline, and at first it was just a way to make money, to buy myself scraps of freedom. But then one evening, when I was covering a closing shift, the manager pulled me aside. "Noah," he said, wiping his hands on a rag. "You're reliable. You show up on time, you don't complain, and you don't slack off. I could use someone like you to help train the new hires." It wasn't much, just a bump in responsibility, a slight increase in hours. But to me, it felt huge. Someone trusted me. Someone recognized my effort without comparing me to Ethan or brushing me off. I took that little promotion seriously, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like maybe I had a future. With the extra hours, my cash stash started to grow again. I didn't dare open another bank account in my name. My parents had already proven they'd dip their hands into it without hesitation. Instead, I started using prepaid cards I could load in small amounts and tuck into hidden places. My favorite hiding spot. Inside an old cereal box in my closet, one Ethan would never bother touching because it was boring bran flakes. The money wasn't the only thing growing, though. I had been doing little freelance projects online, graphic design, essay editing, things like that, and one of my clients reached out with bigger work. "You've got talent," she said over the phone. "If you want, I can connect you with others who need the same." I said yes immediately. Within a month, I was balancing my coffee shop shifts with steady freelance income. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine. Meanwhile, Ethan was slipping. His travel soccer team, the one funded partly by my stolen savings, wasn't going well. He complained constantly about the coach, skipped practices, and got benched more than once. But of course, my parents coddled him. "He just needs time," my mom would say, or "the coach doesn't appreciate his talent." I watched it all unfold with a quiet kind of satisfaction. For the first time, I could see the cracks forming in the golden boy image. At school, too, things began to shift. I kept my head down, focused on my grades, and one of my teachers nominated me for a scholarship program. I didn't tell my family. I didn't want to give them the chance to sabotage it. But privately, I worked hard on the application, pouring myself into essays late at night when the house was quiet. It felt like building a bridge out of stone, one piece at a time, toward a place where they couldn't reach me. Even small victories began to feel like triumphs. When Ethan mocked me for bringing home leftover pastries from the coffee shop, I ignored him and shared them with a couple of friends instead. When Dad scoffed at my freelance work, "That's not real money. Noah, get serious." I bit my tongue and let him think I was wasting time, all while my client list doubled. Their words stopped cutting as deep because I had proof, real proof, that I wasn't who they said I was. The strangest part was how my silence began to unnerve them. Ethan, especially, seemed unsettled. He was used to me snapping back, to me defending myself and giving him something to push against. But when I stopped giving him that satisfaction, he grew restless. He'd try harder, throwing my things around, making snide comments at dinner, but when I didn't react, his smirk faltered. I caught him watching me sometimes, confusion flickering in his eyes. It was as if he couldn't understand why his usual tricks weren't working anymore. My parents noticed too. One night, Mom asked, "Why are you so quiet these days?" I just shrugged, muttering, nothing to say. But inside, I was smiling. For the first time, the power dynamic was shifting, even if they didn't realize it yet. My silence wasn't weakness anymore, it was strategy. And slowly, opportunities began stacking up. The scholarship program called me for an interview. My freelance earnings were enough to cover a few months of rent if I could find the right place. I even started looking at used cars, imagining the day I could drive away from that house for good. But the most important change wasn't money or recognition, it was me. The fire that had been smothered for years by their favoritism and cruelty had finally sparked again. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was building. Quietly, carefully, but with purpose. I didn't tell them any of it, of course. Let them think I was still the invisible son, the one they could overlook, the one Ethan could taunt without consequence. Because the truth was, I had something they couldn't see, momentum. And momentum, once it starts rolling, is almost impossible to stop. What I didn't realize was how quickly that momentum would collide with their world. Because soon, all the pieces I had been quietly setting into place would line up, and one small push would send everything crashing down. Not just for Ethan, but for my parents too. And when it happened, it wouldn't be quiet. It would be loud enough that the entire neighborhood would hear. The setup for what was coming didn't feel like a dramatic discovery at first. It crept up on me slowly, the way a storm gathers before the sky cracks open. All those little steps I'd been taking, working extra hours, freelancing, applying for scholarships, were pieces of a bigger puzzle I didn't even realize I was building until I suddenly saw how they all connected. It started with the scholarship interview. I remember sitting in a quiet classroom after school, my palms sweating as the panel of teachers and local sponsors asked me questions. I told them about my work ethic, about the coffee shop, about juggling responsibilities while still managing good grades. I didn't talk about my family. I didn't want pity. I wanted them to see my determination. When I walked out, I didn't know if I'd impressed them, but I felt lighter. For once, I'd been able to speak about myself without being overshadowed by Ethan or dismissed by my parents. A week later, an envelope came in the mail addressed to me. My mom tossed it onto the counter without looking twice. I tore it open in my room and nearly dropped it when I read the words. "Congratulations, you've been selected." The scholarship wasn't a full ride, but it was substantial, enough to cover tuition for the first year of college, something I had secretly worried I'd never be able to afford. I didn't tell anyone. Not Ethan, not my parents. I tucked the letter into the back of my desk drawer, locking it away like treasure. Because I knew if they found out, they'd find a way to twist it. Either claim it was family money again, or worse, belittle it so much that it lost its shine. No, this one was mine. And it gave me something even more valuable than money: leverage. I had proof now that I wasn't the nothing they painted me to be. Around the same time, my freelance work took an unexpected turn. One of my clients, a small business owner, liked my designs so much that he offered me a steady contract. It wasn't huge, but it was consistent. He even said, "If you ever want to turn this into a career, you could. You've got the skill for it." Hearing that lit something inside me. For so long, I'd been told by my family that I had no real-life skills, that I'd amount to nothing beyond that coffee shop. But here was someone outside of that toxic circle telling me I had worth. The money started stacking faster than I expected. Between the coffee shop, the freelance work, and now the scholarship, I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was building an exit plan. I could see the outlines of it: a small apartment, maybe even a used car to get around, and a future where Ethan's voice was just a faint echo in my memory. But the real setup, the part that would eventually turn everything upside down, came one night when I overheard a conversation I wasn't supposed to hear. It was late, and I was coming home from a closing shift. The lights were still on in the living room, and I paused by the stairs when I heard my parents talking. Their voices were low, serious. "He's not focused," my dad was saying. "The coach already called me twice. If Ethan doesn't shape up, he'll lose his spot on the team." My mom's voice was tight. "We've already invested so much money. The travel fees, the gear. It's too late to pull him out now. He has to make it work. If he doesn't, how will it look? What will people say?" I stood frozen on the steps, listening as they went back and forth. And then I heard something that made my blood run cold. "Maybe Noah can cover the rest," Mom said. "He's been working so much lately. He can contribute. He should contribute." My dad grunted in agreement. "It's all family money in the end. He doesn't need much for himself." I gripped the railing until my knuckles turned white. There it was again, that assumption that whatever I earned, whatever I built, belonged to them, to Ethan. I wasn't a person with goals or needs. I was a resource to be mined until there was nothing left. But this time, instead of despair, I felt something sharper, clarity. They were showing me their playbook. They were so confident in their favoritism, so sure of my silence, that they didn't even bother to hide it. And in that moment, I realized something important. If they saw me as a resource, then I could turn that expectation against them. I went upstairs quietly, heart pounding, my mind racing. That conversation replayed over and over in my head, and the more I thought about it, the more a plan began to form. They expected me to keep giving, to keep sacrificing, to keep being invisible. But what if I didn't? What if I took everything I'd been building, the scholarship, the savings, the freelance work, and used it in a way they'd never see coming? It was the first time I thought about revenge, not just escape. Not loud, reckless revenge, but something quiet, calculated, like the way they had slowly drained me over the years. I would take what I had learned in silence, in invisibility, and use it as leverage. And when the moment came, when their entire world depended on me in a way they didn't expect, I would be ready. The funny thing about rock bottom is that once you've been there, you stop being afraid of losing. That gave me power. That gave me freedom. And as I lay awake that night, listening to Ethan snoring down the hall, I felt the momentum building again. What none of us knew yet, not me, not Ethan, not my parents, was how quickly everything was going to collide. And when it did, it wouldn't just be a family squabble. It would be public, loud, messy, the kind of chaos that neighbors whisper about for years. Revenge didn't come in a single dramatic explosion. It came in stages, carefully, quietly, the way I'd been forced to live for years. And maybe that's what made it so effective. I didn't storm into the living room one night screaming. I didn't shove evidence in their faces. No, I played their game, silence, patience, precision, until the moment was right. The first step was simple: stop being their resource. For months, they had been assuming my money, my time, my work belonged to Ethan's dreams. I flipped that assumption without warning. At the coffee shop, I started routing my paychecks onto those prepaid cards instead of the shared bank account they monitored. The first time Dad asked, casually, "How much did you bring in this week?" "We need to cover Ethan's tournament fee." I shrugged and said, "Oh, ours got cut." He didn't question it, just sighed and grumbled about bad management. Ethan, of course, noticed the shift. "Why aren't you giving me rides anymore?" He sneered one morning when I refused to chauffeur him to practice. "I'm working later now," I said flatly. "Can't." He shoved me against the wall, but I didn't rise to it. I just stared back, calm, steady, unflinching. It rattled him more than if I'd fought back. The real blow, though, came with the scholarship. Remember how my parents had been banking on me to fund Ethan's career? I let them believe I was still broke, still stuck in place. But behind the scenes, I was meeting with the scholarship committee, finalizing my acceptance, and preparing my exit. I knew that when it came out, the contrast would be brutal. Ethan, failing on the field, costing them money, while I, the spare, was being given opportunities they never thought I deserved. But I wasn't content with just leaving. No, I wanted them to feel it. To taste, for once, what it was like to be powerless. That chance came sooner than I expected. One Saturday morning, I woke to the sound of shouting downstairs. Ethan had been benched again, and the coach had called my dad, saying if Ethan didn't shape up, he'd be off the team completely. My parents were furious, not at Ethan, but at the coach, at the system, at anyone they could blame. By the time I walked into the kitchen, the tension was thick enough to choke on. Dad turned to me, his jaw tight. Noah, you need to cover the new fees. If Ethan's going to prove himself, he needs to attend the extra training camp. It's $800. I blinked at him slowly. I don't have it. His voice rose. Don't lie to me. You've been working nonstop. Where's the money going? Rent, I said evenly. The word hit the room like a dropped glass. My mom froze, spatula still in hand. Rent? What rent? I'm moving out, I said, calm, steady. End of the month. Ethan laughed, sharp and cruel. You? Move out? With what money? Don't make me laugh. I didn't look at him. I pulled the scholarship letter from my backpack and slid it across the table to my parents. With this, tuition's covered. Between work and freelancing, I'll cover the rest. I don't need anything from you. The silence was electric. My mom's hand shook as she picked up the letter. Dad's face went pale, his mouth opening and closing like he couldn't find words. And Ethan's smirk faltered for the first time in years. You, he stammered, pointing at me. You can't just leave. Who's gonna pay for your soccer? I cut him off, my voice sharp now. Not me. Not anymore. You're on your own. The rage that flickered across his face was almost satisfying enough. Almost. But the real satisfaction came when Dad slammed his fist on the table. You're abandoning your family, he barked. I leaned forward, meeting his glare without flinching. No, you abandoned me a long time ago. I'm just finally walking away. The argument exploded from there. Ethan shouting, my mom pleading, my dad accusing. But I stayed calm, collected, every word measured. Years of being silenced had taught me how to control my tone, how to let silence stretch until it was unbearable. And that silence made my words hit harder. By the time I walked out of the kitchen, letter tucked back into my bag, I knew I had shifted the power dynamic completely. For once, they couldn't use me. They couldn't drain me. And worse, for them, they knew I was slipping out of their control. But the revenge wasn't finished. Because what happened next wasn't just about me leaving. It was about the house itself, the neighborhood, the reputation they clung to so desperately. And when that final piece fell into place, it wouldn't just be my family hearing it. It would be everyone within earshot. The fallout began the night before I was set to move out. I had kept my plan quiet, folding clothes into boxes after late shifts, sneaking bags into my friend's car bit by bit. By then, I had enough saved to cover a small studio apartment, and the scholarship gave me the security I needed. Everything was set. But Ethan, as always, couldn't let things end quietly. I was taping up the last box when he barged into my room without knocking. His face was red, his eyes wild. You're not going anywhere, he snapped. Mom and Dad said this is your home. You can't just walk out. I didn't even look up. Watch me. That set him off. He lunged, grabbing the box out of my hands, tearing it open and scattering my clothes across the floor. You think you're better than me now? You think you can just leave and make me look like an idiot? I stood slowly, keeping my voice calm. You don't need my help to look like an idiot, Ethan. You've managed that all on your own. His face twisted with rage. Before I could step back, he shoved me hard against the wall. My head hit the plaster with a dull thud. For a moment, stars danced in my vision. But when I blinked them away, I saw something else. My parents, standing in the doorway, watching, just like they had that night when he dragged me into the yard. Only this time, I didn't crawl. I pushed Ethan off me with a force that surprised even myself. Touch me again, I said, my voice low, steady, and you'll regret it. He laughed, but it was shaky, unconvincing. What are you gonna do? Call the cops? They'll believe me, not you. They always do. That's when I pulled my phone out of my pocket. No, I said simply, because I already recorded everything. His smirk vanished. I had been careful for weeks. Every insult, every shove, every demand for money. I had recordings, screenshots, even copies of the bank transfers where my savings had mysteriously moved into their account. I'd kept them hidden, waiting for the moment I might need them. And now, standing there in that suffocating room, I knew it was time. I dialed. When the knock came at the front door 20 minutes later, the sound echoed through the entire house. Red and blue lights flashed through the curtains. The neighbors peeked from porches and windows as two officers stepped inside. Ethan's bravado crumbled instantly. He stammered, tried to twist the story, but I played the recordings aloud. His voice, mocking, cruel, filled the living room while the officers' faces hardened. My parents tried to intervene, voices overlapping, but the cops shut them down. You let this happen, one of them demanded. You stood by while your son was assaulted? For once, their silence wasn't protection, it was condemnation. The officers didn't care about golden children or family favoritism. They cared about evidence. And I had plenty. Ethan was handcuffed right there in front of our neighbors, his protest drowned out by the clink of metal. My parents stood frozen, pale and trembling, their perfect family image shattering in the glow of police lights. Whispers spread across the street, phones lifted to record, the story already weaving itself into neighborhood gossip. As they led Ethan out, he turned his head, eyes blazing with hatred. You ruined me, he spat. I met his glare, my voice calm, final. No, Ethan, you ruined yourself. I just stopped covering for you. The officers nodded at me, one of them muttering, you did the right thing. And for the first time in my life, I believed it. I didn't wait around for the rest. I grabbed my last box, stepped past my parents' stunned faces, and walked out into the cool night. The air felt different, lighter, sharper. Behind me, the flashing lights bathed the house I'd grown up in, a place that had never truly been home, in colors that looked almost like fire. Neighbors stared, some whispering, some nodding at me with something like respect. I didn't care. I was done living for their approval or anyone else's. As I slid into my friend's car, box on my lap, I glanced back one last time. My parents were standing on the porch, small and powerless, watching as their golden son was driven away in the back of a squad car. For years, they had told me I was nothing. But in that moment, with the neighborhood awake, the police lights flashing, and their world collapsing, I realized the truth. I had been their scapegoat, their shadow, their expendable one. But now I was free. And they would never forget the night they lost everything, because the son they ignored finally stood up. My name's Liam. I'm 28, and for as long as I can remember, I've carried a quiet label in my family, the failure. It wasn't always said outright, not at first, but it lived in the smirks at family dinners, the whispers I'd overhear when they thought I wasn't listening, and the way relatives would nod a little too politely when I talked about my plans. I grew up in a family where appearances meant everything. Success wasn't measured by happiness or fulfillment. It was measured by how much money you made, how impressive your job title sounded, and how proudly your parents could brag about you in front of others. And in their eyes, I always fell short. At school, I was never the star athlete like my cousin. I wasn't the straight A scholar my older brother was. I wasn't the musical prodigy my sister was praised for being. I was the kid who stayed up late tinkering with computers, sketching out strange ideas in notebooks, trying to imagine things that didn't exist yet. To me, it felt like exploration. To my family, it looked like wasted time. The breaking point, though, the moment that truly branded me in their minds, happened at my grandmother's funeral. I was 24 at the time. Grief already sat heavy on my chest because she was the one person who'd believed in me unconditionally. She'd slip me small amounts of money when I was broke, whisper encouragement when the others laughed, and tell me she saw something in me no one else seemed to. At her funeral, I thought maybe, just maybe, I'd get a chance to stand up and speak about her, to tell everyone what she meant to me. But as I rose to my feet, my uncle, my father's older brother, pulled me aside with a grip that felt more like a clamp than a hand. He leaned in, his breath sharp with coffee and cigarettes, and whispered the words that I can still hear as if they were carved into my brain. You'll always be the family failure. Don't embarrass us by speaking. I froze. My mouth went dry, my palms sweaty. I wanted to argue, to shove him back, to shout in his face that he had no right to decide what I could or couldn't say about my own grandmother. But instead, I swallowed it. I sat back down, my legs trembling, and watched as others, people who hadn't visited her in years, stood and delivered shallow speeches. My throat ached with the words I never spoke. That day marked me. The anger, the humiliation, the sting of being silenced at a moment when my voice mattered most, it stayed with me. On the drive home, I stared out the window while my parents made small talk in the front seat. They didn't ask me why I hadn't spoken. They didn't notice the storm boiling inside me. To them, I'd simply played my role, the quiet, invisible disappointment. But here's the thing, I didn't forget. I let their words fuel me. While they continued their lives, comfortable in their smug certainty that Liam would never amount to anything, I threw myself into the only thing that ever made me feel alive, building something of my own. I worked brutal hours, sleeping on an air mattress in a cramped apartment with peeling paint and broken heat. I ate ramen more times than I care to admit. Friends drifted away because I was always too busy, but I kept going. Every failure, every rejection, every sneer from family members at holiday dinners, it all added fuel. Still, those dinners were brutal. I remember one Thanksgiving not long after the funeral. I walked in late because I'd been on a call with a potential investor. As I sat down, my uncle chuckled loud enough for everyone to hear. "So, Liam, still chasing your little projects? When are you going to get a real job?" My cousin snickered. My parents said nothing. I wanted to throw my fork across the table, but instead I forced a smile and muttered something about working on it. Each gathering seemed to blend into the next. Always the same questions, the same digs, the same suffocating feeling that no matter what I did, they had already decided who I was. My uncle, especially, seemed to delight in it. He'd slap me on the back a little too hard, laugh at my clothes, question if I was still broke. And I endured it. I bit my tongue until it bled because I had something he didn't know. I had a plan. And then, 2 years later, everything changed. My startup, the one they had dismissed as a hobby, was acquired. Not for a small sum, not for some token payout, but for $6.1 million. I remember sitting in the lawyer's office, staring at the contract, and feeling a wave of disbelief wash over me. It was real. I wasn't the failure. I wasn't the disappointment. I had built something, and someone had seen the value in it. For a while, I didn't tell anyone. I wanted to sit with it quietly, to savor the victory that no one thought I was capable of. I upgraded my apartment. I bought myself a car that didn't rattle when it hit 60. I finally breathed without the weight of constant financial anxiety pressing down on me. And then he showed up. It was a Saturday morning when I heard the knock at my door. I wasn't expecting anyone, so when I opened it and saw my uncle standing there, dressed in a too-tight polo, his smile wide but not reaching his eyes, I felt my stomach drop. He reached out his hand, all friendly, like we were old buddies. "Liam, my boy," he said, his voice dripping with forced warmth. "I heard the good news. Thought I'd come by, congratulate you." I stood frozen, the memory of his whisper at the funeral roaring back in my mind. His grip on my arm. His words, "Failure. Don't embarrass us." And now, here he was, smiling like none of it had ever happened, as if he hadn't spent years cutting me down in front of anyone who would listen. I didn't shake his hand. I didn't move. I just stared at him, my heart pounding in my chest. Because in that moment, I knew one thing for certain. This was only the beginning. When I didn't take his hand, my uncle let out this awkward little laugh, like he could just brush off my hesitation. He dropped his arm back to his side and craned his neck past me, peering into my apartment as if he had every right to. I stepped sideways to block his view, but he was already sizing up the furniture, the framed prints on the walls, the upgraded kitchen appliances. His smile widened, though his eyes darted with calculation, not joy. "Looks like things are going well for you," he said, his tone carefully casual. "Real well." I didn't invite him in, but he invited himself. He brushed past me with a pat on my shoulder, walking straight into my living room and sitting down on the couch like he owned the place. My jaw tightened, but I closed the door behind him, partly because I didn't want the neighbors hearing whatever was about to unfold. "So, Liam," he began, leaning back with his arms stretched along the cushions. $6 million, huh? That's incredible. Who would have thought? All those late nights on the computer finally paid off." He chuckled, shaking his head as if it were some amusing miracle rather than the product of years of my sweat and sacrifice. I forced myself to sit in the armchair opposite him. "Yeah, it's been a long road," I said, careful to keep my voice steady. He nodded, then leaned forward, clasping his hands together like he was about to offer me sage wisdom. "You know, the family's proud of you. Really, we always knew you had potential. Took you long enough, but you finally proved us right." Those words burned. I clenched my fists under the armrest. He wasn't saying I had proved myself. He was saying I had finally lived up to their expectations. Expectations they had never actually believed I could meet. It was as if all the years of mockery and dismissal had been erased, rewritten in his mind as tough love that had motivated me. Then he got to the point. "Listen, Liam," he said, lowering his voice slightly, as though confiding in me. "Your cousin Ryan is starting college soon. And, well, tuition isn't cheap. He's a smart kid, bright future. You'd be doing the family proud if you helped out a little. Think of it as an investment in the next generation. There it was. The first ask. My stomach turned, but I kept my expression neutral. College is expensive, I said flatly. I'm sure Ryan will figure it out. His smile faltered, just for a second, then returned. Of course. But you know, family helps family. And let's be honest, you can afford it now. It's not like it'd hurt you. I didn't answer. I just let the silence stretch, the ticking of the clock on the wall filling the space. He shifted uncomfortably, but pressed on. You've got to understand, he continued, his tone sharpening. Your success reflects on all of us. When people hear you sold a company for millions, they don't just see you, they see the family name. That kind of success should benefit everyone. There it was again, the same old narrative. My accomplishments weren't mine. They belonged to the family. The same family that had called me a failure, mocked me at every holiday, silenced me at my grandmother's funeral. Now they wanted to cash in. The weeks that followed only made things worse. Word of my success spread faster than I ever imagined. Relatives I hadn't spoken to in years suddenly remembered my phone number. I got texts that started with thinly veiled congratulations and ended with requests for loans or investments. My aunt left me a voicemail about how her roof needed replacing and how it would mean the world if I could help. A cousin emailed me a link to a used car he wanted, attaching the price tag as if I'd just wire the money without question. At family dinners, the dynamic shifted entirely. Instead of mocking me, they paraded me like a trophy. This is Liam, my uncle boasted one night at Thanksgiving. He's the genius who made millions before 30. He said it with pride, but his eyes flicked toward me with that same cold calculation. He wasn't proud of me. He was proud of what he thought he could extract from me. They sat me at the head of the table that year, a place usually reserved for my uncle. It wasn't respect, it was strategy. I was a resource now, the golden goose. My opinions suddenly mattered, but only if they served their interests. When I didn't volunteer to pay for the entire holiday spread, I noticed the whispers, the shared looks. The same condescending tone slipped back into my uncle's voice as he toasted to generosity, making sure his glass clinked against mine with deliberate emphasis. Every time I tried to talk about my life outside of money, about the actual work I'd done, the risks, the failures, the moments that had shaped me, they changed the subject back to what I could give them. To them, I wasn't Liam anymore. I was a bank account in human form. The final straw of that season came one evening when I got home to find an envelope slipped under my door. Inside was a letter written in my uncle's handwriting. It wasn't even disguised as a request, it was a list. Items, amounts, and names of relatives, as though I were some kind of family treasurer. At the bottom, underlined twice, was a note. We're counting on you. Don't let us down. My chest tightened with a mix of rage and disbelief. I sat at my kitchen table staring at that letter for a long time, my pulse thundering in my ears. All the years of being silenced, mocked, dismissed, suddenly it felt like they were back, just wearing a different mask. I wasn't the failure anymore, but to them, I still wasn't a person. I crumpled the letter in my fist, my knuckles white. And for the first time in a long time, I let myself think it. Maybe it was time to stop swallowing my words. The letter should have been the peak of it, the outrageous demand that opened my eyes completely. But as it turned out, that was only the warm-up. The real betrayal was waiting, biding its time until it could crash through my door in a way that couldn't be ignored, couldn't be written off as just family being family. It came 3 months later. By then, the calls and texts had slowed, though not out of respect. I'd stopped answering most of them, choosing silence over endless manipulation. I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd take the hint and back off. I was wrong. It was a Tuesday afternoon when I got a call from my bank. The voice on the other end was professional, but edged with unease. "Mr. Taylor," the woman said, "we just wanted to confirm a transfer request that came through your account this morning. It's a fairly large sum, and given the recipient's details, our fraud detection system flagged it." My stomach dropped. "What transfer?" I asked. She read off the amount, $45,000. And the recipient? My cousin Ryan. My throat went dry. "I didn't authorize that," I said firmly. The woman hesitated. "That's what we suspected. But the request was unusual. It came with a notarized document attached, apparently signed by you, granting your uncle, Charles Taylor, limited authority over certain transactions." I felt the blood drain from my face. My uncle, my own flesh and blood, had forged documents to access my money. I asked the bank to email me copies of everything, and when the files hit my inbox minutes later, I stared at the PDF, my chest tight. There it was, my name, my signature, clumsily imitated, not even close to the way I actually signed. And beneath it, legal-looking language that clearly gave my uncle the right to allocate resources for family obligations. It wasn't just manipulation anymore. It was theft, deliberate, calculated. He had taken his entitled narrative that my money belonged to the family and pushed it to its logical extreme. I called him immediately, my hands shaking so hard I almost dropped the phone. He picked up on the third ring, his voice sickeningly cheerful. "Liam, good to hear from you, son. How's everything going?" "You forged my signature," I said flatly, my voice colder than I'd ever heard it. There was a pause. Then he sighed, as if I were being unreasonable. "Now, don't be dramatic. It was just paperwork. I figured you wouldn't mind, not with all that money sitting there. 45,000 is nothing to you now, Liam. Nothing. And Ryan needs it. He's the future of this family." My vision blurred with rage. "You had no right," I spat. "No right to touch a cent of mine." "You're missing the point," he snapped back, his mask slipping. "Everything you have, it reflects on all of us. You think you did this alone? You think without this family you'd be anywhere? You should be grateful. And if you won't help willingly, then sometimes family has to make those decisions for you." I hung up before I said something I couldn't take back. My whole body was trembling, adrenaline surging. I sat there in the dim light of my living room, the betrayal hitting me in waves. This wasn't just about money anymore. It was about control, about erasing my independence, my autonomy, my identity, just as he had tried to do at my grandmother's funeral when he silenced me. Back then, it was my voice. Now it was my success. The next day, I went to see my parents, hoping for some kind of support. But when I explained what had happened, my father rubbed his temple and said, "Maybe you should have just given him the money, Liam. It would have avoided all this trouble." My mother nodded, adding, "He's your uncle. He's done a lot for this family. You should try to understand where he's coming from." I stared at them in disbelief, my chest aching. "He forged my signature. He tried to steal from me," I said, my voice rising. But they just sat there, silent, as if that detail didn't matter. As if I was the one making things complicated. That was the moment something broke inside me. The realization that not only had my uncle betrayed me, but my own parents would stand behind him, rationalizing his theft as family duty. It was like the ground had opened beneath me, exposing just how alone I really was in this web of blood ties and obligations. That night, I lay awake staring at the ceiling, replaying every insult, every dismissal, every time they'd laughed at me across a dinner table. I thought of my grandmother, the only one who had believed in me, and how furious she would have been if she knew what they had done. My jaw ached from clenching it so hard. And then, slowly, my rage started to crystallize into something else. A cold, deliberate clarity. I knew I couldn't keep swallowing my words. I knew I couldn't let this betrayal stand. But I also knew I couldn't lash out blindly. If I was going to respond, it had to be careful, precise, something that would finally shatter the smug certainty with which they treated me as both failure and resource. Because this wasn't just about money. This was war. The weeks after discovering the forged signature were some of the hardest of my life. On the surface, I had everything I once dreamed of: financial freedom, independence, the ability to finally live on my own terms. But inside, I felt like the walls were closing in. It wasn't just the betrayal itself, it was the silence that followed. My uncle carried on as though nothing had happened. My parents, instead of standing by me, treated my anger as an overreaction. And the rest of the family? They either avoided the subject or acted like I was being selfish for not sharing. The bank froze the fraudulent transfer, thankfully. They assured me that my uncle hadn't gotten a penny, but that did little to ease the sting. I had to meet with lawyers, sign affidavits, and prove my own identity against the false one he'd created. Sitting across from professionals in crisp suits, explaining how my own uncle had tried to steal from me, was humiliating in a way I can't quite describe. Every time I spoke the words out loud, he forged my signature. It felt like I was confessing a weakness, a shame that somehow belonged to me instead of him. I started avoiding family gatherings entirely. The thought of sitting at the same table with people who would justify theft as family obligation was unbearable. Invitations piled up in my inbox, holiday dinners, birthdays, barbecues. I deleted them without responding. One day my mother called, her voice sharp. "Liam, you can't just cut everyone off. People are starting to talk. It looks bad when you act this way." I bit my tongue, because what I wanted to say was, "It looked bad when your brother tried to steal from me, too." Instead, I just muttered something about being busy and ended the call quickly. Isolation became my default. Friends had drifted away during the years I'd built my startup, and now, with my family siding against me, I had no one left to lean on. Nights blurred together, me sitting alone in my apartment, staring at the city lights outside my window, the silence pressing down like a weight. I had the money to fill the void with distractions, luxury vacations, expensive toys, but none of it appealed to me. What was the point if the people closest to me saw me as nothing but a wallet? Sleep didn't come easily. Most nights I lay awake replaying the funeral in my head, the moment my uncle silenced me, the way his hand gripped my arm. "You'll always be the family failure." The words had been a curse, a brand burned into my identity. And now, even with millions in the bank, I felt like he'd found a way to brand me again, not as a failure this time, but as a resource to be controlled, harvested, drained. The lowest point came one Sunday afternoon when I decided, against my better judgment, to drive out to my parents' house. A part of me still hoped for reconciliation. Maybe if I explained it in person, maybe if I looked them in the eyes, they would finally see. When I walked through the front door, though, my uncle was already there, sitting comfortably on the couch, sipping coffee from a mug like he owned the place. My father barely looked up from the newspaper as he said, "Good, you're here. We were just talking about you." My uncle smiled that same oily smile and gestured to the chair across from him. "Sit down, Liam. We need to clear the air." Against my instincts, I sat. My mother brought me a cup of coffee, as if that simple gesture could smooth over weeks of silence and betrayal. My uncle leaned forward. "I know you were upset about the bank thing," he began, his tone patronizing. "But you've got to understand, I was just looking out for the family. You've got more than you need, Liam. Don't you think it's time to give back?" I stared at him, too stunned to speak. He didn't even deny it. He admitted to forging my name like it was nothing, like it was some minor misunderstanding rather than a crime. And worse, my parents sat there nodding, not horrified, not outraged, just complicit. Something inside me cracked then. I realized no apology was ever coming, no acknowledgement of the wrong they'd done. To them, I would always be either the failure or the resource. Never the person, never the son. I left without touching the coffee, without saying goodbye. I got in my car and drove until the houses thinned out into empty roads, the fields stretching on either side. My chest felt hollow, my hands numb on the steering wheel. For the first time in years, I cried. Rage, grief, exhaustion spilling out until I had to pull over just to breathe. That night, sitting in my apartment with swollen eyes and a raw throat, I made a quiet promise to myself. I wasn't going to keep playing the role they had written for me. If I stayed silent, if I kept letting them push me down, then they would win. And I couldn't let that happen, not again. But I also knew I couldn't strike back impulsively. Not yet. They were too comfortable, too sure of themselves. If I lashed out now, they'd just twist it into more proof that I was difficult, ungrateful, the problem. No, my revenge had to be careful, methodical. I had to let them walk deeper into their own arrogance until the floor dropped out from under them. So I waited. I watched. And for the first time in my life, I stopped caring about their approval. After that night, something shifted in me. The grief and exhaustion that had nearly broken me gave way to a steadier, colder kind of energy. I stopped waiting for their validation, stopped hoping for some grand moment of reconciliation that would never come. Instead, I turned inward and asked myself a question I'd never really considered before. If their approval doesn't matter, what would I do with my life purely for me? The answer surprised me. I poured myself back into work, but this time, it wasn't about proving them wrong. It wasn't about chasing some abstract victory over the voices that had always called me a failure. It was about building something sustainable, something meaningful. I partnered with a few trusted colleagues I'd met during the startup days, people who had believed in my ideas before they were worth millions. We started developing new projects, investing in smaller companies with potential. Slowly, I realized I wasn't just a one-hit wonder. I had a knack for seeing possibilities where others didn't. The more I leaned into that, the more doors opened. By the time I turned 29, I had stakes in 3 growing businesses. One was an app that streamlined medical scheduling, another a green energy startup, and the third a niche logistics platform. Each required long hours and careful risk-taking, but the payoff wasn't just financial, it was personal. I was finally surrounding myself with people who valued my input, not my wallet. And as my success grew, so did my freedom. I bought a townhouse in a quiet neighborhood, away from the noise of the city. I traveled, not for luxury, but for perspective. Standing in the crowded markets of Marrakesh, walking along the cliffs in Ireland, hiking through forests in Japan, I felt alive in a way I never had before. For the first time, I wasn't just surviving or proving myself. I was living. But while I was building myself up, my family kept circling. The calls never fully stopped, though I ignored most of them. When I did pick up, usually by accident, it was always the same script. Your cousin needs help with tuition. Your aunt's medical bills are piling up. We were thinking of starting a family business, and you could really make it happen. Each time, I shut it down with polite vagueness, careful not to give them anything solid. Still, I could sense their growing frustration. Without access to me, their plans dried up. My uncle, especially, grew bolder in his attempts to insert himself into my life. He showed up uninvited once more, this time at a restaurant where I was meeting an investor. He acted as though he had been involved in my success from the beginning, trying to leverage my credibility to impress the man across the table. I had to excuse myself and pull my uncle aside, hissing through clenched teeth that if he ever did that again, he'd regret it. He just smirked, like he knew he still had time to wear me down. But what he didn't know was that while he was circling me, I was quietly circling back. With every business deal I closed, with every step forward I took, I wasn't just growing wealth, I was building influence. I began donating to organizations my family had ties to, but always anonymously. I supported scholarships at the very universities my cousins hoped to attend. I gained quiet connections with people in the community, lawyers, business leaders, even a few in politics. It wasn't about flaunting anything. It was about planting seeds. The turning point came one evening at a networking event. A man approached me, introducing himself as a financial advisor who had once worked with my uncle. He spoke casually, but his words carried weight. "Charles has been overextending himself," he said, referring to my uncle. "A few risky investments, some debts he hasn't exactly been upfront about. Just thought you should know." I tucked that information away, careful not to show how much it lit a spark inside me. My uncle, so smug, so sure of his own control, was overreaching. He had cracks in his armor. And while I was building strength quietly, he was growing reckless loudly. That imbalance was everything I needed. By the time I turned 30, the contrast was undeniable. I was thriving, financially, emotionally, socially. My network was strong, my projects successful, and my confidence steady. My uncle, meanwhile, was still trying to bully and manipulate his way into relevance, unaware that his foundation was crumbling. The irony wasn't lost on me. At my grandmother's funeral, he had silenced me, branding me the family failure. Now, years later, I had more power than he could ever imagine. And he was the one stumbling, desperate, needing what I had. I didn't confront him, not yet. Revenge, I realized, wasn't about striking the moment you were angry. It was about waiting until the ground beneath your enemy was already soft, then applying just the right amount of pressure to make it collapse. And when the moment came, I would be ready. The opportunity presented itself almost too perfectly, as though fate had been biding its time, watching me gather strength before finally laying the next card on the table. By now, my life had taken on a rhythm that felt steady and controlled. I was no longer scrambling, no longer reacting to the chaos my family stirred up. I was observing, waiting, preparing. It started with a call from a former classmate, Daniel, who had become an attorney specializing in corporate fraud and estate law. We met for coffee, just to catch up, but the conversation drifted toward my family almost inevitably. I hadn't planned on venting, but the words poured out. The forgery, the entitled requests, the constant pressure. Daniel listened without judgment, then leaned back in his chair with a thoughtful expression. "You know," he said, "forgery like that isn't just a family dispute. It's a crime. If he tried to move funds under your name, that could carry serious consequences. Prison time, even." The word prison lingered in my head like a bell tolling in the distance. I'd known what my uncle did was illegal, but I hadn't fully grasped the severity. I'd let it slide at the time, thinking confrontation was enough. But hearing it laid out in legal terms, from someone who understood the system, made the reality sharper. Then Daniel added something that made my pulse quicken. If he's reckless enough to forge your signature, odds are he's been reckless in other areas too. People like that usually don't stop at one stunt. That same week, I got another piece of the puzzle. One of my newer business partners mentioned, almost in passing, that my uncle had approached him about a family investment opportunity. Apparently, my uncle had been dangling my name, claiming I was backing his ventures, using my credibility to lure in potential investors. I felt my jaw tighten as he explained. It wasn't just about money anymore. My uncle was leveraging my success as if it were his own, dragging my name into schemes I had nothing to do with. If one of those ventures collapsed, and from the sound of it, they almost certainly would, my reputation could take a hit right alongside his. That night, I sat at my desk, documents spread out in front of me, scribbling notes and connections in the margins. My uncle had debts. He had a habit of forging and exaggerating. He was using my name without consent. He was reckless. All of it was a web waiting to collapse. But here's where the real shift happened. For the first time, I had the tools to do something about it. Through my businesses, I had relationships with attorneys, accountants, even investigators. I wasn't the powerless kid being silenced at a funeral anymore. I was someone with influence, someone who could pull strings. Instead of confronting him directly, I started gathering quietly. I asked Daniel to look into some public records, deeds, liens, property holdings. I requested discreet background checks on companies my uncle claimed to be running. The picture that emerged was even worse than I imagined. Unpaid debts, defaulted loans, business registrations with no actual operations, and whispers of investors already asking questions about where their money had gone. It was almost poetic. The man who had branded me a failure was himself failing on every front, only he didn't know I knew. The more I uncovered, the clearer my path became. I didn't have to invent a trap. He had already built one for himself. All I had to do was guide him further in, letting him believe he was in control until the moment came to pull the rug out from under him. But there was one final piece I needed before I could move forward: proximity. I had to get close enough to him again that he would drop his guard, that he'd let me see the full scope of his arrogance. And for that, I needed patience. So I accepted an invitation. It was my mother who extended it, calling one evening with that same clipped tone she always used when she was trying to guilt me. "Liam, your uncle's hosting a family barbecue next month. It would mean a lot if you came. People are still whispering about how you've been distant." Under normal circumstances, I would have declined. But this time, I agreed. When she hung up, I sat in the quiet of my townhouse, staring at the city skyline outside my window. For the first time in years, I felt calm at the thought of walking into one of those gatherings. Because now, I wasn't coming as the family failure or the reluctant provider. I was coming as someone with knowledge, leverage, and the beginnings of a plan. My uncle thought he had written the story of who I was. But he had no idea I'd picked up the pen. The day of the barbecue was hot, the kind of humid summer afternoon where the air itself feels heavy. As I drove up to my uncle's house, I couldn't help but think of how many times I'd pulled into this same driveway as a kid, always bracing myself for some offhand insult or joke at my expense. This time, though, I didn't feel small. I felt steady, focused. The yard was already packed with relatives when I arrived. Kids ran through sprinklers, adults hovered around grills and coolers, and the usual chorus of laughter rose over it all. As I stepped out of my car, heads turned. Conversations paused for a beat too long before picking back up, louder and forced. They all knew what I'd become, though not a single one would admit how badly they wanted to share in it. My uncle spotted me almost immediately. He strutted over with that fake grin plastered on his face, his arms spread as though I were some long-lost son returning home. "Liam," he boomed. "There's my boy. Knew you wouldn't let family down." I let him hug me, though every instinct in my body recoiled. His grip was tight, rehearsed, like he was trying to perform affection for the audience of cousins and aunts watching us. I pulled back, smiled politely, and handed him a small bottle of wine I'd brought, a peace offering on the surface, though really just camouflage. The afternoon unfolded predictably. My uncle held court at the center of it all, retelling embellished stories of family history, inserting himself as the hero at every turn. Every time someone asked about my work, he jumped in before I could answer, framing my success as if it were somehow his doing. I always told Liam to keep pushing, he'd say, patting my back with just enough force to sting. He needed tough love, and look, it paid off. I nodded, smiled, let him play his part. Because what no one knew was that I hadn't come to defend myself. I had come to let him dig his own grave. After dinner, as the sun dipped and people settled into lawn chairs with drinks, my uncle pulled me aside. His voice dropped low, confidential. Liam, I've got something big. A business opportunity. But it's family only. I want you in on it. He led me to the garage, where he had laid out glossy pamphlets and fake-looking charts across a folding table. He spoke quickly, throwing around buzzwords about real estate flips, overseas partnerships, guaranteed returns. I listened, asking just enough questions to keep him talking. Then came the hook. Now, we'll need seed money to get started, just $100,000 or so. But with you backing us, investors will flock. This is legacy-level wealth, Liam. The family will never forget it. I studied him for a long moment. The same man who had silenced me at my grandmother's funeral, who had tried to forge my name, who had used my success like a prop in his circus. And now he was pitching me a scam he didn't realize I already had evidence of. I leaned forward slightly, keeping my tone calm. Uncle Charles, I'll think about it. But if we're doing this right, I'll need to look at the paperwork first. Financials, registrations, all of it. You understand. He grinned, mistaking my measured words for agreement. Of course. I'll get you everything you need. You'll see it's solid. What he didn't know was that I'd already gathered most of those documents through Daniel. What he didn't know was that the investments he thought he was hiding were already on record, loans unpaid, assets overstated, liabilities buried under creative bookkeeping. What he didn't know was that by handing me his pitch, he was handing me the rope to tie the knot. Over the next few weeks, I played along. I let him send me drafts, proposals, even investor lists. Each time, I forwarded them to my lawyer and accountant. Each time, they uncovered another crack, another fabrication. By the time we were done, we had a file thicker than a phone book, proof of fraud, deception, and a trail of financial recklessness that could ruin him. And then came the moment to act. Instead of confronting him privately, I invited him to meet me in a more official setting. A quiet office downtown, neutral ground. He arrived wearing a too-tight suit and a smug grin, no doubt imagining the check I was about to write. He even brought a pen, pulling it from his jacket with a flourish as he sat across from me. I let him talk for a while, spinning his fantasies, before sliding the folder across the desk. I think you should take a look, I said evenly. He opened it, scanned the first few pages, and his face shifted, confusion first, then irritation, then a flicker of fear. He looked up at me, his mouth tightening. Where did you get this? Public record, I said calmly. And some of it, straight from you. Your pitches, your claims. Every lie you've told investors, every debt you've hidden, it's all in there. His jaw clenched. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. I cut in, my voice sharp now. You tried to steal from me. You used my name to prop up your scams. And you thought I'd just keep swallowing it like I always did. But here's the truth. I'm done being quiet. He leaned back, trying to recover his swagger. So what? You'll go to the police. That'll ruin the family name. You think people will see you as some kind of hero for taking down your own blood. I held his gaze. I don't need to go to the police. Not yet. But I do have options. Investors you scammed would love to see this. Regulators too. And if you push me again, if you so much as try to use my name one more time, I won't hesitate. For the first time in my life, I saw fear in his eyes. Real fear. He tried to mask it, but his hand trembled slightly as he closed the folder. You wouldn't, he muttered. I smiled, calm and deliberate. Try me. I let him sit there in silence, the weight of his own mess pressing down on him. Then I stood, straightened my jacket, and left the room. For once, I was the one walking away, and he was the one left speechless. Fallout came faster than I expected. Within a month, whispers spread through the family like wildfire. My uncle had gone quiet, eerily quiet. The man who used to puff his chest at every gathering, who thrived on boasting about his business ventures and doling out backhanded insults, suddenly stopped showing up. Calls went unanswered. Invitations declined. When I finally heard from my cousin Ryan, his voice was low. almost embarrassed. "Dad's dealing with some financial stuff," he muttered. What he didn't say, but what I already knew, was that the walls were closing in. Investors my uncle had strung along were now demanding answers. The file I'd assembled had made its way into the right hands, not by accident, but because I quietly let it slip to one particularly furious investor who had been on the verge of suing anyway. From there, it spread. Letters from lawyers piled up at my uncle's door. The debts he had tried to hide were dragged into the open. One by one, the false fronts he'd built crumbled. The family's golden talker, the man who once silenced me at my grandmother's funeral, was suddenly the subject of hushed conversations. At the next family event I attended, Easter dinner, it was impossible to miss the shift. My uncle wasn't there. My aunt arrived alone, her smile tight, her eyes darting nervously. People avoided mentioning his name, but every silence spoke louder than words. For years, I'd been the failure in their eyes. The disappointment. The one they laughed at, silenced, mocked. But now, as I sat at the table carving ham, I felt their gazes flick toward me with something I hadn't seen before. Not pity, not scorn. Respect, tinged with fear. It wasn't about the money. It was about control. For the first time, they saw I wasn't someone they could push around. I wasn't a boy swallowing his words anymore. I was a man who had taken back his voice, his power, his dignity, and I wasn't afraid to use it. The final blow came a few months later. My uncle declared bankruptcy. His businesses were dissolved, his house put up for sale, his name stained in circles where reputation was everything. He tried reaching out once, one desperate voicemail. His voice cracked, muttering something about family sticking together. I didn't return the call. I didn't need to, because the revenge wasn't in shouting him down, or dragging him into court, or even watching his empire fall apart. It was in the silence. The same silence he once forced on me at my grandmother's funeral now turned back on him. And as I stood on my townhouse balcony one evening, the city lights stretching out beneath me, I thought of her, my grandmother. I thought of the words I never got to speak at her funeral, the tribute I swallowed because I was told I'd embarrass the family. I closed my eyes, breathed deep, and whispered them into the night. Not for anyone else to hear, not for validation, but for me, for her. And with that, I finally felt free. The failure had become the voice. The silence had become the weapon. And the man who once thought he could bury me with words was now buried by his own. The family failure had the last word. I'm Daniel, 29 years old, and this story starts with a dinner reservation I made for the people I thought would be proud of me. Not strangers, not coworkers, my family. I had just landed a job offer that frankly still doesn't feel real. $200,000 a year, full benefits, a relocation package, the whole deal. After years of working temp gigs, picking up freelance coding work wherever I could, sleeping on a mattress in a shoebox apartment with peeling paint and a window that didn't close all the way, I had finally made it. I wasn't looking to be celebrated like royalty or anything. I just thought, maybe this would be the moment my parents looked at me and said, "We're proud." That my sister, Rachel, would let go of whatever petty resentment she'd been holding since we were kids. That for once, I'd sit at a family dinner and not feel like an outsider trying to prove I belonged. So I booked a private dining room at a beautiful little Italian restaurant downtown. White linen tablecloths, candlelight, and a 3-course menu. I even called ahead to make sure my mom's dietary restrictions were accommodated. I paid for everything up front. I didn't want a single reason for anyone to say they were doing me a favor by showing up. Everyone arrived on time. That alone felt like a small miracle. My mom wore a blazer like she was expecting a business meeting, and my dad looked mildly confused by all the fanfare. Rachel showed up in designer heels and a dress that probably cost more than my first car, dragging along her boyfriend Nate, a guy with a half-decent smile and the emotional range of a microwave. We ordered. We laughed. It was fine at first, stiff, but civil. Then, somewhere between the risotto and the tiramisu, I stood up to thank them for coming. I had a little speech prepared. Nothing corny. Just something like, "Thanks for believing in me when things were rough." I never got to say it. My mom clinked her wine glass. She clinked it 3 times, ding, 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 like she was the host of the night. Then she smiled, tilted her glass toward Rachel, and said, "We all know your sister deserved it more, but life isn't fair." There was this awful pause, just long enough for me to think, wait, did I hear that right? My Aunt Joan, who wasn't even supposed to be there but tagged along because she happened to be in town, burst out laughing. One of those forced, high-pitched laughs people use when they're trying to look supportive but don't really know what they're laughing at. My dad just looked down at his plate like the meatballs had suddenly become fascinating. And Rachel? She smirked. That slow, smug kind of smirk that says, finally. Finally, someone said it out loud. I stood there, silent, still holding my glass. You know that moment where time stretches? Where you're mentally flipping through 1,000 possible reactions, but your body just freezes? That was me. I wasn't angry. Not yet. I was just stunned. I had rehearsed this moment in my head so many times. But in all those versions, I was the one surprising them, not the other way around. I managed a weak laugh, then sat back down. The server brought out dessert. The conversation shifted, but I wasn't listening anymore. I kept looking at the envelopes in my jacket pocket. See, I hadn't just brought them here to celebrate. I'd planned to give each of them something meaningful. I'd spent the last week calculating the exact amounts. My mom and dad had been in debt for years, constantly stressed about the mortgage and car payments. I was going to pay off both. Quietly. No big announcement, no lecture, just a gesture. My aunt. I was going to pay off the medical bill she kept complaining about. Rachel? Even after all the things she's done, the backhanded comments, the years of one-upping me, the way she once told her friends I was basically adopted, I was going to write her a check to help cover her grad school loans. Because I believed that maybe, just maybe, this moment could fix something, heal a few scars. And now? Now I was watching her swirl her wine and whisper something to Nate while smirking in my direction. Like I was the punchline to a joke I didn't get to hear. My mom kept talking. Something about how Rachel was always the star, how she had the discipline and the presence for corporate life. How I was more of a creative soul, her favorite way of saying I didn't meet her expectations. I watched her mouth move, and for the first time in years, I didn't feel the need to win her over. I didn't want to explain or justify or make her understand me. I was just done. I stood up again. This time, they noticed. My dad looked up. Rachel raised an eyebrow. My mom gave me a polite little smile like she thought I was about to give my toast now. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out the envelopes. They weren't labeled, but I knew which was which. I looked at each of them. You're right, I said, my voice steady. Life isn't fair. Then I held up the envelopes for a second, just long enough for the flicker of curiosity to pass across their faces. Just long enough for Rachel to actually lean forward slightly, eyes narrowing. Especially, I continued, when I was planning to pay off everyone's debts until now. My mom blinked. Rachel's smirk vanished. My aunt froze mid-bite. I slid the envelopes back into my pocket, turned around, and walked out of the restaurant without another word. I heard someone call my name, maybe my dad, maybe even Nate, but I didn't stop. And just as I reached the door, I heard it. Rachel screaming. Wait, what? Are you serious right now? Daniel. I kept walking, out into the cool night air, past the valet, down the block where the streetlights didn't buzz like judgmental eyes. My phone started buzzing, vibrating nonstop like it had something urgent to tell me. I turned it off. That was 2 hours ago. I'm sitting at a quiet little bar now. I've had the same glass of bourbon in front of me this whole time. Untouched. Just watching the ice melt while I process everything that just happened. And part of me wonders, did I go too far? But another part, a louder, calmer part, knows this was the first time I actually stood up for myself. And they have no idea what's coming next. I sat there at the bar a little longer, the condensation from the bourbon glass dripping onto my fingertips. I wasn't angry in the way I expected. I wasn't shaking or plotting or crying into a drink like some movie cliché. I felt hollow, the kind of hollow you feel after finally letting go of something heavy you've carried for too long. It wasn't just tonight. It was everything. Every ignored phone call. Every time they asked Rachel how school was going, but forgot I even graduated. Every family photo where I was conveniently cropped out or standing just far enough to the side to make it feel like an accident. And tonight had just been the final stamp on a long overdue truth. I was never going to be enough for them. Not because I wasn't successful or kind or generous, but because they had decided long ago that I didn't fit their narrative. I checked my phone. 15 missed calls. 8 voicemails. A dozen texts, mostly from Rachel. Rachel texted, "What is wrong with you? This isn't funny. Come back and explain yourself. You were going to give us money, and now you're being dramatic? Grow up. My mom had sent one too. Short. Cold. You embarrassed the entire family. After everything we did for you. I almost laughed at that one. Everything they did for me? Like what? Mocking me for wanting to study computer science instead of business? Like when they made me sleep on the couch during Rachel's graduation party because we only had room for one guest room, and obviously it had to be for her friends? Or was it when they forgot my birthday 3 years in a row, and then tried to blame me for not reminding them? The only message that didn't sting was the one from my dad. Call me when you're ready. I get it. I didn't know what it was, but for the first time in years, I thought maybe there was still someone in that house who had doubts. Someone who had learned to keep his head down to survive the emotional storm that was my mom and sister. But I wasn't ready to talk to him yet. I left the bar and walked through the city. It was late enough that the sidewalks were quiet. The kind of quiet where you can hear your own thoughts. And for once, I wasn't running from them. I was facing them head on. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't cruel. I had gone out of my way to be kind. I had worked for years, through rejections, anxiety, self-doubt, building a life I was finally proud of. And the moment I tried to share it with them, they treated it like a mistake that happened to the wrong sibling. I walked until I ended up at my apartment, the one I had just put a deposit down on. A 2-bedroom loft with tall windows and exposed brick, the kind of place I never thought I'd afford. I stood in the entryway for a moment and took a breath. Then I pulled out the envelopes again. Thick paper. Quality stuff. I had written personal notes in each one, too. Notes they'd never get to read now. I sat at my desk, opened my laptop, and started typing. Not to them, no. That bridge was burned, and the smoke was still fresh in my lungs. No, this was something different. I opened a spreadsheet. Labeled it, Debt Forgiveness, New Recipients. I deleted the old names. Then I thought for a second and smiled. And I made new ones. See, I work in tech now. Specifically for a company that partners with nonprofits to provide emergency assistance through vetted digital grants. The kind that helps pay off medical bills, tuition, rent, and yes, personal debt. I had access to programs and partners that I never told my family about because I knew the second I did, they'd want to exploit them. And now? Now I was going to use that access. But not for them. I remembered a barista at the coffee shop I used to work at. She was 19, working 2 jobs, and supporting her little brother because their mom disappeared and their dad was in rehab. I remembered an old neighbor who used to bring me casseroles when I was broke and freelancing, who once cried in the hallway because she couldn't afford her medication. I remembered my old high school math teacher who stayed late to tutor me, even though I was awkward and stuttered and barely passed algebra. I found them online. Quietly. Discreetly. I started small. An anonymous $2,000 payment to my neighbor's pharmacy account. A check labeled Education Support Fund sent to my old barista friend's apartment, covering 4 months of rent. I contacted my teacher. She didn't even remember me at first and offered to set up a classroom tech grant in her name. She cried. I cried too, honestly. None of them knew what I had done exactly. And that was the point. Because here's the thing. If I was going to be generous, I wanted to give to people who saw me, who respected me, who would never raise a glass and say someone else deserved my success more. It's been 4 days now. I haven't heard from Rachel again, though she did post some vague quote on Instagram about fake family and betrayal. My mom tried calling once more. I didn't pick up. My dad sent a longer message, asking if we could meet. I'm thinking about it. Maybe. But tonight, I'm hosting another dinner. This time, with people who don't share my blood, but who showed up when I needed them most. Friends, mentors, colleagues, even my old landlord who let me delay rent more times than I can count. There won't be envelopes this time. Just seats at the table, real seats, for people who earn them. And if my phone rings during dinner, I'll let it. Because for once, they can be the ones waiting for a callback that never comes. The dinner was set for 7 p.m., and by 6:30, people were already arriving. No designer heels, no family power games, no forced smiles, just real laughter, real conversation, and people I genuinely wanted to see. I hadn't realized how starved I'd been for that kind of company. People who didn't keep score, didn't treat kindness like a currency to trade. They just showed up. And that alone made this dinner feel like home in a way my family never did. There was Maya, my old co-worker from the hardware store, who used to sneak me leftover donuts when I skipped lunch. Steve, my first freelance client who gave me a shot when all I had was a beat-up laptop and a shaky resume. Even Nora, my ex from years ago, came. We'd stayed friends, and she always believed I was going to make it long before I did. And Mr. Patel, my high school chemistry teacher, who once told me I wasn't bad at math. I just needed someone to explain it differently. I had planned to keep things casual, just a chill night with good food and better people. But halfway through dinner, Nora stood up with a wine glass and said, "All right, since your mom already made a toast this week, I think we need a real one." The room chuckled. I froze for a second. Part of me still flinched at the mention of that dinner. But I smiled and nodded for her to continue. "To Daniel," she said, "who never gave up, who kept his head down when people tried to keep him down, and who decided, finally, to stop shrinking just to make other people comfortable. Cheers." They all clinked their glasses. I blinked hard. I wasn't used to being the center of a moment that didn't come with strings attached. When the applause died down, I stood up, not for a toast, just to say something real. "I was going to pay off my family's debts," I said. "That's why I invited them to dinner. Not because they earned it, but because I thought maybe they'd see me differently if I gave enough." The room was silent now. The mood was listening, not judging. But when I realized they never would, that they had already decided who I was before I even walked into the room, I realized something else too. I was trying to buy peace with people who never even tried to understand me. I looked around at the faces in front of me. People who hadn't flinched when I failed, who didn't disappear when I had nothing. "I'm done trying to convince people to love me," I said, "especially when I'm surrounded by people who already do." Applause again. Louder. Not polite clapping, the kind you give when something lands exactly right. And yet, as the night wound down, I checked my phone one more time. A new message. Mom texted, "You're being unfair. Rachel was just joking. We didn't mean anything by it. Don't throw away family over one comment." Then another. Rachel texted, "Okay, I'm sorry you got your feelings hurt, but can we just move past this now? You're seriously acting like a child." That one made me sit back and exhale sharply through my nose. I was acting like a child. Rachel, who once forged my signature in high school to get out of a summer internship and blamed me when she got caught. Rachel, who told her boyfriend I was technically unemployed, even when I was running my own freelance business. Rachel, who borrowed money 5 separate times with promises to Venmo me back that somehow always got forgotten. She had never once, not once, said thank you. Not for rides, not for covering bills, not even for the time I vouched for her when she was caught lying about a job interview she never went to. And now, with the money gone, with the opportunity vanished, now she wanted to talk? I put my phone down. Then, like some cruel cosmic joke, it rang. "Dad." I hesitated. For him, I still had a sliver of softness. He was never vocal, never a knight in shining armor, but he never actively tried to hurt me either. He just went along. A quiet bystander in a storm that never stopped. I stared at the screen, thumb hovering over the green button. Then I answered. "Hey," I said. His voice was soft, like he already knew I might hang up. "Daniel, I know you don't want to hear it, but I just want to say I'm sorry. I didn't speak. Let the silence carry its weight. I should have said something when your mom made that comment," he continued. "I knew it was wrong. I've learned to keep the peace. That's not an excuse. I just want you to know it wasn't fair. And it's not the first time. You didn't deserve that." It hit harder than I expected. Not because it fixed anything, but because it was the first acknowledgement I'd gotten. The first sentence where someone in that family used "sorry" and "you didn't deserve that" in the same breath. "I know this might not mean much now," he added, "but I saw the envelopes. I figured it out. I saw how hurt you were when you walked out. And I think it was the bravest thing I've ever seen you do." I closed my eyes. "You don't have to forgive anyone," he said. "You don't even have to talk to me again. I just wanted to tell you. I get it now." I took a long breath. "Thank you," I said. "I mean it." He didn't push. Didn't ask me to come over. Didn't defend anyone else. Just said, "Take care of yourself," and hung up. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like maybe, just maybe, not all of the bridges had to stay burned. But I also knew one thing for sure. The era of me begging to be seen was over. And I hadn't even opened the last envelope yet. 3 days passed. I didn't respond to Rachel. I didn't respond to Mom. I let the guilt-laced messages pile up like unopened junk mail. Each one got a little more frantic, a little more manipulative. My personal favorite was when Rachel messaged, "This is exactly why no one takes you seriously. You hold grudges like a toddler. Enjoy your little tech job. Hope it fills the hole where your family should be." She must have thought that would sting. What she didn't realize is that for the first time in my life, the hole wasn't there anymore. I went to work, helped finalize a grant proposal, and sent out 2 more anonymous donations under the radar. One to a single mom who used to volunteer at my old co-working space. She posted online about being months behind on rent. Another to a guy I met once at a tech conference who'd gotten laid off and was crowdfunding for surgery. He'd never know it was me, but I didn't need credit. I just needed to feel like I was building something better than what I came from. Then I remembered the final envelope. It had been sitting in my desk drawer, untouched. This one didn't have a check inside. No cash, no transfer slip. It was the letter I had written to myself. I know, it sounds stupid, but I'd written it the night before the dinner. I was scared I'd chicken out, scared I'd fall back into that old pattern of apologizing just to keep the peace. So I wrote a letter. To myself, as a reminder of who I was becoming, who I wanted to be. I pulled it out and unfolded it slowly. Daniel, if you're reading this after the dinner, and things went the way I think they might, don't spiral. Don't convince yourself you were wrong for hoping, or soft for getting hurt. You're not crazy. You saw the best in people who didn't deserve it, and that's not a weakness. It's proof that you're still human. But don't you dare go back to shrinking. You've worked too hard, too long, for too little. This success, it's yours. Not a gift. Not luck. Not a fluke. Yours. And if they can't love you unless you fail, then they were never rooting for you, just waiting for proof that they were right about you. So walk away. Keep walking. You don't owe anyone the light you had to build from scratch. Be proud. Be loud. Be done. D. I folded it back up and smiled. Not the sad, tired smile I was used to giving when people let me down. This one felt different. This one felt final. I got up, walked out onto my balcony, and watched the city buzz beneath me. I thought about the last few years, the ramen dinners, the interviews I bombed, the temp jobs where I wore a fake name tag just so I wouldn't be recognized by people from high school. I thought about the night I pulled an all-nighter just to land a freelance gig that paid $50. I thought about how none of them, none, ever asked me how I was holding up during those times. And yet, when I finally found air after nearly drowning for years, they scoffed like I stole someone else's oxygen. That's when I decided. No more second chances. That weekend, I blocked Rachel. Deleted my mom's number. I didn't send a dramatic text. Didn't write a monologue. I just cut the cord. Quietly. Fully. And it was like an anchor I didn't know I was dragging suddenly vanished. I changed my emergency contact from mom to Maya. I called my bank and removed my mom from the secondary access she forgot I gave her when I was in college. Yeah, she had access. And no, she never once said thank you. I closed the old joint savings account that still had my name on it. Transferred the small balance into a fund for small business grants. The kind of fund that would never go to people like Rachel, but maybe to someone like me 5 years ago. And then, because I believe in real closure, I mailed a letter. One letter. To my dad. It read, "Dad, thank you for calling. And for finally saying something. That meant more than you know. I'm not coming home. Not for dinner. Not for holidays. Not for birthdays or weddings or anything in between. I wish things were different. But I'm not going to bend myself in half to be accepted by people who break me just to keep their own image intact. You saw what they did. And I know you've been silent for a long time. Maybe out of fear or habit or love. But silence is still a choice. I hope someday you choose differently. And if you do, I'll be here. But until then, I'm moving on. Not out of anger, out of peace. You know where to find me. Love, Daniel." I didn't expect a reply. I still don't. But that's the thing about growing. It's not about getting a reaction. It's about deciding you're done performing for people who never clapped in the first place. 2 months passed. The holidays came and went. I spent them with Nora and Steve and Maya and a few others. We ordered Chinese food and played board games in pajamas. No speeches, no clinking glasses, no backhanded comments. Just warmth. One morning in late January, I got a letter. Handwritten. From my dad. It was short. "Daniel, I left. I'm renting a small place across town. I'm not expecting anything. Just wanted you to know. You were right. I should have spoken up a long time ago. If you ever want to meet for coffee, I'd love to hear more about the work you're doing. Proud of you. Dad." That was the moment I finally let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding since I was 15. I met him that weekend. We talked for 3 hours. We didn't talk about mom. Or Rachel. or the dinner. We talked about hiking, about movies, about what it felt like to grow up in a house where speaking up came with consequences. And for the first time, I felt like I was speaking to a man, not a ghost hiding behind the word father. He didn't ask for money. He didn't ask for forgiveness. He just asked, "What's next?" And I told him, "I'm launching a fund for underrepresented tech students. I'm mentoring 3 kids from my old high school. And I'm writing a book about failure and shame and choosing to cut your own family out when they become the very weight that keeps you from rising." It's not revenge. It's resurrection. And for the first time in my life, I'm not just surviving. I'm thriving. No more dinners to win people over. No more clinking glasses from people who never wanted me to succeed. No more walking into rooms hoping they'll see me. Because I see me now. And that's more than enough. My name's Ryan. I'm 29, and I guess you could say I've always been the other one in my family. Not the golden child, not the black sheep. Just somewhere in between, like a forgotten middle chapter in a book nobody rereads. My sister, Megan, is 2 years younger than me and has always basked in the center of attention like she was born with a spotlight over her head. My parents doted on her, my aunts cooed over her, and the world, as far as my family was concerned, revolved around whatever mood she happened to be in that day. I never really minded it growing up. I wasn't a troublemaker or a star student, just kind of there. I got good grades, kept to myself, and figured life would even out once we were adults. But it didn't. Megan became the type of woman who could make mediocrity look glamorous. She married a guy named Chase who wore boat shoes to Thanksgiving dinner and called himself an entrepreneur, though no one could explain exactly what he did. They had matching Instagram accounts, matching smiles, and now, matching diaper bags, apparently, because they were having their first child. When the baby shower invitation came, it was as if someone tossed me a bone after forgetting I existed. It was a mass text with a glittery JPEG invite that read, "Help us shower Megan with love," in pink cursive. No personal message. No, "Hey Ree, would love to see you there." Just a date, a time, and an Amazon registry link that had more commas than my monthly rent. I clicked it anyway. Part of me wanted to skip it. I hadn't seen Megan in person in almost a year, and our last interaction had been awkward, to say the least. She'd accidentally left me off the family group chat that planned our dad's retirement dinner, and when I showed up late after finding out secondhand, she gave me that tight-lipped smile that meant, "Oops, you weren't supposed to be here." But for whatever reason, guilt, habit, maybe just loneliness, I found myself scrolling through that registry like it meant something. That's when I saw it. The most expensive item on the list. A state-of-the-art, 5-in-1 smart baby crib that syncs with your phone, plays white noise, rocks itself, and probably tucks the baby in with a lullaby sung by Morgan Freeman. It cost more than my monthly car payment. I don't know what came over me. Maybe I wanted to prove something. Maybe I thought, just for a moment, that doing something big, something kind, might finally earn me a spot at the adult table, metaphorically speaking. So I bought it. Scheduled delivery. Wrapped it myself in matte gold paper with a cream ribbon. I even had the store include a little card that said, "To Megan and Chase, wishing you both all the joy in the world. From Ryan." The shower was held at a trendy little garden venue on the edge of town. It looked like something out of a bridal magazine. White tents, floral arrangements that smelled like money, and a soft jazz trio playing in the background. I arrived in a button-up and slacks, gift in hand, and was immediately greeted by no one. Megan was at the center of a crowd, laughing as if she were the host of her own reality show, and Chase was too busy shaking hands with guests to even glance my way. I found a table in the back. Saturday. Waited. The program dragged on. Games, toasts, a montage of ultrasound pictures. Finally, they announced gift opening. Everyone gathered near the front, and I lingered toward the side, pretending not to care as tissue paper and ribbons flew through the air. Megan oohed and awed at everything. A fancy stroller, designer baby clothes, diaper cakes stacked like a Vegas buffet. Then, my gift was wheeled out. It didn't fit on the table with the others. It had its own cart. The room quieted a bit as people craned their necks. Megan's face lit up when she saw the box, clearly recognizing what it was. She smiled wide, then looked around and spotted me for the first time that day. "Wow," she said, laughing. "Looks like someone really went all out." A few people chuckled. She ran a manicured hand along the box, then glanced at her best friend, Kristen, The maid of honor from her wedding. The one who once told me I gave off substitute teacher energy. Megan giggled again and said, "Let's be honest. Ryan was never really part of this family anyway." The room erupted in laughter. And I just stood there, frozen. I can't tell you exactly what I felt in that moment. It wasn't anger. Not right away. It was something deeper, heavier. Like being submerged in a tub of warm water that slowly turns cold, and you don't notice until your skin starts to go numb. I didn't say anything. Didn't move. Just stared at her, then at the others, watching them laugh like they weren't peeling my ribs open and mocking what was inside. I sat back down, feeling like an exhibit at a zoo. 10 minutes passed. Maybe 15. People returned to their mimosas and cupcakes. The jazz trio switched to a pop song with a cello. I was about to get up and leave when a waiter in a black vest approached the table. "Excuse me," he said. "Are you Ryan?" I nodded, half expecting to be told I needed to move my car or something. He smiled politely. "Just wanted to confirm. Are you the one who booked the venue?" I blinked. "Yeah, that's me." I hadn't told anyone that. Megan hadn't even asked who reserved the space. I'd done it weeks ago, when I called the vendor myself and paid the deposit up front. No one in the family volunteered. Megan said, "I'm too tired," and Mom said, "We'll figure it out." And like always, I just handled it. I looked back at the waiter. "Why?" He nodded behind him. "There's a small issue with the kitchen, but we can resolve it. Just needed to speak with whoever signed the contract." I glanced around the room. Megan was sipping a mocktail. Kristen was showing someone the gift she'd just been handed. And Chase was bragging to a guy in a Patagonia vest about the networking potential of fatherhood. I stood up. "Actually," I said, my voice calm, "I think we're done here." The waiter raised an eyebrow. "Sir." I looked across the room, loud enough for them to hear. "That'd be me. I booked the venue. And I think we're done here." The music stopped. Chairs creaked. Forks froze halfway to mouths. Megan stood up, her expression shifting from confusion to disbelief. "You wouldn't dare," she hissed, stepping forward. But I was already pulling my phone from my pocket. And that is where things started to unravel faster than I ever expected. Megan's heels clicked against the polished floor as she stormed toward me, dress swishing, a hand resting protectively on her barely, their baby bump like I was about to physically attack her. I didn't move. I didn't raise my voice. I just opened the vendor's app on my phone, tapped the reservation dashboard, and scrolled to the section labeled Event Management. "Ryan," she said through gritted teeth, her smile frozen in place for the benefit of onlookers. "This is not funny. You're embarrassing yourself." I glanced up at her, deadpan. "No, I think you handled that part for me." Behind her, a few people were whispering now. Kristen's jaw had gone slack, her eyes darting between us like she was trying to piece together a crime scene. My Aunt Carol, the self-appointed family matriarch, stood with her arms crossed and muttered something to my mother, who refused to look me in the eye. "Ryan," Megan said again, lowering her voice. "You're being ridiculous. This is my baby shower." "Right," I said. "That I planned. That I paid for. That I wasn't even greeted at." "You paid for the venue," she scoffed, trying to wave me off. "Not the party." "No," I corrected. "I paid the deposit. I arranged the schedule. I booked the vendors, the music, the caterers, everything except the part where I was treated like a guest. But I should have known. I mean, you're right. I was never really part of this family anyway." She flinched. Just a flicker. But I saw it. I turned to the waiter. "Shut it down." The poor guy looked like he'd just walked into a soap opera. "Sir, just to confirm, you'd like us to shut it down." There was a moment of silence, like the whole room held its breath. Then the waiter gave a small nod and walked briskly back toward the kitchen. "What does that mean?" Megan demanded. "You can't just, Ryan, you can't shut down a party. That's not how this works." "It is," I said, calmly sliding my phone back into my pocket, "when your name's on the contract." Around us, the tension rippled outward like a dropped stone in still water. One by one, conversations halted. People turned. The jazz trio stood up, unsure whether to keep playing. And then, slowly, the staff started moving. A pair of waiters walked toward the food tables and began placing covers on the trays. Another started gently ushering people away from the open bar. One of the musicians packed up his cello. Chase finally noticed something was off and wandered over, his brow furrowed in confusion. What's going on?" "Ryan's having a meltdown," Megan said, forcing a laugh, and trying to ruin everything. It's fine. He'll get over it. I looked him square in the eye. You might want to call an Uber. The venue closes in 15 minutes. Chase blinked. Wait, seriously? Seriously. Megan turned on me then, her voice rising. You're doing this out of spite. Just because I made a joke? God, Ryan, grow up. That gift was ridiculous anyway. You're not even a father. What do you know about baby gear? I was just trying to be funny. Oh, I get it, I said. You were making a joke. Like at Dad's party when I accidentally didn't get the invitation. Or Mom's birthday dinner where you told the waiter to leave me off the bill because I didn't order anything real. Or every Christmas morning when I'm handed a card while you unwrap a designer purse. Megan's mouth opened. Closed. That's not the same. It is, I said. It's exactly the same. It's always the same. And I've always taken it. Quietly. Because I thought maybe, just maybe, one day you'd see me as more than the guy who's good for favors. But now, I'm done. People were standing now. Watching. No one interrupted. No one tried to stop me. The ones who once laughed now kept their mouths shut, eyes wide like they were watching a play and afraid to miss the final act. The catering staff began rolling away the cake, a two-tier monstrosity with "Welcome Baby Olivia" scrawled in pink frosting. Megan rushed forward, arms flailing. No, no, no. That cake cost $400. Where are you taking it? I shrugged. Technically, it's mine. Chase stepped in. Ryan, come on, let's just talk. There's got to be a way to fix this. You had your chance, I said. All of you did. A toddler started crying somewhere in the background, overwhelmed by the sudden tension and noise. The florist, a young woman with wild curls and a clipboard, approached me quietly and asked if I still wanted the arrangements broken down per the contract. I nodded. She gave me a sympathetic smile and walked off. Megan, red-faced and furious, turned to our mother, who was still seated near the back, unmoving. Are you seriously going to let him do this? Say something. But Mom just looked at her, then looked at me, and said nothing. That's when Megan's voice cracked. This is my baby shower. And now, I said, it's over. Kristen tried to intervene then. You can't seriously be throwing away your own sister's party. Over what, your feelings? Yeah, I said simply. Over my feelings. Wild concept, right? That I might have them. And that is when the music system cut completely. The overhead lights flicked on. The illusion, the curated perfection of the event, broke apart in an instant. It was just a rented garden room now, with cheap folding chairs, melting ice buckets, and a whole lot of very quiet people pretending not to pick sides. But they all already had, and Megan knew it. She stood there, jaw clenched, mascara threatening to smudge at the corners of her eyes, arms wrapped across her chest like she could hold the day together by sheer force of will. The silence around her felt louder than any words could have been. No one rushed to defend her. Not Chase. Not Kristen. Not even Mom. A few of the guests had already begun to gather their things and head toward the exit, avoiding eye contact, murmuring about traffic or babysitters, or what a shame. I could see the cracks forming in Megan's expression, anger melting into confusion, then disbelief, and finally something closer to fear. Not fear of me, of course, but fear that she was finally losing control of the narrative. Megan had always been the one to steer the story, to make herself the star and everyone else the extras. And now the spotlight had turned on her for the wrong reasons. I can't believe you'd do this to me, she whispered, voice trembling just enough for me to know it wasn't just rage anymore. To my baby. That hit harder than I thought it would. For a moment, my chest tightened. She played that line like a professional, weaponizing the word baby as if it could shield her from consequence. And I knew what came next. The guilt, the shaming, the questions from relatives later. Why couldn't you just let it go, Ryan? It was her special day, but that card had been played too many times already. I met her eyes. You don't get to hide behind your baby after the way you treated me. That child hasn't even been born yet, and you're already using her like a shield. She blinked, stunned. A few guests looked visibly uncomfortable now. Kristen opened her mouth like she was about to jump in again, but even she seemed unsure whether Megan had crossed a line too far this time. Aunt Carol, never one to stay out of family drama when there's a stage, finally stepped forward, all righteous indignation. This is family, Ryan. You don't blow up your sister's baby shower over a joke. You don't cancel everything and throw a tantrum just because you're feeling left out. My hands clenched. but I kept my tone even. Funny, I've been left out for years. Nobody batted an eye when I wasn't invited to Thanksgiving or when Megan forgot to send me a birthday message for 3 years in a row. But now, suddenly, me setting a boundary is the unforgivable act. You could have talked to her privately, Carol insisted, arms folded like she was laying down the law. Not humiliated her in front of everyone. I nodded slowly. Right. The way she privately handed my gift to Kristen and told the whole room I wasn't part of the family? That kind of privacy. A flush of red spread across Carol's cheeks. She had no comeback for that. Neither did anyone else. I turned and walked toward the front door of the venue, the murmur of guests swirling behind me like static. I could hear Megan breathing hard, but she didn't follow me, didn't say my name. I paused just short of the entrance, resting my hand on the frame, then turned back for one last glance. That perfect picture she always tried to paint, her carefully curated world, it was smudged now. The flowers being unceremoniously packed into bins. The servers hauling out trays of uneaten food. The jazz musicians wheeling their equipment out with blank expressions. And Megan, frozen in the middle of it all, no longer the adored center of attention, but the person everyone would whisper about for months. Chase was seated at a table, scrolling on his phone. Whether he was already looking up rideshare options or checking fantasy football scores, I couldn't tell. But he wasn't rushing to her side. That was all I needed to see. I stepped outside. The sun had begun to set, casting gold and rose across the trees lining the venue. For a second, I just stood there, breathing. The air felt cooler, lighter, like I'd finally set down a weight I hadn't realized I was carrying. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A message. From Mom. That was unnecessary. You know how Megan is. I stared at it for a long moment. I didn't reply. Instead, I slid the phone back in my pocket, walked to my car, and drove away, no destination in mind, just away from the noise, the expectations, the silence I'd tolerated for far too long. As I drove, something clicked in my chest. Not relief, not victory. Something deeper, like the slow settling of foundation after an earthquake. A quiet rebuilding. But the story wasn't over yet. Not by a long shot. Because 3 days later, my inbox was full of refund requests. Voicemails. A lawyer's name I didn't recognize. And a message from Megan that read, I hope you're happy. Because you just ruined everything. I didn't open the message right away. It sat there in my inbox, just below an email from the catering company with the subject line, refund dispute, and another from the venue's event manager politely asking if I could clarify the abrupt cancellation, plus a not-so-polite one from Kristen demanding reimbursement for her non-refundable hair and makeup. The whole digital pile sat like a monument to the disaster I'd left behind. I opened Megan's message last. I didn't know what I expected. Maybe some twisted apology or another passive-aggressive guilt trip wrapped in faux concern. But all it said was, I hope you're happy. Because you just ruined everything. There was no hi, Ryan. No, I didn't mean what I said. No, I'm sorry. Just blame. As always. I closed the laptop and stared at the ceiling for a while, letting the silence of my apartment settle in. There were no cries from babies, no distant hum of laughter from relatives gathered in the other room. Just quiet. Peaceful. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was on the outside of some glass wall, nose pressed up against the illusion of family. Still, I wasn't completely cold. I called the venue manager the next morning and told her to release the remaining funds I'd already paid, minus the cancellation fees, to the catering team and musicians. They deserved to be paid for their time. I wasn't about to drag innocent vendors into a family feud. The cake had already been donated to a local women's shelter. The florist, thankfully, hadn't billed for the cleanup, saying she'd seen worse family meltdowns, and actually complimented me for walking away instead of shouting. But the refund requests kept coming. Apparently, Megan had told several guests that I'd be covering the cost of everything, from food to favors to gift bags with custom onesies that read, Baby, oh coming soon. I was now getting Venmo requests from cousins I hadn't seen in 5 years asking for their share back. That was the last straw. I opened my group family chat, the one I was usually silent in, and typed for the first time in months. To clarify, I paid for the venue deposit and planned the event. I canceled it after being publicly humiliated. I'm not reimbursing anyone for costs I never agreed to cover. If you have an issue with that, please take it up with Megan. And then, for the first time in my adult life, I left the group chat. No explanation. No grand exit. Just a quiet, clean break. The silence was immediate. Until the phone call started. Mom called first. I let it ring. Then Chase called. Twice. Then, on a rainy Thursday evening, my doorbell rang. I peeked through the peephole and saw Megan, drenched, mascara streaking down her face like melting ink. I opened the door, mostly out of morbid curiosity. Wow, I said dryly. Did the storm ruin your Instagram story? She ignored the jab. Can I come in? I hesitated, then stepped aside. She stood in the middle of my small living room, dripping water onto the hardwood floor, and looked around like she'd never really seen where I lived. Maybe she hadn't. She'd only been here once, during a Christmas drop-off where she stayed in the car and sent Chase to hand me a gift bag with expired chocolate and a candle that smelled like wet laundry. I didn't come to fight, she said finally. That's new. She sighed and sat on the edge of the couch, folding her arms tightly. You really humiliated me, Ryan. In front of everyone. I stayed standing. You humiliated me first. In front of everyone. For years. I didn't mean it, she muttered. It was a joke. You handed the gift I brought to your best friend and said I was never part of the family. That's not a joke, Megan. That's a public declaration. She stared at her lap. It was supposed to be funny. It was cruel. Silence again. I didn't think you'd actually shut everything down, she said after a moment. I laughed. Yeah, that was the point. Megan bit her lip. You know, after you left, Mom wouldn't even speak to me. Carol told everyone I'd gone too far. Kristen blocked me. People started leaving before the hour was up. I spent the night crying on my bathroom floor. I sat across from her, arms folded. Good. She blinked. I'm not glad you cried, Megan. I'm not happy you were hurt. But I am glad that, for once, you felt what it's like to be dismissed. To be the outsider. You've had a free pass for a long time. You've built your entire life on being adored, and you use people like wrapping paper. Tear him open, get what you want, toss him out. I was the fool who kept showing up hoping to matter. But I'm done. She wiped at her cheek. You don't have to be mean about it. Neither do you, I replied. But you were. Over and over. She looked up at me. So what? You're just cutting me out now? Like I never mattered. I tilted my head. Isn't that what you did to me? Another silence. Then, surprisingly, she said, I don't know why I treated you like that. I always assumed you'd be there. No matter what. And I thought maybe if I made you the punchline, people would laugh harder. Like I needed to prove something. I stared at her. Did it work? No, she whispered. I stood up. I'm not here to fix you, Megan. I'm not here to make you feel better about what you did. If you came to apologize, then fine. But if you came to make yourself feel like the victim again, you can leave. She hesitated. I am sorry. I don't expect you to forgive me. But I am sorry. I believed her. For the first time in years, I actually believed her. I nodded. Thanks. She stood up slowly, her eyes a little clearer now. Can we ever fix this? I don't know, I said honestly. But you can start by not making me regret showing up. She left quietly, pulling the hood of her coat over her head as the rain picked up again. I watched her walk to her car. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel like I'd won. But I felt free, like I'd finally stopped chasing something that was never mine to begin with. 2 weeks later, I got an invitation in the mail. Handwritten. No glittery JPGs. No group text. Small gathering at Mom's. Just close family. Hope to see you there, if you want to come. No games. No drama. Just dinner. Signed, Megan. I didn't RSVP. I didn't text her. But that Sunday I showed up. And this time, there was a chair for me, with my name on it. And next to it, a small gift bag with a card inside. To Ryan. Thank you for finally making me grow up. The card smelled faintly of cinnamon. No insults. No sarcasm. Just my name. It wasn't perfect. It never would be. But it was real. And for once, Thanksgiving is supposed to be about family. About warmth, tradition, togetherness. At least, that's what I used to believe. That's what I tried to believe every single year. Even when my mom's passive-aggressive jabs stung more than the dry stuffing she insisted on making, or when my brother Scott treated my kids like they were second-tier extras in the big production of his perfect little family. My name's Brad. I'm 39, divorced, father of 2 incredible kids, Sophie, 10, and Max, 7. I've had full custody for the last 3 years. Their mom decided motherhood wasn't quite her thing after the divorce, which, I'll be honest, devastated me at the time. But now I consider it the best thing that could have happened to us. My kids and I, we're a tight unit. Friday night movie marathons, Sunday pancakes, building forts in the living room. We've got our rhythm. And every year, like clockwork, we'd pack up the mashed sweet potatoes I made from scratch, brown sugar, marshmallows, the works, and drive over to my parents' house for Thanksgiving. It wasn't always easy. My mom, Helen, well, let's just say she likes things a certain way. She's the type of person who says, "Oh, you're wearing that," with a smile that makes your skin crawl. And Scott, my younger brother, golden child, married young to his high school sweetheart, corporate job, lives 20 minutes away from our parents, coaches his son's soccer team. The works. He could show up late with a store-bought pie and get a standing ovation. Meanwhile, I once brought homemade cranberry relish and she asked if I got the recipe from a cartoon. Still, I played along. For the kids. For tradition. I didn't want to be the reason they missed out on the big family holiday with cousins and grandparents and loud conversations over turkey, even when I felt like we were just background characters. This year started differently. It was Thanksgiving morning. The kids were still in their pajamas, watching the Macy's parade and arguing over whether a giant Pikachu balloon was cooler than SpongeBob. I was in the kitchen, finishing up the sweet potatoes. The apartment smelled like cinnamon and roasted pecans, and I had the green bean casserole waiting to go in the oven. It was peaceful. For a moment, it actually felt like the kind of Thanksgiving I used to daydream about when I was younger. Then my phone rang. It was my mom. I wiped my hands on a towel and picked up. "Hey, Mom. Happy Thanksgiving." "Hi, honey," she said. Her voice was unusually clipped, like she was trying to sound pleasant but couldn't quite commit. "Listen, Scott's bringing Angela's family this year. Her parents, her sister, her sister's fiancé, and I think the twins." "Oh, that's a lot," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Well, yes it is. And, the house is only so big. We're going to be tight on seating, and I don't want the kids feeling cramped or overwhelmed." "Okay," I said slowly, already sensing where this was going. "So maybe, just this once, you could drop off a plate? Grab some food and take it back home? I'm sure the kids won't mind, and we'll be sure to pack up extra dessert for them." I didn't say anything for a few seconds. I think I was waiting for her to laugh and say she was joking, that it was some ridiculous misunderstanding. But she didn't. She just waited. "Right," I finally said. "Okay. Yeah, sure. Oh, thank you, Brad. You're so understanding. And I promise we'll do a proper dinner with just us next weekend. Maybe even get Chinese food, like we used to." I hung up. I didn't say goodbye. Just ended the call, walked into the living room, and sat on the couch between Sophie and Max. They looked up at me with hopeful little smiles, thinking it was almost time to get dressed and head to Grandma and Grandpa's. I looked at them and said, as gently as I could, "Guys, change of plans. Thanksgiving dinner's canceled." Sophie's brow furrowed. "Why?" I gave them the sanitized version. "Grandma's house is too full this year, so we're just doing dinner here instead." Max blinked. "But I made a turkey hat at school. You said I could show Grandpa." "I know, Bud," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I know. We ate the sweet potatoes on paper plates in front of a movie. I tried to make it fun. Joked about how we got the whole feast to ourselves. But the truth is, I was simmering, boiling. The more I thought about it, the more it burned. It wasn't even about the food or the seating or the sudden change of plans. It was the years leading up to this. The dozens of little slights. The way my mom would brag about Scott's promotion but forget I even had a job. The way she always gave his kids presents with their names engraved on them and handed mine gift cards to share. The way Scott called my kids a handful, like they were stray dogs I hadn't trained properly. And now, they had a full Thanksgiving dinner. Without us. At 4:06 p.m., my phone buzzed. A photo. From my cousin Melissa, who I hadn't seen in over a year. It was a shot of the dining room table. My mom's fine china. Gold-rimmed glasses. A giant turkey in the middle. Candles lit. Everyone smiling. And right there, front and center, was my sweet potato dish. Scooped clean on one side. The marshmallows perfectly toasted on top. My heart dropped. Then it hardened. I stood up. I didn't say anything. I just grabbed Sophie's coat, slid Max's shoes on, and told them, "We're going for a drive." I didn't knock. I walked in. My mom's voice came from the kitchen, cheerful and oblivious. "Oh, someone must have left the back door." Then silence. The whole room turned. I looked around at all of them. My brother, his wife, her family, my parents. Then I gently took Sophie's hand, walked her over to the kids' table, and helped her into a chair. Max climbed up beside her. That's when my dad stood up. Slowly. The way someone does when they're trying to decide if they're about to de-escalate a situation or double down. And what he said next made the entire room go dead silent. He looked at me, jaw clenched. Then he said, loud, clear, in front of everyone. You weren't invited, Brad. Just like that. No pretense. No polite cover-up. No awkward apology or attempt to smooth things over. Just those 4 words, said like I was a stranger who'd wandered in off the street. I think that was the first time I truly felt it. Not just the rejection, not just the exclusion, but the decision that someone, maybe both of them, had made a choice to erase me from the picture. And they didn't even have the decency to be subtle about it anymore. The room was frozen. Forks halfway to mouths. Angela's family looking everywhere, but at me. My mom stood by the sink, clutching a pie server like it was going to save her from the tension filling the air. My brother, of course, didn't say a word. He just sipped his wine. I didn't move. I didn't yell. I just looked at my dad and said, calmly, you invited my dish. Not me. Sophie glanced over, confused. Daddy, why did Grandpa say that? I crouched beside her, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. He's just surprised to see us, honey. That's all. She nodded, unsure. Max was already chewing a roll, blissfully unaware. And I was glad. At least one of us could enjoy the food without choking on the awkwardness. I stood back up and looked around the table. The candles flickered. The chandelier buzzed faintly. No one spoke. Well, I said, clapping my hands once. Since we're here, might as well eat, right? My dad didn't stop me. Neither did my mom. In fact, she turned her back and started busying herself with the dishes, pretending like her cheeks weren't flushed red. I fixed myself a small plate, not because I wanted the food anymore, but because I needed to make a point. I needed them to see me. And I sat down. At the adult table. In an empty chair at the end. No one said a word. It was the longest 20 minutes of my life. The conversation limped along after that. My mom asked Angela's mom about their new kitchen remodel. Scott started a story about their trip to Vermont, which somehow involved a private chef and a hot air balloon ride. I just sat there, chewing my turkey, making sure my kids were okay. But the tension? It never left. And I didn't either. When we finally left, I told my kids to say thank you. Sophie hugged my mom like she always did, but this time she whispered something that made my mom's eyes narrow. I didn't ask what. I didn't need to. We got in the car, and I drove in silence for a few blocks. Then Sophie asked, are we in trouble? I glanced at her in the rearview mirror. No, baby. Why would you think that? Because Grandma looked mad. And Grandpa was mean. I swallowed hard. No one's in trouble. They're just not very good at sharing. Sophie nodded slowly, then stared out the window. Max had already dozed off. When we got home, I tucked them in, kissed their foreheads, and sat on the couch with the lights off. I must have stared at the wall for a full hour, turning it all over in my head. The truth was, this wasn't new. Not really. When we were kids, Scott could do no wrong. He was younger by 3 years, but you'd never know it from how our parents treated him. Every bad grade I brought home. What happened, Brad? Every bad grade Scott brought home. He must have had a tough teacher. When I got into a good college on scholarship, my dad barely blinked. When Scott went to community college for a semester and dropped out, they framed his class schedule like it was a diploma. I chalked it up to being the older sibling, the responsible one. I told myself that being overlooked meant I was doing something right, that they didn't need to worry about me because I had it together. But deep down, I knew better. I felt it. And when my wife left, when she walked out and left me with 2 kids and no warning, my parents' sympathy lasted all of 2 weeks. After that, it was back to business as usual. You sure you're not doing something to push women away? My dad asked once, while handing me a beer. Some men just aren't cut out for marriage, Mom said, dabbing her mouth at brunch, like she wasn't dismantling my life over Eggs Benedict. They never said anything like that to Scott when he and Angela had their 3rd screaming match in public. Never when they took a break for 6 months and Angela moved back in with her parents. And the favoritism wasn't just emotional. It was practical. When Scott needed a new car, they co-signed the loan. When I needed a little help covering Max's surgery bill 2 years ago, we're on a fixed income, Brad. Things are tight. When Scott's 2nd kid was born, My mom bought them a stroller that cost more than my first apartment's rent. When I mentioned Sophie had outgrown her shoes, maybe you should get a side hustle. So why did I keep showing up? Because of the kids. Because despite all the slights and subtle digs, I still wanted them to feel like they had a family. I didn't want my issues with my parents to become their issues with their grandparents. But now my daughter had to watch her grandfather stand up at Thanksgiving and tell her dad he wasn't invited. Now she had to wonder if she wasn't welcome, too. That night, I opened an old notebook from my kitchen drawer, the one I used to jot down grocery lists and to-dos. And I started writing. A timeline. Not for revenge. Not yet. But just to see it. To have it laid out. Every slight. Every little dig. Every time they chose Scott over me. Every time they handed him a life raft while I was sinking. And somewhere along the way, as I filled page after page, something shifted. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was done. A few days passed. No one called. No one texted. Not to apologize. Not to check in. Not even to ask if the kids wanted leftover pie. Then, Sunday evening, Scott posted a photo on Facebook. One of those cheesy family collages. Thanksgiving blessings. My dish was in 3 of the photos. Front and center. And not a single mention of me or the kids. That was the first real crack. The second came the next weekend. My mom called. "Brad, honey. So, are we still on for Chinese tonight?" I stared at the phone. She sounded chipper. Completely oblivious. Like the previous Thursday hadn't happened. Like she hadn't told me to just drop off a plate, like we were a catering service. "I don't think that's going to work for us," I said calmly. There was a pause. "Oh, why not? Things feel a little off right now. I think we need some space." She clicked her tongue. "Bradley, don't be dramatic." I almost laughed. Almost. "Tell you what," I said. "You can have dinner with Sophie and Max next weekend. Just you and them. No one else." "Well, I don't know if that's really fair." "Then we'll pass," I said, and hung up. That was the first time I'd ever drawn a line. But it wouldn't be the last. The following week, Sophie came home from school with a handmade holiday card. A tree, glitter, to Grandma and Grandpa scrawled in big red crayon. I asked if she wanted to mail it. She shook her head. "I think I'll just give it to Grandpa at Christmas." And something in me went cold. Because I realized they expected to see us. Like nothing had happened. Like they could erase me from a holiday and still unwrap presents with my children a month later, no questions asked. That's when I knew. They weren't going to change. But I could. I started making plans. Quietly. Thoughtfully. I wasn't just going to withdraw. I was going to reframe the whole dynamic. Not with yelling. Not with revenge. Not yet. But with something far more disruptive. Control. And on the surface, everything stayed the same. Until one quiet afternoon. I got a letter in the mail. It was addressed to me, but the name on the return label wasn't my parents'. It was Angela's. Inside was a simple card. And a message that turned everything upside down. "Brad, I think you deserve to know the truth. I'm sorry it took me this long. But it wasn't your mom who wanted you to skip Thanksgiving. It was Scott," he said. And that's where I stopped reading. Because I didn't need to see the rest to know what came next. Scott had orchestrated the whole thing. And this time, I wasn't going to let it slide. Not for peace. Not for the kids. And definitely not for him. It's funny how a few lines of text can rewire your entire understanding of the past. After reading Angela's note, I sat at the kitchen table for what felt like hours. The card was still open in front of me, but I wasn't even looking at it anymore. My eyes were fixed on the wall. My thoughts were somewhere else entirely, spooling backward through every interaction I'd had with my brother over the last year. No, the last decade. At first, I wanted to deny it. Maybe she misunderstood. Maybe Scott said something that was taken out of context. But the more I thought about it, the more everything started to click, like puzzle pieces falling into place. The sideways glances. The smug tone in his voice. The way he always showed up just as I was gaining ground with our parents, only to recenter everything around him again. Scott didn't just want to be the favorite. He wanted to be the only one left standing. And I'd handed him that power year after year. But not anymore. The truth is, that letter didn't break me. It freed me. Because once I knew where the rot started, I could finally start cleaning house. Still, the weeks that followed were harder than I expected. Christmas came and went. We didn't go. I didn't even send a text. There were a few passive-aggressive voicemails from my mom, laced with her signature faux sweetness. "Hope you're enjoying your little break, Brad. The kids missed out on seeing their cousins open presents together. Such a shame. Maybe next year. We'll plan ahead so there's room for everyone. Just a thought. But I didn't bite. I stayed quiet. Instead, I poured my energy into Sophie and Max. We baked cookies, built the world's most lopsided gingerbread house, and stayed up until midnight watching movies on New Year's Eve with sparkling cider and popcorn. And something shifted during that time, not just between me and the kids, but inside me. I stopped trying to prove anything. To them, to my parents, even to myself. I'd spent so much of my adult life playing the good son game, showing up, swallowing disrespect, hoping that if I was patient enough, kind enough, successful enough, they'd finally see me. But now I didn't care if they saw me or not, because I saw myself, and I liked the man looking back. I started going to the gym. Nothing crazy, just a few times a week, early in the morning before the kids were up. I needed a routine, something mine. A place to let out the frustration that had been coiled inside me for years. The anger, the shame, the disappointment. At first, I could barely do 10 push-ups without shaking. My back ached, my legs cramped, and I cursed every treadmill in existence. But something about the soreness was satisfying, like I was dragging the weight of my past out of my body, one rep at a time. I also started freelancing again. I used to do web design back in college. Nothing fancy, but I was good at it. Clean layouts, good typography, an eye for detail. After the divorce, I'd put it aside, too exhausted from parenting full-time and working my desk job to build anything of my own. But now, with the kids in school and my evenings quiet, I had time. I built a portfolio site, reached out to a few old contacts, took on small jobs at first, fixing broken layouts, updating logos, polishing SEO. One client became two became 5, and by spring, I had enough regular clients to cut my hours at the office in half. The money wasn't life-changing yet, but it was mine. And more importantly, I was building something that no one could take from me. Around that time, Sophie asked if she could invite a friend over for a sleepover. Her first. I said yes. I watched her buzz around the apartment, making checklists, cleaning her room, setting out popcorn bowls and extra blankets. She was so excited, so proud. And I thought this is the life I want. Not whatever performance my family was still putting on without us. Not Scott's curated Instagram family with matching flannel pajamas and hand-carved turkeys. Not my mom's holiday dinners where love was rationed like champagne and doled out only to the highest bidder. This, messy, honest, earned. Then, one day in early March, I got a phone call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. When I listened later, it was Angela. Hey Brad, I know this is weird, but I need to talk to you. It's not about Scott, I swear. It's about something else. I promise I'm not being dramatic. Can we talk? Please. I didn't respond at first. I didn't know her anything. But the tone in her voice, it wasn't dramatic. It was worried. Like something had shifted for her, too. A week later, she called again. Brad, look, I know you don't trust me. I wouldn't either. But I have kids, too. And you should know what's going on. I'll meet you anywhere. Just name it. So I agreed. We met at a coffee shop halfway between our houses. I got there early and sat at the corner table with my back to the wall, watching people come and go. Angela arrived 5 minutes late, wearing oversized sunglasses and clutching a coat, even though it was nearly 70 degrees outside. She sat down without saying anything, just looked at me for a long moment, like she wasn't sure if she should speak. Then she said, quietly, "He's been telling them you're unstable." I blinked. What? My parents? His coworkers? Even your parents? That you're emotionally volatile? That you've been struggling since the divorce? That you've had episodes? I stared at her, stunned. I asked him about it, she continued. He said he was just trying to prepare people in case you showed up somewhere and caused a scene. My jaw tightened. You mean like Thanksgiving? She nodded. I felt something hot and sour rise in my throat. Rage. Shame. Betrayal. But I forced it down. Why are you telling me this? Because I think he's starting to believe it himself, she said. And because I'm tired of playing along. She slid something across the table. A USB drive. What's this? Backups, she said. Texts. Emails. Voicemails. Stuff I shouldn't have saved, but did. I figured if he ever turned on me, I'd need proof. But now, I think you need it more. I didn't take it right away. I just stared at it. Like touching it would somehow make everything more real. You're not the problem, Brad, she said, voice trembling. He is. He's always been. When I finally got home, I plugged the drive into my laptop, and what I saw made my skin crawl. Texts between Scott and my mom. Conversations where they openly mocked my parenting. Suggested I was too sensitive to be trusted with family matters. Where Scott accused me of turning Sophie into a weapon. Where my mom agreed. Emails between Scott and my father, with subject lines like Brad's latest tantrum and Thanksgiving crisis averted. Voice memos from Scott venting to Angela, casually admitting he was managing the family dynamic so I didn't ruin things again. That night, after the kids were asleep, I poured a drink and sat on the balcony, watching the city lights flicker in the distance. And I made a decision. I wasn't going to burn it all down. I was going to build something better. I'd let them keep their broken little kingdom, their shallow hierarchy, their curated smiles and performative family photos. I didn't want back in. I wanted out on my own terms. So I started writing again, not just to document the timeline, but to own it. I wrote everything down. Every slight, every betrayal, every voice memo, every email. I organized it into a journal, not for revenge, not for leverage, but for clarity. And over time, the story stopped being about them. It started being about me. A single dad who raised 2 kids in a 2-bedroom apartment with hand-me-down furniture and discount groceries and more love than that entire house full of invited guests could ever contain. And for the first time in a long time, I felt free. I didn't know what came next. I didn't have a master plan. Not yet. But I knew this much. The man they tried to erase? He was just getting started. I didn't move fast. That was the trick. Revenge, real revenge, the kind that lasts, isn't loud or messy. It's quiet, patient. It waits behind the curtain while everyone else thinks the show is still going on, blissfully unaware that the whole stage is about to collapse. After that night on the balcony, I stopped trying to prove myself to my family altogether. No more hoping for invites. No more checking in on birthdays. I unfollowed my parents and Scott on Facebook. Muted the group text where they shared updates about family events I hadn't been invited to in years. It was like slowly fading out of a room you were never really welcome in to begin with. But I didn't disappear. I watched. I watched the way my parents kept pretending nothing had happened. The way they posted photos of Scott and Angela's kids holding handmade cards labeled Best Grandma Ever and World's Greatest Grandpa. I watched how they tagged themselves at school plays and soccer games and completely skipped Sophie's science fair project, even though she'd won second place in the entire district. I never told her they'd been invited. She never asked. Angela stayed quiet, too, but we began texting every couple of weeks. Just small things at first, checking in, sharing a story about the kids, a joke, a meme. Then, gradually, she opened up more. About Scott. About the pressure. About how their marriage was more for appearances than affection. About how she sometimes felt like she was living in a staged photo album. One night, she called and said, "You know, it's weird, but since Thanksgiving, you're the only one who's ever actually listened to me." I wasn't sure how to respond to that, so I didn't. Not right away. Instead, I focused on what I could control. My freelance business was growing. I picked up a few bigger clients, started outsourcing small design tasks, and officially registered my LLC. I turned my bedroom closet into a makeshift recording booth, bought a decent mic, and started narrating online courses about UI/UX design. To my surprise, they started selling. I wasn't getting rich, but the money was good, solid, independent. One afternoon, Sophie and Max were watching a movie while I cleaned out the storage boxes in the hallway closet. That's when I found it. An old accordion folder I hadn't touched in years. Inside, lease agreements, court documents, custody papers, and something I hadn't thought about in a long time, the deed to the lake house. It wasn't much, a modest 3-bedroom place near Lake Minnewaska that my grandparents left to me in their will. Not my parents. Not Scott. Just me. I'd only been there a few times since the divorce, usually with the kids in summer, but I always paid the property taxes on time, kept up the maintenance, and made sure it stayed in good condition. But what caught my eye that day was something else, a photo. It was taken the year my grandparents passed. Me, standing on the dock with Sophie in my arms and Max clutching my leg. Behind us, the cabin, the trees, the lake shimmering in the background. My mom had refused to come that year, said it was too far. Scott had claimed he was busy with work, so it was just me and the kids. And my grandparents. It hit me like a jolt. That house, it wasn't just property. It was proof. A legacy passed down to me because they saw me, because they trusted me, something my parents never did. And suddenly, I saw the path, the setup. The next time Angela called, I asked her a question. Do your parents still think I'm unstable? She hesitated. They haven't said anything in a while, but yeah, I think they're still a little wary. Because of what Scott told them. She didn't respond. That was confirmation enough. I nodded to myself, then said, would you be willing to help me fix that? She exhaled. I've been waiting for you to ask. We started slow. I told her I wanted to clear the air, not out of bitterness, but to set the record straight for the kids. Angela agreed to invite her parents to the lake house for a spring barbecue, just a casual get-together. I told her I'd bring the kids, handle the food, and play it friendly. No drama. It worked. Her parents showed up stiff, wary, polite to the point of robotic. But I killed them with kindness. Pulled out the grill. Let Max show off his soccer tricks. Let Sophie explain her science fair win. I offered her dad a beer, complimented her mom's earrings. When the sun started to dip, I handed them a copy of the deed to the lake house. Just wanted you to know, I said gently. This place is mine. Was gifted to me by my grandparents. Not sure what Scott's told you, but this is home for me and my kids when we need it. You're welcome here anytime. They looked stunned. Angela's mom said something about how grateful she was to see us all smiling again. Her dad just gave me a nod, the kind men give when they realize they might have misjudged someone. After they left, Angela lingered. That was impressive, she said. You'd be surprised what people believe when they don't see the whole picture. She gave me a look. And what are you planning to do with that picture? I smiled. Frame it. Over the next month, I reached out to a few more people. Quietly. Scott had spread a lot of stories over the years. Neighbors, extended family, old friends. I started meeting them one by one. Not to argue. Not to prove anything. Just to show up. A quick coffee. An invitation to the kids' birthday parties. A link to my online portfolio. Proof that I was working. Thriving. Normal. Angela helped, too. Subtly. She'd mentioned that I'd been doing really well lately, or that Brad's business seems to be taking off. It wasn't flattery. It was recalibration. And people started to notice. The tide didn't turn overnight. But slowly, like a river cutting through stone, the narrative began to erode. I didn't bring up Scott. I didn't need to. Instead, I focused on what mattered, my name, my reputation, my truth. Then, in mid-April, I got a text from my mom. Hey, Brad, can we talk? It was the first time she'd reached out directly since Thanksgiving. I didn't answer right away. The next day, she sent another. Saw Angela's parents last weekend. They mentioned how lovely the lake house looked. Didn't realize you'd been hosting guests. Translation, we didn't realize you had assets worth noticing. That's when I knew the setup was working. They were paying attention now, but they still didn't know why. A week later, Sophie came home from school and said, Grandma asked if I could come over this weekend. Just me. I looked up from my laptop. Did she say why? Nope. Just said she missed me. I smiled gently. And what do you want? Sophie shrugged. I kind of want to stay here. We're making lasagna, remember? So we made lasagna. And I let that silence say everything I needed it to. But I wasn't done yet. I started compiling everything. Documents, emails, texts, property deeds, freelance earnings, even screenshots of client reviews. I organized it into a binder. Not because I needed to use it right away, but because I wanted to be ready. Then I made one more move. I emailed my parents an invitation. Family cookout at the lake house, Memorial Day weekend. I didn't expect them to come. I didn't want them to, but I needed them to see it. That there was a gathering happening without them. That the orbit had shifted. Angela RSVP'd yes. So did her parents. And when I posted a few photos on social media, Sophie helping me on the grill, Max splashing in the lake, Angela and her dad setting up lawn chairs, I tagged nobody. But I made the album public. By Monday morning, the message was clear. I wasn't the forgotten son anymore. I was the man who could gather people, host them, provide for them, make them feel at home, without needing anyone's permission. And for the first time in my life, my parents were on the outside looking in. I could feel the pressure building, the whispers, the uncertainty. They'd underestimated me for so long they didn't even see the foundation I'd laid. But it was there now, solid, steady, and beneath it, a fuse, waiting to be lit. It happened over a lukewarm cup of decaf. Not the revenge itself, that came later. But the moment I knew it was inevitable. I was sitting across from my mother in a booth at her favorite brunch spot. The same place we used to go when Scott was away at college, and she'd treat me to half an Eggs Benedict and a monologue about how he was destined for something big. Now, she stirred her coffee and gave me a look that tried, and failed, to seem maternal. "You've been quiet lately," she said, not meeting my eyes. I nodded. "Yeah. And all these photos with Angela and the kids. I can't help but feel like you're trying to prove something." I laughed just once. Not loud. Just enough to make her flinch. "I'm not proving anything, Mom. I'm just living my life." She paused. "Are you seeing her? Angela?" She nodded. I sipped my coffee. "Would it matter?" She blinked. "Well, it would be inappropriate. She's your brother's wife," I finished. "Estranged wife. Who he lies to. Gaslights. Controls." She set her spoon down too hard. "That's a serious accusation." "No, Mom. You knowing all of this and choosing to look away for years, that's a serious accusation." The silence between us was heavy. She fiddled with her napkin. "I think you're being cruel." "No," I said, standing up and tossing a 20 on the table. "I think you're just not used to me not needing you anymore." That was the last time we had a meal together. Because by then, the setup was complete, and it was time to flip the switch. I didn't launch into a screaming match. There were no viral Facebook rants. No public meltdowns or family interventions. I took my revenge the same way they'd taken their favoritism, systematically, quietly, and with a long memory. It started with the birthday party. Max was turning 8 in early June. He wanted a superhero-themed bash at the lake house. Balloons, costumes, a piñata shaped like a villain. I told him he could invite whoever he wanted. He wrote the guest list himself, in crooked little letters: school friends, neighbors, a few cousins, including Scott's kids. I thought long and hard about that one. Inviting them would mean opening a door. A risk. But then I realized, the real target wasn't the kids. It was the reaction. So I let Sophie deliver the invitation to Scott's house herself, accompanied by Angela, of course. According to her, Scott looked stunned. He asked twice if it was really okay, then mumbled something about checking his schedule. The next day, I got a text from him. "Appreciate the invite. Things have been tense. Might be good for the kids." I replied with a thumbs up emoji and nothing else. 2 weeks later, the lake house was full of laughter, decorations, and barbecue smoke. Max ran around in a tiny cape while his friends took turns whacking the piñata. Sophie helped pour lemonade. Angela brought a cake that looked professionally made. And Scott showed up alone. He tried to play it cool, greeted the kids, shook hands with other parents, made a big show of being super dad. But I noticed the way he lingered near Angela. The way he scanned the crowd like someone trying to find the threat before it found him. He didn't know what I knew. Didn't know I'd been working with a family law attorney for 3 months. Didn't know Angela had quietly filed for a separation, listing emotional abuse and gaslighting as grounds. Didn't know I had receipts, literal ones, from the burner Venmo accounts he used to cover his little weekend getaways with someone named C. Didn't know Angela had copies of everything, including the time he drained half their joint account to buy crypto, then blamed it on market conditions. I didn't share any of that day. I didn't have to, because watching him try to hold court at my property, surrounded by my friends, with a wife who had stopped pretending and kids who ran to me before him, that was the beginning of his unraveling. But I still had one final move. And it came the following month at the reading of my grandparents' estate amendment. See, the original will had left the lake house to me years ago. That much was settled. But my grandfather, ever the planner, had also left behind a trust. One my parents controlled until a final clause activated, when the youngest of his great-grandchildren turned 8. That child was Max. And what the clause said was simple. Upon the 8th birthday of my final great-grandchild, the trust shall be distributed to all children of my sons in equal parts, provided they meet the moral conditions outlined. Those moral conditions. My grandfather had been a stickler for them. No criminal convictions. No active litigation. No moral turpitude, including marital misconduct. Angela's attorney submitted the evidence. Quietly. Legally. Scott's slice of the trust, $320,000, was frozen pending investigation. And when my parents found out, they lost it. My mother called me 5 times in one day. My father emailed. Even Scott finally broke radio silence. "What the hell did you do?" I replied with a single sentence. "Nothing you didn't do to yourself." A week later, I hosted a second cookout. Smaller. Just family friends and Angela's parents. And when my mom texted, asking if she could swing by to talk, I told her plainly, "You told me to drop off a plate. Now you're not on the guest list." That silence. That was the sound of a hierarchy crumbling. The fallout came slowly, like ash settling after a fire. Scott and Angela's separation became public. She filed for sole custody, cited emotional neglect and instability. She had backing, evidence, testimony. From me, from her parents, from their children's teachers, from his own messages. Scott didn't fight hard, not because he didn't want to win, but because, for once, he had nothing to leverage. No golden sun glow. No spin to feed my parents that would make him look blameless. And my parents? They didn't reach out again. Not after the trust debacle. Not after the custody case. Not after seeing their entire family dynamic flipped like a bad card trick. For years, they made me feel small. Disposable. But the thing about dismissing someone who keeps their head down, who keeps receipts, who listens carefully and acts with precision. Eventually, they stop needing your approval and start building something you can't tear down. The lake house became ours, not just in deed, but in spirit. The kids painted rocks for the garden. Sophie hung fairy lights along the porch. Max named every frog by the dock. Angela came by more often, never needing an excuse. Sometimes she'd stay late. Sometimes she'd stay the night. Not as part of a scheme, not as some prize I won, but as someone who knew what it meant to survive a story people kept trying to rewrite. We didn't have to explain that to each other. We just got it. One night, after the kids were asleep, she stood beside me on the dock, staring out over the water. "You really pulled it off," she said. "I didn't pull anything off," I said. "I just stopped trying to make broken people act whole." She turned to me, smiled, and said, "Still, I think your grandfather would be proud." I nodded. "I think so too." We stood there in silence, letting the breeze carry the last of the smoke from the fire pit. And for the first time in a long time, I felt done. Not empty. Complete. Because revenge isn't always about destruction. Sometimes it's just about freedom. And I was finally— My name's Jason, I'm 28, and I've always lived in my older brother's shadow. His name's Nick, and to say my parents adore him would be an understatement. Ever since we were kids, Nick was the golden boy. He was the perfect student, the star athlete, the one who always knew what he wanted to do with his life. Meanwhile, I was just me. I struggled in school, had no clear direction, and constantly felt like I was disappointing my parents. But here's the thing. Nick wasn't just successful in their eyes. He was the standard. The way they measured everyone else's worth was by comparing them to Nick, and it never ended well for me. For years, I did my best to carve my own path, but it always felt like I was swimming against the current. The more I tried to do my own thing, the more my parents pushed me to be like Nick. "Why can't you just get your life together like your brother? Nick already has his own company. When will you figure things out, Jason?" It was exhausting. Fast forward to a couple of months ago when my parents made it clear that they had had enough of my lack of ambition. I'd been working in a modest but steady job at a tech firm, doing all right, but not exactly thriving. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills, and I liked it. My parents didn't care about that. They didn't care that I enjoyed my work or that it allowed me a good work-life balance. No, they cared about success the way they defined it. High salary, status, the whole perfect American dream package. It all came to a head when I was sitting at the dinner table with my parents and Nick one evening. The conversation started innocently enough, with my mom asking how my job was going. I told her it was fine, nothing special, but I was happy. That's when Nick, sitting across from me, casually dropped a bombshell. "Well, I just hired a new manager for one of my companies. He's 25, Jason, already managing teams of 50-plus people." He said it like he was just talking about the weather, but it stung. I wasn't even 30, and I still felt like I was barely getting my footing. My parents, of course, jumped on the opportunity to dig into me. "Nick is right," my dad said, his tone sharp. "You're over 28 now. It's time you took your future seriously. You can't just keep bouncing around from one job to the next. Look at Nick. He has his life together. What's stopping you?" I tried to brush it off at first. I said I was happy with my career and didn't need to compare myself to Nick. But my dad wasn't having it. "What? Are you going to sit around and let Nick outdo you at everything? You're living off his success. You can't keep being satisfied with fine forever, Jason." The words felt like a slap to the face. Nick, sitting there with his smug little smile, didn't even try to defend me. Instead, he added fuel to the fire. You're not getting any younger, Jason. You should be thinking about what kind of legacy you're going to leave. I mean, look at me. I'm already thinking about my retirement plan, and I'm only 30. What are you doing? It hit me then. It wasn't just about the job. It was about everything. My dad, Nick, they didn't see me for who I was. They only saw me as a failure, someone who couldn't live up to Nick's example. My heart started pounding in my chest. It was like this invisible weight was pressing down on me, and I couldn't breathe. But I didn't say anything right away. I sat there, silently, trying to keep my cool, but the frustration was bubbling inside me. I wasn't going to let them control my life anymore. I wasn't going to keep being the person they expected me to be. But I also knew something they didn't, something that would finally make them realize just how wrong they were about me. The thing is, I'd been keeping a little secret. A big one. See, in the past year, my career had taken an unexpected turn. After countless late nights, hard work, and a ton of self-learning, I'd managed to start a side business. It was small at first, but I quickly saw the potential. Over the past few months, my income had skyrocketed. I was making more money than Nick. A lot more. I was no longer just getting by. I was succeeding on my own terms. So, that night, as the pressure built, I finally snapped. You know what, Dad? I said, cutting him off mid-sentence. You want to know what I'm doing with my life? Everyone stopped talking. My mom looked up from her plate. Nick raised an eyebrow, and my dad leaned forward, clearly curious. What's that supposed to mean, Jason? I'll tell you, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I make more than Nick. Right now? This second. There was a long, awkward pause. Nick laughed nervously, as if I was joking. Come on, Jason, you can't seriously think you're… I do, I interrupted. I make more than you, Nick. By a lot. And I've been keeping it quiet because I didn't want to rub it in your face, but I've had enough. I'm not some disappointment. My dad's face turned red, and my mom looked like she was going to faint. Nick just stared at me, his usual smug demeanor replaced by something closer to disbelief. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but I sure didn't expect that. Prove it, my dad finally said, voice trembling. I pulled out my phone and showed them the screenshots of my latest earnings, numbers I hadn't even fully processed yet. The silence at the table was deafening. My dad, still in shock, looked at Nick and then back at me. How did you do this? I took a deep breath. Hard work, Dad. Not following someone else's path. Not trying to fit into someone else's box. I found my own way. I built something from the ground up. And I didn't need Nick's success to do it. Nick opened his mouth to say something, but the words caught in his throat. My mom was silent, her face a mix of confusion and guilt. The tension in the room was thick, and I could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on all of us. But before anyone could say anything more, I stood up, ready to leave. I'm done with this. I don't need your approval. I'm finally proud of who I am. I walked out of the room, not even waiting for a response. But as I stepped outside, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I wasn't living in Nick's shadow. But little did I know, that was just the beginning of the storm. The following week, things were different. It wasn't like my parents or Nick outright confronted me, but I could feel the shift. There was this cold, tense undercurrent every time I walked into a room. It was like they were all trying to process what had happened, but no one knew how to react. Nick, surprisingly, didn't call me. Not even once. He always had to be the one to reach out first. After all, he was the responsible one. I thought maybe he was embarrassed or angry, but I didn't care. My focus had shifted to something more important. It wasn't just about proving them wrong anymore. It was about making sure I stayed true to my own path, and I wasn't going to let anyone derail me. But the real storm came about 3 days later. I was sitting at home, just winding down after a long day of working on my business when my phone buzzed. It was a text from my mom. Jason, we need to talk. Your father is really upset, and we don't understand why you're keeping this a secret from us. You're still our son, and we want to be proud of you. Please come over. I stared at the message for a moment, my pulse picking up. Really upset? My dad had been angry before, but this felt different. They weren't asking me to come over for a normal family dinner or to talk about the business. This felt like an intervention. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to ignore it. Let them stew. But the other part of me, the one that still craved their approval, felt a pang of guilt. Maybe I was being too harsh. Maybe they were right about one thing. I wasn't giving them the chance to see who I was. I wasn't showing them how far I'd come. So, against my better judgment, I decided to go. When I arrived at their house, it felt like walking into a courtroom. The tension was palpable. Nick was sitting on the couch, arms crossed, wearing that look of superiority that always made me feel small. My dad was pacing, and my mom was sitting at the kitchen table, her hands folded neatly in front of her. "Jason," my dad started, voice low but controlled. "We've been talking, and we think you owe us an explanation. What's going on with you?" I felt my stomach tighten. "I've already explained everything, Dad. I'm doing fine. More than fine, actually." "You're doing fine?" Nick cut in, a little too sharply. "You've been hiding this from us, Jason. You've been making more than me this whole time, and you didn't tell anyone? What kind of brother does that?" His words stung, but I kept my cool. What kind of brother keeps talking down to his own sibling like that? I shot back. "Maybe I didn't tell anyone because I didn't need you to know. Maybe I didn't want to be compared to you again." That shut him up. But my dad wasn't done. "This isn't about Nick, Jason. It's about you not being honest with us. You're not a kid anymore. You should have shared this with us. We could have been happy for you, proud of you." I looked at my mom, and for the first time, I saw a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. It wasn't the kind of reaction I was expecting. "I wasn't hiding anything from you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I didn't feel like I had to announce my success to the world. I did it on my own, and that's how I wanted it. But that's the thing. You guys don't respect my choices. You didn't respect me until you saw the numbers. You didn't respect me until you saw I could do something big. It was like a light bulb went off. My mom's expression shifted. She was still quiet, but there was this flicker of realization, like she was beginning to understand what I was saying. My dad, however, wasn't having it. "We've tried to do everything for you, Jason. We wanted you to be happy, but you can't just keep running away from your responsibilities. You need to stop acting like you're above us. You're not. You're still our son, and you need to acknowledge that." I took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. "I don't want to act above you, Dad. I just don't want to be compared to Nick anymore. I'm tired of it. I'm my own person, and I've earned my success. I've worked hard for this. Don't make me feel bad about it." There was another heavy silence. Nick looked like he was about to say something, but I wasn't giving him the satisfaction. My dad's face was flushed, and he looked like he was trying to digest everything I just said. My mom finally spoke up. Maybe we've been too hard on you, Jason," she said, her voice softer than I expected. "We've always been so focused on Nick's success that we forgot to see you for who you are." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It felt like a small victory, but I wasn't ready to let my guard down. "It's not just about success, Mom. It's about respect. It's about being able to stand on my own without feeling like I have to apologize for it." At that moment, my dad sighed deeply, rubbing his temples. "I'm sorry, Jason. I didn't mean to pressure you. But you've got to understand, we want what's best for you. We want to see you succeed. It's just hard for us to let go of the idea that you need our approval." The air in the room seemed to lighten a little, but the tension was still there. I could tell this conversation wasn't over. There was still a lot to unpack, a lot of old wounds that needed healing. But for the first time, I felt like I'd actually been heard. That night, I left my parents' house feeling, not defeated, but uncertain. I knew I had more to prove, not to them, but to myself. I knew that even if they didn't fully understand me, I could keep moving forward. But just when I thought the storm had passed, things took another unexpected turn. I got a message from Nick the next morning. "Dad's really upset. He thinks you're getting a little too cocky with all this success. Maybe you should think about making things right with him before it's too late." I read the message twice, feeling my anger build up. Nick wasn't even trying to hide his disdain. But this time, I wasn't going to let him manipulate me. Instead, I wrote back, "Nick, you're not the one who gets to tell me how to live my life. You've always been the golden child, but I'm done with that. If Dad wants to be upset, that's his problem. But I'm not going to sit around and apologize for being successful." And with that, I hit send. The message to Nick felt like a weight lifting off my chest. I had no intention of backing down anymore, not after everything that had happened. The more I thought about it, the more I realized just how much I had been holding in. I had spent so many years trying to meet everyone's expectations, thinking that if I could just prove myself, things would be different. But this wasn't about approval anymore. It was about setting boundaries. The next few days were quiet. Too quiet. Nick didn't respond to my message, and my parents didn't call me. It was like the storm had passed, but the calm felt unnatural. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still simmering beneath the surface. They had been so used to me being the problematic child, the one who never quite fit in, that I didn't know how to navigate the space I had just carved for myself. Then, on the 5th day, the phone call came. It was my mom. Her voice was strained, like she had been crying. "Jason, we need to talk. Your father, he's really hurt. I think he's been bottling up a lot more than we thought. He wants to meet." I froze. This wasn't how I expected it to go. I had been bracing myself for a confrontation, but hearing my mom speak like this, vulnerable, almost broken, made my stomach twist. I knew it wasn't just about me anymore. It wasn't just about my success. It was about all of us, and how we had been living in this bubble of unspoken tension for so long. "Where?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "We'll meet at the cafe. Please, Jason. It's important. We need to talk face to face." I agreed, though my mind was racing. I had no idea what my dad would say, what he might demand. The thought of seeing him, having to face the man who had always tried to mold me into something I wasn't, brought up emotions I wasn't sure I was ready to handle. But I had to go. If there was even the slightest chance we could make this right, I had to give it a shot. When I arrived at the cafe, my heart was pounding in my chest. I scanned the room for them, finding my parents sitting at a corner table. My dad was sitting with his hands folded, his posture rigid. My mom looked up when she saw me and gave me a small, nervous smile. "Jason, thank you for coming," she said, her voice quiet. I nodded and sat down, glancing at my dad. His face was hard to read, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes that made my stomach drop. Regret? Anger? Maybe both. There was a long silence. My dad wasn't speaking, so my mom took the lead. "We've been thinking a lot about everything you said," she began. "And we realize we've been pushing you, maybe in ways that weren't fair. We wanted what was best for you, but we didn't stop to ask what you wanted. You've always been a quiet kid, Jason. We thought we knew what was best for you." But now, she trailed off, clearly unsure of how to continue. "I get it," I said, cutting in before the silence stretched on too long. "I don't want to be part of your vision of what my life should look like. I'm my own person, and I've been working hard to build my own future." My dad's gaze sharpened at my words, but he didn't interrupt. Instead, he leaned forward, his tone softer than I had ever heard it before. "I never wanted to force you into anything. I was just trying to protect you. I didn't understand why you kept everything to yourself, why you didn't trust us. It felt like you were hiding from us." "I wasn't hiding," I said, my voice firm now. "I was just doing things my way, the way that felt right for me. And I wasn't hiding from you. I didn't think you'd get it. I didn't think you'd care." A long silence followed, and I could see the weight of my words settling in. My mom wiped away a tear, and for the first time, I saw my dad's expression falter. He wasn't the immovable, authoritative figure I had grown up with. He looked human. "I'm sorry, Jason," he said, his voice thick. "I should have listened to you sooner. I should have let you be your own person." I nodded slowly, feeling a mixture of relief and uncertainty. This wasn't the reconciliation I had imagined, but it was a start. "I appreciate that, Dad. I really do. But it's going to take time. You can't just expect things to go back to normal overnight." He nodded, his face clouded with emotion. "I know, and I'm not asking for that. I want to make things right. I want to be a part of your life again, Jason." My mom reached across the table, her hand gently resting on mine. "We love you, Jason, and we want to be proud of you, but we need to understand who you are, not who we want you to be." At that moment, something inside me shifted. I had spent so long trying to prove myself to them, to show them I wasn't just the black sheep of the family, but maybe that was never the real issue. The issue was that they didn't know who I was. They only saw the version of me they wanted to see. And maybe, just maybe, they were beginning to realize that. We spent the next hour talking, not about business or success or comparisons, but about the things that really mattered: our lives, our choices, our dreams. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. As I left the cafe that day, I felt a strange sense of peace. It wasn't the kind of victory I had imagined, but it was a win. For the first time, I felt like I was seen for who I truly was. But just when I thought the tension had eased, I got another text from Nick. It was short, simple, and pointed. "Dad's been talking about you again. He's mad you didn't tell him about the promotion." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. "Not this again," I muttered under my breath. It wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The message from Nick hit me harder than I expected. I felt the weight of it in my chest like a stone lodged there, pulling me back into that place I had worked so hard to escape from. The progress, the conversation with my parents, it all felt like it was slipping through my fingers. I was finally beginning to believe that things could change, that we could start to heal. But this felt like a step backward. I stared at my phone, fingers hovering over the keyboard as I debated whether or not to respond. I had worked so hard to get to this point, to push past the expectations, the guilt, the comparisons. And now, here was another reminder that my father still saw me as a second choice, a backup. That feeling of being overlooked, of never being good enough unless I was following in my brother's footsteps, surged again. But I had already made the decision to no longer be that person. I had already stood up for myself, and I wasn't about to back down now. I called Nick instead of replying by text, needing to hear his voice, needing him to hear the firmness in mine. "Nick," I said when he picked up, my voice cold, my resolve hardening. "This is the last time. I'm done with this game." Nick was quiet for a moment, probably stunned by the tone I was using. "What are you talking about?" he asked, but I could hear the underlying tension in his voice. "I'm talking about the pressure, the comparisons, and Dad's constant attempts to make me feel like I'm not enough." "I'm done," I said, my voice growing steadier with each word. "I've worked hard to get where I am, and I don't owe anyone an explanation for it. Not you, not him, no one." Nick sighed. "I get it, man. I do. But Dad's not going to take it well. You know how he is." "I don't care anymore, Nick," I interrupted. "I've spent my whole life caring about how they feel, about how they see me. But no more. I'm not doing this for approval. I'm doing this for me." There was silence on the other end for a long moment. And then, finally, Nick said, "I get it. I just wanted to warn you, that's all." I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. "Thanks, but I've got it. I'm done being the one who bends. If Dad's mad, that's on him." With that, I ended the call, feeling a strange sense of finality wash over me. It wasn't going to be easy, but I was done playing by anyone's rules but my own. I had chosen my path, and nothing was going to stop me from walking it. The next morning, I received a call from my dad. I wasn't surprised. I'd been waiting for it. I let it ring for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest, but then I answered. "Jason," his voice was tight, more formal than usual. "We need to talk." "About what?" I asked, keeping my tone level. "About your promotion. You didn't even mention it to me. Not a word. It's not like you to keep something like that to yourself." I could feel the old pressure building, the familiar tug of guilt creeping up on me. But I wasn't going to give in this time. "I didn't mention it because it's not something I need your approval for anymore," I said, trying to sound calm even though I could feel the anger bubbling beneath the surface. "I'm proud of what I've achieved, but I didn't need you to tell me I was worth it. I figured that out on my own." There was a long silence on the other end, and when he spoke again, his voice was lower, softer. "I didn't mean to push you, Jason. I just wanted to be proud of you." "I know you do," I said, my voice gentler now. "But I need you to understand, Dad. I can't be proud of the person you want me to be. I have to be proud of the person I am." Another long pause. And then, finally, he said, "I've been thinking about what you said, about how I've treated you. And I'm sorry." I felt the weight of those words in my chest. I had spent so long waiting for them, hoping for them, and now that they were here, they didn't feel as relieving as I thought they would. But they did feel like a start, a beginning. "I appreciate that," I said quietly. "But I need more than just an apology. I need you to actually listen, to see me for who I am, not who you want me to be." "I'm willing to try," he said. "But it's going to take time." "I know," I said, feeling something shift inside me. "It's going to take time for all of us. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm just not going to be your second choice anymore." We sat in silence for a while, and it felt different from all the times before. There was no judgment, no pressure, just two people trying to understand each other. For the first time in a long time, I felt like maybe we could get somewhere. As the conversation wound down, I realized that this wasn't about winning. It wasn't about who was right or who had been wronged. It was about taking control of my own life, about making the decisions that were best for me, and that meant being honest, even when it was uncomfortable. When I hung up the phone, I felt a strange sense of peace. It wasn't perfect, and I knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy. But for the first time, I felt like I was standing on my own 2 feet, ready to walk a path that was entirely mine. And no one could take that. I'm Adam, 31, and if you had told me 2 years ago that my family would one day show up at my door screaming like I had personally ruined their lives, I probably would have laughed it off. But here we are. For context, I've always been the responsible one in the family, the guy who paid his bills on time, saved up for a down payment, and actually thought about things like health insurance before turning 30. My younger brother, Josh is the opposite. At 27, he still acts like the world is supposed to bend around him. My parents have always coddled him, brushing off his choices with, "He's just finding himself." Which would be fine if finding himself didn't involve hopping between jobs, blowing his paychecks on impulsive purchases, and then landing back at their house when rent was due. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when last week, Josh called me sounding weirdly calm, almost smug, and dropped the line that started all this. "I quit my job. You're paying my rent now." I genuinely thought he was joking. Like, there had to be a punchline coming, right? But no, he doubled down. He said it like it was some royal decree, like I should be honored to have the chance to sponsor his mental health break. I laughed, not the kind of laugh you give when something's funny, but the sharp, incredulous kind, and said, "Then starve." That's when the storm started brewing. 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed with a message from Mom. "Help him or you're cut off." No, how are you? No attempt to ask if I could even afford it, just a demand. I stared at my screen for a solid minute, feeling my jaw tighten. Because here's the thing, I have helped before. Countless times. I co-signed Josh's first apartment. I spotted him for his car payment last summer when he blew his cash on a music festival. I've been the family's emergency wallet more times than I can count, and each time I told myself it was just one last time. Something in me snapped that night. Maybe it was the entitled tone in Mom's text. Maybe it was the memory of all the late nights I worked overtime to keep my own life afloat while everyone acted like Josh's bad decisions were my responsibility. Either way, I made a decision. I opened my banking app, transferred my share out of every joint account we still had with the family, and moved it into a brand new account with just my name on it. I didn't say a word to anyone. By morning, my phone was blowing up with calls and texts, each one more frantic than the last. And then came the pounding on my front door. When I opened it, there they all were, my parents, Josh, even my aunt for some reason, faces red, voices already raised. And that's where this whole nightmare really began. When I opened the door that morning, the first thing I heard wasn't hello, or even a reasonable question. It was Dad barking, "What do you think you're doing?" No warm-up, no calm conversation, just straight into interrogation mode like I was a teenager who'd stolen the car keys. Josh was behind him, arms crossed, looking smug despite being the one whose rent was due in 3 days. Mom stood there with that mix of disappointment and passive aggression she's mastered over the years, like she was starring in a soap opera where I had betrayed the family honor. I stepped aside and let them in because I didn't feel like having this conversation in front of my neighbors. But as soon as the door shut, Dad turned on me. "Why would you empty the accounts? Do you have any idea what position you just put us in?" I kept my voice calm. "Yeah, I do. I put myself in a position where I don't get drained every time someone decides to make a reckless choice." Josh scoffed. "Reckless? Are you kidding me? That job was toxic. I was miserable there." "You lasted 3 months," I said, folding my arms. "And last week you posted pictures from a weekend trip on Instagram, with the caption, 'Treat yourself.' That was self-care," Josh shot back, dead serious. "Besides, you make way more than me. You can afford it." That line, "You can afford it," has been the anthem of my life since I got promoted 2 years ago. Every time someone in this family made a poor choice, that was their excuse to rope me into cleaning up the mess. I used to cave because it was easier than dealing with the backlash, but that morning, something about the way Josh said it just hit differently. Mom chimed in then, her voice soft but sharp enough to cut through the tension. "Adam, he's your brother. Family takes care of each other. You think we don't remember all the times we paid for your summer camps or drove you to practice?" I bit back a bitter laugh. "Yeah, you also remember the times I had 2 jobs in college just to cover textbooks while Josh was out buying a brand new gaming console with your credit card." Her eyes narrowed. "That's not fair." "No," I said, my tone finally sharpening. "What's not fair is acting like I'm the family bank account. What's not fair is treating me like I'm selfish for wanting to keep the money I earned." Dad's face went red, and I could see the vein in his temple pulsing. "You don't talk to your mother like that. You don't threaten me with being cut off like I'm a teenager." I shot back. "You think I'm scared of losing Sunday dinners and Christmas gifts? I have my own life now, my own house, my own bills. And you're standing here acting like I'm the villain because I decided not to bankroll Josh's unemployment vacation." That's when the yelling started. Not even coherent sentences, just everyone talking over each other. each voice climbing higher than the last. My aunt, who had stayed quiet until now, suddenly jumped in about how I was being cold and how family should be above money. Funny how the people yelling about money are always the ones asking for it. I let them go on for a minute, then said, quieter but firmer than I'd spoken all morning. You all had no problem texting me demands last night. Not asking, demanding. Like I don't have a say in how my paycheck gets spent. I'm not doing this anymore. I won't be guilt-tripped into taking care of a grown man who refuses to take care of himself. Josh threw his hands in the air like I had just committed a crime. So you're just gonna watch me get evicted? That's what you want. For me to be homeless. You won't be homeless, I said, meeting his stare. You'll move back in with mom and dad like you always do. Or you'll get another job. Or you'll figure something out. But it won't be me paying for it. He sneered. Wow, you really think you're better than me now, huh? No, I said. I think I'm tired. There was a long pause after that. Mom was the first to break it. If you walk away from us like this, Adam, don't come crying back when you need something. You'll regret this. That one actually stung, not because I needed anything from them, but because of how quick she was to weaponize that kind of threat. It was like years of subtle favoritism and quiet resentment were all boiling over right there in my living room. They eventually left, but not before Dad said, "We'll talk later." This isn't over. I stood in the quiet house for a while after they were gone, trying to steady my breathing. I should have felt triumphant. I'd finally stood up for myself. But instead I felt this weird mix of anger and sadness, like I had just set fire to a bridge I spent years trying to keep from collapsing. The calls and texts didn't stop. If anything, they got worse. By noon, Josh had posted a passive-aggressive rant on social media about certain people who only care about money. My phone blew up with mutual friends asking what was going on. By dinner time, Mom had left me a voicemail crying about how she never raised me to be this cold. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Because if I knew anything about my family, it was that they didn't take losing control well. And I was about to find out just how far they'd go to try to get it back. The next few days were a blur of awkward phone calls and half-baked apologies from extended relatives who didn't even have the full story. I could tell from the way they worded things. Maybe you should just help him this one time. It's not worth losing your family over money. That mom and dad had already spun the situation into their preferred version. According to them, I was being cruel and abandoning my little brother in his time of need. I tried to ignore it. I went to work, kept my head down, and focused on my own life. But the tension was building in the background like a low drumbeat, and I could feel it every time my phone buzzed. Then Friday night happened. I came home from work later than usual, exhausted, and noticed something strange. The porch light was on, but the house felt wrong somehow. Too quiet, too still. When I unlocked the door and stepped inside, my stomach dropped. The living room looked like someone had been rifling through my mail. Envelopes were out of order. A drawer had been left half open. I felt a jolt of panic and immediately checked the small safe I keep tucked away in my office closet. The safe was still there, but the combination dial was slightly turned, like someone had tried to guess it. My first thought was burglary. But nothing was missing. Not the TV, not the laptop, not the watch I keep on my dresser. Then I noticed my home office computer had been turned on. I always shut it down completely when I leave for work. I checked the browser history and my pulse spiked. Someone had logged into my joint account portal, the same one I had drained earlier in the week, and attempted multiple transfers. All were blocked because I had changed the password and set up two-factor authentication. I didn't even have to guess who it was. There were too many coincidences. The timing, the fact that only my family knew where that account existed, the lack of any real theft beyond snooping. I called Dad, my voice shaking. "Were you at my house?" He didn't even sound guilty. "We stopped by to talk." "You what?" "You wouldn't answer the phone." He said like that justified everything. "We just wanted to see if we could work this out. You didn't leave us any choice." "You went through my mail." I snapped. "You weren't listening to reason." I could hear Mom in the background saying something about how I'd forced their hand. My chest felt tight, like all the air had been sucked out of the room. "This isn't just crossing a line," I said, my voice low. "This is breaking into my house." Dad scoffed. "Don't be dramatic. We still have a key. This is our family. We're not strangers." That's when it hit me. They genuinely didn't see anything wrong with what they had done. To them, my boundaries weren't real. My house wasn't really mine, My money wasn't really mine, and my privacy was just an obstacle to be pushed aside if I didn't comply fast enough. I hung up before I said something I'd regret. Over the next 24 hours, things escalated beyond anything I'd imagined. I woke up Saturday morning to find my credit card frozen, my personal card, not a shared one. When I called the bank, they told me someone had reported suspicious activity on my account. I hadn't reported anything. Then came the email from HR. Apparently, my mother had called my workplace, actually called, to express concern about my unstable behavior and asked if they had an employee assistance program because Adam isn't himself lately. I sat there staring at my monitor in shock. I could practically hear the humiliation burning in my ears. She had tried to make me look unstable at my own job. By noon, I had gotten word from a cousin that there was now a whole narrative floating around the family group chat. I had lost it and was punishing everyone because I was jealous of Josh's freedom. Jealous of a man who had just quit his job and expected me to foot the bill. That was the moment the anger finally pushed past the sadness. Up until then, part of me had been hoping things would cool down, that we'd all take a few days to breathe and then maybe sit down like adults to work through it. But there was no coming back from this. They hadn't just disrespected me. They had actively tried to sabotage my finances, my reputation, even my job. I sat in my office for a long time, staring at the safe, at the stacks of documents I'd kept organized over the years. Bank statements, legal paperwork, copies of everything that mattered. My mind was spinning, not just with anger, but with cold, focused calculation. If they wanted to turn this into war, fine. I could play that game too. That weekend was one of the loneliest I've ever had. I didn't go out, didn't answer calls, didn't even turn on the TV. I just sat there in my house that suddenly felt less like a home and more like a fortress under siege. Every creak of the floorboards made me wonder if someone had used the spare key again. By Sunday night, I'd changed the locks. Doing it felt like betrayal in reverse, like I was cutting the final cord that tethered me to the family I grew up with. I stared at the shiny new keys in my hand afterward, my chest tight. It should have felt empowering. Instead, I felt like I'd lost something I couldn't name. Monday morning at work, I was distracted and irritable. My manager, who thankfully trusts me, asked if everything was okay. I almost broke down right there in his office, but managed to keep it together. It hit me just how far my family had pushed me. I was afraid that even mentioning them would make me look like I was falling apart. The HR email still gnawed at me. I'd reread it 3 times that morning, each time feeling that same mix of humiliation and disbelief. My mom had called my job. She had taken a private family dispute and dragged it into my professional life, risking my reputation. That night, I sat in the dark kitchen, my dinner untouched, just thinking. I thought about the years I spent covering for Josh, paying his speeding ticket when he forgot to show up to court, lending him money for rent, only to find out later he spent it on concert tickets, giving him gas money the week after he bought a brand new gaming chair. I thought about how every family gathering had some version of the same script. Josh would complain about being broke. Mom would sigh about how hard life is for the younger generation, and all eyes would slowly turn toward me. If I hesitated even for a moment, Dad would chime in with a lecture about sharing what you have and how family helps family. And I thought about how no one, not once, had ever done that for me. When I was 23 and barely making rent after my old car broke down, I slept on a friend's couch for 3 months because Mom said they couldn't spare the space, while Josh still had the biggest bedroom in the house. When I scraped together my first down payment, they mocked me for buying in the wrong neighborhood, instead of congratulating me. The memories piled up until it felt like a weight on my chest. That was my rock bottom, not the yelling, not the break-in, not even the credit card freeze. It was the quiet realization that my family would never see me as anything but their safety net, and that if I didn't make a change now, I'd still be sitting in this same kitchen 5 years from now, taking calls from Josh about how he'd quit yet another job and needed me to swoop in and save him. Something shifted in me that night. I opened my laptop and started making lists. First, practical things, bank accounts, passwords, who had keys to the house. Then, bigger things, people I could trust outside the family, steps I could take to make sure no one could mess with my finances again. I called my bank first thing Tuesday morning and explained the situation. The representative was sympathetic and helped me put extra security measures on my accounts, voice verification, new PINs, and alerts for every login attempt. Then I took the spare key off the ring I'd had since college and threw it in the trash. That tiny piece of metal had been symbolic for too long, a reminder that my parents could walk into my life whenever they wanted. Not anymore. Social media was next. I locked down my profiles, removed half my extended relatives from my friends list, and turned off tagging. If they wanted to keep gossiping, they could do it without access to my personal life. Despite all these steps, the sadness lingered. I'd sit at work and catch myself staring at nothing, wondering if I'd gone too far, wondering if maybe I was the problem. That's the thing about family. They know exactly how to plant seeds of doubt, and those seeds don't die easily. One night that week, Josh texted me for the first time since the blow-up. His message was simple: "Hope you're happy. I might be out on the street next week." No apology. No acknowledgement of what he or the others had done. Just another guilt trip. I didn't respond. Instead, I went back to my lists. I started a new one, a private document titled Next Steps. I wrote down every incident from the past week: the break-in, the attempted transfers, the call to HR. I added dates, times, even screenshots of texts and voicemails. Not because I was planning anything specific yet, but because I wanted a record. If they were going to keep pushing me, I wanted to be ready. And deep down, I knew they would push again. People like Josh, and honestly, people like my parents, don't just give up control quietly. They escalate. I didn't know exactly what my move would be yet, but I could feel something taking shape in the back of my mind. I wasn't just going to defend myself anymore. I was going to make sure they never had this kind of power over me again. The weeks that followed felt like stepping out of a storm into clear air for the first time. The silence was strange at first. No more constant texts demanding explanations, no barrage of missed calls. Just me, my work, and the space to breathe. At work, I threw myself into my projects, partly as distraction, partly because I had something to prove, to myself, not to them. I stayed late, not out of obligation, but because I wanted to. And something incredible happened. I started getting noticed. My manager pulled me aside one afternoon after a big client presentation and said, "You've been on fire lately. Keep this up, and we'll be talking promotions soon." For the first time in months, I smiled without feeling guilty about it. Meanwhile, I kept quietly shoring up my personal life. I met with a financial advisor who helped me move more of my assets into accounts only I could access. We discussed long-term plans, investments, property, even retirement savings. For once, I felt like I was building something secure that no one else could just reach into and take. I also got practical about protecting myself legally. I spoke with a lawyer about what had happened. Not to sue, not yet, but to understand my options if the situation escalated. He told me that the break-in, even with a key, could be considered unlawful entry now that I had revoked permission, especially paired with the attempted financial access. He suggested documenting everything thoroughly, which I had already started doing. That conversation lit a spark in me. It wasn't just about surviving anymore. It was about reclaiming control. I started working out again, something I hadn't done consistently since college. At first it was just running, then lifting weights in my garage. I didn't realize how much tension I'd been carrying until I felt it start to melt away. The exercise helped me sleep better, which helped me focus more, which made me even sharper at work. I reconnected with friends I hadn't seen in months. People I'd pulled away from because I was too busy playing firefighter for my family's crises. They were surprised to hear from me, but welcoming. One Saturday night, I went out for dinner with an old friend and caught myself laughing. Really laughing, for the first time since this whole thing began. But the real turning point came 2 months after the initial blow-up, when my manager called me into his office with a grin. "You've been killing it, Adam. We'd like to promote you to senior analyst. Bigger clients, bigger bonus." And, he added with a raised eyebrow, "a very nice pay bump." Walking out of that office, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time: pride. Not the quiet, dutiful pride of doing the right thing, but the fierce kind. The kind that comes from knowing you built something yourself and no one else can claim it. That night, I sat down with my Next Steps document again. I reread everything I'd written about the break-in, the financial sabotage, the HR call. I added a new section: goals. Not revenge, not yet. Just goals. Secure financial independence, done. Get promoted, done. Strengthen personal network, in progress. Prepare for escalation, ongoing. Because even though I hadn't heard much from them lately, I knew my family. Silence wasn't peace, it was a lull. Sure enough, Josh broke the quiet a few days later with a text that read, "Hope you're enjoying your little power trip. Mom says you'll come around eventually. You always do." I stared at the message for a long time, then put my phone down and didn't reply. But this time, instead of feeling hurt or guilty, I felt ready. Ready for the next time they tried to push me. Ready to hold my ground. Ready, if I had to push back harder than I ever had before. In the meantime, I kept building. I refinanced my mortgage to a lower rate, freeing up more cash each month. I opened a small investment account just for future projects, a freedom fund. I called it, because it represented exactly that. I even took a short trip for myself, just a weekend getaway to the coast, nothing fancy, but it felt symbolic. For once, I wasn't spending money to fix someone else's mess. I was spending it to enjoy my own life. It was during that trip that the final piece clicked into place. Sitting on a quiet pier at sunset, my phone in my hand, I scrolled back through the messages, the threats, the guilt trips, the manipulation, and it hit me. This wasn't just about Josh's rent anymore. It wasn't even about the money. It was about control. They had lost their grip on me, and they hated it. And that meant they were going to try to get it back. I closed my phone and looked out at the water, the calm waves reflecting the last bit of daylight. If they wanted a war, I was going to make sure I had every advantage before the first shot was fired. The first rail opening came in the most unexpected way, an email. It was from an old mutual friend, Mark, who used to hang around Josh back when we were teenagers. I hadn't spoken to him in years, but he'd seen one of Josh's vague social media posts about how I had abandoned the family and felt the need to reach out. "Look," the email began, "I don't want to get in the middle of anything, but you should probably know Josh has been bragging about some stuff he shouldn't. Apparently, he took out a personal loan last year in your dad's name, forged his signature, and now he's panicking because the payments are overdue." I read the email 3 times, my heart pounding. If this was true, Josh hadn't just been irresponsible, he'd committed fraud. And if the bank came knocking, guess who Dad would call first to fix it? But now I had knowledge, and knowledge, I realized, was leverage. I didn't confront anyone right away. Instead, I started quietly gathering information. I pulled my own credit report and Dad's. He'd given me permission once years ago and never revoked it, so technically I still had access through a monitoring service we'd both used. Sure enough, there it was, a personal loan taken out 18 months ago, delinquent by 2 months, with Dad's name on it. I could already picture the scenario they had probably planned. Josh would cry about how he had no choice. Dad would be furious, but secretly relieved it hadn't gone to collections yet. And they'd all corner me at the next family gathering to demand I be the bigger person and pay it off. Not this time. I called the bank instead and explained who I was. I asked hypothetically what would happen if the primary borrower disputed the loan on grounds of forgery. The representative told me they'd open an investigation and, if fraud was proven, the debt would be removed from the borrower's credit history, and the fraudster could face legal consequences. I thanked her, hung up, and wrote everything down. That night, I sat at my kitchen table with a blank sheet of paper and started sketching out a plan. This wasn't about revenge yet, not fully. It was about putting myself in a position where their usual tactics wouldn't work anymore. Step 1. Make sure I could withstand whatever storm came next. Step 2. Collect every piece of evidence that could protect me, or hurt them if they pushed too far. Step 3. Wait. Patience was key. I started keeping a dedicated folder, both physical and digital, with every text, voicemail, and email related to this whole fiasco. I even saved screenshots of Josh's passive-aggressive posts. It felt obsessive at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I was building a safety net of my own. Meanwhile, life kept getting better on my end. The promotion came through officially, along with the pay bump, and I celebrated quietly with a nice dinner and a bottle of wine. My friends noticed how much lighter I seemed. "You look calmer," one of them said over drinks. "I am," I said, and it was true. For the first time in my life, I'm not waiting for the next family emergency to blow up my plans. Of course, the universe has a way of testing you when you say things like that. 2 weeks later, I got a call from my aunt, the same one who had scolded me during the first confrontation. She sounded nervous, which was unusual for her. "Adam," she said, "I thought you should know. Your parents are planning to have a family meeting next weekend. They're saying they'll set things straight." I asked where, and she told me it was at their house. I thanked her, hung up, and just sat there for a while. This was it. The next big push. I could already imagine the scene. Mom crying, Dad shouting, Josh playing the victim. Maybe they'd even invite a few other relatives to gang up on me. The old me would have gone in defensive, scrambling to justify myself, maybe even giving in just to make the noise stop. But the man I had become over the last few months wasn't going there unarmed. I spent the next few days preparing. I printed out copies of my financial statements showing I had already pulled out of the joint accounts legally. I printed the credit report with the fraudulent loan circled in red ink. I gathered the screenshots, the timestamps, even the HR email as proof of how far they'd gone. Then I took one last step. I transferred a chunk of my savings into a trust in my own name, making it harder for anyone to claim I was holding out on them. It felt almost ceremonial, like I was locking the final gate around my life. By the time Saturday rolled around, I wasn't just ready. I was steady. When I pulled into my parents' driveway, I could see cars lined up, Josh's, my uncle's, even my grandmother's. They weren't just planning a talk. They were staging an intervention. I took a deep breath, grabbed the folder from the passenger seat, and walked up the path feeling strangely calm. Whatever happened next, I was no longer the scared, guilt-ridden older brother they could bully into compliance. This time, they were going to hear me, whether they liked it or not. The driveway felt like a stage as I stepped out of my car. Through the living room window, I could see silhouettes moving, Josh pacing, Dad standing with his arms crossed. The last time I'd walked into this house, I'd left feeling like the villain. This time, my hands weren't shaking. When I opened the door, everyone turned to look at me. The room was arranged almost theatrically. Chairs pulled into a circle, Mom sitting near the center with a box of tissues already in her lap. Adam, Dad said, his voice heavy with authority. Sit down. We need to talk. I stayed standing for a moment, letting the silence stretch, then calmly set my folder on the coffee table and sat. Josh started first, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Nice of you to finally show up. We've been trying to get through to you for months. You mean trying to wear me down? I said evenly. Mom jumped in quickly, like she wanted to control the narrative before it got away from her. Sweetheart, we just want to put this ugliness behind us. Josh has been going through a hard time. I held up a hand, cutting her off gently but firmly. Before we start, I want to be very clear. I'm here to listen and to say my piece. But I will not be shouted at, guilt-tripped, or manipulated. If that starts happening, I leave. Understood. That set the tone. They didn't like it. I could see Dad bristle, but no one objected. Josh rolled his eyes. Fine. Here's the deal. I'm behind on rent. 2 months. If I get evicted, it's on you. I raised an eyebrow. On me. You could have helped, he shot back. Instead, you made this worse by cutting us off. I didn't argue. Instead, I opened the folder and slid a piece of paper across the table. That's your loan. The one you took out in Dad's name without telling him. The room went still. Dad leaned forward, squinting at the paper, then at Josh. What is this? Josh went pale. That's not. It's exactly what it looks like, I said, my voice calm, almost clinical. A personal loan. Overdue. Taken out with Dad's signature. Except Dad never signed for it. Mom's hand flew to her mouth. Josh, tell me this isn't true. Josh stammered, but I didn't let him spiral into excuses. I placed a second paper on the table, the notes from my call with the bank. Here's what happens if Dad disputes the loan. The debt is erased from his credit, and the bank opens a fraud investigation. Which means you, Josh, could be facing legal consequences. All the color drained from his face. I leaned back, letting the weight of my words sink in. So before you lecture me about family loyalty, remember, I have been covering for you for years. This is not my mess to clean up. Not anymore. Dad was still staring at the papers, jaw clenched. For once, the lecture wasn't directed at me. Mom tried to intervene, her voice trembling. Adam, this isn't the time to be cruel. Cruel? I said quietly. Cruel was breaking into my house. Cruel was freezing my credit card. Cruel was calling my job and telling them I was unstable. I have been patient, Mom. I have been generous. And you turned my boundaries into a game. No one said anything. The silence was louder than the shouting had ever been. I took out the final piece of my folder, a single page summarizing the timeline of everything they'd done since that first text message. The demands, the break-in, the sabotage. I placed it gently on the table. This is my record, I said. If anything like that ever happens again, any harassment, any financial tampering, any calls to my work, this goes to the police and to an attorney. And I will pursue every option available to me. I didn't raise my voice once. I didn't have to. Josh slumped back in his chair, muttering something under his breath. Dad stayed silent, staring at the paper like it was a loaded weapon. Mom started to cry softly, but for the first time, the tears didn't sway me. I stood, gathering my folder. You wanted a family meeting. This is my final word. I am done being the scapegoat. I am done being the bank. If Josh wants help, he can start by taking responsibility for what he's done. Until then, my life is no longer on hold for him. I turned to leave, but paused at the doorway. And just so we're clear, the next time someone walks into my house without my permission, the police will be involved. No warnings. I walked out to my car, the late afternoon sun warm on my face, my heart pounding, but not from fear this time. From relief. Because for the first time, I hadn't just defended myself. I had taken control. The days after that family meeting felt strangely quiet. Not the uneasy quiet of waiting for the next blow, but the kind that comes after a storm has passed. For the first time in months, my phone stayed still. No late-night guilt trips, no surprise calls from relatives trying to mediate. It was almost eerie, but the silence didn't last long. 3 days later, I got a call from Dad. His voice was clipped, like he was chewing on every word before he said it. We talked to the bank, he said flatly. Josh admitted what he did. We closed the loan and filed a fraud report. I sat there on the other end, letting the words sink in. So what happens now? I asked. He has 30 days to start repaying before they take further action, Dad said. And no, before you ask, we are not covering it for him this time. That last line told me everything I needed to know. Something had shifted, not just in me, but in them. The following weekend, I heard through my aunt that Josh had been forced to sell off half his gaming setup and take a job at a local warehouse just to keep up with the payments. He wasn't happy about it. He'd posted a rant online about backstabbing family and fake loyalty, but the tone was different this time. Less smug, more desperate. I didn't respond. Instead, I kept living my life. Work kept getting better. My promotion came with new opportunities. I got to lead a project for a high-profile client, something I'd wanted for years. My manager even hinted at a leadership track for me if I kept performing at this level. I started seeing someone, too, a friend of a friend who was kind, grounded, and had no idea about the family drama. Being with her felt like stepping into a different world, one where I wasn't constantly on edge waiting for someone else's problem to land in my lap. One afternoon, Mom finally called. Her voice was softer this time, without the sharp edges. Adam, I wanted to say, I'm sorry. I didn't speak right away. She continued. We shouldn't have gone through your things. Or called your work. Or any of it. We were scared. But that doesn't excuse it. I let out a long breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. I appreciate that, I said. But I need you to understand. This isn't about one incident. This is about years of being treated like the safety net. That ends now. I understand, she said quietly. After we hung up, I didn't feel triumphant. I felt lighter. It took time, but eventually the family learned that my boundaries weren't just a phase. They stopped asking me for money. They stopped showing up at my house unannounced. When we did see each other, it was on my terms, short, civil, and without the unspoken expectation that I'd solve everyone's problems. Josh still avoids me at gatherings. I don't mind. The last time we were in the same room, I noticed he had a job uniform on. He's still working, still making payments. Maybe, just maybe, he's learning something too. But the real moment of closure came a few months later, when I got a bonus from work, the biggest I'd ever received. I deposited it into my freedom fund, smiled at the growing balance, and realized something. I wasn't just free from their financial grip. I was free, period. I poured myself a glass of wine that night, sat out on the back porch, and looked at the quiet yard. The same house that had once felt like a battleground now felt like a fortress, not because I had locked the world out, but because I had finally claimed it as mine. The last text I ever got from Josh was a simple one. Don't expect me to forgive you. I stared at it for a moment, then deleted the thread and set the phone down. Forgiveness wasn't something I needed from him anymore, because I had already given it to myself. I raised my glass to the quiet night, a small smile tugging at my lips, and said out loud, just to hear it, never again. And for the first time in years, I actually believe. My name's Alex, I'm 34, and last month I finally got the call I've been chasing for almost a decade. 8 years of 12-hour days, skipped birthdays, and every "you're still working" their dinner conversation finally paid off. The email came at 9:13 a.m. on a rainy Monday, and I had to read it 4 times before it sank in. I got it. The promotion. The position I'd aimed for since my first underpaid internship. The one that barely paid for boxed noodles and shared rent. Director of Strategic Development at one of the top firms in my city. Double the salary. My own office. A team under me. And for once, no one could pretend they hadn't noticed. So I did something I never do. I made plans to celebrate. I booked a private table at one of those rooftop restaurants downtown. 10 seats, skyline view, personalized menu, everything. The kind of place you only go to when something really matters. And this did. I sent the invites to my immediate family, my parents, my brother Tyler and his wife, 2 aunts, a couple cousins, even my godmother. I told them all, no gifts, just bring yourselves. I just want to celebrate with the people who matter. They all said they'd come. Every single one. I arrived a little early. Wore the suit that had hung in my closet with the tag still on. I ordered a glass of wine, picked at the appetizers, and kept checking my phone. It was 7:05, then 7:30, then 8:10. I called my mom straight to voicemail. Tyler texted, running late, at 7:42. I held out hope. Maybe they were stuck in traffic. Maybe they were trying to surprise me. At 8:34 p.m., the waiter came back for the 3rd time, politely asking if I'd like to start serving the entrees. I looked around the empty table. 10 seats, 10 name cards, 10 no-shows. Box it all up, I muttered. He nodded, didn't ask questions, and walked away. I didn't cry. Not there. Not then. I just stared out at the skyline I couldn't even enjoy anymore and kept sipping my wine, trying not to think about how pathetic I looked to everyone else in that room. Eventually, I paid the $2,050 bill, tip included. I gave the boxed food to the valet and drove home in silence. That's when I saw the post. My Aunt Jean, who'd said she was so excited to see me, had posted a photo of my brother on Facebook, Tyler, my golden boy younger brother, standing in front of a backlit sign that read, "Casting Today, Season 10. His arms were outstretched, shirt half-buttoned, faked and so orange it could have triggered an Amber Alert. The caption read, "So proud of our star. He's going places. Hashtag TV life, hashtag family support." The comments were even worse. My mom had posted, "Knew it from the start, our boy's gonna be famous." My dad added a gif of a confetti cannon. Even my cousin Lindsay, who I'd lent $400 to 2 months ago, had left a heart emoji. No one had even acknowledged my night. Not a text, not a call, not even a "sorry we missed it." It was like I didn't exist. Or worse, like I'd never mattered in the first place. That night, I didn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling for hours, replaying every moment I'd been over backward for this family. The birthdays I'd paid for. The Christmas where I bought all the gifts because Mom wasn't feeling it. The 3 years I'd covered my parents' mortgage when Dad was laid off and too proud to ask the bank for help. I did all that without a word. Quiet support. Because that's who I thought I was to them. Reliable, loyal, someone they'd be proud of. But watching Tyler beam in front of a poster for a reality show he probably won't even get past the first round of, and seeing everyone fawn over him like he cured cancer, something broke in me. A bitter, electric anger surged in my chest. Not jealousy. Not even sadness. Just this hollow realization that I was only useful to them when I stayed silent and signed checks. So I stopped being useful. I opened my laptop and pulled up my bank dashboard. I had it all bookmarked. Logins for the shared account I used to pay the mortgage, the auto payment schedules, the emergency fund I'd quietly topped off each month. I stared at the pause payments button for a long time before clicking it. Then I called the bank. I'd like to remove myself from the joint mortgage agreement. There was a pause on the line. "Are you sure, sir? You've been the primary." "Very sure." By 2:17 a.m., the paperwork was initiated. Then I drove to their house, the one I'd quietly kept afloat for 3 years. I didn't knock. I didn't need to see their faces. I just taped a folded note to the door. Nothing dramatic. No speech. Just a single line, scrawled in thick Sharpie. Didn't realize stupidity was a billable skill, good luck. I took a photo of it, just to remember how it looked. By the time I woke up the next morning, I had 86 missed calls. My mom, my dad, Tyler, even Aunt Jean. The voicemails ranged from confused to angry to desperate. One from Tyler was just static and breathing before he hissed, What did you do? But I didn't respond. Not yet. I wasn't done watching it all unravel. That weekend, something else happened. Something I didn't expect, and it's what really made me realize just how deep the rot went. The first sign of chaos came through a group chat I ignored. I only noticed it because my phone lit up with a barrage of messages, all timestamped between 6:03 and 6:21 a.m. Dad texted, "Alex, what's going on with the house?" Mom texted, "Your father said the payment bounced. Did you forget?" Tyler texted, "Dude, call me. I mean it." Aunt Jean texted, "You're being petty. This isn't who you are." Lindsay texted, "I heard from Tyler. This is extreme. Be an adult." I didn't reply. I just scrolled and let their words pile up like snowflakes before an avalanche. I think that's what made them panic more than anything, the silence. They were used to me being reasonable. Used to me picking up the phone, smoothing things over, keeping the family stitched together like human duct tape. That Friday, I got a text from my mom that finally showed their hand. "Mom, bank is sending letters. You were on the mortgage too. If this house goes under, it's on you." That one made me laugh out loud. They'd forgotten something important. When I agreed to help them with the mortgage 3 years ago, I refinanced the property in my name, only my name. Dad had maxed out his credit, and Mom's name had been tied to a medical default. The bank wouldn't lend to them without a cosigner. But with me? With my spotless credit and steady income? They handed me the keys with a smile. So no, the mortgage wasn't their burden. The house was. Which meant when I canceled the payments, I wasn't abandoning them. I was just deciding I no longer wanted to pay for a place I didn't live in, wasn't welcome in, and hadn't even been invited to for Thanksgiving last year. And legally, I could sell it, or rent it, or torch the deed and let it sit empty for all I cared. I didn't reply to Mom's message. Instead, I logged into the property management site and listed the house for a private rental showing. 3 inquiries came in within 2 days. One of them from a nurse relocating to our city. I scheduled a walkthrough for Tuesday. That weekend, I went to clear out any of my documents from the house. I waited until I knew they'd all be gone. Tyler had posted a story from a bar, Dad was golfing with his high school buddy, and Mom was tagging herself in a local spa. I pulled into the driveway like a ghost returning to a former life. It felt weird being back. The yard was overgrown. A rusted wind chime tapped against the porch railing like it had something to say. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. It still smelled like Dad's cologne. Still had the framed photos of Tyler at graduation, Tyler at football camp, Tyler holding a participation trophy at age 9. I scanned the walls, counted maybe 2 photos of me, both group shots where I'd been cropped awkwardly to the side. I went upstairs to retrieve the documents I kept in a filing cabinet in the guest room closet. The room that used to be mine before I moved out for college and never really came back. As I opened the drawer, I noticed something odd. The top folder was missing. The one labeled Home Ownership Agreement. I checked twice. Nothing. I felt my stomach not with fear, but with a slow, heavy dread. Then I heard a sound from downstairs. Keys jingling. The front door opened. I froze. I wasn't supposed to be here while they were home. That had been the whole point. But there was Tyler's voice, loud and annoyed. "It's just one box, Mom. You said it was in the closet." Mom replied, sharp and breathless, "Well, if you took it already, we're done. That folder's our only leverage." They were coming up the stairs. I didn't have time to sneak out. So I did the next best thing. I stepped into the linen closet across the hallway and gently pulled the door shut behind me. I stood there in the dark, heart pounding, barely daring to breathe. I heard the guest room door creak open. Papers shuffled. "Gone," Mom hissed. "He already came. He took it." "No way. He probably just moved it." "Then help me look, Tyler. If he goes to the bank without that folder, we'll be homeless by June." Tyler muttered something too low to hear, and then there was silence for a beat. Then, Mom's voice again, low and venomous. "Maybe we guilt him. That always worked before." Tyler gave a dry laugh. "You mean like when I sprained my knee before his graduation? He still drove me to prom that night." "Exactly," she said. "We just need to remind him how much we've done for him. Make him feel like the bad guy." That's when I knew. They weren't just ungrateful. They were calculating. Every guilt trip. We're so proud of Tyler. Every time I got a leftover gift card while my brother unwrapped a MacBook. It wasn't just passive neglect. It was strategic. They knew I was loyal. They knew I'd bend. And they'd been using that against me for years. I stepped out of the closet so fast Tyler nearly dropped the lamp he was pretending to straighten. Mom gasped. "Alex, what are you?" I held up my phone. I'd recorded everything. They went pale. I didn't raise my voice. Didn't say a word. I just smiled, pocketed my phone, walked to the cabinet, pulled out the missing folder, which I'd actually tucked under the mattress earlier, just in case, and headed down the stairs. Alex, wait. Let's talk about this. Tyler followed me halfway to the front door. But I was done talking. I opened the door, stepped into the sunlight, and let it close behind me. Back in my car, I pulled up the real estate agent's number and hit call. It was time to finish what I started. The next few days passed in a strange sort of calm. I thought I'd feel nervous or conflicted after confronting them like that, but instead, I felt lighter, like a piano had been lifted off my back and I could finally stand straight for the first time in years. But calm on my end didn't mean silence on theirs. The messages turned from passive-aggressive to flat-out desperate. Mom texted, "We need to talk. Please. Face-to-face. This is getting out of hand." Dad texted, "Son, we can fix this. We're family." Tyler texted, "You think you're better than everyone? Good luck explaining this to Grandma." Lindsay texted, "You're seriously selling their house? What is wrong with you?" I didn't reply to any of them. Not out of spite. I was simply done giving oxygen to people who only remembered I existed when they needed something. For once in my life, I wasn't explaining myself, or apologizing, or playing the peacekeeper. I focused on what mattered now, closing the deal. The realtor, Melanie, was a sharp woman in her early 50s who had sold houses through 3 recessions and 2 divorces of her own. So when I explained the situation, she just nodded and said, "Oh honey, you'd be shocked how often it's the nice one who gets burned." She handled the listing with brutal efficiency. Paperwork was filed, staging was scheduled, and she even had a buyer lined up, a newlywed couple looking for their first home. They were sweet, friendly, normal. I met them during the second walkthrough. The wife, Emily, was especially curious about the layout and kept asking if the current tenants were moving out soon. "They've been notified," I said flatly. Technically, I hadn't served formal eviction notices yet, but legally, they were squatters now. The house was in my name. They didn't pay rent. No contract. No rights. Just entitlement wrapped in family ties. Still, Melanie said to play it smart and buy the book. So I drafted a 30-day notice to vacate and sent it via certified mail. I knew exactly when they received it because 2 things happened within an hour of delivery. First, I got a voicemail from my dad. His voice was tight, forced calm, the way it always got right before he exploded. "Alex, this isn't funny anymore. This is our home. Your mother's home. What you're doing, it's not just cold. It's betrayal." And second, my Aunt Jean posted a cryptic Bible verse on Facebook about the son who turns his back on his parents reaping what he sows. Classic. But nothing prepared me for what they did next. They showed up at my condo. I was coming home from a gym session, still sweaty, earbuds in, wearing an old college hoodie, when I saw them standing in the hallway outside my door. Tyler, arms crossed like he was at a job interview. Mom, wringing her hands. Dad, leaning against the wall like it was his own house. "Alex," Mom said, stepping forward. "Please, can we talk inside?" "No," I said flatly. "Don't be dramatic," Dad snapped. "This is family business. We're not going to do this in a hallway." "You weren't too worried about family business when you ditched my promotion dinner to cheer Tyler on for a TV audition." Tyler scoffed. "Dude, it was just an audition." "No," I said slowly. "It was your moment. And somehow, it became their moment too." Mom looked hurt. "We didn't mean to." "You did. You always do. And I let you. For years." She opened her mouth to speak, but I raised a hand. "You don't get to gaslight me anymore. I know exactly what's going on. I overheard everything. The guilt trips. The manipulation. The plan to twist this back on me." Dad straightened up. "We were scared, okay? You can't just throw us out like garbage." "I'm not throwing you out. I'm stopping the unpaid arrangement you all pretended wasn't happening. You want to stay? Buy the house from me. Pay market price." Tyler laughed. "You serious?" "Dead serious. We raised you," Mom said, voice cracking. "We gave you everything." "No," I said quietly. "You gave Tyler everything. I earned mine. And now I'm keeping it." I stepped around them, unlocked my door, and shut it behind me before they could say anything else. They didn't knock. But that night, I got a single text from Tyler. Tyler texted, "Just remember who visited you in the hospital when you broke your arm in 4th grade. Wasn't me. Was Mom. Think about that. It was such a bizarre, specific guilt trip that I almost laughed. But it made one thing clear. They weren't going down without a fight. A week later, Melanie called. Hey, we've got a problem. The buyers had driven by the house again, just to get a feel for the neighborhood. And apparently, my parents had draped a massive banner across the porch. Bright red letters on white fabric. This house was stolen from US by our own son. And just below it, a smaller sign in Sharpie. Buyer beware. Property is under dispute. Melanie was furious. That's slander. It's not even true. We can file for a cease and desist. But I wasn't surprised. This was them in full desperation mode. They'd never been held accountable before, never been told no. Now that the money was drying up and the consequences were real, they were throwing tantrums like toddlers denied dessert. The buyers didn't walk away, at least, not yet. But they were nervous now, asking questions, wanting to know if this would turn into some drawn-out legal fight. It wouldn't. I was sure of that, because I was about to play my ace. I didn't sleep much that night. It wasn't anxiety keeping me up. It was clarity. I stared at the ceiling in the dark and thought about everything. The missed birthdays. The emotional blackmail. The way they'd spent years chipping away at my self-worth with every subtle snub. Every time they dismissed my career like it was just computers. Every fake, "we're so proud," that always seemed to be followed by a new request for help. And it was always help with bills. Help with tuition. Help with rent. But never help for me. Not once had they asked how I was doing. Not once had anyone offered to pay me back, or even thank me beyond a stiff hug and a vague promise to repay me when things calmed down. It was never about gratitude. It was always about access. To my time. To my money. To me. And now they were panicking because, for the first time ever, I'd locked the vault. I got out of bed, made a pot of coffee, and pulled out the folder they'd tried to steal. The home ownership agreement. Technically informal. A document we drafted years ago when I agreed to help refinance the house. It listed expectations, roles, and the understanding that I'd retain ownership until they could take it back. It wasn't notarized, but it was signed. By all of them. Even Tyler. That morning, I went to my lawyer. Miriam had represented me in a contract dispute years ago, and she remembered me instantly. "Ready to go nuclear?" she said, flipping through the folder. "Not quite nuclear," I said, "but I want the threat visible on the table." She smirked. "We can do that." That same week, she sent a formal letter of intent to sell the house, with documentation proving I was the sole legal owner. Included was a polite but firm warning that any further public defamation, banners, online posts, flyers, would be met with legal action. She made it clear we had every intention to pursue damages if the buyers backed out due to harassment. The letter was delivered by courier. They received it Thursday at 2:14 p.m. By 2:43 p.m., I got a frantic voicemail from Mom. "Alex, please, we didn't mean for this to go so far. We were just upset. We can take the banner down. We'll apologize to the buyers. Just, please don't sue us." No mention of being sorry for skipping my dinner. No regret for trying to guilt me. Just desperation. Self-preservation. Still, I waited. I wanted more than a reaction. I wanted a change. That weekend, the buyers came for a final walkthrough. The house was clean. Banner gone. Even the lawn had been trimmed. Mom was there, surprisingly quiet. She nodded to me, but her eyes looked like they hadn't seen sleep in days. Tyler didn't speak. Just stared out the window while the couple explored the living room. His shoulders were hunched. His tan had faded. Reality was setting in. The walkthrough went smoothly. The couple made their offer official. We accepted. The closing date was set for 3 weeks later. At that point, my parents had two options: vacate quietly or try to drag it into court. They picked the former. Miriam had sent one final document, a cash relocation incentive if they left the property in good condition, keys surrendered on time. Not a bribe, just enough to keep things civil. They signed. Packing took 2 weeks. I didn't help. I didn't even visit. I let Melanie handle the final inspection. She called afterward and said, "Honestly, I think they were too embarrassed to see you again." Fine by me. On the day of closing, I met the buyers at the title office. They handed me a check. I signed the deed transfer. Just like that, the house was no longer mine, and no longer theirs, either. I walked outside into the sun and just stood there. It was over. A few days later, I got a single letter in the mail. No return address, but I recognized the handwriting immediately. My mom. It read, "Alex, we're heartbroken. Not because of the house, but because we don't know who you are anymore. This version of you is cold, distant, cruel. We know you think we used you. Maybe we did, but we're still your family. That has to count for something. We hope you'll come around someday. Love, Mom and Dad. I didn't reply. Because here's what I realized. Family isn't about blood. It's about respect. And once respect is gone, the title means nothing. I donated the letter to the recycling bin and never looked back. In the weeks that followed, something strange happened. My world got quieter. Freer. I didn't have to brace for incoming guilt texts or late-night Venmo requests. I had room, mental, emotional, even physical, to live my own life. I took a trip to Norway. A solo vacation I'd always dreamed of but never had time for. I sat on a cliffside overlooking the fjords and thought, this is what peace feels like. No obligations. No keeping the emotional books balanced. Just me, existing on my own terms. A few months later, I got a LinkedIn message from someone I barely knew, an old classmate. She said, I saw what happened. Your brother's reality show tanked. Just wanted to say, you're kind of my hero. That was badass. I chuckled, closed the message, and shut my laptop. Because that was the final twist, wasn't it? Tyler's big audition? He didn't even make the first cut. They told him he didn't have the look. No charisma. No story. Meanwhile, I was quietly living mine. No cameras. No applause. Just freedom. And honestly, that was the best revenge of all. My name is Sean. I'm 34, live just outside Sacramento, and until last month, I thought I had a decent relationship with my family. Not perfect, but decent. My mom and I used to talk at least once a week. My younger brother, Nate, 22 and fresh out of college, was the golden child, and I don't say that bitterly. It was just a fact, like how some kids are allergic to peanuts. Nate got praised for breathing. I got silence when I landed my first six-figure client. And my dad? He passed away when I was 20. So yeah, it's mostly been just the three of us, Mom, Nate, and me, for the last 14 years. At least, that's how it looked on the surface. Here's the part one haven't told anyone outside my close circle. I paid off my mom's mortgage. The entire thing. $680,000, paid over the course of 5 years. I didn't do it all at once. I just sent her money regularly and handled the payments quietly. I was doing well with my consulting business, and after a particularly great year, I thought, why not take that burden off her shoulders? She had supported me in small but meaningful ways when I was starting out, so it felt right at the time. She never explicitly asked me for help, but she also never declined it. She knew I was making the payments. We had a few conversations about it early on. You really don't have to do this, she'd say, but always with that look, half proud, half relieved. Eventually, she stopped pretending to protest. After a while, it became routine. I'd cover the mortgage, and she'd handle the groceries or take Nate on vacation. I didn't mind. It wasn't about recognition. At least, not then. Nate, on the other hand, barely noticed. He thought Mom had landed some miracle refinance, or won a scratcher, or had a sugar daddy. I'm not joking. He literally made that joke once during Thanksgiving dinner, and Mom just laughed it off. I remember staring at my plate, half hoping she'd say, actually, Sean's been covering it. But no. Silence. My name never came up. I let it go. I told myself I wasn't doing it for thanks. But you can only shove that down for so long. Nate was always the kind of guy who coasted. Barely passed high school, flunked out of his first college, spent 2 years finding himself in Europe, on Mom's dime, of course, and finally limped his way through an online business degree. When he walked across that graduation stage last month, you'd think he'd discovered a cure for cancer with the way my mom was beaming. I went to the ceremony. I cheered, clapped, even brought a gift, an engraved Mont Blanc pen. I thought it was symbolic. Welcome to adulthood. Now go write your own story. Cheesy maybe, but it came from a good place. Nate barely looked at it, said, cool, and tossed it on the passenger seat of his Mustang, the one Mom helped him lease. I should have seen the signs that something was off, but I was too tired to connect the dots. And then, a week later, I got the call. Sean, I wanted to tell you something before the party, Mom said. Her voice had that overly sweet tone she used when she knew she was about to say something crazy. We've decided to gift Nate the house. As a graduation present. I was quiet for a few seconds. I remember just blinking, like the words hadn't registered. What house? I finally asked, even though I knew. I needed her to say it. This house. My house. Well, you know. The family house. I paused. The one I paid off. She laughed nervously. Well, technically, it was in my name. And you know, family is family. You've got your business, your apartment. Nate's just starting out. There was this hum in my ears. Like static. I wasn't even angry at first. I was stunned. You're giving him the house. The one I've paid the mortgage on since 2018. Oh, sweetie, don't make it about money. It is money, $680,000 of it. You think I was just doing that for fun? I thought you were doing it for family, she snapped. Then softer, look, this isn't about you. It's about setting your brother up for success. I wish I could say I handled it gracefully, that I took a deep breath and calmly hung up. But I didn't. I laughed. Not a ha-ha funny laugh. More of a broken, you've got to be kidding me laugh. Then I said, so I'm guessing I'm not invited to the party either? There was a pause. Then she said, well, Nate feels like your energy might bring down the celebration. You know how he is. He wants it to be positive. I didn't say another word. I hung up. That night, I sat on my couch with a glass of whiskey, the Mont Blanc pin lying on the table in front of me, and I thought about every single time I'd swallowed a slight. Every time Nate got a pat on the back for something I did better. Every time my mom conveniently forgot the truth of who kept her afloat. But here's the thing. I wasn't alone. My uncle, Dad's brother, called me 2 days later. He said, you heard? I said, yep. He said, you coming? I paused. To what? The party. Apparently, I'm not welcome. There was a beat of silence. Then he said, well, I'm going. But I'm bringing something they're not expecting. And that's when the gears started turning. 3 days later, I showed up anyway. Dressed sharp. Calm. Quiet. I walked into the backyard right as Nate was raising a champagne glass, and Mom was bragging about her baby boy. That's when Nate looked at me like I was a stain on his graduation robe and said, didn't think you'd show. This is kind of a family thing. And I just smiled, turned to my uncle, standing beside me, and asked, you want to tell them, or should I? He went pale. Mom blinked. What's going on? And that was just step one. There's a certain silence that falls over a crowd when something's not quite right. That moment in the backyard was exactly that kind of silence. All the aunts and uncles, family friends, neighbors, they all looked from me to my uncle to Nate and back again like they'd just walked in halfway through a scene in a movie and missed the part where everything changed. Nate's grip on his champagne glass tightened just a bit. Tell us what? He asked, smirking like he thought he was still the star of the show. That you're mad because I got the house. Get over it, dude. Mom shot me the same tight smile she always used when she was trying to control the narrative. Sean, this really isn't the time. That was when Uncle Dave cleared his throat. Now, let me give you some context. Uncle Dave is my dad's older brother. He's always been the quiet one at family gatherings, more of a watcher than a talker. But he's also the executor of my dad's estate. And unbeknownst to just about everyone in that backyard besides me and my lawyer, he's also the one who helped me buy that house years ago through a family trust. He looked around, voice calm but deliberate. Actually, I think it is the time. Nate rolled his eyes so hard I thought they might get stuck in the back of his head. God, are you guys seriously going to do this now? This is my party. I could practically feel the temperature drop. Uncle Dave turned to my mom. Linda, do you remember when James died? My mom blinked, thrown off. Of course I do. And do you remember the house? The mortgage? How you said you couldn't keep up with the payments? She hesitated. That was a long time ago. You told Sean he didn't have to help. But he did. And after 3 years of helping, he and I came to an agreement. We bought out the mortgage through the trust his father left behind. Quietly. Legally. I watched as Mom's expression froze. Eyes narrowing, jaw clenching, lips twitching like she was trying to stay in control of the room. Nate was the first to speak. What the hell does that mean? I looked him in the eye. It means the house isn't hers to give away. He snorted. Oh, come on. She's lived here for what, 30 years? She raised us here. You think you're just gonna what, kick her out now? I took a deep breath. No, that was never the plan. I just wanted her to be safe. I didn't care about owning it. But gifting it to you, behind my back, after everything I did? That's not happening. My mom's voice rose, trembling with fury. How dare you bring this up here? In front of everyone? You're embarrassing yourself. No, Mom, I said. You did that when you tried to pretend I didn't matter. The silence now was thick. The kind of silence that crushes parties and ends photo ops. People were slowly stepping away, pretending to check their phones or refill drinks, giving the family just enough space to implode in peace. I didn't stay long after that, just long enough to see the look on Nate's face when it sunk in, just long enough to hear my mom mutter something under her breath about betrayal. I left with Uncle Dave, got in his car, and didn't say a word until we were halfway down the street. He finally spoke first. "You sure you're ready for this?" I looked out the window. I was ready 5 years ago. I just didn't know it yet. But here's the thing about people like my mother and Nate. When you block their move, they don't retreat. They regroup. And they retaliate. The next morning, I got a text from Nate. "Hope you're happy. Mom's been crying all night. You ruined the best day of my life." An hour later, I saw a Facebook post from my mother, something vague and manipulative, like some people don't understand sacrifice, especially when they've never made any themselves. Tag Nate. Photo of them hugging, with the caption, "True family always has your back." Comments flooded in. "Ignore the haters. Your son deserves that house, Linda. You're such a strong mom." I didn't comment. I didn't message. I just screenshotted it all. By noon, my cousin Jen, who I hadn't seen in years, messaged me privately. "Hey, is this about the house? I don't mean to be nosy, but you're the one who paid it off, right?" I replied with a simple, "Yeah." She said, "That's so messed up." It was. But it was also just the beginning. 2 days later, I got a call from the property management company that handles some of my rentals. They were confused. Apparently, someone claiming to be me had called to ask for all of my tenant contact info. Said it was for emergency ownership restructuring. Luckily, the company knows me too well to fall for that. But it told me something important. Nate was panicking. That's when I realized he wasn't just angry. He was scared. Scared the house was never going to be his. Scared I'd expose how dependent he really was. Scared Mom wouldn't be able to clean it all up for him this time. And honestly, I hadn't even done anything yet. But he pushed me further. That Friday, I went to visit the house. My house. Just to clear the air, check the property, maybe talk to Mom in person. But when I got there, something was off. The locks had been changed. I knocked. Waited. Knocked again. Eventually, Nate opened the door, smug as ever. "Hey bro, you're not really welcome here right now." I stared at him. "You changed the locks?" He shrugged. "I live here now. Mom said it's my house. You can't just show up uninvited." "Uninvited? It's my name on the deed." "Then take it up with a lawyer," he said, and slammed the door in my face. I stood there, stunned, for what felt like an hour. But it was maybe 2 minutes. Then I walked back to my car, sat inside, and just stared at the dashboard. This wasn't just disrespect anymore. This was war. They had no idea what I was capable of. No idea how many receipts I'd kept. No idea that the house, my house, was just the beginning. Because for years, I'd been quiet, generous, patient. I kept the peace. But that ended the moment they changed the locks. That weekend, I sat down and opened a folder on my desktop titled Family Documents. Inside were PDFs, contracts, scanned emails, bank statements, and letters from Uncle Dave's office. Every time I helped with a payment. Every time I covered taxes. Every time Mom said, "Just this once." And I said, "Sure." I organized everything. Timeline, ownership records, statements, and I called my lawyer. But before I took any official steps, I had one more card to play. Because Nate's graduation party? That wasn't the big event. Not really. The big one was coming the following weekend. A huge extended family barbecue, annual tradition. Dad's side and Mom's side. The kind where people fly in, bring dishes, make speeches. The one where Nate was supposed to announce that he'd be moving into the house and taking over as the new man of the family. Yeah, that one. And I had no intention of missing it. Because when I said, that was just step one, I meant it. The Monday after Nate slammed the door in my face, I found myself doing something I hadn't done in years. I took a sick day, not from a 9 to 5. I run my own consulting business, but from life. From being the responsible one, the fixer, the quiet provider who made things happen behind the scenes. I turned off my phone, pulled the curtains in my apartment, and sat on the floor in a hoodie with a mug of black coffee growing cold beside me. No podcasts, no meetings, no deadlines. Just me. And the reality that I had been erased by the people I loved most. I don't know how long I sat there, honestly. Maybe hours. Maybe all day. At some point, I opened the group family chat, mostly dead since the party, and scrolled. Every message from Mom now felt like it had a double edge. All those "love you" texts, the ones where she asked how my business was going, or if I could check the pipes next time you're over, or help Nate update his resume. I started seeing the pattern I'd been too blind to see before. I was never the son. I was the lifeline, the safety net, the backup plan. And now that Nate had graduated and could take over, I was disposable. That night, I got drunk. Not dangerously so, but enough to feel it. I stared at the ceiling in bed and asked myself, what if I just let them have it? The house, the story, the lie. But something deep in me said no. Not because of pride, not even because of the money, but because for the first time, I saw it. The manipulation, the years of quiet sidelining, the emotional rope Mom kept tied around me, just long enough to pull when she needed. I wasn't going to play that role anymore. The next morning, I called my lawyer. Jameson, I said, voice hoarse. I need to file an injunction on the property. I want to freeze any transfers, usage rights, anything. And I want to be present for the family barbecue this weekend. He paused. Sean, are you sure you want to mix legal action with family drama? That's a cocktail that never goes down smooth. I'm not mixing anything. I'm just making sure they don't get to write the ending to this story before I do. The next few days were a strange blur of grief and purpose. I was mourning something I didn't even know I'd lost. Years of being the overlooked son, the one who was only appreciated when he made other people's lives easier. But I was also planning. I started with the simple things. Cleared my schedule. Told my clients I'd be taking a short sabbatical. Reorganized my office. Cleaned out my fridge. Not because I suddenly wanted to live cleaner, but because chaos outside makes order inside feel like an anchor. Then I went through my documents again. I found emails from my mom that flat out said things like, I'm sorry again for leaning on you so much financially. You've basically been the co-owner of this house for years. I found messages from Uncle Dave confirming transfer of deed authority. I even found the scanned copy of the trust paperwork, showing clearly that the property had been moved into the family trust under my name as primary beneficiary. They had nothing, except noise. And noise only works when the other person is too scared to speak up. By Thursday, I was back to hitting the gym in the mornings. I hadn't touched a treadmill in months, but somehow the rhythm of it, the sound of my feet hitting the belt, the steady heartbeat in my ears, felt like therapy. I started cooking again, too. Real meals. Not microwave dinners or whatever app delivered the fastest. Something about cutting onions, simmering sauces, plating food, it grounded me. On Friday, I met with Uncle Dave for coffee. He looked exhausted. I'm getting calls every day, he said, stirring his espresso. Your mom's trying to guilt me. Nate called me a snake. They think I sided with you. You told them the truth, I said. He nodded. It doesn't matter. They don't want the truth. They want the version where you're the villain. I looked out the window at the cafe patio, people sipping lattes in the autumn sun, completely oblivious to the storm I was about to walk into. Let them, I said. They've already written me out of the story. I'm just editing the last chapter. Uncle Dave reached into his folder and handed me a copy of the updated deed. My name. Clear as day. This'll shut it down if they try anything. But you still sure about showing up Sunday? I looked at the paper for a long moment, then nodded. Yeah, I'm not hiding anymore. The morning of the barbecue, I woke up early. Not because I was anxious, though I was, but because I couldn't sleep. I made a cup of coffee, put on the suit I save for weddings and client pitches, and practiced my smile in the mirror. Not a smug one. Not cold. Just calm. I didn't want to look like a man out for revenge. I wanted to look like a man who had finally stepped into his own story. I pulled up to the park where the event was held every year. Same spot, near the lake, with folding chairs and a rented tent, and those tacky plastic tablecloths my mom insisted on bringing because it makes everything look more festive. I parked 2 rows away, grabbed a folder from my passenger seat, and walked in. Heads turned. Conversations paused. Nate was near the grill, holding court with a bunch of cousins, wearing aviators and a smug grin that dropped the second he saw me. Mom was under the tent, chatting with Aunt Grace, who immediately whispered something in her ear the moment I came into view. Sean, Mom said, voice pinched. You decided to come after all. Wouldn't miss it, I said. I brought some paperwork I thought you might find interesting. Nate barked out a laugh. Seriously? Are you going to make a scene again? No scene, I said. Just some clarity. I stepped up to the main table, the one with the congrats Nate, banner flapping above it, and set the folder down. I opened it slowly. Let them all see. These are the trust documents. The payment history. The deed. Every single time I covered your mortgage. Every dollar I poured into the house you said you were gifting to Nate. The silence was immediate and total. Like the moment before a thunderclap. I didn't look at Mom. Not yet. I looked at Nate. You can throw parties. You can change locks. You can post whatever you want on Facebook. But this, I tapped the paper, isn't opinion. It's ownership. He opened his mouth, but I wasn't done. For 5 years, I kept this family afloat. Quietly. I never asked for praise. I never asked for payback. But I'm done being erased. Then I turned to Mom. And finally, she looked shaken. Sean, she said, barely above a whisper. Why are you doing this? I met her eyes. Because you already did. That's where I left it. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't gloat. I just let the truth sit there, uncomfortable and undeniable. Then I turned and walked away, leaving the folder behind. As I reached my car, I heard voices rising behind me, shocked cousins, uncomfortable questions, people asking Nate what the hell was going on. But I didn't look back. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't carrying anyone else's weight. That evening, I turned off my phone again. No texts, no calls, just me, a good dinner, and a Netflix show I didn't even really pay attention to. And sometime around midnight, I did something I hadn't done in years. I slept. Deeply. No anxiety dreams. No tightness in my chest. No wondering if I was good enough, or loyal enough, or family enough. Just sleep. Because rock bottom isn't always crashing into the ground. Sometimes, it's standing still while the people you love try to bury you under the weight of their expectations. And the rise? It doesn't come with fanfare. It starts with quiet. With choosing yourself. And I had just started. But Nate still thought this was over. He had no idea what was coming next. I used to think revenge was loud. The shouting. The dramatic reveals. The slamming of doors and raised voices in echoing rooms. But now I knew better. Real revenge, the kind that rattles people to their bones, is quiet. Precise. Surgical. It doesn't announce itself. It waits. It watches. And when the time is right, it pulls one thread, and the whole illusion collapses. That barbecue had been the first pull of the thread. And even though I walked away from the party with a cool head and a full night's sleep, I wasn't done. Not even close. If anything, I was just warming up. Because Nate had made a critical mistake, and he didn't even realize it. He brought war to my doorstep. But he was playing checkers, and I'd been building a chessboard for years. The Monday after the barbecue, I scheduled a full day for what I called strategic realignment. I started with Uncle Dave. We met again at the same cafe, though this time he looked more alert, curious, even. You stirred up a hornet's nest, he said, sipping a black coffee. Nate called me 4 times yesterday. Your mom left me a voicemail sobbing. What's next? I slid a folder across the table. Inside was a printout of every documented payment I'd made toward the house, including property taxes, repairs, utility bills during the months she was behind, and even the remodeling work I'd quietly financed last year when Mom couldn't afford to update the kitchen but wanted it nice for Nate's friends. Dave's eyes scanned the documents. He whistled under his breath. You kept all of this? Every cent, I said. They want to treat me like I'm replaceable. Like I don't matter. But they're sitting on a house I've already paid for, twice over. He glanced up. You thinking of selling? I shook my head. Not yet. But I want the paperwork airtight. I want it locked down. No asset transfers. No emergency changes. No squatters' claims. I want them to know they're on borrowed time. Borrowed, he asked. I smiled. Interest-bearing. He chuckled but nodded. All right. I'll prep the documentation. What about Nate? That was the next step. I didn't just want Nate out of the house. I wanted him to understand why. To feel the slow unraveling. Not because I'm cruel, but because I'd spent a decade holding this family up, and I was done letting that go unseen. So I started digging. Not illegally. Just smart. Remember how I said I run a consulting business? I have clients in everything from finance to logistics to HR tech. Which means I've picked up a few very handy tools and contacts along the way. It didn't take much effort to figure out that Nate, for all his arrogance, had been embellishing his resume during job interviews. I found an old copy of his actual transcript in my mom's email. We shared a family iCloud account for a while. She never changed the password. And guess what? He hadn't graduated with honors. Not even close. Barely a 2.1 GPA. One call to a buddy in HR consulting, and I found out he'd applied to 3 companies using a 3.8 GPA, and Dean's List, 3 semesters. Flat out lies. I didn't report him yet. That would have been too easy. Instead, I made a copy of everything. Screenshots. PDF exports. A quiet little file I named insurance. Then I turned to the utilities. See, the house was still technically in the trust, even if Mom and Nate had changed the locks. And the trust still listed me as managing partner. That meant I had every right to request billing histories, service plans, and, in this case, initiate a routine ownership audit. I submitted the form. Within 3 days, I had emails from the electric and water companies letting me know that service under Nate's name hadn't been properly validated. And until ownership could be confirmed, bills would be paused, or worse, backcharged to the trust. Let's just say the lights started flickering not long after. I didn't stop there. I knew that Nate's car, the one Mom helped him lease, was under a co-signed agreement using my mom's credit. And thanks to a lovely little tool called MyFico, which I'd helped her set up years ago when she was struggling to manage her debts, I still had access to her credit alerts. That's how I knew her score had dropped 48 points in the last month. Why? Because Nate had missed a payment. And the dealership was already threatening repossession if it happened again. The cherry on top? I requested a mail forwarding order. Any financial or legal documents related to the house would now come to my P.O. box, not Mom's address. I wasn't locking the doors. I was turning off the lights. One switch at a time. The real fun began when I reached out to the neighbors. Not all of them. Just one. Ms. Kindra, a retired attorney who lived 2 doors down and had always had a soft spot for me. We got lunch. I told her, casually, about the trust, about the transition. I didn't even need to ask her to watch the house. She offered. Anything shady goes down, I'll be the first to know, she said. And I've still got friends on the HOA board, if it comes to that. Perfect. That weekend, I filed a notice of ownership review with the county assessor's office. Standard process. Legal. Boring. But it flags the property as under trust litigation, which meant any attempt by Mom or Nate to refinance, claim equity, or initiate sale. Blocked. I didn't even need a lawyer in the room. Just a notary and a $40 filing fee. And now, the real kicker. Nate's birthday was coming up. He was turning 23. Another party. Another event where Mom would no doubt try to spin the narrative. But this time, I wasn't going to crash it. No, I was going to let someone else do it for me. Remember my cousin Jen? The one who messaged me after seeing the Facebook drama? Well, Jen's younger sister, Kara, had just moved to Sacramento. And guess where she got a job? City Records. Department of Housing. She owed me a favor. I once helped her get out of a sketchy sublet situation back when I was still doing freelance contract reviews on the side. So I called in the favor. I didn't ask her to do anything illegal. I just asked her to review a few public filings to make sure everything around the property was in order. What she found? 2 things. 1, Mom had recently attempted to file a transfer of ownership intent, a poorly written, unfiled document she'd handed off to her accountant, who wasn't even certified anymore. She'd tried to sneak it into the county clerk's office a week before the barbecue. 2, the house was still technically zoned under a multi-party trust, meaning if Nate did move in full-time and tried to file as a primary resident, it would trigger a zoning violation, which meant fines. Lots of them. Kara emailed me a copy of the flag document and said, they'll probably be getting a formal notice in about 2 weeks. If they're still living there, they'll have to come in and explain. I thanked her and added that file to the growing stack I now kept neatly organized in a Dropbox folder labeled Redemption. By now, I wasn't just reacting. I was constructing. This wasn't a petty battle over a house anymore. It was a slow, methodical reclaiming of my voice, my boundaries, my worth. And I wasn't doing it alone. Uncle Dave stayed close. Jen started dropping subtle truth bombs in the family Facebook group. Stuff like, isn't it wild how we think we know what's happening with the house, but we only hear one side? Even my Aunt Sheila, Mom's older sister, texted me, saying, hey, I had no idea you paid for everything. That's not right, Sean. I'm proud of you. The tide was shifting, but I wasn't ready to flip the final card yet. Nate was about to make a mistake. A big one. I could feel it. His ego wouldn't let him go quietly. and I wanted to be there when it happened. Because sometimes revenge isn't about the knockout. Sometimes, it's about letting your opponent throw every punch until they tire themselves out swinging at a man who's already 2 steps ahead. And when that moment came, I'd be ready. Nate's 23rd birthday landed on a Saturday. Of course it did. The invitations had been trickling across social media all week. Facebook events, Instagram stories, even a short TikTok clip of Nate standing in front of the house with the caption, "New chapter starts now, #blessed #homeowner," followed by him clinking a glass of champagne with my mom on the front porch. You'd think he invented real estate. He made sure to tag all our extended family, especially the ones who'd missed the graduation party fiasco. The message was clear: look at me. I won. What he didn't know was that the clock had been ticking the moment he posted that video. And at precisely 9 a.m. on his big day, it hit 0. The first domino fell with a knock on the door. According to Ms. Kendra, who was watering her front garden at the time with her phone accidentally recording, Nate answered the door in a bathrobe, blinking against the sunlight, holding a protein shake. 2 officers from the county assessor's office handed him a thick envelope. Inside, a formal notice of zoning violation, citing the property's classification under the still active trust. The violation included a warning about non-permitted renovations, thanks to the open kitchen remodel I'd paid for but never filed under Nate's name, and an advisory that the house was legally ineligible for full-time residential use under current documents until trust disputes were resolved. In plain English, he wasn't allowed to live there. Penalties, $500 a day starting immediately, with an audit scheduled in 10 business days. Failure to vacate could result in a court order. Nate must have called Mom in a panic because 5 minutes later, her car pulled up. She stormed into the house, didn't even glance at Kendra, who was now accidentally trimming hedges within earshot. But the fun didn't stop there. 2 hours later, 11:15 a.m., a sleek silver tow truck rolled up. Nate's Mustang was parked in the driveway, polished and posed like some kind of prize on a game show. Well, guess what? Lease default plus missed payments plus a delayed cosigner renewal equals repossession. The driver knocked politely. Nate didn't come out, so the tow guy did his job. In front of half the guests who had already arrived early to set up balloons and streamers, the Mustang was winched up and wheeled out, taillights disappearing down the street, while Nate yelled from the porch, barefoot, robe flapping in the wind. By noon, most of the guests had quietly RSVP'd via text. A few stayed behind, pretending to help set up, while obviously waiting to see what would happen next. But the real hammer? That came at 2 p.m., just as the grill was being lit. Just as Mom had pulled out a tray of those awful mini quiches she swore everyone loved. Just as Nate had put on his best "this is all fine" face and was posing with a party hat for some Instagram story captioned, "Can't kill the vibe." That's when I arrived. Not loudly, not uninvited, just calmly, in a black polo and jeans, folder under one arm, sunglasses on. People looked over, whispering. Nate froze mid-laugh. Mom saw me and actually dropped a plate. "I told you not to come," she said, eyes sharp. "I'm not here for the party," I said. "I'm here for the house." She opened her mouth, probably to make a scene, but before she could say anything, a second car pulled up behind me. My lawyer, Jameson, stepped out. Full suit. Messenger bag. He didn't say a word, just handed Mom and Nate each a copy of the legal packet I'd prepared over the last month. "This is an official notice of repossession and trust enforcement," I said clearly, loud enough for the guests to hear. "Effective immediately." "What the hell does that mean?" Nate asked, voice rising, face turning red. "It means," Jameson said, "you're trespassing on a trust-owned property, and you've been notified of non-compliance with zoning and legal requirements. As of this moment, you are required to vacate the premises until formal review is complete." "You can't be serious," Mom said, laughing nervously, as if that would make it go away. "Oh, I am," I said, locking eyes with her for the first time since the barbecue. "See, I've been patient. For years. I let you ignore my contributions. I let you rewrite the story. But when you tried to hand over something I built with my own hands and savings, that's when you crossed the line." Nate was fuming. "You think you can just kick me out?" "I don't think," I said. "I know. And you don't even live here legally. You're a squatter in a trust property you never contributed a dime to." Jameson pulled out one last sheet. And here's the formal cease and desist from Sean regarding misrepresentation on social media and in public domains regarding ownership of this property. If you continue to claim otherwise, we'll proceed with a defamation and fraud case. You're insane, Nate hissed. Maybe, I said, turning toward the crowd. But I'm also the guy who paid off this house, who paid the bills, who made sure Mom didn't lose it after Dad died. And I've got every single receipt. A heavy silence fell over the backyard. Mom looked like she'd swallowed glass. Nate was vibrating with rage. The guests started quietly packing up their stuff, one by one, like they were escaping a sinking ship. Aunt Sheila gave me a nod as she left. Took you long enough, she muttered. Uncle Dave pulled up not long after, just in time to hand Jameson a set of new keys. The locksmith followed 15 minutes later. By 4 p.m., Nate and Mom were sitting on the curb in front of the house, bags beside them. All their stuff still inside. But they couldn't go back in, because I'd changed the locks. Legally, calmly, quietly. I didn't kick them out forever. I'm not a monster. But I did enforce a mandatory 30-day cooling period, during which they were barred from entering the property unless supervised, and only to retrieve belongings. I gave Mom a generous relocation stipend from the trust, something I didn't have to do. Nate got nothing. Well, not nothing. He got a new lease in a shared apartment an hour away, working part-time at a logistics startup where his fake resume didn't help him very much once they saw his actual transcripts. Mom tried texting, calling, leaving long voicemails filled with guilt and Bible quotes. But I didn't answer. I needed space. Not just from them, but from the part of me that used to let this happen. I spent the next few weeks fixing up the house. I hired contractors, finished the remodel I'd started, repainted the upstairs, replaced the worn carpet in the living room with hardwood. I didn't move in. Not yet. I just made it mine. For the first time. Because sometimes, revenge isn't about ruining someone else's life. It's about reclaiming yours. And that's exactly what My name's Evan, I'm 33, and if there's one lesson life has taught me, again and again, it's that being the responsible one comes with a price. I've never been the favorite, never the golden child, never the lovable wild card who causes a scene and somehow gets a pass. I'm the one who has it together, as my mom likes to say, which seems to translate to, I'm the one who pays. Birthdays, graduations, school expenses, vet bills, even the time the heating system broke. I've been the invisible glue holding this tangled family of mine from falling apart for years. My sister, Madison, is 6 years younger than me. Beautiful, poised, and terrifyingly good at crying on cue. The kind of girl who can make "I didn't ask to be born" sound like poetry and still walk away with your credit card and an apology. She got engaged last spring to a guy named Chase, who seems less like a person and more like a mannequin that came to life and learned how to talk about crypto and CrossFit. I never liked him, and I never pretended to. But Madison did what Madison always does, wrapped herself in need and sentimentality, called me the only one I trust, and then casually mentioned how she'd found the perfect engagement party venue. She just needed someone to front the cost. Until she and Chase got their finances situated. I should have said no. God, I should have said no. But she sent me a text with a screenshot of her dream dress, some Pinterest board filled with candlelit centerpieces, and a picture of us as kids holding sparklers in our backyard. You've always been there for me, she wrote. Please just help me make this perfect. So I said yes. I paid the deposit for the venue, an obnoxiously expensive garden villa with champagne fountains and a harpist, and gave the manager my card to keep on file for the remaining balance. I wasn't thrilled, but I figured I'd grin and bear it. Keep the peace. Be the dependable one. The day of the party, I showed up with a smile plastered on my face and a Tiffany blue gift bag in hand. Inside was a limited edition pearl and diamond bracelet, something Madison had once mentioned in passing after spotting it on a celebrity's wrist. It was wildly out of budget, but I bought it anyway, because I thought maybe, just maybe, for once, she'd look at me and see more than a walking ATM. I should have known better. I stepped through the garden archway into the party, expecting maybe a hug or even a thank you. Instead, I barely got 2 steps in before Madison rushed up in her designer heels, gave me the fastest air kiss in history, then leaned in and whispered, "Hey, when we take photos, can you just, stand a little to the side? You kind of throw off the aesthetic." I blinked at her, thinking she was joking. But she was already gone, sashaying back toward a photographer and a group of perfectly filtered friends, each of them wearing muted tones that matched the hydrangeas. I was in a navy shirt and charcoal pants, clean, ironed, and objectively appropriate, but apparently not soft enough for the whimsical luxe vibe she was going for. Before I could process that slap in the face, my mom walked by, glanced at my face, and muttered, "Try not to make this about you for once, Evan." It's her day. That's her favorite line. I could have been on fire, and she'd still hiss that at me for asking where the extinguisher was. She didn't stop walking. I turned around and saw the seating chart. Little gold calligraphy tags delicately pinned to an ornate frame. My name? Buried in the lower left corner under miscellaneous. Table 9. I walked over. Table 9 was 2 toddlers, a couple of folding chairs, one of which had a jagged crack running through the middle, and a high chair with a suspiciously sticky tray. I looked up. Across the lawn was the main table, cream linens, rose gold flatware, and the important guests. My sister's fiancé's friends. Her in-laws. My mom. My aunt. Even my younger cousin Ashley had a seat there. But not me. I was the one who paid for the damn thing, and I got seated next to a toddler who screamed whenever someone touched her juice box. Still, I stayed quiet. I stayed calm. I set the gift down on the designated table and poured myself a glass of water from the pitcher meant for the kids' table. Toasted with it when they raised their flutes. Watched from the side when Madison and Chase had their first dance to a song so overused it made me wince. I smiled politely when people asked if I was the photographer or the valet or someone's date who bailed. The final straw? It wasn't one big moment. It was the slow, steady drip of being erased. Being useful but invisible. I stood behind a hedge near the edge of the tinted dance floor, half listening as my mom joked to one of Chase's relatives that she was surprised Evan even showed up. He usually finds some excuse not to be part of things. I'd moved heaven and earth to be there. Rearranged work. Canceled a weekend trip. Bought the bracelet. Paid for the venue. And I'd done it because, for some reason I still can't fully explain, I thought it might matter. So I smiled. Walked over to the venue manager with a calm that even surprised me. Pulled the envelope I prepared from my jacket pocket. Inside was a formal cancellation of my card authorization for the remaining party balance, along with a note explaining that I would not be covering any further charges for the event, effective immediately. Legally, they had to inform the party host the moment the authorization was pulled, and I knew they would right after the cake was cut, right when it was too late to stop the celebration from unraveling. I left before the chaos started, slipped out the side gate, walked to my car, and sat there for a long moment before turning the key in the ignition. I didn't feel victorious. Not yet. I just felt still. Like I'd finally stopped swimming against a current that was never going to let me reach the shore. But as I pulled away from the villa and watched the string lights disappear in my rearview mirror, I knew this wasn't over. And neither was I. I didn't check my phone that night. I knew what I'd find. A dozen missed calls, angry voicemails, and maybe 1 or 2 desperate texts trying to guilt me into reversing what I'd done. But I wasn't ready to hear it. Not yet. Instead, I drove to a quiet diner on the edge of town, the kind that never closes and doesn't judge you for showing up in dress shoes and a wrinkled shirt at midnight. I sat in a corner booth, ordered coffee I didn't drink, and just breathed. For the first time in a long time, there was no one asking me for anything. No one criticizing the way I dressed, the way I stood, the fact that I wasn't married, or that I didn't call enough. Just the hum of a broken jukebox and the occasional clang of dishes in the kitchen. The next morning, I finally looked at my phone. 37 missed calls. 6 voicemails. A barrage of texts from my mom, my sister, even my aunt. It was like watching a wildfire spread, starting with smoke, building into flames, and finally collapsing into smoldering ash. My mom's first message was sharp. "Evan, what did you do? The venue is saying your card declined and we're responsible for the bill. Call me." Then Madison, "I cannot believe you would pull something like this on my night. What is wrong with you?" Aunt Deb chimed in too, of course. "You're lucky your grandmother isn't alive to see this, Evan. She'd be heartbroken." There was even one from Chase, which shocked me more than anything else. He'd never bothered to speak to me directly before. Real mature, man. "You embarrassed Maddie in front of everyone. Hope it was worth it." But what got me, what made my stomach twist, not in guilt, but in a slow simmering rage, was the last message from my mother. Sent at 3:14 a.m. "You always find a way to ruin things. Just like your father." There it was. That sentence, that little knife she always kept tucked away, ready to twist when I didn't play my part. My father had walked out when I was 12. I remember the slammed door, the shouting, the silence afterward. I remembered being the one to hold Madison when she cried, the one who took up a job bagging groceries at 15 because mom was working double shifts and we needed help. I remembered thinking, I'll be different. I'll stay. I'll show up. And I had. For years. For every scraped knee, every late night call about a bad date, every school trip they couldn't afford. I'd been the fallback, the fixer, the dependable one. And they had never seen me as anything more than that. I sat there in my apartment, reading those messages again and again. And instead of crying or yelling or throwing my phone across the room like a dramatic movie protagonist, I did something far more dangerous. I started planning. It wasn't about money. It wasn't even about revenge, not exactly. It was about freedom. About pulling the plug on this twisted little play we'd all been performing for years where I was the donor and they were the recipients. And I was supposed to smile and say, happy to help, no matter how deep the cut. The first thing I did was call the venue manager. I apologized for any disruption and explained that I had, in fact, canceled the payment and that any future financial questions should be directed to Madison and Chase. He sounded annoyed but understanding. Apparently, he'd seen worse. I thanked him for his professionalism and hung up. Then I logged into my bank accounts and started cutting cords. First, the auto payment for mom's electric bill. Gone. Then the recurring deposit I'd been sending Madison every month for student loan help, even though she dropped out of grad school a year ago. Gone. I called the accountant I used for my freelance business and told him I wanted to revise the trust I'd set up for family emergencies. As of now, the only person who would have access to those funds in a crisis was me. I wasn't being cruel. I wasn't doing anything out of spite. I was simply choosing me for the first time in a long time. The backlash came fast. That evening, Madison called me finally. Her voice was already high-pitched before I said a word. Oh, so you're alive now? After you publicly humiliated me in front of everyone I know and left us scrambling to cover a $6,000 bill? I had to put it on my credit card. Evan, do you know how that looks? I let the silence hang in the air a beat too long. I thought I threw off your aesthetic, I said calmly. Didn't want to ruin any more photos. Oh my God, you're actually going to play the victim, she hissed. I asked one thing. No, you asked 100 things, I cut in, voice flat. And I gave you all of them. I paid for things you never said thank you for. I showed up when no one else did. I sat at the kids' table and toasted your happiness with lukewarm water, Madison. And all I got in return was a fake smile and a try not to ruin the vibe. You humiliated me long before I ever handed that envelope to the manager. There was a long pause. Then she tried a different tactic. Mom said you're cutting her off, too. She's been crying all day. She's older now, Evan. She needs support. I know she's older, I said. And I know she's been calling me her retirement plan since I was 20. But I'm not her husband. I'm not dad. And I'm done being punished for the fact that he left. That ended the call. She hung up on me. 2 days later, I got an email from Chase. Not a call. Not even a text. An email. Titled, Let's Be Rational. It was 3 paragraphs of corporate speak, basically trying to convince me to consider the long-term impact of family rifts and offering a proposal where they'd reimburse me for the bracelet over time if I would just release the hold on the payment. He even attached a spreadsheet with a 6-month payment plan. I didn't reply, because that was the moment I realized the tide had shifted. For the first time, they were the ones asking. They were the ones scrambling. And I hadn't even made my next move yet. 3 days passed. No calls. No new emails. Just silence. Icy, brittle silence. And for once, it didn't bother me. In fact, it was peaceful. I went about my days as if I hadn't just flipped the entire family dynamic on its head. I did my work. I caught up with an old friend over lunch. I even went to the gym, something I hadn't had time for in months because my free hours were always eaten up by some new crisis Madison couldn't handle or some errand my mom insisted only I could run. And then on a perfectly ordinary Thursday, I got a call from my Aunt Deb. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. Evan, she said in a hushed, urgent tone, can you come over to your mom's? It's important. No, I said simply. If mom wants to talk, she can call me. There was a long pause. She's not doing well, Aunt Deb said slowly. She's been in a mood ever since the party, and now at the utilities. Utilities. I repeated. She didn't tell you? Deb sounded genuinely surprised. The electric was shut off yesterday. She thought it was a glitch, but, Evan, she's been crying. She says she feels abandoned. I didn't respond right away. I was staring out my window, watching the world move on as if none of this mattered. Finally, I said, she didn't feel abandoned when she let them put me at the kids' table, or when she compared me to Dad in the worst way possible. She felt just fine then. Aunt Deb was quiet. Then she dropped her voice even lower and said, "Look, between you and me, I think she's finally realizing she pushed too far. Madison, too. This thing has stirred everything up. They're starting to see just how much you actually do. Or did. Funny how they only start seeing it once the money stops," I replied. She didn't argue. That weekend, I drove to the mountains. No cell reception, no emails, no drama. Just the cold wind in my face and the sound of my boots crunching over dry leaves. I stayed 2 nights in a cabin I'd found online, a simple place, with firewood stacked by the door and a dusty old radio that only picked up one station. It was perfect. When I came back down the mountain on Sunday afternoon, I turned my phone on. 33 new messages. Apparently, Madison and Chase had held a post-party dinner that weekend, sort of a follow-up for the guests who couldn't attend the main event. It was supposed to be a small, elegant gathering at a bar downtown. But without me footing the bill, it turned into a potluck at their apartment with folding chairs, a sink full of dishes, and a centerpiece made of plastic flowers and a bottle of Barefoot Rose. One guest posted a picture on Instagram with the caption, "From candlelight elegance to Costco chaos. Who says romance is dead?" Madison wasn't tagged. I scrolled through more messages. One from my cousin Ashley, who'd always kept her distance from the family drama but had apparently reached a tipping point. "Hey Evan, just wanted to say I saw what happened at the party, and I think you were right to walk away. You deserved better. I never said it before, but thanks for always helping when no one else would. Just wanted you to know someone noticed." That one hit me harder than I expected. Still, nothing from my mom. No apology. No explanation. Until Monday night. I was brushing my teeth when my phone rang. It was her. I let it ring 4 times before I answered. "Hi, Mom." Silence. Then, very softly, I didn't know it would go that far. I didn't say anything. I thought you'd come around. You always do. And when you didn't, I didn't know what to do. Her voice cracked. The lights went off, and it was just so quiet. I didn't feel satisfaction. I felt sad. Sad that it had to come to this for her to hear the silence she'd been forcing me to live in for years. "I never meant to hurt you," she said, almost whispering. "You didn't have to mean it," I replied. "You just had to stop it. Once. Just once. But you never did." Another long silence. Finally, she asked, "Can we talk?" "Just talk." I agreed to meet her for lunch the next day. A public place. Neutral ground. She showed up 15 minutes early, hair brushed, makeup on, but her eyes looked tired in a way I'd never seen before. Not old. Just fragile. Human. We talked. We really talked. About everything. Dad. The way she leaned on me. The way I let her. The expectations I kept trying to meet, hoping she'd one day say she was proud of me instead of just grateful. She didn't make excuses. That surprised me more than anything. She owned it. Not perfectly, but enough. "I think I got used to thinking of you as the strong one," she said. "But strong doesn't mean invincible. And I used you like you were." When I got home later that day, there was a small envelope in my mailbox. Inside was a note in my sister's handwriting. "I know I went too far. I don't expect forgiveness, but I do owe you a thank you." And a check. There was a personal check enclosed. Not for the full party amount, but enough to show she'd actually tried. I haven't cashed it yet. I might not. Because the money was never really the point. The point was finally standing up and saying, enough. I kept that check in a drawer for almost 2 weeks. Every time I opened it to grab a pair of socks or pull out my old baseball cap, I'd see the edge of that ivory envelope peeking out, just waiting. It wasn't just money. It was an apology in ink. A gesture I never thought I'd get from Madison. And yet, every time I looked at it, I still didn't feel the urge to deposit it. Because here's the thing about apologies. They're not currency. They're not coupons you can cash in to erase the past. They're supposed to mean something, not just cost something. And after years of being treated like an afterthought with a bank balance, I needed time to figure out what I wanted to do with mine. Instead of focusing on that, I started redirecting my energy toward the one person I'd neglected the most, myself. It started small. I signed up for a pottery class on Wednesday nights. I was the youngest person in the group by at least 15 years, but I didn't care. There was something peaceful about sinking your hands into clay and forming something with your own effort. No one asked me for money there. No one rolled their eyes when I spoke. And no one looked at me like I was a backup generator that flickered on when the real adults ran out of power. I also started volunteering at a local youth center downtown, helping kids with college applications. I didn't advertise it, didn't post about it, just showed up twice a week and gave them the kind of support I wish someone had offered me when I was figuring everything out alone. It felt good to give without expectation, to offer help where it was wanted, not just taken. And slowly, something inside me began to settle. It wasn't until about a month after the engagement party that things started to truly shift with my family. Madison reached out first, not with another check, not with another excuse, but with an actual effort. She invited me to lunch, this time at a place I liked, not some trendy vegan fusion cafe that made me feel like an intruder. When I arrived, she was already seated, fidgeting with the sleeve of her sweater. She looked small, nervous, real. "I know I can't undo everything," she said, before I even sat down. "And I know I've been awful to you. Not just at the party, but for years. I used you like a safety net and resented you when you weren't a trampoline. I thought that because you never fought back, you were fine. But I see now that you weren't. And I'm sorry." I didn't respond right away. I just let the silence hang in the air like a fragile truce. I watched her squirm for a second, then finally exhale. "I'm in therapy now," she added. "I didn't go because of you. I went because Chase and I had a huge fight after the party. He told me I treat people like they're replaceable. And for the first time, I realized, maybe I do." That was the first moment I actually believed her. We talked for over an hour. Not just about the party. About childhood. About Dad. About the way things always revolved around appearances and survival, and how we all got twisted up inside that dysfunction. She didn't cry. Neither did I. But we were honest. It was a good start. My mom was next. After the lights got shut off and the bills stopped being magically paid, she had a hard few weeks. But unlike before, she didn't just blame me to everyone within earshot. She got help. She started budgeting, downsized her cable package, canceled her subscriptions, even picked up part-time work again, nothing glamorous, but steady. We met up for coffee one Saturday, and she surprised me by saying, "I didn't realize how much of my self-worth I'd attached to having things I didn't earn, and how much I expected you to shoulder, just so I wouldn't have to admit I'd fallen short." I stared at her for a moment. "What changed?" "You did," she said. "And when you stopped carrying everything, I had to look in the mirror. And it wasn't flattering." She handed me a small envelope. Another one. This time, it wasn't a check. It was a card. Inside was a picture of me at age 10, standing next to a science fair project made from a cardboard box and tinfoil. There was a ribbon on it, second place. On the back of the photo, in shaky handwriting, she'd written, "I never told you how proud I was that day. I should have. I'm telling you now." That photo is framed on my bookshelf now. And as for Chase, I won't pretend we became best friends. But something interesting happened a few weeks after everything settled. He reached out and asked if I wanted to grab a drink, just the two of us. I almost said no, but curiosity won again. He was quieter than usual, less smug, less sales pitchy. "I didn't realize how much Maddie leaned on you," he said after his second drink. "And I didn't understand how much pressure that must have put on you. I always thought you were just distant. But now I get it. You weren't distant. You were worn out." That was as close to an apology as I was ever going to get from him. And weirdly, it was enough. Months passed. The wedding planning resumed, scaled down, less flashy. Madison actually insisted on paying for most of it herself this time. She even offered to reimburse me for the full cost of the engagement party, even though she knew I'd already canceled the payment before it was charged. I told her to keep the money. Use it for something she and Chase really needed, like therapy or a decent honeymoon, or, God forbid, a joint savings account. She laughed, genuinely laughed. And for the first time in a long time, I laughed with her. Now, almost a year later, things aren't perfect. They never will be. But they're better. I still keep boundaries. I still say no. And sometimes I still feel that old tug, the urge to fix everything, to pay the bill, to smooth the tension. But now I recognize it for what it is, a habit formed out of years of guilt and survival. And I remind myself that I'm not responsible for keeping everyone else afloat, especially if it means drowning myself. I didn't go back to being the dependable one. I became the authentic one, the one who shows up when it matters, but doesn't light himself on fire to keep everyone else warm. And the funny thing is, now that I've stopped bending over backward, people actually respect me more. I kept the bracelet. Madison never asked for it back. It sits in a velvet box in my closet, an expensive reminder that sometimes the most valuable thing you can do is walk away. And if you're wondering about the check, I finally shredded it. Because no amount of money could ever repay what I've reclaimed since I stopped being their silent support beam and started being my own foundation. And honestly, it feels pretty